Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. A bunch of reporters were trying to film and interview the protagonist while the weather was nice outside. Hunter Kim Jun-woo was asked how he felt about becoming the world's first SSS-ranked hunter. He became the #1 ranker in less than a year and rose to the top of the world rankings, which was of great interest to the public. They also learned that the protagonist had received an offer from the Hunter Association. The bright light from the portal spread across the entire audience along with the reporters and other hunters. Jun-woo was asked what advice he could give to the younger hunters. The dark-haired protagonist walked forward without peeking out from under his long bangs. Such an operation had not happened for a long time, and he did not remember telling everyone about it. The excited reporters pulled their microphones closer to the main star of the evening. They asked him various questions about the selection of hunters and various relationships, but he was not very interested in them. He understood that this was a chance they couldn't miss. The protagonist glared at the paparazzi, telling them that he didn't have time and was only focused on the raid right now. The reporters immediately looked down and slightly upset, because this was the expected answer for them. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, lost in thought. He understood that their appearance in the media was a real gift for the reporters, and he thought about what he could still please them with that evening. Jun-woo stood surrounded by his comrades in front of the portal and menacingly told the reporters that he had one piece of news that he had no doubt about. The protagonist frowned and slightly bared his teeth. He explained that their team always thought about the safety of the residents first and foremost, and this would remain a constant. The guy in the cloak was about to leave, while the reporters looked at him in shock. The leader of the hunters explained that it was time for them to go. The reporters thought that the #1 hunter was somehow different from the others. They knew that he was someone they could talk to and considered him the best hunter despite his cold-bloodedness. He knew that this phrase would be enough to maintain his positive image for a while. Jun-woo was slightly stunned when he heard a question from a reporter behind him. He turned to the hunter and asked him what he could tell the public about the case of the attack on the cleaning team. He immediately turned towards the reporters with an angry look. He heard a black image in his mind, looking bloodthirstily at the injured guy. The reporter noted that he was talking about an attack on one of the cleaning team members, adding that he threw the man out by slamming him against the wall. The protagonist looked back at the reporters in shock, trying to figure out which of them knew such news. The dark-haired guy in the jacket winked sarcastically, standing surrounded by paparazzi. He answered ironically that he understood that Jun-woo was going to pretend that he didn't know anything, but he heard something. He added that the man who was beaten by the hunter was his acquaintance. The guy in the red jacket bared his teeth sarcastically. He said that after all, the #1 ranker was simply magnificent. The same guy looked maliciously at the protagonist, peeking out from under his bangs. He noted that Jun-woo beat up a man who was old enough to be his father and did not write about it anywhere. While the protagonist peered into the crowd, the reporters began to vigorously discuss the news they had heard. The main character looked intently at the guy, deep in thought. He immediately turned around and was about to leave the crowd into the portal, adding that the news was just rumors. The guy shouted after the protagonist that he wished him luck anyway, calling him the #1 hunter in the world. The dumbfounded hunters followed their leader, who looked very angry. They were transported to the Korean Association for the Management of Supernatural Dimensions. These were two tall buildings connected to each other. This was the Association, an organization for the protection of the state and citizens from dungeons and monsters. A crowd of civilians ran away in fear from the bloodthirsty monsters. This association gathered people with unusual abilities and were divided into 4 teams. A group of people in suits sat at a table and discussed news with monsters. Among them was a task force engaged in practical raids, and if simply, they were called hunters. A foot in a boot stepped on a dead monster head. Among the hunters, the first task force was considered the most elite team. The protagonist walked with a frown on the battlefield among clouds of dust. It was a 100% chance of successfully clearing the dungeons, and the team members were high-ranking hunters. Jun-woo walked forward with his head down against the cloudy sky. He was the leader of this team. The protagonist went to his phone and saw a post with his photo. A bunch of questions and comments on the weekly news poured in. These were angry comments about the recent conference, where the unfortunate news about the beating flashed. A video of his exposure appeared on the streaming platform. There were also a lot of comments about people being disappointed in him. Allegedly, he abused his power. The hunter looked at his phone and was very angry, baring his teeth. A brown-haired woman sitting next to him noticed that Jun-woo was very angry about the news about himself. She asked him about what happened to him because the raid was successful. He sarcastically replied that she could have guessed herself because he asked that no one find out about this news. The girl was driving while the protagonist was sitting behind her, getting very angry. She said yes, and he immediately started yelling about leaking the information, because now the news had gone online and caused a fuss. Their black car was driving along a busy highway. The hunter didn't understand where that reporter came from, thinking about the various weekly news organizations. The brunette answered that the guy was not a reporter, but an ordinary citizen. The protagonist frowned ahead through his bangs. He didn't understand how this was possible, because an ordinary person couldn't know about this incident. The brunette remembered the image of the guy, next to whom was also his father. She explained that this guy was the son of the very man he beat up. It was the son of the leader of the dungeon clearing group, Park Jun-tae. The hunter was very indignant and grabbed his head from the situation. The driver added that the problem was not only with this news. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked away cautiously. She noticed that various testimonies about past incidents were now surfacing in society, and the situation would most likely only get worse. She thought that Jun-woo should rest at home for now given all this news, since he had no plans at the moment, so she said that it would be a short vacation. The hunter bared his teeth, looking ahead with a bloodthirsty gaze. He turned to a girl named Lee, who was their director. He said that he hated people who got in his way the most. The protagonist looked at the director, who was calmly driving. She noted that she knew this very well. He immediately replied that in that case, she should quickly solve this problem, since if this continues, it will be the end of his reputation. Lee looked in the rearview mirror and saw an angry hunter. She replied that she would try to solve this problem. Jun-woo sighed and closed his eyes, saying that he was talking to a robot. He decided to change the subject and asked what the chairman of the association had said. They were sitting in different corners of the car. Lee was driving on the left and he was on the right in the back seat. She replied that there was nothing special to say because he was going to hire foreign hunters and maybe he was waiting for the situation here to calm down a bit. The protagonist thought it sounded funny because the chairman didn't say anything because he didn't want to deal with him. He wondered if the chairman would stop communicating with him at all. The protagonist imagined himself standing back to back with the chairman. He smirked about how he had earned a lot of money for him, and if the old man himself continued to behave like this, he wouldn't tolerate him either. The brunette held the steering wheel while Jun-woo crossed his arms in an offended manner. She asked him about that moment again, and he immediately replied that she looked like a robot. The hunter frowned ahead. Lee replied that nothing terrible would happen because despite public opinion, his rating would remain unchanged. He understood that it would be natural. Jun-woo was driving in the car with his arms crossed. When he saw all these things after the raid, he was so angry that he was shaking. He remembered punching the pipe out of anger when his comrades were discussing the news with concern. He was not going to let this matter go. He wanted to find that reporter, but the team members stopped him because they had forced him into the car and sent him to the association. He punched the wall out of anger. He calmed down a little, but his anger did not disappear completely. He remembered himself on the red carpet with a cheering crowd of fans in the background. They shouted that he was their savior and the best hunter. He was the youngest hunter in the country, first S and SSS rank, #1 in any ranking. He also received an offer from the International Hunter Association. He achieved results in an instant that took several years. He was very angry and looked ahead bloodthirstily, baring his teeth. It would be strange if he was not angry at the situation. He raised his lip and continued to grin. He did not understand how they dared to block his way. The protagonist opened one eye to look at the chairman. She asked him about why he was acting like that. The brown-haired girl was slightly surprised when Jun-woo was angry at the situation. He explained that the chairman was the first to interfere with him. Lee asked him about the reason for all this. A group of 4 cleaners stood in a dusty place. Lee explained that the protagonist had never liked cleaners, and this was the first time he had encountered them in person. The protagonist looked angrily out the car window. He replied that he knew nothing and did not remember anything. Their car was overtaking several trucks on the highway. He summed up that when they arrived at the association, they would need to find that very Jun-tae. The protagonist was about to cross his arms, still angry. He asked the director for his photo and explained that everything had to be quietly settled before a fuss arose. The light of the truck's headlights was shining brightly into the distance. She agreed to the hunter's request. Lee looked back at Jun-woo, who closed his eyes. He was sad that everyone had had enough of him, and there were a lot of idiots around him. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he frowned. A huge truck was approaching them, its headlights brightly blinding. They immediately froze and were very scared. In front of their car, a truck moved to the side and smoke was coming from it. There was a small distance between the cars. Jun-woo extended his hand with his skill and prevented a disaster. He received the skill time exceeded and activated it. Their car drove around the van with the help of a blue aura. The protagonist looked ahead from under his bangs in disappointment. He realized that if he was even a second late, he would paint the asphalt with his blood because this truck was not even going to stop. 2 other trucks were driving towards the van. The protagonist thought that the driver was drunk. The brunette leaned forward in front of the steering wheel in agitation. She did not know what was going on. Their car abruptly stopped on the side of the road. He noted that he was already in a bad mood, and then such an incident happened. He got out of the car and headed forward towards the truck, trying to understand what happened to the driver. Suddenly, the ground cracked near the protagonist's foot. A bunch of handcuffs came out of the ground and tried to grab Jun-woo. They started to cuff him and he got really angry. He frowned deeply and bared his teeth while looking at the hand. He realized that it was a super powerful device for detention because he couldn't move. The same truck with its headlights on was approaching from behind the hunter. He was really angry while the headlights blinded him. He clenched his fist tightly, trying to get out of the handcuffs. He couldn't use his skills in this situation. The truck crashed into the hunter's back at full speed. Blood splashed out of his mouth and he helplessly sobbed. Another truck was coming at him from in front, which was supposed to finish him off. The two trucks collided with each other and were supposed to crush the body. A powerful explosion occurred on the road from such a blow. Ash and fire flew into space from the explosion. The black silhouette of the protagonist stood at the very epicenter of the explosion. He stood with his head down right in the fire. He smirked and ironically joked that today was definitely a bad day for him. Jun-woo looked forward with his red eye bloodthirsty and smiled. He wondered who dared to attack him. A whole army of special forces aimed their guns at him and were going to shoot him. They started shooting at the protagonist from all sides while he was standing in the fire. He closed his eyes, from which black blood flowed. He realized that this was a well-planned attack and an ordinary hunter would not even be able to resist and would die on the spot. The hunter stood with lightsabers in front of two monsters. He had already participated in battles 1,000 times. A bunch of enraged monsters tried to pounce on the protagonist. He had fought in dungeons many times, being on the verge of life and death. The protagonist looked at the monsters furiously. He swung his blade and cut the monsters. He considered himself the strongest. His blade had deftly cut through many monsters. He knew that he would definitely not die from such a human attack. He remembered how he was kneeling with lightsabers. Now he was kneeling surrounded by armed fighters. He thought that he considered himself the strongest only until this moment. A gun was pointed at his face. He saw a gun with a blue light. A special forces soldier was pointing a gun with a blue light at him. It was a titanium, a super powerful weapon for clearing dungeons. He looked at the gun presented to his head ironically, bleeding. He replied that it was a little dangerous. This soldier shot the hunter in the head. A notification appeared that his lungs, heart, liver, brain and other organs had received fatal damage. A second notification calculated the probability of revival. His hair lay on the bloody ground. A notification appeared that the fact of death was confirmed. His lifeless and bloody body lay on the cold road. Suddenly, an air wave flared up near the bridge. His body fell into the blue space along with the stones. A notice that the conditions for acquiring a hidden skill were met as a result of death. His bloody hand was raised up. A card appeared in the space in front of his floating body. It was a hidden karma skill. A notice with a hidden karma skill, thanks to which he returned 10 years ago. It was a large coastal city with a sunset over it. His profession after returning would be determined depending on the karma of his past life. The man was holding a bag with the remains of a monster. The establishment of the profession was in progress. In front of his feet was a bag with the head and hand of a monster. The establishment of the profession was complete. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and looked forward. A group of cleaners were cleaning the room from the remains of monsters. The cleaners were trying to clean this place because there were 45 minutes left until the next dungeon. Someone ordered the protagonist to quickly move the corpses of monsters to the furnace. Notifications popped up. His profession was related to the Korean Association for Management of Other Dimensions, and he became a member of the dungeon cleaning team. Young Jun-woo looked up and sighed heavily, realizing his situation. He recalled his words from the situation when the barrel of a fighter was pointed at him. He remembered his ironic grin in front of the gun. The protagonist suddenly woke up on the bed. He sat up with an angry look, noting that he had a stupid dream. His hand was lying on the bedspread. He wondered how long he had slept because his whole body was numb. Jun-woo looked ahead from under his bangs, dumbfounded. He saw a destroyed room with garbage in front of him. He did not understand where he was. In the corner of the room stood two tied bags. The hunter realized that the pig pen looked better than this closet. The protagonist understood that this place couldn't be his apartment. A dirty, shabby toilet stood in the room. He understood that it was even a smaller toilet than the one in his house. He remembered the image of Director Lee, who looked upset. The protagonist noted that this couldn't be the brown-haired girl's house. He thought that even if the whole world collapsed, Lee would never take him to her home. The protagonist looked into another room through the wall. He tried to understand what kind of place this was. He frowned, looking ahead, trying to notice something. A notification popped up that the fact of death had been confirmed, and as a result of death, the conditions for acquiring a hidden skill had been met. The protagonist recalled the moment when his body was falling in space. The guy touched his head with displeasure on his face. He noticed that a confirmation of the fact of death was written. He did not understand what kind of nonsense was happening around him. He looked ahead, dumbfounded, at his reflection in the mirror. It was him 10 years ago, or to be more precise, Junwoo at 28 years old. He stared ahead in a daze, angrily wondering what was happening. He opened his mouth and was about to open the system. A card with a hidden karma skill appeared. The protagonist looked at this card in shock. It was a hidden skill, and its main condition for acquiring was death. Due to the effect of this skill, he returned 10 years ago and it is impossible to cancel this skill on his own. He fell back from shock, read the card. He realized that this was not a dream. He laughed sarcastically, realizing that he really died. Card, thanks to the skill effect, he received a new job. He bared his teeth and was very indignant. At 18, he became a hunter, and at 28, he reached the rank. At that time, he was ranked 22nd in the country and 525th in the world. 10 years ago, he was still a hunter. His past image, shrouded in aura, looked ahead attentively. He was a rising star, watched by the public with interest. His full silhouette stood on a pile of monster corpses. A card with his job as a dungeon cleaner popped out. He was perplexed by the fact that he, who was once a great hunter, was now a cleaner. The protagonist looked at the new conditions for removing this skill in a daze. He needed to take the position of the Secretary General of the International Association within 5 years. Upon achieving the goal, his skills would automatically unlock and he would return to life before death. If he failed, the hunter would disappear forever. His gaze caught on the condition of the removal about the position of the General Secretary. He realized that if he succeeded, he would return to his past life. He fell to the floor, leaning his hands on the floor. He realized with horror that if he failed, he would rot while cleaning. He tried to understand how something like this was possible. They were transported to the International Association of Supernatural Abilities. These were 2 tall buildings connected to each other. He imagined his image against the black silhouette of the head of the association and his fighters. He knew that this was an international organization that stood at the head of all associations in the world. The General Secretary in such a place had even more power than the President of the United States. In short, this was the position of the most influential person in the world. He realized that an SSS ranker was not able to even become a candidate. The protagonist looked ahead with confusion in his eyes, sitting on the floor. He tried to understand how he could take this position, especially in 5 years. He thought that it was impossible, because if you don't take into account that he himself didn't want it, then it was simply unrealistic. He started to stand up, leaning his hand on his knee. He angrily poked at the system screen. He decided to ignore this condition, realizing that it made no difference. Junwoo understood that he would be able to survive if he became the CEO. The protagonist looked ahead at the system screen warily. He understood that it would be more profitable for him to be a hunter. Junwoo thought that with his skills, he would be able to immediately rise to the SSS rank. He logged into the system and saw his closed skills. He was surprised by this news. He tensed up and smiled maliciously. He did not understand what kind of karma had befallen him. Suddenly, a notification with a new skill appeared in front of the protagonist. He immediately rejoiced and looked at what was happening with anticipation. He thought that one ordinary skill would be enough for him. A bright card with the passive skill Mysophobia, the effect of cleaning. The protagonist sharply bared his teeth and frowned from such a skill. He went into the room and the door opened. He plopped down on the bed, spreading his arms. He knew that he died, and when he woke up, he found himself in the past, and in an instant from an SSS rank hunter, he became a cleaner. He remembered his card with skills that were unavailable to him. He remembered that all his skills were sealed and all his achievements also disappeared. He sighed heavily and looked at the ceiling with displeasure. He tried to figure out what to do now, wondering if he really had to do cleaning. He closed his eyes indignantly, straining himself hard. He believed that he had pride as an SSS rank hunter and he did not want to be a cleaner. Junwoo remembered those very fighters who killed him. He was going to find out who the villains were who had destroyed him because he knew they were not ordinary soldiers. He imagined 3 fighters with a white flag. The protagonist thought that it could be a private guild. The protagonist imagined 3 other dark-haired fighters with a sword, thinking that they could also be people from the association. He had another option. Suddenly, an unknown caller called his phone. He put the phone to his ear and was about to talk. It was Jun T, who already knew him. The protagonist glanced warily to the side. Jun T on the other side asked him why he had not come to work. The protagonist was surprised by this phenomenon because he knew that there was no such person among his acquaintances. Jun T smiled maliciously, holding the phone to his ear. He told Junwoo that he was already an hour late. He thought that the guy was sick because last time he had encountered a difficult dungeon. The main character immediately jumped up with a frown. He remembered that he was now working as a dungeon cleaner. Jun T laughed into the phone while the other workers watched him with displeasure. Junwoo said into the phone that it was not easy last time and that today would not be so hard. Another dark-haired guy was surprised by this reason. He thought that this slacker did not come to work because he was having a hard time. The two guys discussed this moment while Jun-T talked to him on the phone. The cleaner said that he was not the first one to run away after the first day of work, so he wondered why Jun-T called him at all. The other dark-haired cleaner was indignant about this incident, because he understood that if Jun-Woo could not work here, then in that case he would at least call and warn. The main character tensed up, hearing the dissatisfied exclamations of his colleagues. They did not want further dialogue, because they knew that he would not come. The protagonist understood that no matter who he was now, he could not afford to be humiliated by some cleaners. He was indignant, realizing that he really died. He bit his finger and tensed up with anger. Jun-T looked at his indignant workmates with an offended, angry look. He told them to be quiet, explaining that there are different circumstances in life. The protagonist slightly opened his eyes, hearing the conversation of his colleagues. Jun-T told him that if Jun-Woo was having difficulties, he could take a rest today. He added that Jun-Woo should warn in advance next time or at least send a message. Jun-T looked at the phone in shock when Jun-Woo shouted into it. Jun-T said that the guy could have sent a message to this number and saved it under his name Jun-T. Jun-Woo tried to ask for his name again. The protagonist was shocked, while Jun-T laughed at what he heard. The head cleaner smirked that his name was not so easy to remember. The protagonist already knew this name. Jun-T smiled widely, holding the phone to his ear. The head cleaner concluded that the guy could rest that day and added that if he could, he should come next time. Jun-Woo briskly replied that he would come right now. The protagonist grabbed his jacket and headed for the exit. He said that he would come to work right now. A large bus was driving along the city road. The protagonist became slightly angry, imagining his clothes and car. At first, he was surprised that he did not find normal clothes at home, and was even more surprised when he left the house and did not find his supercar. He was sitting in the bus by the window. He still wanted to go by taxi, but his wallet was empty. He ironically joked that the once great hunter was riding on a bus. This really infuriated him. The protagonist, with an angry look, imagined his two images. He realized that he was living a completely different life now, which meant that the incident with beating Jun-T never happened. Jun-Woo understood that it had nothing to do with him now. The protagonist realized that if it was Jun-T who killed him in his past life, then that changed everything. The brown-haired man slightly narrowed his eyebrows. He considered his death very strange. The protagonist remembered getting out of the car after that accident. The guy understood that someone had staged the accident to attract his attention. The brown-haired man remembered his hands being handcuffed. Jun-Woo understood that a special device had been used on him so that he could not use his skills. The protagonist remembered how a gun was pointed at his head, and the last moment was that the gun that had shot him was not an ordinary one. The guy imagined a gun in a casing. He knew that it was a super powerful weapon for attacking monsters, titanium. Such a gun was considered first class among all types of firearms, and its price and quality were quite astonishing. The main character imagined Jun-T, who was smiling maliciously. Jun-Woo understood that some dungeon cleaner Jun-T would not have been able to handle such a task. However, he realized that Jun-T could very well hire someone to take revenge on him. Jun-Woo also imagined a malicious image of his son, who also did not like him. Brown-haired was riding on a bus with his arms crossed and an angry look. He smirked ironically that he had simply pushed Jun-T, and they had all already called it a beating. He looked ahead carefully from under his bangs. He now realized that he should have listened from the very beginning. Jun-T looked ahead at the main character with a frown. He asked the guy to cancel. Brown-haired looked attentively at the frightened cleaner. The main character did not yet understand who was in front of him. The man immediately said that he was from the dungeon cleaning team named Jun-T. The guy looked at the cleaner with disdain, realizing that he had never heard such a name. He asked Jun-T about what business he had with him. The head of the cleaners looked at his interlocutor with malice. He informed him that the guy had suggested to the management to reduce their department, but they were already short of people. He explained that the situation was difficult now, and if their staff was reduced, it would be even worse. The two of them were talking heatedly in the corridor near the panorama. Jun-Woo asked why Jun-T addressed him in particular. The cleaner looked into the eyes of the main character. Jun-Woo said that he simply assumed, because he had no authority, because such issues were decided by the management department, so he told them to address them. Jun-T explained that everyone knew that his influence was very great. He added that one word from him and the association would do anything, realizing that cutting their team would mean nothing to Jun-Woo. Jun-T grimaced and lowered his head. He still insisted that they should not have been cut, and he asked Jun-Woo to reconsider their decision. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and looked warily at the cleaner. He assumed that rumors would reach them that he was the one who proposed this reduction of workers. However, he did not think that they would approach him personally. The protagonist frowned forward. He understood that Jun-T's gaze said that they would not leave him alone. The cleaner glared at Jun-Woo with disdain. The brown-haired man looked forward from under his long bangs. He noted that people said that it was harmful for a lizard to shed its tail. The shadow from the window was cast on Jun-Woo and Jun-T while they were talking. The cleaner did not understand what they were talking about. The brown-haired man added that when the lizard was in danger, it would throw off its tail without any hesitation. He asked Jun-T why this was happening. The main character, with an enraged look, imagined a lizard without a tail. He explained that this way the beast would be able to survive. Jun-Woo noted that no matter how ineffective and disadvantageous this method was, this was the only way it could stay alive, calling this phenomenon a last resort. The cleaner stood with his back turned and a bald spot was visible on his head. He tried to understand the essence of what was happening. The brown-haired man, with a tense look, rose to the frightened Jun-T. He angrily explained that Jun-T was not a tail and he understood this perfectly well. He explained that every person considered himself a necessary creature in this world. The main character looked at the cleaner with disdain, approaching him. He asked the cleaner if he really thought about it in such a way. Jun-T looked at the guy with fear in his eyes. Jun-Woo explained that the association was currently experiencing financial difficulties and for this reason the management wanted to review the hunters' salaries. The cleaner wondered if they were going to fire them because of their own salaries. The protagonist looked at the cleaner angrily. He explained that the primary task of the association was to protect citizens from monsters and dungeons, and this was what the hunters did. The protagonist immediately turned around and was about to leave Jun-T. The guy asked if the hunters would work without receiving anything for their efforts. He wondered how they would be able to clear the dungeons in such conditions. He explained that this was why he had to resort to the last resort. The cleaner was indignant about this, asking the brown-haired guy if he had seen the limit. Jun-T was very angry and shouted towards the protagonist. Jun-Woo noted that the cleaners did not really do anything. Jun-T immediately said angrily that the guy didn't even know what their job was. The protagonist turned around with an angry look. He explained that they were just cleaning and that was it. He concluded that they could hire workers later, but now he told them to accept everything as a given. The hunter immediately turned around and walked away. The cleaner shouted that they also had their pride. He replied with a smirk that he didn't even doubt it, because it should have been done a few years ago. He added that he tolerated all this because of one colleague. His shoe stepped on the floor. The cleaner shouted a question about what Jun-Woo said was the most important thing for the association was to protect citizens. Jun-T fell to his knees and put his hands to his body. He informed that they were also citizens and begged the protagonist to reverse his decision. The protagonist approached Jun-T with a clenched fist. He noted that the cleaner got on his nerves. He thought he had explained everything clearly, but it turned out that it was not enough. The protagonist bowed down to the frightened Jun-T with a disdainful look. He stated that people like the cleaners should have been grateful. He explained that they did not fight monsters and did not risk their lives. He noted that they simply cleaned up after the hunters and received money for it. Jun-Woo added that they had to be content with what they had and did not understand where they had such high demands from. The head of the cleaners frowned when the protagonist called them parasites. Jun-T furiously grabbed the guy by the jacket. He asked him to repeat his words. The main character immediately threw the cleaner into the wall. The main character scratched his neck, looking at the cleaner. He understood what was going on. Jun-T was sitting against the wall, angry and covered in blood. Jun-Woo was indignant about this. The brown-haired man looked at the cleaner with an evil grin, holding a phone in his hands. He turned to Lee, telling him to deal with that janitor. He asked the director not to involve him in such matters. The protagonist got off the bus and stepped onto the road. A group of workers and rescuers surrounded the gate that had appeared. He knew that this was a yellow-level dungeon and it was considered dangerous. He remembered standing surrounded by a huge snake monster. He thought that the boss of this dungeon was probably Foxtrot Centipede. At the age of 28, he participated in that raid. The protagonist looked ahead warily, his hands in his pockets. He realized that he really went back 10 years in the past. Jun-T shouted from the side the name of the protagonist he noticed. He finally met the person who did this to him. He looked away with disdain. Jun-T broke into a wide smile. He happily greeted Jun-Woo, waiting for him to come. It was Jun-T the janitor. The man smiled widely, closing his eyes. He turned to Jun-Woo, asking him why he came. Jun-Woo pursed his lips in displeasure. He thought that he had finally met the one who had done this to him. Jun-Woo looked at the man with an unkind gaze. He thought that the man was the dungeon cleaner Jun-T. Jun-T put his hands on his hips, looking at the hunter with a happy smile. He asked him what he was staring at. The hunter thought that Jun-T was an ordinary man in his 50s, wearing cheap work clothes, and he looked exactly like he did in his memories. The hunter looked at the cleaner with narrowed eyes, coming closer to him. The protagonist thought that the cleaner did not look like someone who would kill a person. Jun-T asked the protagonist if he had breakfast. Jun-T patted the protagonist on the back, standing in front of his colleagues. Jun-T told the guys that he had said earlier that Jun-Woo would come, and he seemed like a conscientious guy from the start. The brunette looked at the protagonist with annoyance, raising one eyebrow. Sang Hyuk, Dungeon Cleaning Department number 3. Sang Hyuk said that it was immediately obvious that the protagonist wanted to skip work, but it didn't work out, so he came. The brown-haired guy looked at the protagonist with an unhappy look, frowning. HWI Jang, Dungeon Cleaning Department number 3. HWI Jang asked Jun-T how conscientious he was, noting that last time he said that he couldn't do it anymore and didn't do anything. The girl looked at Jun-T with a wary look. Soyeon, Dungeon Cleaning Department number 3. Soyeon told Jun-T that 4 was enough, asking him why he kept trying to get someone else. The janitor approached his colleagues, who were looking at the protagonist with displeasure. Jun-T told the guys to stop, and since they were all here, it was time to get to work. Jun-T asked Sang Hyuk how much time was left. Sang Hyuk said that they had 45 minutes. The guys turned their attention to the golden glow. Jun-T noted that there was so little time, to which Sang Hyuk replied that it was all because Jun-Woo was an hour late. Jun-Woo thought that they were all annoying him. The janitor turned to the guys, putting his hands at his sides. He said that there was nothing to be done, and they needed to hurry before they were reprimanded again. Jun-T approached the protagonist, placing a gas mask in his hands. Jun-T told the protagonist to take this, and most likely, this size would fit him. The hunter looked at the gas mask with bewilderment. Jun-T raised an eyebrow, looking at the hunter with a puzzled expression. He asked Jun-Woo what was wrong with him, and that he had some kind of problem. Jun-Woo said that it was not a problem. The hunter raised an eyebrow, looking at the cleaner with a puzzled expression. He asked Jun-T what exactly the dungeon cleaning team did. White clouds floated above the high-rise building, and an orange sunset could be seen. The Korean Association for Management of Other Dimensions. Jun-Woo noted that the association was divided into 4 departments. A distribution chart of the Korean Association for the Management of Other Dimensions appeared. Into the Management Department, the Hunter Support Department, the Operations Department, and the Dungeon Cleaning Department. There were people in the office doing their jobs. The protagonist thought that the Management Department was monitoring the dungeons and collecting information. The workers were in the room with the capsules. The hunter added that the manufacturing, supply of weapons and items, and support for general activities were provided by the Hunter Support Department. People in black suits stood near the dead bodies of monsters. The protagonist thought that the hunters from the Operations Department were attacking the monsters in the dungeons. Guys in gas masks were following Jun-T while in the dungeon. Jun-T asked HWI Jang if he was processing, to which HWI Jang replied that he was processing, but the passage was too wide, noting that he thought the drug would not be enough. Jun-T told HWI Jang to spray more and that would be enough. Jun-T told Sang Hyuk to check the location of the boss room. Jun-T told Soyeon to check the gas readings inside the dungeon. Jun-T added that the boss was very big that time, and cleaning it would take a little longer, so they should hurry. The protagonist squinted at the guys' backs. Jun-Woo thought, what else? He doesn't know what the dungeon cleaning department does. The hunter thought that the guys were pretending to be busy. The hunter abruptly turned around, walking away from the guys. Jun-T looked at the protagonist in shock, who turned around. The cleaner asked the hunter where he was going, noting that you can't go alone in a circle-type dungeon as it is dangerous. The protagonist frowned, squinting at the cleaner. The hunter told the man that he himself said that they were going to the boss room, to which the man replied that he was asking the same thing and that he just needed to follow him since the boss's room was on the other side. The protagonist pointed his finger towards the passage where the railway led. Jun-Woo asked Jun-T what he was talking about since the room was over there. Sang Hyuk put his hand to his head, looking at the protagonist with confusion. He asked Jun-T what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Soyeon raised her eyebrows and looked at the hunter with concern. The girl told the protagonist that if he didn't want to work, then he should just say so. HWI Jang said that they didn't have time anyway, asking what again. The protagonist put his hands in his pants pockets, looking at the guys. HWI Jang told the guys to ignore him, suggesting that they go where they were going. Sang Hyuk walked up to the hunter, pressing a piece of paper to his chest. He told Jun-Woo that this was a map given to him by the management department and to check for himself where the boss room was. The protagonist looked at the map where the room was marked with a red mark. The protagonist thought that after clearing the dungeon with the help of the hunters who participated in the raid, a map is made. Sang Hyuk stared at the protagonist with his brows furrowed. Jun-Woo thought that there could be no mistakes in the map made by the management department. The protagonist threw the map away with his back to Sang Hyuk. He said that the map was wrong and they went that way, noting that he didn't think the management department could make a mistake, asking how they even worked. Sang Hyuk looked at the protagonist with a crazy look, while Jun-T was at a loss. Sang Hyuk said that one would go crazy asking the boss that Jun-Woo was out of his mind. The boss asked Jun-Woo why he was so sure about that. The hunter glanced sideways at the boss. He said that it made no difference since he had cleared that dungeon, and then suddenly fell silent. The boss frowned, looking intently at the hunter. He asked about the cleared dungeon. The protagonist stood motionless, thinking that even if he told them, they would not believe him. The protagonist closed his eyes and headed towards the guys. He said that it was nothing special and suggested that they continue on their way. The guys glanced sideways at the protagonist, who was walking next to Jun-T. The hunter looked straight ahead, while Jun-T looked up. The hunter asked Jun-T what 45 minutes left meant. Jun-T said that it was the time until the dungeon closed, asking him if he had heard of such a thing. The protagonist continued to look straight ahead. He thought he understood what he was talking about. The protagonist recalled how he exited the dungeon with his team. Jun-Woo noted that all dungeons disappear naturally after clearing, and this time is usually 2 hours after the end of the raid. Jun-Woo added that he never thought about it since the hunters always exited immediately, but for the cleaning team, this time is of great importance. Jun-T closed his eyes while the hunter turned his gaze to him. The protagonist asked the chief that this dungeon will disappear anyway, so why clean it? The chief said that he apparently did not know. The chief opened his eyes, looking at the protagonist. He said that a cleared dungeon does not disappear, but goes to a rest area until a monster appears there again. Jun-T looked at the protagonist, continuing to follow the designated path. Jun-Woo told the chief that he knew this. Jun-T told Jun-Woo that he would be able to quickly figure out what would happen if the dungeon reopened and there was a pile of corpses. The hunter said that he didn't think it mattered much. The chief closed his eyes, turning his head away from the hunter. He said that firstly, it would make it harder for the hunters to find their way. Jun-T imagined the hunters and the green smoke that made the hunter grab his throat. The chief said that the gas that was released when monsters decomposed was very dangerous, and if there were a lot of corpses, it would limit the hunter's actions, which would affect the monster's attacks and clearing. The protagonist looked forward with a serious look. He agreed with Jun-T. The chief opened his eyes slightly, sparkling with pride. He said that to put it simply, they helped the hunters focus on the raid and clear the dungeons calmly, and they should be proud of their work. The chief closed his eyes and put his hands at his sides. He said that without them, there would be no hunters. The protagonist thought, what nonsense. Soyeon was holding a sprayer in her hand, while Sang-hyuk was looking at the map. The boss said that their team's main duty was to clean up monster corpses and debris inside the dungeon, and they were also checking to see if there were any hunters left. Jun-T added that if that happened, they could save them, although that had never happened before. The protagonist walked down the hallway with a puzzled look. He thought about how the cleaners could save the hunters, noting that he had never heard of such a thing in his life. The protagonist thought that he still couldn't say that the cleaners were just chilling. The cleaning team approached a large wooden door. Sang-hyuk said that they were there, and according to the map, this was the boss's room. Sang-hyuk clenched his hand into a fist, touching the door. He took off the gas mask from his face, looking ahead in shock. He didn't understand what it was. The door disappeared in front of the boys, behind which was an empty wall. Sang-hyuk said that this is not what they need. Sang-hyuk glanced behind him, while the boys looked at the wall in confusion. Jun-Woo said that the boss's room is not there. HWI Jang asked what it was, noting that it was true. Sang-hyuk asked how this happened. The boys crowded around, while the hunters stood nearby, looking at them. Sang-hyuk asked the boss what they were going to do. HWI Jang said that since this happened, he asked the boss if he could leave there, adding that they would consider it not their day. Jun-T asked the boys how many minutes were left. The boys looked at each other in a circle with serious looks. Sang-hyuk said that they had 22 minutes. The boss said that he thought that was enough, asking them how they counted. Sang-hyuk looked at Jun-T with a smile while the other guys looked at him with a serious look. Sang-hyuk said that it was better than nothing. HWI Jang agreed with Sang-hyuk. Soyeon added that it meant it was unanimous and it was better to go back right away. The protagonist looked at the guys with a wary look, spreading his arms out to the sides. He asked them if what was enough. The boss smiled widely while looking at the protagonist. Jun-T told Jun-Woo that there was enough time to work, adding that they had to finish what they were doing. Jun-Woo noted that she said there were 22 minutes left, asking Jun-T what they would do if the dungeon closed. The protagonist looked at the boss with apprehension, who laughed at him. Jun-Woo said that there was at least a week until the next opening, and at most a year. The boss closed his eyes, beaming with joy. He said that it meant sitting in a dungeon. Jun-Woo thought that being locked in a dungeon for a whole year, in other words, was signing up for death. The hunter bared his teeth, frowning in displeasure. The protagonist told the guys that they were all just crazy, risking their lives because of some job as a cleaner. The protagonist grinned at his boss in irritation. Jun-T asked Jun-Woo what was wrong with him, noting that this was their job. Jun-T told the guys that they needed to hurry. The protagonist stood with his back to his colleagues, baring his teeth. Sang-hyuk told Jun-Woo that if he didn't like it, he could go out first, noting that he didn't really count on him. HWI Jang said that so be it, and they would go without him, especially since it seemed like this was his first time in a dungeon, adding that he didn't want to work anyway. The protagonist turned his head to the side as Soyeon appeared in front of him. Soyeon looked at the protagonist with displeasure, pursing her lips. Jun-woo was left standing alone in the dungeon. He remembered the moments when he was a hunter and cleared dungeons with an enraged face. Jun-woo thought that he had 15 years of experience as a hunter, and during that time he had never failed a raid, and as a result, he was the first in the world to achieve SSS rank and took first place in the world rankings. The hunter thought that no one had ever found fault with the dungeons he cleared, adding that he was like that before, and now he was not taken seriously, and even by some cleaners. The protagonist smiled madly. The guys suddenly stopped, looking at the protagonist. Jun-woo told the guys that there was a small passage in that room. Sang Hyuk frowned and looked at him with narrowed eyes. He said that Jun-woo was up to his old tricks again. Sang Hyuk widened his eyes, looking at the hunter. Jun-woo told Sang Hyuk to shut up and listen. The protagonist looked at the guys with an angry look. He said that from there to the boss room is about 500 meters, and along that passage they will get there in 8 minutes, and if they run, then in 5. The guys looked at the protagonist with a puzzled look, who headed towards the passage. Jun-woo said that now he will go ahead, and if they do not like it, then they can leave the dungeon. Jun-tae asked the protagonist to wait. The passage to the boss room was full of dirt and dust. The guys ran along the passage. The protagonist stopped at the stone gate. The hunter looked at the room with a serious look. The guys behind the protagonist looked at the entrance to the boss room in shock. In the room was a red huge monster with blades sticking out of its head. Jun-woo thought that it was Foxtrot Centipede, the boss, a monster whose body is about 10 meters long. Sang Hyuk opened his mouth, looking at the huge monster. He noted that this is really the boss room. The room was littered with debris and looked battered. The protagonist thought that there had been a heated battle based on the state of the room, noting that there was a team of 20 people and at least 5 and 6 dead. The protagonist noticed a sword piercing the centipede's head, bleeding out. He thought that they had finally found its weak point, noting that it was the bridge of its nose and the hollow just above its huge chin. The protagonist stood near the monster's head while Sang Hyuk walked towards him. Sang Hyuk said that there was no time and that they needed to quickly start cleaning up. The protagonist extended his hand, blocking Sang Hyuk's passage. Sang Hyuk asked the protagonist what he was doing, telling him that there was no time. Sang Hyuk added, asking the protagonist that he would constantly nitpick them now that they had picked the wrong boss room. The monster's eyes glowed red. The centipede rose from the floor, opening its mouth wide. The boys looked at the monster in horror, baring their teeth. The boys did not understand how this was possible because it was supposed to be destroyed. The protagonist squinted at the centipede, frowning. Jun-woo thought that this was already a problem. The huge centipede looked at the boys with a furious look. The protagonist frowned, looking warily at the monster. He thought that it was a complete headache, and without skills it would be difficult for him to attack it. The centipede suddenly fell to the ground. The boys looked at the monster with wary looks. The protagonist thought that it was just convulsions after death, noting that the workers from the operations department did not even check everything properly. HWI Jang said that he was very scared. The centipede lay motionless on the floor. HWI Jang took out a knife while the protagonist looked at him sideways. HWI Jang asked the protagonist that it was the first time he saw the boss, telling him to move away. The protagonist widened his eyes, looking at HWI Jang with annoyance. HWI Jang told the protagonist that he was in a stupor, and if he couldn't touch the monster, he should move away. The protagonist grinned angrily at HWI Jang, frowning. He thought about what that scoundrel said about him. Jun-woo snatched the knife from the janitor's hands in displeasure. The hunter said that he was speechless, and for HWI Jang to give him the knife. The hunter walked towards the monster, holding the knife, while the others watched. The janitor asked the hunter what he was doing all of a sudden. The protagonist put his foot on the monster, holding the knife, looking to the side. Jun-woo told the guys that it needed to be cut up, and if they used the knife incorrectly, they could dislocate their wrists. The protagonist lowered the knife, making a cut on the monster's body. He told his colleagues that as they could see, it was necessary to make cuts between sections 3, 6, and 12, adding that there was no point in wasting effort on other sections, as it would not be needed. The protagonist looked at the monster's body with a serious expression. He said that its nerves were still alive, and they should not pay attention if it began to twitch. The guys looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, baring their teeth. The protagonist looked at the guys who were numb with shock. Jun-woo asked his colleagues why they were standing there, and that they would continue to watch. Jun-tae said that of course not, and suggested that the guys get to work. The protagonist irritably told the guys that the monster was slightly askew, and that it needed to be lifted, asking them that this was how they cut. Jun-woo added that they should not touch the tail, as its poison had killed many a hunter. The boys thought sadly that Jun-woo was too grumpy. The protagonist pointed his finger at his colleagues with displeasure. He told them not to step on the blood, although it was not poisonous, it was very sticky. Sang Hyuk looked at his superior with annoyance. He asked Jun-T that he showed him the files of the management department because he wanted to help the newbie. Jun-T said that he did not do such a thing. Sang Hayek widened his eyes in bewilderment while Jun-Woo cut up the monster. Sang Hayek told the superior not to lie, asking him how a newbie could know such things. The superior pointed out that even if he showed him, there was no such information in those files. The protagonist, covered in mud, looked at the centipede. Sang Hayek asked the superior, then how did he know all this? To which Jun-T replied that he had no idea. The hunter stared at the centipede. Behind the protagonist, a system notification popped up about the activation of the passive skill Mysophobia. A bloody knife lay on the dirty floor. Bags of meat lay in front of the monster's skeleton. The guys said that they had finished cutting up the carcass. The protagonist wiped his forehead, looking happy. Suddenly, the protagonist was in shock from the realization. He did not understand why he felt such satisfaction. The protagonist's colleagues stared at him. The boss happily asked Jun-Woo that this was definitely his first time doing this job. Sang Hayek discontentedly said that he did his part, to which Soyeon replied that he almost did everything himself. The protagonist pursed his lips, looking at the guys. He thought that he had a strange feeling from cleaning. HWI Jang said that a real rising star had come to them, adding that he was Sang Hayek's competitor. Sang Hayek told HWI Jang to stop making fun of him. Sang Hayek looked at his watch, checking the time. He said that it was time to leave since there were 5 minutes left. The boss said that was enough and they all did a great job. The boys, after working hard, headed towards the exit of the dungeon. The boss smiled slightly while Jun-Woo walked behind. The boss told Ju that everything was resolved quite easily thanks to him. The protagonist stepped in the black blood of the monster. The hunter thought that there must have been a hole in the bag, that's why the blood started flowing. Soyeon looked straight ahead worriedly. Sang Hayek told Jun-Woo that he himself told them to be careful, and then he stepped in it. Soyeon told the boss that the protagonist couldn't move. The protagonist closed his eyes and turned his head to the side. He told the guys why they were exaggerating so much, noting that he was fine, asking them to move away. The hunter remembered the dead centipede. He thought that the blood of this monster was extremely sticky, and when he was a hunter, even he could not handle it. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him. He thought that, however, it was losing the effect of the high temperature and he could easily get out. The protagonist's hand glowed brightly, causing red lightning to appear. System notification, fire flower skill activation. The guys watched as the protagonist was unable to use the skill and it went out. System notification, skill cannot be used, this skill is sealed. The protagonist looked at the floor in bewilderment, his eyes wide. He said that this was lousy. The boss looked straight ahead with concern. He asked HWI Jang if he brought a rope with him. The boss told HWI Jang to tie it up quickly and the others grabbed him from behind. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides while HWI Jang tied the rope around him. HWI Jang said that he tied it up. The guys grabbed the rope, pulling the protagonist towards themselves. Jun-T told the guys to pull as hard as they could. The protagonist continued to stand motionless in a pool of blood. He looked at the guys who were trying to pull him out in confusion. The cleaner said that he didn't even move. The boss asked what was wrong with the restriction. The protagonist was glued to the floor. Sang Hayek said that there was 1 minute left and then 55 seconds. The boss told them to pull again. The protagonist didn't understand what was going on. The guys looked at the protagonist with concern, their eyes wide. The boss told Jun-Woo that they were failing and that he should quickly take off his suit. Soyeon said that the concentration of gas is too high and it is dangerous. The boss looked at Soyeon furiously, frowning. He asked the girl that she wants to stay there. Jun-Woo widened his eyes, watching his colleagues. He did not understand what they were talking about. After all, he was the one who could not move, and why the boss said that they would all stay there. Jun-Woo stood in front of the guys in a daze while they held the rope. Jun-Woo thought that the lizard was tearing off its tail in order to survive, not understanding why in such a situation they did not abandon it. The boss opened his mouth wide, baring his teeth. He shouted at the protagonist how much he was worth and to take off his clothes quickly, adding that he should pull himself together. The hunter began to take off his overalls, looking at the guys. He thought that their intelligence was lower than that of the lizard. Sang Hayek looked at the back of the boss in shock. Jun-T told the boys that this won't do and they should go outside. Sang Hayek asked Jun-T what about him. Sang Hayek pressed his hand to his chest, looking at Jun-T confidently. The boss said that they should survive. To which Sang Hayek replied that it would be better if it was him. The boss stood there with a serious face. He told the boys that this was an order and they should leave quickly. Sang Hayek looked at the boss with a worried expression, his brows furrowed. He turned towards the exit, looking wary. The cleaner told the boss that there were 10 seconds left. The boss moved towards the protagonist while the boys ran towards the exit. A time appeared, showing a countdown from 10. The boss began to help the protagonist take off his clothes. The boss began to take off his clothes while Jun-Woo watched him. The boss gave his suit to the protagonist and they headed towards the exit. The protagonist's dirty suit remained in a pool of blood. The cleaners stood near the dungeon, waiting for the boys. The boys were scared, from which they opened their mouths. The boss grabbed the protagonist, striving for the exit. The protagonist extended his hand to the bright light. He widened his eyes, looking with hope at the passage. The entrance to the dungeon closed, leaving behind a golden light. The boys looked worriedly at the exit from the dungeon. The boss together with the protagonist got out. The boys ran to their boss with happy faces. Jun-T closed his eyes and smiled happily. The protagonist was lying on the ground, dumbfoundedly looking at the sky. He did not understand what was going on, because he almost died recently. The protagonist opened his mouth in bewilderment. He noted that there was no monster in the dungeon while he was cleaning. The boss extended his hand to the protagonist. He asked him if he was okay. Jun-Woo replied that he was fine. The boss said that the concentration of the gas was less than they thought, noting that it was a relief. The protagonist looked at the smiling Jun-T with annoyance. The boss told the hunter that this was his first dungeon and that he had to sweat a lot, adding that they would consider this training. Jun-Woo wondered what kind of training he was talking about, since he almost died. The protagonist frowned, looking at the boss with bewilderment. The hunter asked Jun-T what he said, that this was his first dungeon. Jun-T replied that this was just the beginning. The boss happily held out his palm, showing the number 5 with his fingers. Jun-Woo asked Jun-T how much was left. The protagonist felt as if lightning had struck him, causing him to freeze. Jun-Woo imagined himself surrounded by his colleagues under the distribution system. It was the diagram of the Korean Other Dimensional Management Association, which included the management department, the hunter support department, and the operations department. He thought that in Seoul alone, there were 8 dungeon clearing operations teams, and 96 across the country. And if you add in the freelancers who are not in the association, there would be about 11,300 hunters in Korea. The protagonist introduced the boss under the system sign. This was the dungeon cleaning department. Jun-Woo noted that there were only 5 cleaning teams, and that was 25 people. The protagonist imagined the dead bodies of monsters on the floor. He thought that each team had to clean an average of 3 dungeons a day, and if they were unlucky, they could clean 5. The protagonist opened his mouth, and it seemed like his spirit was coming out of it. Jun-Woo thought that he was also unlucky that day. Night fell over the city. Jun-T said that although they were having a bad day, he would throw a corporate party later. One of the guys asked the boss if he was really treating them on this day too. The hunter had his back to the guys, who were talking among themselves. Jun-T told the guys that bosses usually pay for corporate events. HWI Jang told Jun-T that if he paid every time, he himself would soon have nothing to live on. Soyeon said that the difference in salary was small, offering to chip in that day. Jun-T said that he did not want to lose face. The boss turned to the protagonist, smiling widely. He asked the hunter if he would go with them, since he had worked the hardest. The hunter looked at the satisfied boss. Jun-T asked Jun-Woo what he wanted for dinner. HWI Jang told the protagonist to decide quickly, since he was already tired of standing. The boss asked Jun-Woo why he was standing there. The protagonist looked at the boss with a serious face. He told him that he would not go. The boys looked at the hunter with surprise and their mouths open. Jun-Woo continued to stare at the boys. He thought that there was no point in him starting any kind of communication with those people. The boss crossed his arms and smiled. He told Jun-Woo not to worry, since office parties are optional. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, looking a little confused. He said that it was not about that. The protagonist turned his back to the boss and began to leave. Jun-Woo told Jun-T to forget what he said. The protagonist lowered his hand, removing it from his head. Jun-T told Jun-Woo that he did a good job. The boys looked at the protagonist with smiles. Soyeon told Jun-Woo that they would see each other the next day. Sang Hyuk said goodbye to the protagonist. The protagonist turned his head away, pursing his lips. The dark night sky stretched above the city. The hunter lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. He thought that in his past life, it wasn't his boss who killed him, because he wasn't so cruel as to kill out of resentment. The protagonist put his hands behind his head, frowning. He wondered who else had a grudge against him. The protagonist imagined 3 people. He thought about the youngest in the team, Kwan-mo, whom he constantly scolded. The protagonist noted Yujin, with whom they broke up and almost killed each other. The protagonist remembered Dong Hwi from the management department, whom he constantly drove like a flunky and didn't accept into his team. The protagonist grinned in irritation, frowning. He didn't understand why there were so many of them. The protagonist was lying on a bed surrounded by a mountain of garbage. Jun-Woo asked what difference it made now, because the one who killed him probably didn't even know him in this life. The protagonist looked at the ceiling with a rude look. He thought that if he wanted to take proper revenge, he would have to get rid of karma and return to his past life. The protagonist recalled the system notification about karma. Jun-Woo thought that in order to do this, he would have to take the position of Secretary General of the International Association of Supernatural Abilities within 5 years. The protagonist grinned with displeasure, frowning. He said that if he had skills, he could also become a hunter or find a way to join the management department. The protagonist abruptly got out of bed, opening the system window. The protagonist's eyes widened, looking at the system in surprise. He thought that he had not checked properly in the morning that there were conditions for opening skills. A card appeared with a description of opening skills. The skills were Fallen Angel, Boundary Breakthrough, Omnipotence, Scroll, and Demon King. The protagonist studied the system window with skills. He said that in this case, there was no need to work as a cleaner and he should check what the conditions were. The protagonist read the conditions, saying that the annual salary of a dungeon cleaning department employee must be at least 60 million won. Junwoo added that the competition for a position in the dungeon cleaning department was at least 30 to 1. The protagonist read about the dungeon cleaning department and then fell silent. The hunter looked at the system furiously, baring his teeth. He asked if it was too much, noting that all the conditions were related to this department. The hunter clutched a plastic bottle in his hand. The protagonist threw the bottle towards the TV. He asked that they wanted him to bury himself alive in that cleaning department. Junwoo sat on the bed, spreading his arms out to the sides. The crumpled plastic bottle lay on the floor. The protagonist bared his teeth, and his eyes glowed blue. System alert, passive skill activated, Mysophobia. Junwoo immediately began to clean his dirty room. He wondered why the room was so dirty, and did he never clean in his past life. The hunter noted that everything in there had simply rotted away. The protagonist looked irritated until a system window appeared behind him. Junwoo said that it was stressing him out and that he couldn't even rest properly, and it was getting on his nerves. System notification: the first condition for opening has been met, go to work once. A system window appeared. The hyper-acceleration skill has been unlocked. The man was sleeping on his shoulder, drooling. The protagonist thought that it had been a week since he had been riding a crowded bus every morning. The protagonist was riding a bus, sitting by the window. He thought that it had also been a week since he started working as a dungeon cleaner. The protagonist looked away. He thought that during that time he had managed to clean 25 dungeons. The protagonist remembered himself when he was cutting up a monster. He thought that he had used 6 canisters of the drug, 10 liters each, cut up 30 monsters, and unlocked the skills. System window: the hyper-acceleration skill has been unlocked. During battle, the user's movement speed increases sharply. A system window appeared. The first condition for opening the skill has been met, go to work once. Junwoo thought that it was because of this strange condition that he was able to unlock the skill. The protagonist recalled himself with a blue sword. He thought that it was a very effective movement skill, but only when used together with an attack skill. The protagonist imagined himself in a cleaner's suit with a mop. He thought that because of that stupid condition, he couldn't use it while cleaning. The protagonist grinned in annoyance, frowning. He thought that at least this was better than nothing. The protagonist recalled the system window with the conditions for unlocking skills. He thought that in reality, he wouldn't be able to raise his annual salary to 60 million or make this profession the most popular. The protagonist looked out the window at the people passing by. Junwoo sighed heavily, crossing his arms over his chest. He noted that the work of dungeon cleaners is considered a dangerous occupation. The protagonist recalled the conditions for unlocking skills with a serious face. The skills are Circular Counter and Fire Flower. He thought that of course, there were relatively simple conditions for opening, although they were a bit abstract. The sun was shining brightly above the high-rise building. He thought that the simplest thing was to increase the association's interest in the dungeon cleaning department. The protagonist imagined himself giving a presentation to the workers. He thought that if he, a former SSS-Rank hunter, used the information about cleaning accumulated over 10 years, he would quickly be able to increase the association's interest. The protagonist imagined the wary faces of the workers. Junwoo thought that naturally, they would not immediately listen to the words of a janitor. The protagonist imagined himself surrounded by his colleagues. The hunter thought that he first needed to make acquaintances with those who would be on his team in the future and gain their trust. The hunter closed his eyes and frowned. Junwoo thought that there were more than 10,000 hunters, and how could he meet them? The protagonist imagined himself as a janitor surrounded by strangers. He thought that at this rate, he would have to clean for the rest of his life. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly, looking away. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, waking up the man. The bus was driving along the roadway. Junwoo shouted that it had passed. The man asked him to be quieter. A purple glow emanated from the entrance to the dungeon. The protagonist asked the guys why there were only 2 of them, and that the rest were late. Sang Hayek looked at the protagonist with displeasure, his mouth slightly open. He asked Junwoo if he was the boss, noting that Jun-T had gone to get the missing drugs. Soyeon added that HWI Jang would not be coming for personal reasons. The protagonist looked at Sang Hayek with a serious face. He said that 10 minutes had already passed, asking Sang Hayek why he had just gone to buy. Sang Hayek noted that 10 minutes had indeed passed, asking why he had just come. Junwoo said that he had passed his stop. Sang Hyuk smiled widely, showing his teeth. He handed the can to Jun-woo, looking at him with a smile. The cleaner said that he had bought coffee and he could drink it while they were waiting. The protagonist looked at Sang Hyuk, remembering their first meeting. He thought that compared to the first day, Sang Hyuk's attitude towards him had become almost angelic, and it seemed that Sang Hyuk did not expect that he would not skip work even once for a week. The protagonist slightly walked forward. He asked the guys what to wait for since they could come in themselves. Sang Hyuk brought the can of coffee to his mouth while Jun-woo looked at him. The brunette said that they were not finished there yet. Jun-woo asked what exactly. The guys were standing next to a sparkling gate. The brunette noted that they were clearing the dungeon, adding that it was still going on. The protagonist stared intently at the sparkling dungeon. A bright blue light emanated from the dungeon. Jun-woo thought that he hadn't cleared anything there yet, but it was a blue dungeon, average level at most. A city was visible through the dungeon gate. Jun-woo thought that it wasn't that difficult, that the hunters would exceed the clearing time, not understanding why they were digging there. Soyeon looked at the displeased hunter in confusion. Jun-woo simply called them pathetic. The hunter glanced sideways at the dungeon, pursing his lips. He thought that he couldn't go in there to help them either, and they would probably come out soon. This was a mistaken assumption. The cat was sitting on the stairs, washing itself with its paw. The protagonist twisted his face in rage, baring his teeth. After 30 minutes, the protagonist was seething with rage, looking at the entrance with displeasure. He asked what kind of bastards were digging there for so long and delaying them. Soyeon said that they were already leaving. The blade of the sword rested on the ground. Exhausted hunters came out of the dungeon. The protagonist said that it was obvious that they were D rank at most, noting that they were so depressed because of some blue dungeon. Soyeon stopped the enraged protagonist. Jun-woo asked why they were even paid a salary. Soyeon told the hunter that they could hear. Long black hair appeared from the gate. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He thought about who came out of the dungeon. A beautiful girl with black hair appeared at the exit. The protagonist thought that she had a familiar face. The girl looked straight ahead with a serious look. Jun-woo thought that her long black hair and fair skin was Min-ju. The protagonist remembered how Min-ju stood next to him. He thought that at one time, she was in the team under his command. The protagonist looked at the girl who appeared in surprise. He did not understand what she was doing here. Min-ju looked ahead warily. The brunette walked up to the angry protagonist and tensed up. She asked him what business he had with her. Jun-woo answered her with slight irritation that he had no business. He immediately bared his teeth and became very angry. He did not understand why he met her. The brunette walked forward to the fenced area. He racked his brains over how he could meet his former team. The protagonist understood that she was an exception. Jun-woo was very angry in the past when Min-ju walked towards him. The brunette hated him for no reason. Min-ju scowled and yelled at the hunter. He remembered when he suggested that she quit due to an injury, she covered him with unflattering curses. He grabbed his head and got angry when she swore. She had no idea that all this was for her own sake. Now the protagonist was standing by the wall when the brunette walked past him. He knew that she was a proud girl with a high opinion of herself. However, he knew that it did not affect her abilities. Soyeon looked worriedly at the protagonist, who noticed her. She looked at the protagonist with trepidation. The girl asked him if he knew the huntress. She noticed that he was looking at her very intently. The guy looked up, saying that he did not know her, she just looked like his friend. Soyeon smiled slightly, looking away. She noticed his displeased face. Soyeon laughed when the protagonist was very angry at the situation. She thought that the brunette was his ex-lover. He bared his teeth when Soyeon did not stop laughing. He did not understand what kind of nonsense she was saying. The brown-haired girl apologized and said that it was a joke. Jun-tae asked from the side if everyone was gathered. Jun-tae approached his colleagues. Jun-tae asked what had happened while he was gone. The protagonist responded sharply that nothing had happened. Sang Hyuk glared at the angry Jun-woo. He sarcastically joked that Jun-woo had just seen his ex-lover. The protagonist told Sang Hyuk to shut up. The protagonist glared at his colleagues and told them to get to work. They were transported to a blue dungeon in the form of a building. It was literally a dungeon inside a building. A group of cleaners stood in a destroyed room with the remains of monsters. Jun-tae asked the protagonist if he had read about this dungeon in advance. The guy replied that he had not read it, and he only knew that the boss looked like a human. The brown-haired man carefully looked at his colleagues, who were chatting heatedly with each other. Last week, the guys constantly asked him about monsters because he knew a lot about them. It sounded ridiculous to him, but it seemed like no one knew anything about him until now. It was an abandoned room with a lot of remains and dried blood. One of the cleaners said that this dungeon was in a building, so some of them might not have noticed some items. They knew that they needed to check all the corners well, especially under the stairs where the blood accumulated. The protagonist and Jun-tae walked forward with a worried look. Jun-tae asked the protagonist to go with him to the boss's lair. It was a huge, high-rise, ruined building. Jun-T covered his face with his hand when Jun-Woo looked forward from under his bags. The head of the cleaners explained that he really didn't like humanoid monsters because their corpses were very similar to human ones. The bloody corpse of a girl was lying on the stairs. It was a humanoid monster Vega, a monster in the form of a girl about 160 centimeters tall. Jun-Woo watched as the cleaner bent over the corpse. The brown-haired man noted that they could have not cut up the corpse, but taken her whole body. Jun-T agreed with the guy's decision. The cleaner glanced back tensely. He didn't understand why the brown-haired man froze. The main character looked down at the corpse warily, dodging the question. He knew that something was wrong here. He recalled how Minju fought that Vega monster. In his memory, Vega wasn't that dangerous a monster, and if you were careful with your movement speed, it wasn't that hard to destroy. He wondered if there was really a tough fight between Minju and that monster. He recalled the image of the brunette, who deftly held her blue sword. He knew that 10 years ago, Minju was a B rank, and in fact, with such a rank, hunters were considered quite strong. He recalled how the monster bared her teeth and was angry. If not for the injury, the brunette could easily reach S rank. Minju deftly swung her sword in front of the monster. Her swordsmanship at that time was even higher than his. Blood splattered behind the brunette. She had a terrible personality, but she was quite capable. Minju looked ahead worriedly as the monster hovered behind her. Jun-Woo knew that she was not the type to be embarrassed by the boss of the blue dungeon. Jun-T pulled out the monster's body while Jun-Woo watched. The cleaner asked the guy again why he froze, not wanting to do all the work alone. The protagonist replied that he was thinking for a while. The protagonist looked closely at Vega's corpse. It didn't really matter to him anymore because he would never meet her again anyway. He saw cuts on the monster's legs. The protagonist suddenly became puzzled, looking at what was happening with the days. He noticed these cuts. He immediately became alarmed and began to hypothesize about what was happening. The sky was cloudless. The hero gaped and put his hand to his mouth, thinking that it was 5 a.m. and it seemed like he had only slept for 2 hours and had been waking up on the wrong side of the bed for the 3rd day in a row. Seeing the backs of his comrades, and one of them looking away angrily and saying that they could have been called at the inn, and asked how much longer they would have to wait, the protagonist continued and thought that even when he was a hunter, he was not so busy. The middle-aged man looked at the indignant one with a smile and said that he did not even know what to say, because everything was as usual, and then suggested that they were just running late, to which he said that they could at least think that their people were waiting. Jin-Woo was furious and thought that an hour had already passed and then thought that it was no wonder that the guy was so nervous. But then a woman called out to him, and when he turned around she assumed that he was very tired, to which he said that it was so and in response asked if the blonde herself was okay. Her eyes were like those of a dead person and she said with a smile that she was in excellent condition. The guy with a scar on his nose looked at her with concern and meaningfully kept silent, wondering if everything was okay with her. Then he walked a little forward and seriously said that she should take breaks sometimes, to which she agreed with concern, and the middle-aged man said that they were finally leaving. Hunters came out of the portal and the indignant guy looked at one of them and said with displeasure that they were late for an hour and a half. The green-eyed man saw something and cursed and said that it happened again. There was a long-haired girl and he thought that there were many dungeons and hunters, and then wondered why he was running into her. They stood opposite each other and kept silent meaningfully. The hero lowered his head and tried to pass, but she went in the same direction. Then she tried to go around him on the other side and he went in the same direction. They looked at each other with hostility and kept silent meaningfully. Then the girl left, straightening her shoulder and asked why he stood in her way, and the irritated protagonist looked after her and asked who this nasty girl was. The dark-haired girl straightened her shoulder, massaging it. He remembered the bloody footage of her. He looked softly after her and thought about whether to tell her. Then the green-eyed man turned away and, drawing his eyebrows together, thought that he would not do this, and wondered why he would do this, and then thought that as soon as he remembered that day, everything inside him turned over. In his former form, he entered the hospital room to that very swordswoman. She looked at him with a little concern and asked if it was him. The green-eyed man looked at her with his brows drawn together and asked how she was feeling, and then thought about how she didn't get up even in the presence of her boss. Then he crossed his arms, and she, with her eyes downcast with concern, said that she had just had an operation quite recently, and he clicked his tongue and said that she was a swordswoman, but still didn't take care of her health. Then he showed on his hands that she needed to train her left hand more, and she had relied on her own strength, and here was the natural result, and then he said that it was worth resting sometimes, after which she meaningfully remained silent. Then the girl looked away from him and, with her brows drawn together, asked why he hadn't told her to do this right away, and the guy with the scar on his nose asked what that intonation was. The young man put his hands on his hips and sternly said that he was saying it because it was a pity. He reached for the envelope in his pocket and said that, to put it briefly, in this state, she could no longer be a huntress. The dark-haired man threw the paper on the bed, which stunned her and told her to quit this job, to which she asked what he was talking about. While the paper was lying on the bed, he said that the association also thought so. The yellow-eyed girl looked at the envelope with alarm and drooped. The man with the scar on his nose, squinting his eyes, said that if she continued, she would have to give up not only her job as a huntress, but also a normal life, but she interrupted him and said that it was wrong. The girl was shaking with anxiety and said that she had a minor injury and then said that he himself knew that she should work here. The guy sat down on something and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about, and said that in this state she would only become an extra burden for the team, and the decision had already been made, you just need to accept it as a given. He turned away and asked why she had to endure the pain, and then said what should have been said immediately. The yellow-eyed girl looked at him with her eyebrows drawn together and asked what he meant when he said what should have been said immediately. The green-eyed guy looked at her with displeasure and clearly said that this was exactly the case, and then asked if he wouldn't have realized that something was hurting her. But then the employee screamed in rage that she had said this more than once, and then said that she had already said more than once that she needed an examination. Remembering how she approached him with a problem on a rainy day, the black-haired girl said that he said that everyone was in pain and that she should do her job. In the memory, the commander said with displeasure that she thought that she was the sickest. The yellow-eyed girl looked at him with her eyebrows drawn together and, shedding a tear, loudly asked about who had been the reason for her to endure all this time, and then asked about who had brought her to this state, and then said that he was telling her to quit her job after all this. The green-eyed man immediately leaned towards her with anger in his eyes, which scared her, and asked why it was all because of him. His pupils narrowed greatly and he asked if he had really ruined her shoulder, and then said that she should take care of her health herself and not blame others, and then asked what kind of idiot would work after such words. The girl cringed and said that in any case she would be able to continue hunting, and she just needed to lie down for a few days. The man crossed his arms and knitted his eyebrows and asked who would work for her, and then asked what she could do with such a shoulder, and then mentioned that her role was a swordsman, and if she wanted to stay so badly, she needed to transfer to the cleaning department. But then his face changed, wrinkling it, and she asked him if he had ever considered her a colleague. He immediately asked again, not understanding what she meant. The long-haired girl smiled sarcastically and apologized for the stupid question, and then said that for him she was just a tool that could be thrown away after use. The protagonist leaned towards her in rage and asked if she had decided to speak out to him, and then said that to be honest, he hadn't liked the girl from the very beginning. Then he asked if she was ignoring her boss, and then said that he should have praised her a little, but now she didn't take him seriously. The yellow-eyed girl burst into tears and looked down angrily and said that it was so, and she hated him because he did not perceive those who were lower than him in status as people. The guy with the scar on his nose looked at her with hatred, and she continued and said that he always had such a look. Then she listed the insults he uttered and said that he could say whatever he wanted, but it did not bother her. The man was given a strong slap in the face. The dark-haired girl looked at him with hatred and said that she hoped that in the next life he would be born a normal person, and then insulted him. In the present, the hero realized his mistake and looking with a stone face thought that if you think about it, then he was wrong, and she told him that her arm hurt. Afterwards, the green-eyed man turned around and thought that he didn't even remember it and told her not to pay attention to the little things and go to work, and he said it without thinking. While he was watching her go, he remembered the past and her injury, thinking that if it weren't for the injury, she could have achieved a lot, and he didn't think that she was already developing a disease. The black-browed man looked ahead with anxiety and said that it was bothering him. He turned around looking after her, which confused her, and asked her to listen, and she anxiously asked what he wanted. The hero began to gesticulate with embarrassment and said that she needed to train her left hand more. The dark-haired woman looked at him with incomprehension and clarified what he had said. The protagonist collected his thoughts and said that when she holds a sword, she only strains her right hand, which is why her shoulder suffers. Afterwards, he showed her stance exactly, imagine her behind him, and said that in this position, the attack is faster, but there is too much load on one side. The guy waved his hand as if he were swinging a sword and said that it is necessary to use the left hand as well, then it will be possible to reduce the overall load on the body, and the most important thing is balance. The yellow-eyed girl looked at him with her eyebrows drawn together and agreed with displeasure. The protagonist immediately became embarrassed and thought that she seemed to be saying that this cleaner understands. Afterwards, he went into the portal dissatisfied and said that she was a hunter and would figure it out herself, or she needed to undergo an examination. The long-haired girl looked at him with incomprehension and asked what it was. The sun was blazing over the hospital building. The doctor in glasses folded his hands with a smile and said that she had come in time. The girl anxiously asked what he meant. The specialist handed her an X-ray and said that she had a small inflammation in her right shoulder, and the condition was not critical, but if left unattended, big problems could arise. Then he folded his arms below his chest and said that he would first prescribe her anti-inflammatory drugs, and the most important thing was to change position. The girl asked how exactly this should be done. The dark-haired girl remembered the cleaner with concern, who said that she needed to train her left hand more, and the doctor said that now the force was unevenly transmitted to the body, and he thought that she needed to train her left hand more. The girl came to her senses and thought that that strange cleaner had said the same thing. Birds flew over the stadium. The hero came out of the portal as if dead and said that he was about to die, and the middle-aged man laughed and said that everyone had worked hard. Afterwards, a colleague approached the protagonist and asked if he was overdoing it, to which he asked what was needed again and said that he was terribly tired. A swordswoman was standing in the distance, and the colleague continued asking how he could make his ex-girlfriend wait for so long. She looked closely at the cleaner, and he was dumbfounded and wondered what she was doing there. The hero was dumbfounded, and the colleagues standing behind him were discussing him. At that time he was thinking about what she was doing there at that time, and the dark-haired man said that he had already said that she was his ex, and the middle-aged man said that they should leave, and the exhausted girl said that this was definitely true. The colleagues began to leave, and the older one said that they would see each other tomorrow, and the dark-haired man said with displeasure that someone was lucky. At that moment the cleaner cursed in his thoughts. Afterwards, he looked ahead with his arms folded and asked what had happened, and mentioned that he was very tired and needed to hurry before the buses ran out. The huntress brought the sword to his neck. Afterwards, she looked at him sternly and asked how he knew and who the hero was. The green-eyed man was furious and, gritting his teeth, wondered if she had pointed her sword at him. The girl stood with her blade drawn out, and he stood with his hands on his hips. She asked why he was silent and asked how the guy knew this, to which he asked what she meant. Then she continued and said that she meant the shoulder and asked if the protagonist was pretending not to know anything. The man with the scar on his nose looked at her calmly and thought that it looked like she had gone for an examination, and said that he had just blurted it out and that was it. The girl stood motionless, and he said that he wanted to show off in front of the hunter and blurted out what he read on the internet, and she asked about whether it was true that he read it on the internet. The hero was stunned remembering his stance, and she said that the sword technique she uses is secret information that cannot be disclosed, and he accurately identified the muscles that she uses and the positions. After that, he drooped and anxiously thought that he said too much in vain and now he is suspected, and then he thought that this is true because she had a special sword technique. The girl continued to look at him intently, and he anxiously thought that some cleaner cannot know such information, and she can report it to the association, and he will be suspected of espionage. After that, he exhaled and, lowering his head, said that he saw marks from a sword on the monster's body, to which she asked again in surprise. He looked up at her and said that something caught his eye among all the cuts. He remembered the monster's carcass and said that the wounds inflicted by his right hand were deep, while the others were lighter, and that's how he realized that she lacked strength in her left hand. Then he became more serious, remembering the dead boss, and said that Vega was a boss who was distinguished by her attack speed and posed no other threat. The man imagined their battle and said that there was a well-known attack with the reverse use of high speed, but he did not notice any traces of such a technique, and then said that he did not think that such a capable huntress did not know about it. After the girl anxiously remembered how she received the blow, and he continued by saying that he concluded that she was physically unable to react to the speed of Vega's attack. After the dark-haired girl removed the blade from her neck and said that at some point she felt a strain on her shoulder, and then the hero pointed at her and said that in ordinary life it is almost unnoticeable, but in a situation when it is necessary to act quickly, it is immediately noticeable, especially since she is a swordswoman. Afterwards, the protagonist remembered his past self and thought that the reason why he knows all this, not being a swordsman, is very simple, because when he was a hunter, he was the first one who had all the classes. The long-haired girl calmly lowered her head and said that he was still. Then she put her hand on his shoulder and with a happy face asked if the cleaner was a free hunter. The hero was dumbfounded when he saw this and wanted to ask what kind of nonsense she was talking about, but she interrupted him and said that she had heard that there were several of them in the capital. Then the girl with glowing eyes imagined several warriors and said about rank hunters, and called them masters who do not reveal their identity to anyone, while being high-level rankers, or he is a high-ranking hunter in some private guild. The protagonist removed her hand from himself and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about and said that he was not a hunter, and she asked who he was then. The green-eyed man scratched his ear and calmly said that he was a cleaner. Afterwards, the guy started to leave and, closing his eyes, asked if she would be satisfied with such an answer, and then said that he had to go to work tomorrow and was leaving. The hero lowered his head and thought that it was immediately obvious what she was trying to achieve, and if he had been a successful hunter, she would have tried to use him. The guy with the scar on his nose started to walk away and thought that now he was just a dungeon cleaner, and they would hardly see each other again, but she called out to him from behind and thanked him. Afterwards, he turned around and asked again. His eyes showed concern, and Junwoo thought about what she had just said, and then wondered if she had really thanked him. Afterwards, the dark-haired girl became embarrassed and scratched her cheek, apologized again and said that if he didn't mind. There were several multi-story offices and a question about vacation could be heard from somewhere. The swordswoman stood in front of the boss, who crossed his arms and said that it was so and that the support department had told her that she should rest, and he asked if it was because of that examination, to which she replied in the affirmative. The boss tapped his fingers on the table and asked if she was taking a vacation because her shoulder was a little sore. The silver-haired man looked at her and said that when he was a hunter, she couldn't even imagine such a thing. He sat up straight and she told him that she wanted to improve her skills, and he asked what kind of nonsense that was, and then asked if she was going on a trip with a guy, and she said that she wasn't. She looked at him with her eyebrows drawn together and he asked what she was going to do then, and she said that she wanted to learn sword techniques. The fair-haired man tilted his head and asked if she had signed up for the course, to which the dark-haired one said that they would be individual lessons. The boss asked what kind of individual lessons and then asked if he was a Muram master or if she would be studying with a guy. The yellow-eyed one looked away and said irritably that it was a cleaner. The boss immediately became indignant, and she added that it was a cleaner from the dungeon cleaning department. The gray-eyed man looked at her with displeasure and asked if there really was no one else, and that was why she chose a cleaner as her teacher, and then said that she was a hunter and it would be better for her to find courses. The girl irritably said that she would figure it out herself. Su Young asked her if it was the cleaner who advised her to check her shoulder. She became agitated and wondered how he found out and then assumed what he had been told in the support department. The dark-haired girl remembered how she was walking through the hospital, and the girl at the reception smiled and said that she had been coming in too often and asked what had happened. The yellow-eyed girl immediately tried to tell. Minju looked away and thought that it was that nurse, and the boss pointed his finger at her and said that that scoundrel was not so simple, and then asked if he had decided to teach the hunter. The girl looked away and, closing her eyes, said that he had not yet agreed to teach her and then said that she had asked him, but he had refused. The boss frowned and loudly asked if she was joking, and then asked how she would study with him if he had not yet agreed. And the dark-haired girl closed her eyes and menacingly said that she would ask again and again until he agreed. The man put his hand to his head and covered one eye and told her to figure it out herself and that in a few days there would be a big raid and she should return before it started. Minju bowed and thanked him, and he began waving his hand, driving her away and told her to go. She went out the door. The silver-haired man gritted his teeth and said that this was all just funny and then asked what she could learn from some cleaner. Su Young folded his fingers and knitted his eyebrows together and thought about what would happen if the other teams found out about this, and especially if it reached the head of the second team. Then he became even more menacing and mentioned the cleaning department. The boss reached for the phone and said that the thought made him sick. The silver-haired man looked ahead and introduced himself and asked if the director was there. The voice from the phone said that he was there and that he was there. Then he asked what happened, and he demanded to be connected to him right away and mentioned that he needed to say something. A few days later, the gates opened. A man was standing in a respirator and a song was heard that someone was humming. The protagonist's dark-haired colleague twirled his finger at his temple while he was working and said that the hero had finally gotten into it. Jun-woo continued working and a notification appeared above his head that the association's interest in the cleaning department had increased, and he had one skill unlocked and he thought about how he hadn't done anything, and then asked why it had unlocked, and then thought that it didn't matter and the main thing was to get to the capital. A middle-aged man approached him and addressed him with concern, to which he asked what had happened. A man in his 30s said that of course he didn't want to get into his personal life. Then he pointed at the swordswoman who was cleaning and asked what she was doing there. The hero looked at him calmly and said that he had brought her, to which he shouted that of course it was the protagonist who had done it, not him. After Jun-woo imagined his colleague and said that they don't know when he'll be back, and extra hands won't hurt. The dark-haired girl was diligently scrubbing the floor with a rag, and the middle-aged man worriedly mentioned that she was a hunter, and if the association found out that she was cleaning. While he was trying to get through to the hero, he thought that he brought her because he wanted to. The swordswoman knelt down in front of the cleaner and asked him to teach her the sword technique. He was taken aback and thought that she had eaten something wrong and wondered what kind of hunter would ask a cleaner to teach him the sword technique. And then he thought that she would continue to pester him, and then he realized that he needed to come up with something to make her leave him alone. After that, he folded his arms and, smiling and looking away, said that if she helped him with the cleaning, he would think about it, and then he thought that a B-rank hunter probably wouldn't want to clean. Afterwards, she got impatient and asked if she would just have to help with the cleaning, and he thought that it didn't work. Then he scratched his head while watching her clean and thought that he had underestimated her, because he thought she was proud and wouldn't do it. The tired girl watched this, and the guy thought about how it happened. He calmly watched the cleaning, and then the hero got angry, gritting his teeth, thinking that she had always been stubborn, and the red-eyed girl meaningfully kept silent. At this time, she watched these as if behind the scenes of a romantic series, and Minju in her head lowered her head. The protagonist looked at her with loving eyes. She knitted her eyebrows and anxiously thought about this situation. Jun-woo put his finger on the bridge of his nose and thought that he had underestimated the swordswoman and didn't think that she would even follow him here. At that time, the long-haired girl raised her hand and addressed him as a teacher, saying that she could not wash it off, and he irritably asked her not to call him that. Then he approached her and pointed his finger and asked her what she thought and whether it was possible to wash it off if you rub it with all your might, to which she said that she did not even know. There were splashes of blood on the floor, and he continued his story, saying that that blood was human and that blood was monsters, and it would most likely not be possible to erase these two mixed bloods, and first you need to remove the human blood and melt the rest with fire. Yellow-Eyed stood behind him, and he took out a dagger when she said that she obeyed, and he said that this burnt piece was the flesh of a monster. He began to move the knife along the floor and said that it would take a long time, but you need to carefully scrape off the flesh with a dagger to use it as a medicine in the future. Afterwards, the hero put the pieces aside and said to put them in a pile like this. Afterwards, the protagonist wiped the knife while there was perfect cleanliness behind him and said that it was necessary to wipe it before each use, and said that the blood of monsters could corrode it. Yellow-Eyed looked with alarm and agreed, and he stood and looked at her with pleasure and asked what was wrong with her face, then asked if she wanted to mess with it, and he said that it was an unworthy job for a hunter and thought that she would leave. And she, in turn, put her hand to her chin and said that it was a rather important occupation, from which he thought about what was wrong with her. A middle-aged man approached them and embarrassed the hero by saying that now he too had signed up as a cleaner, and he happily asked what this flattery was for. The protagonist was dumbfounded. He remembered fighting a crowd of monsters and thought about being bullied, and then wondered how he could be praised for his work as a cleaner when he was an SSS-Rank hunter. The guy immediately got upset and cursed in his head. Afterwards, the tired girl watched them talking and praising each other. She again thought that this was a scene from a romantic series and they were still flattering each other. The red-eyed girl watched this with anxiety and meaningfully remained silent. Ash was flying around the cave. The girls were standing nearby, and the tired one said that they needed to help over there, and the second one turned to the teacher and said that she had already finished and asked what to do now. The middle-aged man looked at them and said that there were a lot of corpses there, to which she said that she might not have such an opportunity to work with a hunter later. Afterwards, the women approached the gate and said that they would be back soon. The two young guys looked at them and kept silent, and then the dark-haired one said that he bet that the huntress would do everything herself. The second one was still standing and said that it would be so. Dark smoke was coming out of the walls of the building and someone was thinking about what to do. The tired girl folded her fingers out of embarrassment and thought about how she had dragged her here herself, and now she didn't know what to say. She looked ahead with anxiety and thought about why she just couldn't do it and wondered why she was so worried. The swordswoman approached her and asked if everything was okay with her and mentioned that she looked tired, to which she said that she could handle it. The girl looked closely at the huntress and she said that she didn't think so. Afterwards, they went further down the corridor and the red-eyed girl said that, frankly speaking, she had not slept well in the last few days, and she asked her what had happened, to which she said that nothing special. Afterwards, she smiled and, closing her eyes, asked why they were all talking about her and that it would be better for her to tell something about herself, since this was her first time personally communicating with a hunter. The yellow-eyed girl looked down and said that she had nothing to say and that she, like her father, had become a hunter. The tired girl clapped her hands and was surprised that her father was also a hunter, and asked if they worked as a couple, to which she said that he had been dismissed due to a shoulder injury. Afterwards, imagining a conversation between her parent and her boss, she said that his superiors always told him not to meddle in other people's business and to do his job. After imagining him leaving his colleagues, she said that they say that his team members constantly looked askance at him, and he worked so hard, afraid that he would be kicked out, and as a result, he got injured. The dark-haired girl looked with her eyebrows drawn together, and she said that this could not be, and then mentioned that they were colleagues, but she said that this was not true. Her father looked at the floor, covering her with his back, and she said that there are no colleagues in the association, there are only those who are higher or lower in rank, and her father was a B-rank hunter until he was fired. She remembered how she looked at him sadly and asked if anyone would care about a B-rank dead man. Then the girl remembered her father's back and said that he was just a disposable weapon. Afterwards, she looked down and said that in any case, such as the association, and the hierarchy in the association decides everything, and the weak are infinitely strong, and the strong are infinitely weak. Afterwards, the yellow-eyed girl looked ahead and said that the other hunters thought the same, but what about the cleaners? But then she paused. Afterwards, the girls saw a huge gate in front of them and kept silent meaningfully. Afterwards, the huntress cleared her throat, surprising the red-eyed girl, and asked if she was interested in the teacher. She immediately blushed and asked if it was visible on her. The dark-haired girl looked at her and said that there was such a thing. Soyeon became embarrassed and said that she just. Afterwards, she embarrassedly remembered the moments with the hero and said that he does his job well, and is also responsible, and although he was lazy on the first day and was late on the second, until recently she wanted to quit, but now she seems to have a second wind. The second girl clenched her fist, and the first one continued and said that, in addition, he quickly deals with monsters in the dungeons and he provides more accurate data than the management team, and also knows things that are not in the database. After the yellow-eyed one looked in front of her, knitting her eyebrows and imagining her teacher, she thought so. That he was not so simple, and from several knife wounds he determined the cause of death of the deceased, as well as the one who killed him, and in addition, he understands monsters and dungeons better than others. She became more serious and thought that in this case, she should hold on to him even more. After the long-haired one looked to the side and thought that in any case she could not worry, because she was not interested in him, and the red-eyed one anxiously said that she understood and asked why she came to him every day. She clenched her fist and looked at him and said that, as she had already said, the association is weak in front of the strong and strong in front of the weak, and she simply cannot come to terms with it. She clenched her fist tighter and said that therefore she needs to become stronger, and for this she needs the help of a teacher. The red-eyed girl looked at her and asked if this means that Then she beamed and asked if she would be his future girlfriend. The dark-haired guy looked at them and asked them to come to them. The girls laughed, and the long-haired girl snapped her fingers and asked why they should do this and asked if they could not handle it themselves, and then asked why they needed such a boss. The second one confirmed, and the hero thought about when they managed to get so close. There was a gate in front of them, and he said that he was repeating himself and said that there was a poisonous monster here, and he was sure that they could handle it, but they needed to be careful. The middle-aged man raised his finger and looked at her seriously and said that in any case, as long as it did not come into contact with the skin, it was not dangerous. The squad members agreed. Then he turned to Soyeon. She perked up and responded. He asked her what had happened to her and asked why she was slow today. She began to pull at her uniform and said that the protective clothing was a little uncomfortable and it was hard to breathe in the gas mask. Then she looked ahead anxiously and said that she did not think it would interfere with the work, and the dark-haired man asked with irritation if it was time for them to change their equipment and asked the association to increase the budget, otherwise irreparable things could happen because of situations like this. The middle-aged man looked at him and asked what they were listening to and said that there was no money at all and nothing could be done about it. And the dark-haired man said with anxiety that it was not the best idea to continue saving, allowing workers to die. Afterwards, the boss leaned against the gate and said that everyone needed to stop talking and start working, and then demanded not to damage the equipment. The door slowly began to open. There they saw a huge puddle of slime. The middle-aged man looked at it with concern and said that they couldn't let it touch their skin, and the hero thought that the boss monster was a super slime. It looked like a normal slime, but there were many monster corpses on the floor, and he thought that its deadly poison or prolonged exposure to the stench could lead to poisoning, and about 5 minutes had already passed, so there should be no chance of poisoning. Junwoo looked at the goblin's corpse and thought that he still needed to be much more vigilant. A green haze gathered under the ceiling. The cleaners began to collect the slime, and the boss asked if everything was okay, to which the guys said that it was. Then he asked how the huntress was feeling, and she said that everything was fine. The leader approached Soyeon and asked how she was. She remained silent. He touched her shoulder and spoke again. After that, she fell down dead. She hit her head and everyone called out loudly for her. The man picked her up while she was shaking and asked what happened. She was pale and someone exclaimed that something had happened to her and she was trying to breathe. The dark-haired guy was scared and said that most likely the cleaner had not worked and the mucus had eaten through the protective suit. The leader said that they needed to go outside first and quickly call the support service. After the hero looked at this and thought that he had not paid enough attention to the preparation, and this is what it led to. From the outside there were requests for help to him. He looked at her and thought that it was too late and the support team would not be able to arrive within 5 minutes and give her an antidote. The protagonist watched as the middle-aged man sat with the victim, and the dark-haired man looked at him and thought that, in addition, if the body was poisoned with the poison of mucus, then the body is penetrated by unbearable pain and it tears the whole body, and in the end, Sang Hyuk asked him not to stand still and do something, and the second said that help would arrive soon. He lowered his head and turned to Minju and she said that she was listening. The girl was scared, and he said that he needed a sword, and she asked what he was going to do. The protagonist stood and silently looked at the evil comrades, and the elder asked what he was planning, and said that it was not Soyeon's mistake and asked him to stop. Junwoo's eyes were full of confidence, and he asked to hurry because time was running out. The hero looked just as seriously and said that it would not be difficult and there would be only one blow. The yellow-eyed girl looked at him with horror and begged him not to do it because there were other ways, and he just needed to think. The green-eyed man looked at her calmly and asked what the victim had to do with it and said that he needed to cut him. The old man said that the girl was already in critical condition, and he said that he was right and therefore he should shut up and urged the huntress to act faster. She looked at him in surprise. Then she closed her eyes and agreed. Then the girl moved her hand to the side and said that she had no idea what he was planning. Then she used the summoning and a blade appeared in her hand. Then she used the skill and the sword glowed. The green-eyed man immediately got scared and demanded that she stop and said that he did not tell her to activate the skill. She struck him and Jun Woo clenched his teeth, losing blood and knitting his eyebrows, thought that she should learn to listen. Blood was flowing from his body and a notification came that an attack against the spellcaster was detected. The hero held his wound with aggression and a notification came that a combat stance was activated, and then he thought that it was very painful. Then he looked over his shoulder and aggressively said that he would take her to the support team and they would meet there. The middle-aged man looked at him with concern and asked what he was talking about and asked about his wound, because it would take 30 minutes to get there even by taxi. But then the victim was carried away right from under their noses. A spark flew through the door. The poisoned girl was lying on his back. Jun Woo ran down the corridor using the super acceleration skill. His eyebrows were drawn together and sweat was dripping from his forehead, and he thought that he needed to go even faster and he had 3 minutes left. The hospital stood under the night sky. The elderly man looked with tearful eyes and thanked. The doctor stood in front of him, and he bowed. The specialist said that they had made it in time and the injury was quite dangerous and he assumed that she would return soon. The leader said that he was terribly grateful. The man in glasses looked worried and turned to the guy. The hero stood up to his full height and said his name. The doctor began to leave and angered Jun Woo and said that before leaving he should not forget to pay for the cost of the stitch, to which he thought that this bad man was also paid for a couple of stitches. The tired girl was worried and laughed, smiling. The team looked at her seriously. Everyone surrounded her and the dark-haired man asked if she understood how much she had scared them, and said that you need to immediately say if you feel strange, and the victim apologized. Afterwards he became a little more aggressive and asked what was going on and swearing asked why the equipment and protection were torn and broken, and the elder said that they were in the hospital and they needed to be quieter and avoid insults. The dark-haired man looked down and asked how to avoid insults if they didn't change their protective suits at least once every 6 months. And the hunter, it was enough to whine a few words, so they immediately changed their equipment, to which the elder said that these guys. The angry guy crossed his arms, looking at the yellow-eyed girl and asked if he was right, and she meaningfully kept silent. Afterwards he turned away, embarrassed, and said that it was not about the hunters, and she said that everything was fine. The older man looked at the poisoned girl and said that he would write her a vacation, since it was an accident at work, so she should use this opportunity and have a good rest. And she asked if the boss would really do that, to which he said that of course it was, since the girl was seriously injured at work. After the red-eyed girl got up from the bed and asked where he was going, to which he calmly said that he wanted to get some fresh air. His foot stepped outside the door. He walked down the hallway and thought that an accident had occurred because of the old equipment. After that, the guy smiled and, after a meaningful pause, said that he hoped that this thing was capable of more. The green-eyed man walked down the hallway with his eyes downcast and a notification came that the conditions for lifting the ban were an increase in the budget of the dungeon cleaning team and he thought that it was high time to increase the budget. His eyes became predatory and the hero thought that if there was a risk of getting into trouble or getting hurt because of the old equipment, then the association would have no choice but to allocate funds to maintain the image, and then said that as soon as the ban was lifted, he would already have 2 skills, and at this rate, he would not stay in the ranks of cleaners. The red-eyed girl looked down sadly and mentioned the expression on his face and asked if something happened, to which the elder said that he was just angry. Then she looked down with concern and thought about what irritated him. The older man sighed. Then he looked at her seriously and said that the reason was completely different. She was surprised, and he continued and said that it was all because of her injury. Then the dark-skinned man smiled and said that he looked hot-tempered, but he really cared about his colleagues, and this becomes clear as soon as you look at him. The girl looked ahead and remembered how he ran and thought that for the sake of saving his colleagues, he was ready to give his life. Besides, he was the very person from whom she had something to learn. The dark-haired man looked up and said with confusion that he noticed that the more he watched him, the more he seemed strange, which made her ask what the reason was. After that, they looked at each other with concern, and the guy mentioned that she didn't remember anything, and the hero saved her life using skills. She immediately asked loudly, and the black-eyed man continued saying that it was true and he hadn't been working for long, but a cleaner using skills was crazy. The girl looked down with concern, asking if he had saved her, and said that she hadn't even thanked him. The old man looked at the huntress and asked what she thought about it. She put her hand under her chin and, drawing her eyebrows together, asked if he meant the teacher and said that she didn't know and that he seemed good, but not to her taste. The men looked at her with incomprehension, looked at her, and the elder said that he didn't mean it and asked what she thought of his abilities as a hunter. The girl put her hand to her chin. She immediately began to feel embarrassed and understood what they meant and thought that it was so embarrassing. The elder looked at her and said that, frankly speaking, with abilities like his, he was simply wasting himself working as a cleaner and, besides, he knew more about monsters than most hunters. The dark-haired girl looked at him and asked what he thought about moving employees, and he said that of course it was possible, but it would be very difficult, but it was a good opportunity for Junwoo. She put her hand to her chin and, with her eyebrows drawn together, said that the hero definitely surpassed other hunters in skills and experience, but the problem was that. The guys looked at her in surprise, and she continued saying that the problem was that he was on the cleaning team. The dark-haired guy pointed his finger at her, enraged, and asked if it was true that he couldn't rise higher if he was a cleaner, and she said that it was even the opposite. The guy calmed down and made a questioning sound. She looked down and introduced the protagonist, saying that even as a B-rank hunter she couldn't appreciate the teacher, and then said that he was the only one who knew his strength best, and then asked why he joined the cleaning team and what that could mean. The elder looked at her with a questioning expression and asked that he did it because he liked it. She folded her arms and said that it was so, and now she couldn't think of anything else, and the older man asked why he needed this dirty work. The long-haired girl was calm and said that she had a couple of theories. Her eyes were shining with impatience, and she said that the teacher most likely had excellent skills, but he didn't want to interfere with the affairs of the association, and especially didn't want to interfere with the hierarchy of the hunters, and he chose the cleaning team to feel the unity of the team. The dark-haired man looked at her with embarrassment upon hearing the word cohesion. The elder looked upon hearing the word team. The red-eyed woman simply looked in surprise. The team immediately became embarrassed and looked away. The older man said that if this was really the case, then it would be better for us not to talk about it anymore, because there was nothing we could do about it. The hot-tempered guy said that the scoundrel had had this opinion of them all this time, and then quietly said that the guy definitely had a sense of loyalty, and the wounded woman named the protagonist. The guy looked at them and, with his eyebrows drawn together, said that something had occurred to him, and if he had this opinion of them, then he would not have joined the association because of the Soyan incident. The yellow-eyed girl looked ahead in surprise and thought about whether he was, and then she thought about how he wasn't the type to go. The hero stood in front of the black-haired man and looked at him with serious eyes. The director of the Korean branch of the association looked at him just as seriously and asked who he was. The green-eyed man became more arrogant and said that he was from the cleaning team. They also looked at each other, and Min Chiao asked if he was really asking for an increase in the budget of the cleaning team, to which he said that it was true. The important man tapped his fingers on the table. Then he folded his hands and frowned, thinking. Then the protagonist imagined him above all the important people and thought about how this man was the head of the Soul branch, and around the same time, people from his line took office and one after another fell upon them, and the influence on the association was huge. They stood in front of the windows, and the one sitting said that in that case he should contact the management department. The guy with the scar on his face frowned and asked what kind of hunter would think of dealing with ordinary monsters when it was time to go to the boss, and he asked if that meant he was a former hunter. But he turned up his nose and said that it was not so, and he was from the cleaning department. The director frowned and asked if that meant that a simple cleaner dared to come to the CEO to beg for money, and not even the leader of the group, but an ordinary employee. To which the green-eyed man looked at him in response and said that he had hit the nail on the head. The man in the suit folded his arms and lowered his head, saying that he was not at the age to debrief, and asked why the cleaning team needed the money, because they should not have many expenses. Afterwards, he immediately frowned, and the protagonist said that they needed to increase the budget because there were a couple of things they couldn't afford. The director looked at him with a smile and laughed, mentioned the guy's insolence and said that he was a fool, but his courage was amazing, so they should end there, but he was interrupted. The green-eyed man said that they had an accident. Afterwards, he imagined an accident and said that all their equipment was long outdated, and they couldn't buy new ones, so they had to work in what they had. But one of the team members' suits was torn, and besides, the gas mask wasn't working properly, so the monster's venom poisoned that person. The guy looked at him with surprise and said that the reports didn't mention it, to which the hero said that he came to him as soon as it happened. The gray-eyed man frowned and meaningfully kept silent, thinking that the scoundrel couldn't take anyone's word for it without bureaucracy. The guy put his hands on his hips and said that he understood that he was trying to save money, but that such a thing couldn't be allowed to happen again, and that it was abnormal to hold back money to protect employees, to which he said that it was unfortunate, but there was no money. Then he pointed his finger at him, and gold sparkled behind him, and Junwoo asked if they really had no money, to which he asked what the cleaner could know about the association and said that he must have been here for a short time. Then he smiled. The green-eyed man looked at him impudently and said that the director was wrong, and this year's income was a decent amount, which he pocketed. The black-haired man was scared, and he continued and said that the budget for the intelligence department alone was several billion won, and only 70% of that money was supposed to go to the operations department, and he immediately loudly asked how he knew that. The hero leaned over his desk and, smiling cheekily, said that, fortunately, he had not spent the entire amount yet, but he would have to organize a memorable raid at the end of the year and give back everything he had taken, so it would be better if he would at least allocate money for the most necessary things. The director was dumbfounded and asked what he was allowing himself to do and asked who he was. The guy with the scar on his nose looked at him and said that he was just a cleaner. After twirling his fingers, he asked that he had been the CEO for 3 months, to which he responded menacingly, saying that he had been here for 2 months, to which the hero said that he had waited a very long time and had such a hard time getting this job. A view of the burning high-rises opened up, and he continued and said that if rumors began to spread about the careless attitude towards the cleanup department, and then asked what the city residents would do when they found out that an employee had been injured because they had spared money on equipment and gear. Afterwards, he threw up his hands, and the guy asked him if the guy was threatening him. The green-eyed guy smiled and asked if it was okay to do that, and said that these were just thoughts out loud and nothing more. The director frowned and closed his eyes and said that he understood him. Afterwards, he looked at the hero and asked how much he wanted to increase the budget, and the protagonist said that it was as much as he decided. He imagined the notification and thought that the unlocking conditions only stated the goal of increasing the budget, and whether it was 10-1 or 100, it made no difference to him, and the main thing was that it became bigger. Afterwards, the green-eyed guy began to leave the office and said that the conversation was over, but the guy tried to stop him. The director folded his arms and looked down and asked if he knew the Minju huntress, and the guy with the scar asked why he was asking. Afterwards, the gray-eyed man smiled broadly and said that it meant that he was acquainted with her and said that he would consider increasing the budget and contact the cleaning department, and that was all. The regressed man looked at him and, wondering why he remembered her, agreed. Afterwards, he slammed the door behind him. The important man reached for the phone and asked if he was really just a cleaner and asked what he thought of himself. The black-haired man looked out the window with aggression. From the receiver, a response was heard with an appeal, and he said that a guy from the cleaning team came, and it seemed that this was the guy he told him about, and apparently Minju wanted to study with him. The director looked out the window with his brows furrowed, and the silver-haired man insulted the cleaner and then asked where he was from and said that he would find him. But he interrupted him and said that this stupid guy was definitely not one of the cleaners. The person on the other end of the line asked who this person was then, to which the gray-eyed man said that he did not know this, but he was definitely not an ordinary employee because he dug up inside information, which means he is related to the association. The long-faced man frowned, remaining silent, and he continued by saying that Jinwoo asked for an increase in the budget for the cleaning department, but he thinks that this is not the main goal. The silver-haired man was sitting in the club and asked if he was currently on the cleaning team, to which he replied that he was and asked what the difference was. Soo-young said that he was lucky, otherwise he would have taught him a lesson. The director asked what kind of lesson. The interlocutor's face became predatory and he said that he needed to teach him a lesson so that he would understand how to talk to the management. The next day, the gates opened. The elderly man looked at the sheet with alarm and asked what it was. He had a notice of disciplinary action in his hands and asked if it was a fine. The black-haired man was furious, and he continued by saying that they had not paid compensation, and now they want to fine them. The hot-tempered one asked the yellow-eyed one how this could be and said that it was normal, to which she anxiously said that she herself did not understand. The red-eyed one looked away and imagined her work in the usual places, and the elder one began to read that the reason for the penalty was a violation of the ban on combined work, and the cause of the accident was considered to be overwork due to the second job. They immediately came to look at the paper. The black-haired one got furious and asked if they had completely confused the shores, and said that they were already paying them the minimum, and he continued to read and said that the statement of the accident and the request for compensation were rejected. The statement itself was visible, and he read the part about the injuries being caused by something and the fact of damage to the equipment not being confirmed. The green-eyed man frowned and called the director a bad person and then thought that he had acted meanly. The red-eyed woman became worried and asked not to worry because everything was fine. The guy with the scar on his face asked what she was saying. The tired girl looked down and said that it wasn't even a fine but rather a warning, and honestly, she didn't think that she would be compensated because that's what they always do with the cleaning crew. The hero looked at her with confusion and wondered what they were talking about and thought that there was only one problem. How could he unlock his skills now? The black-haired man looked at him and said that if you think about it. But the green-eyed man quickly told him not to drag it out. The colleagues immediately looked at him and the hot-tempered one said with concern that because of the whole team only one person went to the CEO, and they of course knew that he was eccentric, but not that much, and the older man said that it was true and said that he understood that he acted out of noble motives, and the yellow-eyed one turned to him with concern. The protagonist was lost in space, showing a hidden squint, and thought that everyone had unanimously gone crazy and then wondered how they even thought of this. The colleagues went to the portal together and the eldest said that they need to thank Junwoo for his diligence and work today, and then turned to Soyeon and asked her not to overdo it. She said that she learned her lesson, and the black-haired man said that they should go quickly because they need to figure this thing out. The hero put his hand under his chin and imagined the head of the branch and thought about how he didn't ask for much money and didn't say anything about compensation. But he even made an accusation about violating the ban and then wondered about what reason such a high-ranking person had to do this. Then the huntress looked down with concern and asked if it was because of her. The protagonist looked at her and asked what she meant, and she said that last time, during her vacation, the long-haired one talked about the cleaning team with the head. Then she remembered how she talked to the silver-haired one and said that he was a man of old views, so it never occurred to her that this could somehow backfire, and maybe because of her he decided to teach her a lesson. The green-eyed one looked at her with concern and asked what his name was. She looked at him and said that his name was Soo-young and then said that he was the leader of the first group and asked if they knew each other. The hero imagined him with an evil smile and thought that this was a representative of the director's line and he was promoted to the leader of the first group, although he did not have any special skills, but actively used his position. After the protagonist smiled softly and said that who else could have done this if not this scoundrel. Then he turned to the elder and he turned around asking what happened. The green-eyed man looked with his eyebrows drawn together and said that he wanted to take a day off today, and he asked why so suddenly. Afterwards, at Samson's station, the couple was walking, and the guy was asking his beloved what she wanted for lunch. She raised her head and smiling said that it would be the same as him, and the man slyly looked away and said that she answered like that every day. An explosion occurred in front of them. 2 arches came out. A purple dungeon appeared and people scattered, and the hero in the cap stood looking at them. Everyone was shouting about the dungeon and asking to call the association. He thought that in a moment, the protagonist took off his mask, smiling and thought that they would see what he was capable of. A monster with huge fangs growled with all his might. The man stood with a weapon completely surrounded by these creatures. Lightning flashed. He activated his skill. Jun Woo's eyes sparkled with blue fire. The sign said about the ability, which consisted in the fact that during combat, the caster's movement speed increases significantly. The man received hyper-acceleration. At the speed of light, he swung his pickaxe, striking his opponents. In a couple of moments, Jun Woo laid down a pack of monsters. Interception occurred, the act of secretly capturing a dungeon before the hunters arrive and without the permission of the association. This is mainly done by freelance hunters who hope to get money. The man was confused. He had not practiced for a long time, that now he could not control his strength. He needed to finish the dungeon as soon as possible, since the probability of dying in this place is extremely high, so few tried to intercept it on the fly. Heading to the exit, Jun Woo remembered that the task force would arrive in about 15 minutes. This only meant that he had to finish early. The man reasoned in his head that he was the first person in the world with an SSS rank and it would take him no more than 10 minutes to complete the dungeon. But the problem was that the enemy also had abilities. Jun Woo saw a giant robot on his way. He was afraid that it did not have a defense skill and could be killed with one blow. The reason the man could enter dungeons was that he had already been in them. The giant was the 4th boss for the brunette. Jun Woo rushed towards him at the speed of light. The man ran along the giant's hand. In an instant, the boss almost grabbed Jun Woo by the head with his palm. The brunette grabbed the weapon that was hanging on his back. With a wave, he threw the shovel towards the enemy. The tool pierced the boss's hand. Lowering his head to rest, the man received a notification that the skill had been activated. Now his damage increases by 3000% when attacking vulnerable spots. Striking from above, Jun Woo delivered a crushing one-shot to his enemy. The giant's head exploded with a strong flame and he began to fall. Unbending his fingers, the man counted the number of dungeons he had completed in a day. Sitting on the slain enemy, he thought that a hunter from the task force on average went through 3-4 dungeons a week and his result was much better. Since all these locations had a low level of danger, the profit from them was small. Cars with people from the association were located nearby. Jun Woo thought that something had happened at the headquarters, of course, because some anonymous person had intercepted 4 dungeons. The workers were annoyed about going to work on a day off when their attention was drawn to a guy walking down the street. Jun Woo understood that if he was caught, he would be fired, and if he was really unlucky, he would also have to pay a fine. Although who would suspect a simple cleaner? The man began to leave because the hunters would come soon. Putting on his cap, the brunette smiled. He would like to see the faces of these idiots. But after being absent from work for 2 days, Jun Woo had to stand there with a stupid expression on his face. The man in the suit looked at the brunette with suspicion. An employee approached him, asking the purpose of his visit. Jun Woo was extremely surprised why the hell Soo-young was here. Did he really guess something? Standing in front of 2 employees, the man, smiling, explained that sometimes he needs to interact with teams from other departments to raise morale. Soo-young stared at the brunette and ordered them to continue working as if he was not there. Jun Woo nervously thought how surprisingly and fortunately he had arrived at such a moment. Perhaps he already suspected the brunette. Jun T, in order to defuse the situation, hugged the people standing nearby and offered to get down to business, but first it was necessary to give the sir a protective suit and a gas mask. Soo-young bowed slightly and asked not to worry and he would just watch the work from afar. Looking at the mountain of corpses, the cleaners calculated the time. Putting on gas masks, Jun-woo asked the huntress if she had medicine. She did not stop looking at the dead monsters. The brunette told her to set 60%. The corpses had already hardened and she would have to sweat. While cleaning, the gas concentration was 150 milligrams per square meter. Jun-woo asked Sang Hyuk to help him, but he refused. The entire passage was covered in blood and he would have to clean it out completely. Soo-young crossed his arms and thought in his head that they were all working only because he was here. He should throw bait to the workers. The boss turned to Min-ju. Hearing this, Jun-woo assumed that the interception of the dungeons had occurred in the past 2 days. Soo-young could have decided that this was the girl's doing because she was from the operations department. The man in the suit addressed all the people with a speech. He assumed that all the team members, except Min-ju, would definitely notice the traitor. Jun-woo's eyes were filled with wild fear. He believed that it was necessary to be honest. The girl was extremely indignant, reminding him of the objections of the hunters. Soo-young, holding his hands in front of him, said that he was looking everywhere, but it was not so easy to find the interceptor. The boss's gaze became cunning. He promised a reward to the one who could catch the interceptor. Soo-young explained that if the hunter caught the interceptor, then additional points would be added to his rank. The workers continued to listen to the boss's decree in silence, and if the criminal was on another team, then they would be promoted. All the workers began to glance at each other and suspect everyone. If someone from the cleaning team caught the anonymous person, then he could move to another team or even department, the man added. Soo-young smiled under the gas mask. He asked if there were any more volunteers, hinting at the guy who so suddenly took 2 days off. Jun-woo, motionless from fear, already believed that he had come to an end. In his head, the brunette was thinking that if the boss offered such a reward, then a real fight would begin, and his colleagues were not fools at all. Jun-tae approached the guy. He reminded everyone about the brunette's injury yesterday and how he felt after it. Jun-woo turned to his colleagues, who were already whispering behind his back and were glad that this happened in front of such a high-ranking person. He would have disgraced the cleaning team. The brunette silently listened to insults and reproaches from his people. Jun-tae, scratching his head, approached the boss and awkwardly said that there were no more volunteers since there were no traitors among their team. Before he could finish speaking, the man in the suit was interrupted. Behind the mask was hidden the evil smile of Sang Hyuk, who was sure that if the interceptor was on their team, they could immediately earn themselves a promotion. And if someone was suspected, it would be better to say right now. Jun-woo was surprised, because why would colleagues do this? They are just colleagues. The girl did not take her eyes off the brunette. Multi-story headquarters building. Soo-young, looking out the window, called the director and reported that he found the interceptor, because as soon as he went on shift as a cleaner, everything became quiet. The voice on the phone talked about spending money on a cleaning team. Soo-young shouted into the receiver that the guy must be punished to the fullest extent or he will get away with it. The director, remaining calm, realized that they had contacted the wrong guy. It seems he is not as simple as he seems. The man began to talk about the guy's personality as wild horror appeared in Soo-young's eyes. Summer weather outside, many multi-story buildings. A little boy noticed a guy covered in blood. His mother asked him to be quiet so as not to attract attention. Jun-woo, smiling, justified his act of intercepting the dungeons. Because the management does not increase the budget for people, then he will do it himself. The director of the headquarters offered to provide money to the cleaners. Soo-young couldn't believe what he heard. How could they do such a thing if they had proof that one of the workers was intercepting the dungeons? The voice on the phone announced that a sum of money had been transferred for the cleaning squad. The sponsor wished to remain anonymous. Soo-young asked about the sponsor in a frightened voice. The director confirmed that yes, the sponsor had transferred 20 million won, although it wasn't that much, but it was about as much as they had lost in 2 days of interceptions. The gray-haired man suggested double-checking as thoroughly as possible, since the money had appeared exactly at the moment when the interception stopped. The director had no doubt that if they could catch the criminal, the problems would become many times greater. He also continued to talk about the article headlines "Cleaners intercept dungeons from hunters," but Soo-young didn't understand what he was talking about. The staff director was not bad. He immediately guessed that if there was a cleaner in the cleanup department who could take out the entire dungeon on his own, then he would not linger in such a department. Soo-young agreed with his interlocutor on the phone with horror. The director remembered that there was something strange about this situation from the very beginning. When Jun-woo came to him to ask for an increase in the budget for the entire team, he showed that he was well aware of the internal affairs of the association. The director knew that among the cleaners there was someone who did not belong in this department. Together, they came to the common conclusion that the criminal once worked in the association and maybe there was an influential person behind him, for example, the mass chairman. Soo-young sweated from fear. He could not believe it. The gray-haired man bared his teeth and thought about how the entire team lied to his face. Clutching his head, he realized that they felt the support of the chairman. The director assumed that perhaps it was a warning, and if he was dismissed, then Soo-young would also be in trouble. The sky was bright and clear. The cleaning team had done a great job. Jun-woo stood in the crowd of his colleagues and thought that fortunately, now he did not have to deal with interceptions and only had to wait for the money to arrive. The brunette's attention was drawn to something standing in front of him. There were a huge number of boxes in front of the people. When the workers opened the boxes, they found new protective suits and gas masks. The boxes also contained cleaning products, gloves, and medicine. Had the management really woken up with a conscience? Jun-woo wondered if the staff had actually allocated funds to them. Jun-woo found an official notice. In the brunette's mind, there was a document that said that an anonymous sponsor paid for all of this, but wasn't 20 million won too much. Jun-tae was counting the number of zeros while the guy behind him was thinking. Jun-woo intercepted the letter. His eyes doubled in size from the 200 million won. He couldn't believe that the management gave him a budget 10 times bigger. Sang Hyuk continued reading the document, which stated that after a recheck, the association decided to confirm the fact of the accident. The reason was considered to be outdated equipment, which the budget did not allow to update. In this regard, it was decided to increase the budget of the cleaning department. The girl, open-mouthed from what she heard, asked again if she heard correctly. The letter went on to talk about condolences and apologies to Soyeon, for which she would be compensated 100 million won. The girl covered her face with her hands and tears flowed. Having burst into tears, the girl began to thank Jun-woo. The brunette began to deny that it was not him, although everyone thought the opposite. Jun-woo turned to his boss to make him come to his senses. How could the management change their decision so easily? Jun-tae continued to smile and talk about the official paper, which stated everything in black and white. This was more than enough for all the workers, and they would hardly know who influenced whom. The boss reminded the team that all the boxes needed to be moved to the office. Jun-woo was surprised by the presence of an office, but the elder clarified that the workers had no business there. The dark-haired girl asked where the office was and suggested that she and the teacher could move everything, and the rest could rest. Jun-tae was taken aback by such a proposal and said that everyone could help. But the girl was sure that together with the brunette they would do a great job. A blue sign appeared above Jun-woo's head, which said that the unlocking condition had been met. An increase in the budget for the dungeon cleaning team, thanks to which the skill, Fire Karma, was unlocked. Smiling, Jun-woo was happy with another skill he had received, because a little more in the cleaner's uniform would be goodbye. The cleaning lady turned to the guy. She suspected that he was the one who intercepted the dungeons. Turning around, the man answered her rudely, but that she immediately warned that she was not going to turn him in. Holding a box in her hands, she asked about compensation and payments to the department. The entire department knows about this and the brunette could soon expect trouble. Jun-woo silently looked at the cleaning lady, thinking about how the teacher could guess because he was able to foresee everything. The girl continued to look only at the teacher and that his skills were at such a level that he would not be able to hide them no matter how much he wanted to. And if he was caught, they would not allow him to stay on the team. Jun-woo's eyes lit up with a bright glow from what he heard. He thought that Minju would really be of any use and he would finally get out of this dump. The box fell out of his hands onto the floor. The girl asked in a raised voice, after all, the teacher wants to stay on their team. Jun-woo was surprised by such a stupid question, but Minju waved her hand and promised to do everything possible to ensure that the teacher continued to work with them. Having calmed down, the cleaner remembered that her rank was low and if she could raise it, she would help the man stay in the cleaning department and in their team. Jun-woo's eyes turned white with anger and the veins on his face bulged. The situation with the dungeon interceptions ended well, but almost immediately another incident occurred. The two guys were very impressed by what they saw with their own eyes. The entire wall was covered in insults addressed to the workers. When the cleaners entered the dungeon itself, the situation was no better. All the walls were covered in inscriptions written in the blood of monsters, and the corpses of the monsters were intended to be taken to the most inaccessible place. Minju was extremely offended by this, but Sang Hyuk decided to stand up for him and find these freaks who wrote all this. Jun-woo, looking at the insults, asked to ignore this crap. But his colleague was furious with anger and was not going to turn a blind eye to it. Closing his eyes, the brunette was sure that if the cleaners did not react, the vandals would stop doing this. As he started cleaning, Jun-woo thought that these were hunters and of course he wanted to deal with them, but it was better to avoid clashes with the operatives now since it was necessary to acquire a new skill. That's what he thought then, but the insulting inscriptions did not stop even after 3 days. The girl with tears in her eyes could not understand why they were doing this. Sang Hyuk decided to contact the operational department, but their boss had already gone there a couple of times, but the manager went on a business trip and the hunters insisted that it was not them. Laughing in Jun-tae's face, the hunters were sure that there was no evidence and they had no time for such things. Sang Hyuk took the phone and already started dialing the hunter, but Jun-woo asked him not to do this. His eyes again turned white with anger and he was sure that he could deal with this himself. Turning around, the brunette went to the exit. Thoughts ran through his head about how operatives could do such things, but the guy had an idea of what to surprise them with. A notification appeared above the man's head, informing him of the activation of a passive skill, Mysophobia. Jun-woo went outside, thinking only about the hunters, because of whom they have to work 15 hours a day. Entering the building, he was greeted by the Association for Working with Parallel Dimensions. Jun-woo waved his hands and scattered the crowd of people who were standing in front of him. The building's security was horrified by what was happening and ordered the cleaner to stop immediately. But Jun-woo was sure that today he would put an end to the bullying. Everything came to this because of what happened 3 days ago. 2 hunters entered the dungeon. They smelled a strange smell. One of them pushed the cleaner away with his shoulder, and the other was happy that he was in another group. The hunters noticed how the workers were staring at them and began to threaten them. The cleaners listened in silence to how they shouldn't have butted in where they shouldn't have, and that in their place others would have simply found a part-time job. Sang Hayek shouted insults at the hunters. A girl in a black suit came up from behind and asked which group such a brave worker was from. 2 hunters pounced on Minju with threats. Her eyes sparkled and she calmly repeated her question. The guy with the short haircut continued to intimidate the girl, and the second asked him to stop. He found out that this girl was their colleague Minju. The 2 hunters began to bow and apologize for their behavior. The girl did not understand the meaning of the apology since she also did not know that they were from the same team. Looking at her with her hypnotizing gaze, Minju believed that she should have first apologized for her beastly behavior. The girl headed towards the cleaners. She spoke with hostility about the newcomers who had just become hunters and immediately began to show off. The 2 hunters watched the girl go. The chief greeted everyone with a cheerful expression, noticing Minju's presence. She came to thank Jun-tae. The man bowed, confused, and asked her to stop. Silently, Jun-woo replayed in his mind how just a week ago the girl had gone out on shift with them for the first time, but quickly learned everything and did well, and now it was all over. With a sincere smile on her face, Minju was glad to meet new people. Yujin, shedding tears, suggested meeting during the week, and Jun-woo continued to remain silent and noted that everyone was sad about Minju's departure, except for him, because he was the one who asked her to leave the team. That evening of unloading boxes, the man told the girl not to go out on the same shift with them. It seemed that these words shocked Minju, but she quickly understood what it meant. If she didn't do the cleaning, then there would be more time for training, after which the 2 of them made a training schedule. Jun-woo thought that if the huntress stuck to the plan, she would reach a rank in half a year. The brunette's plans were to use Minju as a link between him and the association, making her the best huntress. He looked at her with a smile, and in his head he understood that he had used her both in her past life and in this one. Minju turned to the man. She was sincerely happy and grateful to her teacher. She said that the man could turn to her for help, which put Jun-woo in an awkward position. This is how Minju left the 3rd cleanup group. It all happened in one day. Multi-story buildings. The 2 hunters who continued to laugh at the cleaners were sitting in the office. Jun-woo went to them. The hunter inquired about the money. Before he could finish speaking, he received a strong blow to the face from the brunette. The short-haired man began to threaten Jun-woo. The brunette began to swing at the second hunter. A notification appeared above the hunter's head, saying that the man had activated a skill. A dead soul with a scythe appeared behind him. The swing of the scythe passed the cleaner. The hunter once again activated a new ability, a deadly attack. He screamed at the top of his lungs, the veins bulging on his face. Jun-woo told his opponent to shut up and dealt a crushing blow to the dead soul. Standing over the 2 newcomers, the brunette began to scold the 2 of them. Jun-woo reminded the short-haired one that skills cannot be used outside the dungeons, and especially against people. The brunette raised his hand up, as the hunter immediately began to apologize to him on his knees. The newcomer lay on the floor and trembled with fear, but listened to what the brunette was saying. Jun-woo lifted the hunter and told him to listen carefully, that from today on, the cleaners will not clean the dungeons after the hunters, and the brunette was going to tell the journalists about their actions. The guy with dark hair was sure that the association would not support the cleaning team. Jun-woo's eyes flashed green. He knew that the association would not cover up hunters against their reputation, or he was some special E-rank rookie. Having let the offender go, the brunette told the guy to run and apologize to the cleaners if he did not want to lose his job. The rookie began to refuse, as Jun-woo immediately interrupted him and offered to fight once in the dungeon. Soo-young entered the office at the sound of screaming. The gray-haired man saw how the office was destroyed and one of the hunters was unconscious. Jun-woo was surprised. According to the boss, Soo-young should be on a business trip. The manager respectfully addressed the brunette and asked why he came here. Jun-woo could not understand why this man began to communicate with him so respectfully. The brunette pointed at the hunters and said that he came because of their jokes. Jun-woo said that these two newbies dragged the corpses of monsters to the farthest part of the dungeon and wrote offensive words on the walls with blood. One of the hunters started pointing his finger at the cleaner and shouting that everything he said was a lie. Soo-young listened to both sides, swung his arm and slapped the newbie for insulting the brunette. The manager, with a smile on his face, apologized to the cleaner for this idiot. Jun-woo nodded his head and asked him to be more attentive to his subordinates in the future. The man headed for the exit. Jun-woo turned around and said that he never wanted to see these two again. That's how it almost ended. There was only one question left. Why did Soo-young change his attitude so abruptly? Jun-woo sat next to Min-ju and asked her about her plans. The girl was drinking soda and planning to rest for a week. She did not want to think about those two losers. Remembering, the brunette noted that they apologized very well. The girl added that they couldn't do anything now even if they wanted to, since they were kicked out of the team. The man was extremely surprised by this news. Min-ju looked the guy in the eyes and said that you hunters are no longer on the team. The boy frowned in surprise, asking what it meant, and then wondered if it was because of him, and if it was possible that the association kicked the hunters out of the team after a complaint from a certain cleaner. He remembered the image of Soo-young, thinking about his compliance that day, and wondered what he was planning. The guys behind the guy looked forward in surprise. The boy asked what it meant. The hunters lined up in a column, bowed to the group of cleaners, and exclaimed that they did a great job. Soyeon ran up to him confusedly. The guy said annoyedly that their team had also worked hard. The hunters thanked them for cleaning up. Jun-woo thought about how the hunters continued to act like this after every cleanup, and each time they waited for their group to thank them before leaving. The young man remembered how they came across a pile of monster bodies, thinking about how the hunters put all the monsters in a neat pile and even cleaned up after themselves in the boss's room. Jun-tae looked ahead happily. Soyeon awkwardly scratched her cheek, saying that she probably would never get used to it. The man said that he couldn't believe that the hunters cared about them, since this was the first time in 10 years. Sang Hayek spread his arms out to the sides and asked if they were holding the hunters hostage. The man answered with a wide smile, telling him not to be smart, since it was all thanks to Jun-woo. The boy looked away in displeasure. The girl approached Jun-woo. Sang Hayek said that he wasn't allowed to even joke and that he knew how much the boy had done for them. Soyeon said that she was grateful for his help, then added that she was still worried. The boy frowned slightly, thinking about what she was saying, then wondered what there was to worry about. The girl looked down worriedly, saying that she didn't want it to hurt him in any way. The boy asked what she meant, to which the girl replied that there were a lot of people watching them lately, and what if one of them wanted to take revenge. The boy looked away, remembering his punch to the man's face, and said that it was possible if the person was very fearless, then added that for now, people would definitely be quieter than water and lower than grass. The girl looked at him with a smile, saying that in any case, he had done nothing wrong. Sang Hayek approached them and said that he didn't quite understand them. Coming closer to the hero, he said that if the young man didn't ask to increase their budget and fire those employees, but at the same time the first cleanup team still didn't take their eyes off them. Jun-woo asked what he meant by that. The guy frowned, asking if he was some kind of big shot, since he didn't even need connections with the boss. Jun-woo recoiled in surprise, asking what he meant. The guys looked at him in surprise. The guy chuckled loudly. He exhaled with a smile, turning away from his interlocutor. Sang Hayek boiled with anger. Jun-woo told the guy to stop talking nonsense, after which he suggested getting to work. The young man asked why he was smiling like that if he was wrong. Jun-woo thought that she wouldn't be cleaning dungeons if she were an influential person. Soo-young looked at the front with an angry expression. He covered his face with his hand. The man in front of him asked if he was the one supervising the cleaning team. Dongbin ate chips with a smile, saying that the guys from the first cleaning team were keeping an eye on them, and from what he could see, the man had a good job. Soo-young grabbed his head and yelled at the other man, asking what he knew, and if he had any idea who the guy was working in the cleaning team now. The man sat down on the table, saying that he had heard about it because everyone was talking about him, and then asked if Soo-young thought that it was one of the association chairman's people. Soo-young's face became filled with faith, and the man added that this was why he hadn't been able to get a promotion, and then said that in order to get a new position, as he had done, it was not necessary to run after the boss. Soo-young scowled angrily and yelled at the man. He said that if he came just to say that, then he should go back to his business. The man moved closer to him with a sly smile, handed him the chips and said that he would fix everything. Soo-young asked him in confusion what he just said. The man smiled, saying that if Soo-young believed the story about the cleaner, then he would help him as a senior colleague. Soo-young looked at him in confusion, holding the chips in his teeth, and asked how he was going to help. Dongbin smiled slyly, crumpled the pack and said that he had nothing like that in mind, because he just wanted to do a favor, and even if the young man was the chairman's man, it did not mean that he did not make mistakes. Su-young jumped up from his seat. The man looked back at him with a smirk. Su-young asked if the cleaning squad had committed any wrongdoing. The man replied that the squad would only commit wrongdoing. Su-young gritted his teeth, thinking about what kind of trick he was trying to pull this time. The man looked back at him with a sly smile. He smiled wider, telling Su-young to think twice about whether he wanted to spend the rest of his life spying on a cleaner, since the first group of the task force was considered elite. A crumpled bag of chips was lying on the table. Su-young asked what the man wanted in return. Dongbin said that he always knew he was not a fool, since he understood right away. He looked at him with a smile, saying that he was not asking for anything like that, and that his team would apparently be getting a dungeon next week, adding that he was talking about the multiplex dungeons in the Yonggyungpo area. Su-young looked at him with confusion. He imagined a group of people standing between a huge number of monsters, thinking that a multi-hall dungeon is a special dungeon that opens the next zone after clearing the previous one. And usually, such a high-ranking dungeon is given to the corresponding hunters, and the difficulty of such dungeons is that they cannot be left until the team defeats all the bosses in each zone, and thus, it is an important object that takes about a month of preparation for the task force. However, Su-young looked at the interlocutor in a daze, who asked to hand over the dungeon to him. He angrily jumped up from his seat. Dongbin smirked, turning away from him. The man exclaimed, "Isn't this too much?" To which the interlocutor replied that if he does not like it, he does not have to agree. He put a finger to his lips, adding that the manager gave him permission, but he thought they could resolve this between themselves. Su-young looked at his back, thinking about how Dongbin had stolen the other team's loot in the same way, but without his help, he wouldn't be able to get close to the cleaning team. The man gritted his teeth, adding that this was the only large-scale dungeon clearing. If he really helped him with the cleaning team, then it was a good deal. Dongbin turned to the other person with a smile, who agreed to his offer, saying that he hoped that this wouldn't backfire on him. The man laughed and said that he was no slouch. He smirked, adding that the man said that he had a girl in his team. He frowned slightly, saying that he wanted to borrow Minju. Su-young gritted his teeth, mentally calling the man an idiot, and then thought about how he could do that. Dongbin walked away with a sarcastic smile. The man agreed to his terms. The bus, the young man, was driving along the road. He sat in the back row, looking at the system window, saying that everything was going smoothly so far, thinking that the situation was completely different because it became much easier to unlock skills over time. He looked at the conditions of the recruitment and discipline, saying that he heard that there were no applicants for the cleaning team for a couple of months, and in that case, it was unreasonable. The discipline conditions said that it was necessary to maintain cooperation with other departments. The guy said that he would have laughed at this before, but now it seemed more than realistic to him. He put his hand to his chin. The conditions of increasing time required increasing the salaries of the dungeon cleaning squad, and the polymorph condition required increasing the interest in the dungeon cleaning squad among ordinary people. The guy said that it would be difficult to increase the salary for now. The phone in his pocket rang, interrupting his words about how he could fulfill the conditions of the polymorph. He put it to his ear. Minju turned to him in confusion. The guy asked what happened. He remembered how he passed the dungeon in his past life. The girl said that this time they had to clear a multi-hall dungeon, and she was chosen as the team leader. The guy wondered if this could be some kind of large-scale task. The young man calmly said that if she was the leader in such an important task, the price for her life was now incredibly high. The girl worriedly said that this was not the most important thing. The video cleaning team would also take part in the cleanup. The young man frowned and exclaimed loudly, asking what she said. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the roofs of skyscrapers. The hunters looked angrily at the guy. The standing young man said that they took away part of their budget, their status, and now also their jobs. The man with scars on his face added that in other words they were asking why they came there. The guy sitting with his back to him said that Junwoo was a comma betting top and that they were far from him. The guy looked at them, crossing his arms over his chest. One of the hunters put it, suddenly they decide to become hunters. The interlocutor answered him to be quieter because the cleaners hear them. Soyeon and Junti looked at each other. The girl anxiously asked, "Okay, are the leaders?" The man trembled a little, answering that everything was fine. Junwoo looked at the hunters. One of the guys said that the meeting was about to start, so they should take their seats. The young man thought that they were all about B or C rank, and something was wrong. Looking in front of him, he turned to Minju and asked if the multitasking dungeon was assigned to the first team. The girl confirmed his guess, saying that it was originally their job, but it seems that the leader handed the project over to the second team. He looked at the girl in surprise, indignant that he just took and gave such a big project to another team. After all, they were supposed to prepare for the cleanup for 2 months. The girl replied that something must have happened between the team leaders, but she did not know the details. Dongbin opened the door. The hunters said that the leader of the second team has already arrived. The man greeted the guys with a smile. Jun-woo looked at him in surprise, recognizing the man. Dong-bin said that the project cleanup was entrusted to them. Dong-bin smiled smugly. Jun-woo froze in shock. The guy gritted his teeth, imagining the man with an envelope in his hand, and thought that when he was a newbie, the man already had a raid with him, and that he was known for taking other people's orders. Jun-woo was shaking with anger. The girls looked at him. The young man thought that now this man was the leader of the second task force. Min-ju asked if something happened. Soyeon addressed the guy by name. The guy looked angrily in front of him, and turning to Min-ju, told her to stay away from him. The man took the lectern, saying that this raid will last for 24 hours, and as they know, you can't leave the multi-zone dungeon without clearing all the zones. Everyone sat in their seats as the man said that if any of them wanted to back out, they should do so now. Dong-bin added with a smile that in that case, he would start with a briefing on the Yongyunpo area. The man imagined a battle with a demon, said that the hunters would split into 3 groups, and since the cleanup lasted 24 hours, the monsters' corpses would decompose while they were there. The image in his head changed. He imagined the cleanup crew cutting up a corpse, and said that they couldn't let the corpse decompose because their bodies would start releasing poisonous gas. He looked at the cleanup crew, saying that the cleanup team would be the one doing this. The hunters looked back at them. The man added that the operation was quite large, so everyone would get a bonus upon completion, and then asked if the cleaners could handle it. Jun-T stayed in his seat, confirming his words. The young man frowned, thinking that they had no reason to refuse. After all, this was a great opportunity to work with the task force, plus bonuses, and most importantly, they would clean up after the hunters right away, and it would save a lot of time. He remembered one of the conditions that required completing a joint project with other departments, and mentally added that this was a good opportunity to unlock his skills. One of the hunters looked back at him. The young man wondered when else this would be possible if not now. After all, there might not be anything like this again. After all, he was a cleaner, however. The guy frowned, saying that he couldn't. Dong-bin dropped the lollipop from his mouth, asking what it meant. The young man finished his thought by saying that if they worked, they would only help this man, after which he decided that he would not agree even under threats of death. Sang Hyuk looked away from the girl with a smile. Min-ju looked at the manager. Soyeon asked why the young man refused, since such a chance came. Sang Hyuk confirmed her words, saying that they were also promised some bonuses, so this offer was out of the question. Min-ju asked the man what he thought about it. Jun-T looked down, saying that in any case, this guy was worried about them. The girl put her hand to her chin, imagining their meeting with huge monsters, and said that she was also a little worried since the briefing was short, and the dungeon was very dangerous since they would have to work for a whole day without a break in a place where there were a lot of monsters. Jun-T imagined the image of the young man, shook his fist and with tears in his eyes said that he thought Jun-woo understood how risky this job was, and that he was afraid that they would agree out of joy, so he refused first, setting an example for them. Soyeon and Sang Hyuk shed tears. The girl said that it was very much like the boy. Sang Hyuk added that he always misled them and that he thought the boy refused because he did not want to work. Jun-T put his hands on his waist, laughing loudly, and said that the boy seemed to have a premonition of this, then said that their team would not participate. Soyeon and Jun-T looked at Min-ju in shock, who said that she would also refuse. They looked at each other. Soyeon asked why she decided so, since she can lead the raid. The man agreed with this, saying that she cannot leave because of them. To which the girl replied that she did not like this idea from the beginning and that she did not think she was good enough to lead the cleanup. She smiled happily, adding that there are more important reasons, since the teacher told her not to get involved with that guy, and she should listen to him. Jun-T closed his eyes and confirmed her thought with a smile. The rays of the setting sun illuminated the skyscraper. Soo-young smiled wryly, holding back his laughter. He held his mouth, trembling slightly, and remembered Dong-bin's expression when he was rejected, and then thought that he was delighted at how his face changed after the cleaner's rejection. He looked at the sad man with a wide smile and said that he failed, and then asked if he remembered his words that the guy was not that easy, adding that the man definitely understood it now. Dong-bin looked back at him angrily, saying that if he was going to make fun of him, then he should leave. Soo-young put his hand on the table, smiled widely, and asked if he still thought that the second task force could handle it. Since even Min-ju left, the man asked him to leave. Soo-young smiled even wider, asking if he was going to contact a private company since they had already spent 200 million recently. The man slammed his hand on the table, insulting his interlocutor. Dong-bin stood up from his seat, clenched his fist, and angrily asked if he thought he couldn't handle someone from the Min-chial line, then added that he would use the mandatory list of participants and that was it. Soo-young imagined the hunter being pointed at, and thought that the mandatory list of participants meant that the teams that the chairman appointed would be required to go on a raid, and that failure to obey the order could result in disciplinary action or even dismissal. Dong-bin glared ahead, wondering how the kid even dared to talk to him like that. Soyeon and Sang Hyuk looked in shock. Jun-woo thought that a few days later he found out that the man used the mandatory list, and their group, along with the girl, were forced to participate in clearing the dungeon. There were a lot of reporters in front of the gate. The girl asked why there were so many people. The young man answered her that an operation of such a scale interested the media. The guys from the cleaning team looked at each other. Jun-woo calmly looked at Min-ju. Sang Hyuk asked if they would interview them. The leader answered with a smile that if he knew, he would shave. Soyeon added that she would wash her hair. Min-ju looked at the young man with fear, who came closer to her and asked what was wrong with her face, and if she was nervous. The girl stutteringly confirmed his guess, saying that this was the first time something like this happened to her. The guy patted her on the back, telling her to pull herself together, because when they don't see a worried hunter in the garage, they themselves start to worry. So she should be brave, then told her to straighten her shoulders, asking how she was going to defend the dungeon if she was almost shaking. The girl smiled nervously, saying that everything was fine, that she was sure she could handle it. The boy said that he had no doubts about it. The guy frowned, saying that he would warn her just in case, because as soon as she entered inside, she should forget about their group and focus on destroying monsters. The girl looked at the disgruntled guy with a smile, saying that they should still stay in touch. The boy asked if she was going to ask him for help. An awkward silence hung between them. The green energy of the gate dissipated in the air, and an hours he sighed, telling her to let us know if she was going to die. Jun-Tae cheered the team up with a big smile, saying that they would work hard today, and then asked if all the equipment and medicine were ready. Jun-woo and Soyeon reached into the medicine box. They listed the medicine and equipment they had, such as 10 liters of hydrogen peroxide diluted with hydrochloric acid, saline solution, vacuum compressor, polymer compression bag, glasses, cleaning products. The girl said that everything was in place. Sang Hyuk picked up the bottle with a smile, saying that they had plenty of food and water. The leader put his hands on his waist. The guys looked at him. He said that everything was fine and that it would be difficult for them, but in any case, they would have to do the same as always, so everything would be fine, after which he told them to put on their gear. The hunters looked at the man with sly smiles, laughing at him. One of the guys asked what the cleaners were doing. Dongbin came closer, saying that he was looking for Min-ju. He looked at her with a smirk, saying that she, it turns out, was with the cleaners. The girl came closer to him. The man said that they were counting on her. Min-ju replied that she would do everything in the best possible way. Soyeon and Jun-woo looked at each other. The girl asked if those people would also participate in the raid, saying that she did not think that they would go with them, since Min-ju was leading the operation. The boy replied that this was a common thing, since even if a girl was in charge of everything, the group leader could also participate. They looked back at the group of hunters. The boy added that he usually appoints the best hunter as the leader of the raid. Soyeon asked if it means that this time it is Min-ju. The boy confirmed her guess. Min-ju confidently looked ahead. The boy thought that he could admit that she has leadership qualities, but Dongbin did so for another reason. He looked at Dongbin and added that this parasite has no idea how to behave on the battlefield and does not want to take responsibility, since he only plans the operation, but never participates in them, always staying in the back row. The man smiled and told her not to worry because he would also be fighting, and then added that this was her first time leading a trade, and if she had any problems, he would deal with it. The girl looked down, and the man thought that she had bad manners, and the girl agreed with his words. The man looked back at the cleaning team, telling them to take care of the cleanliness, and then reminded them that there was no time to delay cleaning. The young man looked away, languidly agreeing. Dongbin's malice flared again, thinking about what the guy was allowing himself, and then added that they would see how long he could last. He grabbed his face with his hand, saying that he thought everyone was ready, so it was time for them to start, and the girl agreed with his words. She frowned, looked at the team and said that they already knew, but she would repeat it again that the hunters are divided into 3 teams, A, B, C. The 3 hunters listened attentively to her words that the first one to be sent out was Team A, the next zone would be taken by Team B, and then Team C would enter. The other group of participants also looked at the girl while she said that such a scenario should go in a circle until there was not a single monster left in the dungeon. The girl stood in the middle of the entire team. They say that this time a squad of cleaners will go with them, and that they know their business, so there is no need to worry, however, if the situation is too dangerous. Min-ju confidently frowned, finishing the sentence by saying that they can ask the cleaners for help. The hunters and the leader looked at her in shock. Jun-woo looked at the student in a stupor, wondering what she was talking about. Dongbin smiled awkwardly, laughed and said that the raid leader was a little nervous, and then asked if she wanted to tell the cleaners. The girl took out her sword from its sheath, saying that they should repeat the basic information about the dungeon once again. If everyone was ready, they would begin cleaning. The energy of the gate raged in the air, gradually dissipating. The cleaners also confidently looked at the portal. The young man said that it was time for them to enter too. The images of various monsters were visible. The people headed inside. The young man added that it was time for them to clean up there. The dungeon was filled with bones. In it, a creature with horns bared its teeth. The girl looked back at the guys and admitted that she was afraid to go, after which she told them that the room was quiet. Hearing this, the protagonist reminded them that they were just cleaning. At that moment, he thought that they would not meet the hunters until the very end of the mission. Sang Hyuk made a dissatisfied face. He did not understand why they needed to do a joint raid if he could not even watch the professionals at work. Hearing this, the man assumed that they would hardly be able to learn anything useful from the hunters. Light fell on the tip of the knife. Someone suggested that the partners take up chemicals. Jun-T raised his finger and said that they could not allow the corpses to decompose during the process of clearing the dungeon by the operatives. He asked his partner to cover the chemicals with a plastic bag after processing. Hearing this, the guy discontentedly reminded him that he had heard this a million times already. At that moment, the man advised him to be careful, because in a joint raid, the lives of other people depended on them. The room was covered in flames. At that moment, the main character remembered that monsters are usually burned on the spot where they were killed, after which he realized that this was impossible to do because the clearing and cleaning are happening at the same time. The package contains the flesh of monsters so that it does not decompose while the cleanup continues. At these moments, the guys have to dismember the bodies of the creatures and, treating them with chemicals, pack them in vacuum bags. Jun-Woo looked at his assistants with displeasure. The brunette asked his partner when they would be finished. Hearing this, the main character thought about the same thing. Sang Hyuk took the package when he asked about lunch. The man did not understand why the guy was already thinking about food, because they had just arrived. A girl approached them and offered them a snack. The brunette asked her if she had anything. At that moment, Soyeon said that she had brought some chocolate bars with her. The heroine approached the main character and asked him if he wanted one bar, after which she remembered that he did not like being distracted while working. Jun-Woo looked back and asked for a strawberry bar. The girl imagined the gentleman as a hare. The guys exclaimed happily. At that moment, the man suggested that they, after a sweet pause, get back to work. Sounds were heard in the dungeon. The protagonist noticed that they did not have any problems despite the fact that this was the first major raid for their group, after which he realized that they were doing the same thing as always. The guys collected a bunch of pieces of flesh 8 hours after entering the dungeon. Seeing how the partners began to fight and kill monsters, the situation in the cleaning squad began to change. An exhausted girl lay on the floor because they worked non-stop for 10 hours. Blood began to ooze from the guy's shoulder because he got injured after 5 hours. The protagonist imagined how the spirit was leaving him. At that moment, he remembered that he was tired of constantly fixing bursting vacuum bags. He realized that they were very far behind the task force. It had been 18 hours since the start of the work. The task force tried to contact the cleaners via the radio. They asked them to take care of the rising gas level in the dungeon. The man grabbed the radio tightly when he apologized for the blockage they had caused. His partner asked him what zone they were in. Hearing this, Jun-T replied that it was the 5th. The cleaner's eyes widened when the task force member said that they had already finished with the 10th zone. At that moment, the man promised him to do everything possible to speed up the work. The brunette looked back at his partner with displeasure. The red-haired hunter reminded him of the increase in poison, after which he menacingly asked the guys if they thought it was necessary to sit down in such a situation. The protagonist took the radio and said that they could not continue working. He advised the hunters to ask the leader to stop the raid. The guy said that it was impossible because they wouldn't finish the job on time. Jun-Woo looked at his tired partners and asked the task force if they wanted the cleaners to die of exhaustion. He said menacingly that they couldn't work anymore. The girl stared at her mentor. At that moment, the task force advised him to do what they knew. The brunette brought the radio to his mouth and asked to send the resting hunters to them. He believed that the cleaning would go much faster with them. A sound began to come from the radio when the task force member gave a negative answer. He asked why the hunter would bother with cleaning. The protagonist got very angry and demanded to be heard. He asked him to call the raid leader right away. Dongbin, frowning deeply, asked someone if he was doing the right thing. He told them that the entire dungeon was covered in gas. A guy began to approach the man. He advised him to clean instead of going to him. Then he asked him what was going on. The brunette approached Dongbin and asked about the location of the raid leader. Hearing this, the man asked if he thought she was working. Jun-Woo's facial muscles tensed when Dongbin asked him not to interfere. The cleaner told him that he had worked for 18 hours without a break. Then he asked the man if he thought they were robots. Dongbin got really angry. He asked the guy again if they had any strength left. The man spread his arms out to the sides and told him about the upcoming problems. He asked the cleaner if the raid was some kind of joke for them. The guys looked ahead with displeasure. Dongbin told him that the hunters had worked hard to prepare for this task, after which he told the main character about the loss of bonuses. The brunette bared his teeth and advised the man to think again. Dongbin reminded him that they were refusing their duties during the cleanup. The man's pupils narrowed. At that moment, he assumed that the cleaners thought they could do anything, because this was their first experience in large-scale operations. Dongbin looked intently at his interlocutor. He told him that now he would have to take responsibility for the actions of his squad. Seeing how the brunette began to laugh loudly, the man asked him if he found it funny. The guy asked him if it seemed a little strange to him, after which he realized that the task force had planned to add them to the mandatory list of participants from the very beginning. Jun-Woo's eye sparkled and suggested that the man wanted to punish them by catching them doing something. He called his plan wonderful. Dongbin's mouth began to drool. The brunette said that he decided to punish them in this way because the hunters could not continue to watch them, after which he asked him if the leader should do this. Hearing this, the man noticed that the cleaner was getting too carried away. At this point, he told them that even the association chairman would not save them from punishment for disobeying the order. The protagonist smiled broadly and suggested imagining that they refused to participate in the raid. He asked the leader if they would continue cleaning with the gas increased. Someone grabbed the radio. The man, putting the device to his mouth, introduced himself as Dongbin. The monster opened its mouth wide when the leader asked the leader if she was very busy. Seeing the flames coming out of the creature, Minju said that she was a little busy. She wondered why the leader addressed her informally. The heroine repelled the enemy's attack when Dongbin told her that the cleaners refused to work. The man's facial muscles tensed when he assumed that they would suffocate before they were finished. He informed her that he would now be leading the operation himself. Hearing this, the girl asked him what that meant. Dongbin's mouth began to drool when he called the heroine names. He demanded that she hand over the leadership to him. The protagonist smiled slightly when he realized that nothing had changed. The man raised his head and menacingly asked the guy what he said. At that moment, someone asked him if his squad really refused to participate in the raid. Without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, he asked Minju how they could do something like that. He understood that everyone would die in the dungeon from the toxic fumes if the cleaners didn't work. Sweat began to pour down the girl's face. Meanwhile, the men had defeated the monster. Dongbin bared his teeth and asked her why she was stalling. He demanded that she quickly hand over the leadership to him if she didn't want to be fired from her job. The brunette looked at the radio in confusion. The man assumed that she, who had been entrusted with leading the raid, considered herself a big shot. Dongbin smiled ominously when the girl decided to hand over the authority. Hearing this, he called her a good girl. The guys looked back at Jun-Woo when Minju said his name. The brunette's eye sparkled when the heroine announced that she had handed over the rights of the head of the raid to him. The men's mouths dropped open. The guy smiled slightly when he realized that it had been a long time ago. Jun-Woo squeezed his hand tightly and said that he was now in charge of the cleanup. He noticed that he felt much better after receiving his new status. The brunette looked menacingly forward and said that he was now in charge of the raid. The guys surrounded him. Dongbin started laughing loudly when he realized that the cleaner would be in charge. The guy approached him when he assumed that he had misunderstood. He asked if he thought he could command everyone since he had been given the authority. The protagonist smiled slightly and asked him if he had done anything useful for the raid. He admitted that he knew who was in charge of everything during the raid. A drop of sweat ran down the man's cheek when he asked the guy if he was a hunter. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides and asked him why everyone he met asked him if he was a hunter. Hearing this, Dongbin loudly said that the cleaners were only in charge of cleaning. After which he said that in a raid you can't get away with a simple disciplinary punishment because the life of each participant is in danger. The man pointed his finger at Jun-Woo. The guy asked him if he, being an inexperienced cleaner, should entrust the operation to a veteran of the dungeons. At that moment, Dongbin demanded that he quickly give him the right to lead, after which he promised that he would not punish them. The brunette tilted his head to the side and suggested that the man knew better whether to punish them or not. The guy's facial muscles tensed when he admitted that looking at the man, he immediately remembered the past. Beads of sweat ran down Dongbin's cheek. At that moment, the protagonist asked him if he was okay with his rating rising every day. Hearing this, the man clarified what he was talking about. Jun-Woo began to emit an ominous aura. He demanded that the man not interfere and announced his suspension. Dongbin opened his mouth wide. The suspension he received was the highest level of disciplinary punishment, depriving him of all advantages as a leader. The brunette grabbed the man's chin and advised him to cover his mouth. He asked him if this was the first time he was receiving a suspension. The protagonist brought a radio to his mouth. He reported that Jun-Woo from the 3rd cleanup team was speaking. The man fell to his knees when the guy decided to address everyone participating in the raid. He told everyone about the suspension of the group leader. Meanwhile, the guys continued to attack the enemy. At this point, the guy announced that the rest should do everything possible to achieve the goal. Jun-T looked at the radio in confusion when the mentor assumed that they heard about the transfer of command to him. He said that they now follow his instructions. The brunette looked intently at the hunters. He demanded that teams B and C go to help the cleaning squad. The red-haired guy bowed his head and realized that this was too much. At that moment, his partner admitted that he had become a hunter not to wash floors. The guys were very surprised when the leader announced that teams B and C were being removed from the operation due to failure to follow instructions. The hunters looked angrily at the protagonist, who was waiting for a response from Tima. The heroine swung her weapon when she said that Tima was ready to complete the mission. After checking the connection, the leader warned her that they would have to sweat a lot, because most of the hunters would not participate in the raid further. The girl attacked the enemy when Junwoo asked her if they were currently clearing the 11th zone. Minju began to tell him about the monsters of the stage. The creature's eyes sparkled when a system window appeared, notifying that it was immune to physical damage. The protagonist remembered that the monster would be immune to attacks after the attack began, after which he asked their tanks to take the hit and the healers to support them. The boys stared at the enemy when the leader demanded that they release the best fighter once the bear's immunity was gone. He explained that the hunter with the highest stats should attack the beast and immediately use a counterattack. The blade of the sword flashed when Junwoo asked the girl if he had trained left-handed attacks. Hearing a positive answer from her, he asked her to begin. The hunters pounced on the monster when the heroine asked them if they heard the order. A rune circle appeared in front of the healer when he announced that he would strengthen his partner. Saliva flew out of the bear's mouth when it howled. The monster struck the girl with its paw. Minju approached the enemy. Her eye glowed when she activated a counterattack. The heroine cut the bear. It bared its jaws and growled. The brunette looked back. She turned to the teacher. The protagonist smiled slightly when she reported that Zone 11 had been liberated. The boys gaped when one of them wondered how they had managed to do that. The boy's eyes lit up when he informed Tima that they had 50 minutes to clear the remaining zones. The men were casting a spell near the monster when the leader informed them that Zone 12's boss was a ghost. He advised the swordsmen to cover the rear since the monster was immune to physical attacks. He then said that the mages should use their strongest attack skills. The hunter raised his hand when Junwoo said that they would start hallucinating. He asked the guys not to approach the monsters, but simply retreat after attacking the boss. The other hunters looked ahead in confusion. The brunette assumed that the leader was not just a cleaner. The protagonist advised the raid members to push the boss away using an appropriate skill. Junwoo lay down on the stairs when Tima reported that they were unable to do so. He believed that this could not be true. The brunette grabbed his head when the girl said that their skills were not activating and their physical characteristics had reached low units. Hearing this, he asked them what kind of hunters they were if they could not even catch a monster. The leader headed towards the passage and advised Tima to wait a bit and try not to die. The brunette attacked the enemy. The monster's body was covered in crystals. Its eyes sparkled with purple light. A drop of sweat ran down Minju's cheek when she realized that she was fighting an unusual boss. The girl also realized that the monster was different from those she had killed before. The heroine approached the enemy and realized that it was impenetrable and too fast for its size. The boss squeezed her leg with his hand. She stared at her opponent. The creature threw her to the ground. A fog rose in the dungeon. Blood began to flow from the heroine's mouth. Someone approached her. The guy extended his hand to her when she called him teacher. Minju smiled slightly and apologized for not coping. She admitted that she believed in her strength. The girl felt uneasy when the leader spoke about the sword. He demanded that she give him a weapon. The protagonist grabbed the hilt of the sword. The brunette approached his opponent. He did not expect to meet a monster of such a high rank in such a place. Junwoo raised his head when he remembered that he had a skill. He understands that his abilities were unlocked thanks to this raid. A system window with unlocked conditions appeared. The lock sparkled with a bright light. A sign about activating the discipline skill appeared. The weapon handle sparkled. The monster began to attack its opponent. The protagonist cut his paw. An ominous aura emanated from him. The brunette dealt damage to the creature. Liquid began to splash out of the stone orc's body. His eyes sparkled brightly when he screamed. The monster fell to the ground with a crash. The pupils of the stone orc narrowed. The leader appeared from the fog. He confidently raised his weapon when he activated the fire skill. A system window appeared with the activation of a counterattack. The entire dungeon was covered in fire. The monster's body began to burn. The guys stared intently at the explosion. The hunter spread his arms out to the sides when he asked the girl who that guy was. She replied that he was just a cleaner. Hearing this, the brunette said loudly that someone with such skills should be in the task force. Minju smiled widely and said that it would be better if no one knew about what happened. She said that the protagonist is not interested in money, fame, power, hunting skills, or even weapons. Junwoo's clothes were covered in dirt, causing him to activate his passive skill of mysophobia. At this moment, Minju said that the teacher just wanted to work together with them. The news from the phone said that it became known that recently during a large raid in Yindipa organized by the association, the leader of the group Dongbin was suspended. It was also revealed that the leader was pocketing bonuses from other hunters. Minchal was filled with rage. He did not understand how the leader of the group could be suspended from the case. The two men stood in front of him with their hands folded and apologized. Dongbin lowered his head, guessing that Minju and the cleaners were working together. The boss was drooling, asking to see the man who now doesn't know that the boss tried to use the girl. The man, almost crying, kept saying that everything is wrong and why is all the blame being shifted to him, because the list of conditions was made together. A strong hand grabbed the red-haired man by the hair. The angry boss was unhappy that his subordinate saw him as a friend and forgot that he was higher in rank. Without letting go, the boss made it clear that he would not forget that everyone was now discussing the behavior of his employee. Throwing the man to the floor, he ordered that, while no one took any action, they go to the police. A moment later, the door to the office closed. Su Yang, who remained in the office, suggested that the boss tell the cleaner that he helped him. The boss turned to the man about Minju, without taking his eyes off the view of the night city. Introducing the charming and happy girl, the boss thought that maybe he could appoint her to the position of squad leader. A notice of disciplinary action arrived. Dongbin and the members of the second task force were brought to disciplinary responsibility. The man was removed from the position of manager. For a hunter, this is tantamount to dismissal. Now his place will be taken by. Former colleagues at work happily congratulated Minju on his promotion. The girl accepted the flowers and was very happy. Wiping away her tears, she was grateful to the guys. Junwoo stood behind the girl, thinking about the correctness of his action. The girl emotionally told the cleaners how surprised she was when she first learned about the promotion. As a joke, one of the colleagues said that the girl is no longer on the same level as Soo-young, to which she became very embarrassed. Gathered at the table, Minju noted that there were few people in the office. The brunette supported the conversation, answering that many people were kicked out. There are practically no hunters left. Looking at the bouquet, the girl knew that there were 17 people left. This is almost like an entire team that was fired and for which she was given such an opportunity to become a manager. Without turning around, Junwoo asked them to underestimate themselves and not to think that anyone could take this place, otherwise it would be difficult to work. The man hid the anger on his face because he was able to become a leader only at the age of 30. The girl was delighted that the teacher chose such words for her. Junwoo abruptly turned to Minju and asked her not to say that she was on the cleaning team in the future, to which the girl was surprised. He explained that they could be eavesdropped. No hunter would want to see a cleaner in their group, and especially in the leader's place. Having finished speaking, the hunters who had just been released entered the office. Seeing the cleaners, the men fell into wild fear. The three of them stood in front of the workers and began to bow to greet the guests. They introduced themselves in front of the cleaners, and one of them approached Junwoo and praised him for his excellent work on the last raid. Having grouped together, they asked to consider them part of their team and ask for help if needed. The brunette did not understand what was happening to people, and Minju was happy with the mood of her group. The girl was sure that now even the association headquarters would not be able to harm the cleanup department, so now they could relax and enjoy cleaning. Junwoo, looking at her, only thought about his mind having gone crazy and she had just received a position. Minju, without taking her eyes off the flowers, was waiting for a visit. The brunette asked if the girl was waiting for someone to come to her, to which she replied that an assistant would come. Well, how could a guy forget? She was a big shot now. Looking out the window, Junwoo thought about personal assistants, which are given only to group leaders. Once, he had one too. The man was stunned when he remembered who was assigned as his assistant. It was Ah Young. The brunette remembered how they were together on the day of his murder. This is the person who was closest to him after leaving the association. He could not remember. It seemed to him that she left her post around that time. The man asked the girl what the name of the new assistant was, but she had no idea. Junwoo lowered his head and thought that he should calm down, because even if they ran into each other here, it would be okay. She wouldn't even recognize him. The head of the cleaning team was already in a hurry to leave for his shift. The former colleagues began to get ready to leave. Junwoo's hand pulled the door handle. Opening the door, he saw a girl. Out of worry, she was all in a sweat. The girl introduced herself and explained that she had arrived from the support squad to be Minju's assistant. The man's eyes shone purple and he said that Minju was a girl. The leader of the second group laughed at what had happened, to which the assistant apologized, since she had only recently been accepted into the association. Without taking his eyes off her, the man kept thinking in his head that it wasn't her. Leaving, Minju wished the teacher a good shift, and he completely scared the assistant. The multi-story building of the association. The girl looked exhausted due to lack of strength. She was angry when someone came up to her and asked what happened. It was the beautiful girl Ah Young. She kept asking about the leader of the second group and their raid that almost went badly. But the assistant was confident in Minju as a good person, but she felt that she was appointed without the CEO's knowledge. Ah Young dedicated the young assistant that if the workers do not see or hear about the CEO, it means that he is doing a great job. Hae-yeon was very surprised. The girl added that she wished her luck and that she had heard rumors that Min-ju was on good terms with the cleaning squad who were under the director's protection. Reminding her of Jun-woo, she suggested that the girl might end up with them. Remembering the man, Hae-yeon got scared again and said that she had seen him today, but she didn't like him. The assistant thought out loud that if he was in the director's squad, it meant he loved power, but it was scary to even look at him. Perhaps this evil man had never had a girlfriend. Ah-young's ears almost bled from what she heard, but she said that in her opinion, he was doing a great job as he was able to increase the budget for his group and department and also gave the hunters a dressing down for insulting the cleaners. Hae-yeon, with her hands on her hips, was sure that all these actions were damaging their image, and if this happened again, she would be able to quickly fix everything. But Ah-young doubted. Scratching her chin, she wondered what kind of person he was. While at work, Jun-woo did not stop scratching his ear. Apparently, someone remembers him, he thought. Some blue waves appeared on the street. Jun-woo was cleaning the dungeons, saying funny lines. Min-ju joined him, who told him that they predicted rain after lunch. The brunette addressed her rudely, that she had a lot of free time and how she was going to work. To which the girl answered with a smile, "What is the teacher talking about if she works?" Jun-woo continued to mumble about how the leader of the task force began to have fun with a mop together with a team of cleaners. Min-ju silently listened to him, while in the background, people from the hunter squad were actively cleaning the dungeon. Jun-tae approached them to show everything and tell them how to clean. The cleaners asked who would help them with disinfection, to which the hunters grouped and asked to rely on them. Now the second task force and the third cleanup team are on the same wavelength. Jun-woo was silent, pretending not to know anything. Walking away, the brunette asked the girl the purpose of her visit, not for a date with a rag. Embarrassed, Min-ju began to talk about the fact that quite difficult raids were planned for this month. Sighing, the man allowed her to continue further. The girl began with a plan in which they should clear about 50 dungeons, but with the current number of people in the team, this is simply impossible. Lowering her head, she understood that they would have to work with dungeons above the average level. Jun-woo told her to listen and remember that if the gate is green, then there may be strong monsters there. Putting his hands in his pockets, he began to tell the plan of action, which was that with their level of training, 3-4 people are enough for one dungeon. They should split into 3 teams and clean up twice a day, in the morning and in the evening. If they can't handle it, the support team will help you, but only once. Looking at the teacher, Min-ju admitted that she hadn't even thought about it. Jun-woo thought that many managers who have been working for 10 years do not understand this, and she, who has been in such a position for less than a week, could not. Holding a notebook with notes in her hand, the girl thanked the teacher. Turning away, he asked the group of hunters to leave and they could handle the cleaning themselves. Min-ju thought that she was a lot of trouble and was in the way, but the man pointed to his assistant, who had been watching them all this time. The girl asked if the teacher knew Hae-yeon. He had seen the girl who was staring at them for the first time yesterday. Min-ju, smiling, asked the teacher to keep an eye on her. Suddenly, she could become his girlfriend. Hae-yeon came up and told the manager that it was time to go to the meeting. Min-ju gave the assistant the task of going to the cafeteria and booking a table in person to have lunch, but the phones in the dungeon were out of service. The girl ran as fast as she could to book a table before the guys arrived. Min-ju had to lie about the phone number in order to talk to the man in person. She wondered if the teacher knew anyone from the support department, and they told her that they wanted to see him in person. Jun-woo didn't understand what they were talking about. He was thinking in his head, what did the support want from him? Maybe it was because of the incident with Dong-bin and his group. They would most likely ask me not to interfere anymore, in which case there was no need to look for me. As he was leaving, the man asked me to tell him that he would come as soon as he had some free time. The boss thanked the guys from the second capture group because they had finished cleaning up early with them. Min-ju responded to this news by saying that she would have lunch then. The next day, the gates grew larger. In the ruins, a little boy trembled with fear and looked for his brother. A voice came from the darkness, which caught his attention. In the darkness, a creature was crawling on the floor. Climbing, it asked for help. The boy, frozen with fear, asked how his brother was. A creature with black long hair instantly approached his face. Its eyes were glowing red, and its fangs were sharp. The boy roared in fear and screamed at the top of his lungs. The latest news was reported. This afternoon at about 12:30, a first grader mistakenly wandered into a dungeon where he was attacked by a monster. Fortunately, his injuries were not fatal. After hospitalization, doctors are monitoring his condition. The boy said that there were no fences at the entrance to the dungeon, so he decided to go in. Hearing the news, Min-cheol clenched his fists in anger. In front of him stood the teacher, Min-ju and her assistant. The girl began to say that citizens by definition are not allowed to enter the dungeon. The boss pounded his fist on the table and shouted that everyone knew about it, but why weren't there any barriers? It was so simple. As he remembered, the brunette repeated in his mind that luckily they found the guy when they were about to go home. A little more and he would have died. Minchial shouted for an explanation and confession of who forgot to put up the barriers. The brunette stepped forward and admitted that he was supposed to put up the signs, but he simply forgot. Minju looked at the teacher and remembered how she clearly saw the man putting up the barriers, but Junwoo whispered to her to shut up immediately while he was talking to the boss. Folding his arms, the boss asked if this meant that the mistake was made by the cleaning team, but the man explained that he was the only one to blame, so he would be held responsible for what happened to that boy. Minchial was sure that it didn't matter who would be held responsible because the incident had already happened. Without flinching, Junwoo asked to be relieved of work tomorrow and sent to a meeting with the management to report on the mistake. The boss closed his eyes and agreed to a meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m., but nothing he said would save the janitor from punishment, and now the boss ordered them to get out of his office. They left, Minju trembling with fear. Without raising her head, she asked what the teacher was doing. Waving her arms, she screamed about how she had seen the man putting up barriers. Even if the boy accidentally got into the dungeon, how could there be a monster there if the hunters had cleared everything out, she asked. The manager was sure that it was all a setup, but why would the teacher expose himself? Junwoo responded to her shouts in one word, which shocked her. He continued her reasoning, because even if someone had set it up, they had no chance of catching that person and forcing them to tell the truth. As he left, the man added that it was not an ordinary employee who was behind this, and they would not have time to find out anything before the morning, so he took responsibility and had no business getting involved. I scroll through it in my head. Junwoo thought like Minju that everything was set up. For starters, this monster, Vega, does not live in dungeons of this level, which means it was specially let in. Gritting his teeth, the brunette wondered if there was any sense in these actions. It seemed that he would be able to unlock another skill. A notification appeared above his head, informing the condition for unlocking the ability, which consisted of increasing the interest of ordinary citizens in the dungeon cleaner squad. Minju sat at the table, looking down in shock, and said no. She imagined the shining gate of the dungeon and thought, even if someone removed the barricade by mistake, how could a child accidentally enter the dungeon half an hour before it closed? There was a long-haired monster lying on the floor in front of the boy. Why was there a monster left in the dungeon if the task force had finished their work? The girl looked down, remembering how Junwoo said that it was his fault, and realized that everything was set up to frame their squad and teacher. She imagined Minchial with shining eyes and the other superiors, thinking that given the circumstances, she thought the culprit worked for the association. Minju remembered how she was clenching her fist with shining eyes and thought that nothing could be done. She needed to observe the events, maybe it would help. The group members watched the girl sit gloomily at the table. The brunette standing next to the others called out to her, saying that they had heard about it all, but they thought it was not true. The brown-haired guy standing in the middle said that Junwoo definitely couldn't have forgotten about the fence. Why did he take the blame? The long-haired guy clenched his fist and added that it was true, they would definitely find the one who did it. And the brunette said that Junwoo also helped them in a joint raid, so they should return the favor. Minju looked at the guys excitedly. Then her gaze became determined. She slammed her hand on the table. She said that they were currently stopping work on all projects, and the second group would now be busy catching the real culprit. Even if they didn't fulfill the monthly quota, let them immediately say who was against it. The girl walked forward. The brown-haired guy scratched the back of his head, asking when they would stop pursuing such situations. The brunette said that they couldn't abandon their squad, and the long-haired man slammed his fist into his palm, saying that he had no objections. Minju opened the door, saying that in that case there would be a second group, but fell silent when she saw the girl standing at the threshold. The blonde girl smiled and greeted Minju's supervisor. She introduced herself as Ah-young, the deputy head of the support department. A few hours ago, Ha-yeon looked down in disappointment, saying that she had only been working here for 3 days. Why did this happen now? She heard that it was not her fault. The speaker thought they were just unlucky. Ah-young stood with her arms crossed and asked the gloomy girl what she was going to do, to which she received the answer that Junwoo was going to contact the media tomorrow. Ah-young stood by the window, saying that it was surprising that he was from the line of the organization's chairman, but made a stupid mistake. Ha-yeon countered that maybe he took the blame, but Minju claims that he was framed. The blonde was surprised and asked, if so, why did he expose himself like that? Are there still normal people in this viper's nest? Ah-young looked down in amazement, wondering what kind of person Junwoo was. Despite having connections, he still retained his humanity. She imagined greedy and evil bosses, thinking that if so, maybe they could change something in this rotten system. The girl stroked the embarrassed Ha-yeon's hair and said with a smile that they would keep this a secret from the other groups. She thought their help wouldn't hurt. Now, Minju looked at the deputy in surprise and asked what brought her here, and in response, she heard that she wanted to help. Ah-young folded her hands behind her back and explained that Ha-yeon told them about what happened. They were trying to find out the truth, weren't they? The brunette confirmed. Minju heard the question of whether there was any progress and scratched her cheek and said no, they had just started. She was going to check the CCTV cameras in the dungeon area. Ah-young looked at her and said that it was a waste of time. They would not be allowed to access the recordings without the police or an association representative. The girl imagined a part of the city with buildings and cars and said that she dug into the reports. The dungeon was in a part of the city where the cameras were not working that day. They did not have much time, and if they did go there, they would just waste their time. The brunette asked in surprise, what should they do then? The older one answered that they were lucky. When everything happened, there was a car nearby with a dash cam turned on. She remembered Ha-yeon, who was typing away with zeal, and said that she was trying to find that car right now. She remembered the number when she went to the cafeteria to make a reservation. Ah-young winked and showed the document, saying that when she found it, they could check it with this document. Min-ju beamed, thanked her and reached for the document, but the girl did not give it to her. The brunette heard that she should not think that she was helping for nothing, and excitedly said that she had only been in the position of manager for 3 days. She did not think that she had anything to offer in return. Ah-young crossed her arms and asked, since they were close with the cleaner Jun-woo, let him tell her what kind of person he was. The girl was surprised. The blonde introduced the guy surrounded by a purple haze and said that there were so many rumors about him. That he was an independent hunter, a spy for a private company, even a protege of the chairman of the association himself. She wondered how much of this was true. Min-ju looked at her in surprise, saying that she had never heard of it before. The blonde stared at her in amazement and asked again. Looking at the team, the girl screamed, do they really not know anything? The entire headquarters is talking about nothing else. Min-ju blushed and said that she did not have many friends in the association. Ah-young opened her mouth in surprise, thinking that she really only knew him as an employee from the cleaning department. The guys looked at the embarrassed Min-ju and thought that she was a poor thing. They should talk to her more. Ah-young giggled into her fist. The guys looked at her. One thought how shameful she was to laugh after that, and the other thought that they felt sorry for their captain. The blonde looked at the embarrassed girl and thought that the cleaner who took responsibility for something he did not do, the leader who rushed to help him along with the entire group. How did these people even end up in this rotten place? Ah-young raised her eyebrows and said that she would still help them, in exchange for them introducing her to Jun-woo, to which she received consent. She gave instructions on the phone to quickly find that car, and the second group decisively waved their fists, saying that they were already on their way. From behind the glass display case, words were heard wishing them to wear it with pleasure. Jun-woo, in a black suit and tie, said that he bought the clothes for the press conference. He put the phone to his ear and asked Soyeon what happened. The other person asked if he had called Min-ju. He asked why and heard that the girl had called her many times, but she did not pick up. Soyeon heard a question on the phone asking if she was raiding a dungeon, and she said no, she was not at work. Jun-woo told her not to worry, this happens to squad leaders. Soyeon said that she also wanted to believe that nothing happened, but she recently received a message from her. At the buildings under the pink sky, a question was heard asking what was there. There was a message on the phone saying that Min-ju could not explain anything. Now he is going to Daejeon City, and if he doesn't get in touch, let her urgently talk Jun-woo out of publicly admitting guilt. She apologizes in advance because she might not be able to answer the calls. Jun-woo was shocked to hear the girl say that she wrote that she would definitely help him and that if she didn't make it in time, she should talk him out of it. Soyeon asked if he knew something, if something happened. Jun-woo hung up and said that he had to go. The guy sullenly held the phone to his ear, wondering what stupid Min-ju was up to. Excitedly, he heard the girl answer and asked what she was doing now. The guys from the second squad were sitting with angry faces. Min-ju answered that she was going to Daejeon. Jun-woo shouted that she was working in the wrong place. Why? A black car was driving fast on the road. The girl answered that she was going to find evidence of his innocence. On the day of the incident, there was a car with a working video recorder in front of the entrance to the dungeon. They were already halfway there, so they should have time to do everything by evening. Jun-woo angrily said that he asked her not to interfere. The girl replied that she would always be in his debt, so she could not help but help. The guy hopelessly grabbed his forehead, thinking that it would be better if she did nothing, and he received a new skill. The condition for unlocking the polymorph was the increased interest of ordinary citizens in the cleaning squad. Jun-woo thought that she would definitely not listen and asked out loud if she could send a photo of that car. He thought that he would never let her find evidence. Jun-woo held the phone to his ear, hearing that she would send a message. A passerby turned to him and thought that his gaze could bend rebar. The contact text on the phone changed to abusive language. The girl said something about the injured boy, but Jun-woo was already pressing the red reset button. With a wild scream, he fell to his knees and began to hit his head on the ground, frightening passersby. People looked at him in amazement, wondering what happened. He was sick, there was blood. The system reported that the user was on alert. Jun-woo, with blood on his face, grinned angrily, breaking the phone in his hand. The system reported the activation of the hyper-acceleration skill. Passers-by saw a bright blue trail from rapid movement. Junwoo quickly ran forward, overtaking cars with a blue glow. There was a bright flash on the road ahead. Angry Junwoo ran, surrounded by a blue glow, saying that he would try to find it himself. Lights were on in the windows of the tall glass building of the hospital. Ah-young stood behind the man and, having greeted him, said that she was from the Korean Association. The brunette standing by the boy's bed turned around when he heard the question, "Is he a relative of the injured boy?" Turning away, he said that he had nothing to talk to her about. Ah-young frowned and said that a press conference was planned for the next morning regarding this case. The case is still under investigation, but it is already clear that the cleaner has nothing to do with it. If he doesn't go to meet them, an innocent person will suffer. The guy turned slightly and said that this is great. His eyes shone darkly, saying that these cleaners. No, it was Junwoo. He would only be glad if this was the end of him. In one of the parking lots in the city of Dijin, there was a black car. The driver was saying that this was great, he would have chicken for dinner today, when there was a knock on the window. A bloody Junwoo looked in the window, scaring the guy, who screamed that it was a zombie. The hero looked at the driver, said hello, and said that he was from the association and hoped that he would agree to help him. The guy grabbed the dashcam, while the driver asked what he needed, after all, an ordinary citizen. Junwoo squeezed the dashcam in his hand, breaking it. The blonde screamed, asking what he was doing. The guy with blood on his face walked away from the car. The driver was screaming, swearing. What did he do with his recorder? To which he received an answer that the guys from the operational department would arrive soon and pay for the damage. The blonde was amazed to see the guy hit his forehead on the ground. The system reported that the user was on alert, activating the hyper-acceleration skill. The driver was screaming, calling him different words. He opened his mouth in surprise, seeing a blue flash of a rapidly running guy. The blonde was sitting on the ground near the car when members of the second squad ran up to him. The guy pointed his finger at the car and told the girl that it was her. Minju ran up to the angry guy from behind and said that they were hunters for associations. Could he please? She did not have time to finish, because the blonde turned around furiously and shouted that first him, and now them, what do they all want from him? Should he sue them? The brunette recoiled in fear and apologized, then turned to the guy who said that they were late. Someone had already taken the recorder. Gloomy, she looked down and thought that there was evidence after all. How far was their opponent going to go? The lights were on in the windows of the medical center. Ah-young stood silently opposite the brunette in the gray sweater. The guy looked at her sullenly, and she asked what he meant by he would only be glad. Did someone order him to do this? The guy remembered how Soo-young hit him and said that he was fired because of this bad person. Does she think he will listen to the association's order after that? The brunette turned away and said that no one apologized to him or his brother, and now she came and talked about orders. Ah-young said that they were trying to take action and sort everything out. The guy angrily turned to her and shouted that this was a show. He had nothing more to talk about with the association. Ah-young turned around. Behind her, two girls were whispering. One was asking if she heard, a girl from the association. The other was saying that she came to negotiate something. The old man was saying that it seemed like this guy's younger brother had gotten hurt. The blonde thought that there were too many ears here. She would come back another time. Her palm touched the silver door handle. The guy entered the room where his brother was sitting on the bed and said that this was a stupid association and a stupid girl. The boy looked at him with a pitiful look and asked if they could stop all this. He didn't like sitting in the hospital all day and getting injections every day. He didn't like it either. The older one grabbed him by the shoulders and, his eyes flashing angrily, asked what he was saying. Had he already forgotten or something? They had agreed that he would help him. Everything would end tomorrow, so let him sit quietly. The younger one said that it hurt. The guys turned around abruptly, hearing the words that if he had just walked by. Junwoo in a black suit climbed through the window and said that it would hardly have come to this. The older one exclaimed in surprise, recognizing him. Junwoo looked at the brunette, imagining how he removes the fence, and said that now he understood everything. An ordinary person, and especially a child, is not able to remove a heavy fence. And he also thought of moving a monster to a cleared dungeon. For a former hunter it is easy. Junwoo looked at the boy and asked, wanted to take revenge on him using her brother, let him say. The younger one looked down in amazement, remembering how the guy held him in his arms, and thought, is the elder taking revenge on the one who saved him? The brunette clenched his fist and angrily shouted that it was his own fault. He knew the feeling when you lose your job, and for a cleaner too. They don't even have parents. Does he even understand this? Angry Junwoo swung his hand at him, shouting, who started it all? The guy asked, does he want to fight? Instead of hitting Junwoo, he patted him on the shoulder, saying that he forgives him. The hero remembered the system played about the polymorph skill with a smile and thought that tomorrow he would be able to unlock a new skill. So there was no point in messing around with this bad person, because it was thanks to him that the skill would open. The guys looked in surprise as Jun-T climbed onto the windowsill, saying that it was time for him to go. Let them try not to do anything bad until tomorrow. Stopping at the window, he said that by the way, The brunette looked at him in surprise, hearing that he should not try to take revenge, otherwise he would end badly, get hit by a truck or something else, and let him treat his junior well. The guy was kneeling by the bed. A boy with an IV came up to him and asked if he heard. He forgave them. The next day, reporters with cameras gathered. 9 a.m., a press conference at the headquarters in Seoul Association, a speech by Jun-woo from the cleanup department. The guy was standing behind the podium in front of the seated reporters and the bright flashes of the cameras. He closed his eyes and said into the microphone that he was Jun-woo from the dungeon cleaning squad. First of all, he apologized to the boy who got hurt yesterday. Min-cheol was sitting at the table. The monitor showed the guy's speech, who said that he would not make excuses because the lack of a fence at the entrance to the dungeon was entirely his fault. Jun-woo looked up at the reporters and said that therefore all responsibility for this incident was entirely his. He thought that he had won, neither the small hunter nor the leader could stop him. He smiled and thought that now he could unlock the skill. Suddenly, he heard the words that no, it was all his fault. The reporters and the guy looked at the man with a shining bald head in surprise. Jun-tae approached the podium. The guy asked in surprise what he was doing, to which he replied that Hye-yeon told him about the press conference. The guy tried to argue that he had already said everything, but the boss pushed him away from the podium, saying that that was enough, let him go. The man looked at the screaming guy and said that he had done a lot for them. The boss asked her to cover for him. In response, Jun-woo shouted, "What is this charity for? Why is he trying so hard?" The guy looked in amazement at the man who was standing behind the podium in front of many reporters and said that he was Jun-tae, the leader of the third cleanup team. As a leader, he takes full responsibility, and as long as Jun-woo is a member of their team, he will be responsible for all his mistakes. A guy in a cleaner's uniform appeared next to him and said that seriously, they are all to blame. As colleagues, they also take responsibility for what happened. A girl appeared behind him, who introduced herself as Soyeon from the third cleanup team, and a guy who said that he was Sang Hyuk from the same group. Jun-woo, who was standing in front, angrily shouted, "Where are they going?" Gritting his teeth in anger, he pressed his hands against his comrades' cheeks, trying to push them away. The girl said that as Jun-woo's protector she would take responsibility, and the brunette said that it was his younger colleague's mistake and his mistake. The guy angrily clenched his teeth and mentally sobbed, thinking that they were annoying him. Why were they bothering him if they didn't know anything? How did he even get to this point? One of the reporters raised his hand and asked, so they were claiming that the entire cleaning team was responsible for this incident. The comrades standing around Jun-woo shouted in one voice that each of them was to blame. This picture was broadcast live. The commentator asked what this squad was doing. The next commentator asked what they were doing there. One of the users said that it was very funny, and another asked what the noise was. Another wrote that he was a winner in life because he was watching this broadcast. Angry Jun-woo pushed his comrades away and shouted for them to shut up. The boy angrily looked at the trembling journalist and ordered them to write down that it was Jun-woo's mistake. Suddenly, a voice was heard saying that it was not his fault. Min-ju appeared in the aisle standing next to the boy and said that she was the leader of the second task force. The injured boy had something to say. The journalist asked in surprise if she was the leader. Someone recognized that yes, it was she, the youngest of all the leaders. The boy in the beige sweater looked down guiltily and said that he moved the barrier and went into the dungeon because he was curious. The journalists looked back at the boy, who said that it was all his own fault. And then they looked at each other and whispered among themselves. Min-ju stood next to the injured man and said that she would repeat it again. The third squad from the cleanup department was not responsible for this incident. They set up a barrier, as always. The guy in the black coat standing in front asked why he said that. Does he think they will believe him? The girl standing behind him answered that usually children lie badly and it is obvious. Ah-young stood behind the guy and told him to pay attention, that he did not say anything about him, but claimed that he did everything himself. The elder one cried and said that his brother was so good. Tears were running down the brunette's face. He said that he, the elder brother, behaved like a complete jerk, used the younger one. Why did he cover for him? The guy in the black jacket stood next to the girl and said that he should tell the truth. The younger one turned around and noticed him. He remembered how they stood together at the funeral, and he said that dad was no longer there. They would not see him again, and the elder one answered that he should not worry, he would take care of him. The younger one covered his face with his hands and cried. Min-ju silently looked at him. He shuffled his foot in a gray boot. With tears in his eyes, the boy asked the elder, now he will go to jail. He turned around and said that he must answer for what he did. The boy, trembling, buried his face in the elder's chest and asked, was this all because of him? The brother answered that he should stop. The guy touched his brother's hair with his fingers and told the younger to hold on, he will be back soon. He hugged him and told him to eat well while he was gone, not to quarrel with friends, and most importantly not to get sick, okay? With tears on his face, the boy smiled and said that yes, let him take care of himself too. The system reported that the conditions were not met. The notification about the conditions for unlocking the polymorph spoke of the need for increased interest from ordinary citizens in the dungeon cleaning squad. A red inscription appeared that the conditions were not met. Junwoo stood gloomy among his colleagues, screaming and accepting the blame, and thought that this was the end. Junwoo ran forward, holding Soyeon on his back, using the hyper-acceleration skill. He was holding a fire sword in his hands, standing next to the monster when he used fire. The guy's eye glowed blue when he swung, using discipline. The blue system window contained information about the polymorph skill, the unlocked conditions of increasing the interest of ordinary citizens in the dungeon cleaning squad. Junwoo stood in the elevator and thought that he now had 4 skills unlocked. He remembered standing behind the podium and thinking that during the speech, he thought that nothing would work out because of the team's rebellion. 575 viewers were watching the live broadcast. However, this disorder attracted even more attention. Initially, the public was not interested in the incident. At the moment when the guy was shouting, pushing his colleagues, and there were more than 4,000 viewers. The comments wrote that they were crazy, something interesting is starting. The commentator asked, is the one next to the cleaners also from their squad? The girl wrote that she was all shining. Another commentator said that she was very beautiful. The next commenter asked if he joined the cleaning squad, would he be able to see her all the time? Soyeon looked confused, surrounded by flowers. The commenter asked why she worked as a cleaner if she was destined to be an idol. The next one asked how he could join their team. If they told him, he would quit on the spot. The next commenter asked if he could too. That's how 35,411 viewers came. Junwoo thought that this world was very unfair. He looked ahead, thinking that people showed interest in the cleaning squad just because of one video, although thanks to Soyeon, he can unlock a new skill. Junwoo opened the door and walked in, asking the brunette that he was very busy. Why did she call him? Minju smiled and said, he came. She stood next to the blonde and said, does he remember that she said that there was someone who wanted to meet him? Ah Young looked at him and said that she was glad to meet him. The guy looked in surprise as the blonde extended her hand and introduced herself as the deputy head of the support department, Lee Ah Young. Junwoo remembered his assistant, who was driving the car, and thought Lee, Director Lee. With a smile, the girl extended her palm for a handshake and after a pause, asked if he would shake her hand. It was quite difficult to stand like this. Junwoo looked at the smiling girl and remembered the serious version from the future, wondering if this was really the same Ah Young he knew, compared to how she was back then. But okay, he should act like usual. He carefully extended his palm, thinking that she was a witness to his death and a suspect. He should be on guard. The heroes shook hands. The girl said that she had heard a lot about him. His performance at the press conference was impressive. The guy thanked her and thought that it was ruined. Ah Young sat down on the sofa and said that after hearing rumors about him, she imagined someone more charismatic. Junwoo sat down opposite and asked, does it matter? The girl laughed and said no, she just came to talk. Looking at him, she said that she would ask him directly, how far is he going to go? Minju, who was sitting next to him, looked at the guy who asked, what? Ah Young looked at him and asked how high up the career ladder he wanted to climb, squad leader, department head, or even higher. Junwoo asked what she was getting at. The blonde imagined him in the director's chair and said that if he had big ambitions, then she would help him, for example, to remove the director of Mentorship. The heroes looked at the blonde, who closed her eyes and said that she wanted to change the association from the inside. It was a necessity, not just her whim. He knows that before he appeared, the purge outfit couldn't even use the cafeteria, right? She remembered Soo-young speaking disparagingly about the support staff on the phone, and said that the support staff was not far behind them in this regard. Everyone at headquarters considered them to be a lower caste. She imagined how the determined Junwoo appeared and the bosses cried, and said that then he appeared and turned everything upside down. Would he say that it was not on purpose? The guy remained silent. Then he looked at the girl and asked if she wanted him to use her to get the boss fired. She looked and said that she did not say that, she just wanted to change something. Junwoo was surrounded by a purple haze, saying that in his opinion, this is what she meant. The girl looked at him too and said that since he understood it this way, there was nothing she could do. Minju sat in the center, stunned by the intimidating purple aura of the interlocutors. Ah Young crossed her legs and said that she didn't know yet how they would proceed in the future, but she hoped he wouldn't mind if they involved the hunters as well. The more aces they had up their sleeves, the better. It would definitely be easier for him with their support. Minju looked at the girl timidly and apologized for interfering, asking if the deputy chief could decide such matters. Ah Young touched her cheek with her hand, saying that she could do such things, and besides, there were many of their fans in their department. The girl asked how their department could help. The blonde presented various weapons and a shield, and said that all she could do was help them with the necessary equipment. The blonde looked at the guy who crossed his arms and said that she didn't think the operations department would offer that. Jun-woo thought that he knew why she was so confident in saying this even though she wasn't the director. He imagined the man with purple glowing eyes and a beard standing behind her and thought that it was because her father was a member of the association. The CEO of Do-shik, he was one of the giants who ran the association. A smiling Ah-young stood next to her laughing father. Jun-woo thought that she was given the position of director at such a young age because of her father. Even before the regression, now she is the deputy. These two were the main pillars of the association. He remembered the girl standing in the office in a black suit and thought that, unfortunately, that period did not last long. She stood next to an empty chair. After 5 years, Do-shik was dismissed from his position. The men in suits exchanged glances. After the reform of the branch, they fell in the votes of the high-ranking officials. Ah-young lowered her gaze. After that, she also lost her power and became Jun-woo's assistant. Perhaps this is what changed her and made her so cold. Jun-woo chuckled, touching his face with his hand, and thought that her offer was somehow connected with Do-shik. He was fired and explained that he did not meet the standards of the association. If this happened again now, then. He imagined the happy cleaners and thought that their squad and the second task force would disappear without a trace because of the association. Jun-woo stood up and resolutely said that thanks for the offer, but he would refuse, which surprised the girls. Ah-young stood up and asked why. Did he not like the conditions or did he just need to do what he was already doing? Without turning around, Jun-woo said yes, but he would do without their help. The girl asked in surprise, is he sure? What happened after all? The guy turned his gaze to her and thought that Ah-young, he thought it was she who ordered him, did not want to believe it. Turning around, he looked at the girl and said that nothing, to change the association, to take a position, he never had such a desire. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that he was leaving and needed to work. White clouds floated in the blue sky. Jun-woo approached his colleagues standing at the gate. Soyeon greeted him, and Jun-tae told him to hurry up. Looking at the guy, the boss asked if they were starting. Jun-woo asked if Sang-hyuk hadn't arrived yet. The boss closed his eyes and replied that he was on vacation from today. The guy leaned over and asked, so suddenly, if he had gotten sick, to which he received the answer that no, his sister had come to Korea and he hadn't seen her for a long time and asked for a day off. Jun-woo asked, sister, Jun-tae, touching his chin, imagined the silhouette of the girl and replied that she was a hunter from an international association. It seemed she had come for work, but they didn't know her details. Sang-hyuk had no one except her, so he decided to give him a vacation, not a day off. The three of them would work for a week. Jun-woo imagined the guy who was making the obscene gesture and thought that he was a cleaner himself and his sister was a cool hunter. He imagined how it triggered him. His colleagues were raising their fists in the air. The guy said discontentedly that it meant they would have to work 3 at a time. The boss laughed and said that it would be good for him to rest, so let's go. The squad was working. Jun-tae turned to the guy and asked where the solution was. He replied that it was next to them, and Soyeon said that she would pass it on now. A smiling long-haired brunette was standing behind. The squad was moving forward with bags in their hands. The boss asked if he had taken all the equipment. Jun-woo asked Soyeon, and she turned to Sang-hyuk. Suddenly, they all turned to the smiling stranger, shouting. Jun-woo shouted, asking who he was. Jun-tae continued that it was a nightmare. He was used to there being 4 of them and forgot that Sang-hyuk was on vacation. The stranger laughed, said hello, and said that from today on, he would be covering their group's work for the press. Jun-woo glared at him and asked, journalist, why didn't anyone tell him anything? The guy was scared and replied that they hadn't contacted him. The headquarters had given permission, so he thought they knew. The cleaners looked at the journalist with displeasure, who said that it was quite difficult to get permission. Jun-woo asked, what's the big deal? Why was a journalist assigned to them? The heroes looked in surprise at the blushing guy, who said that after the press conference, a lot of people were interested in them, especially Soyeon. The squad looked at him thoughtfully and heard that so much was said about them. They brought a lot of benefits to the association, but people didn't really understand what they were doing. The reporter looked down and gloomily said that he decided to take advantage of this and write an article, although she probably didn't say anything about it. The girl exclaimed that it was a good idea. It would be good for them if people knew what they were doing. If the journalist wrote a lot of good things about them, then newcomers would come to them. Sang-chan, who was standing behind him, looked at Soyeon and clapped his hands in admiration. The journalist cried when Jun-tae said that it was not something that people would like. Everything could get worse. On the contrary, Jun-woo agreed with him. The guy's eyes widened in realization and he said stop. He turned decisively to the journalist and asked if he wanted to say that newcomers would come to them after the article. Sang-chan said that of course he could not give any guarantees. He shyly closed his eyes and replied that it was a little strange if he wrote come and work at such a job, but he would try to make a good article. Jun-woo exclaimed no. The colleagues looked at the guy in surprise, who looked at the journalist greedily and ordered him to write about them in as much detail as possible, so that everyone would want to become cleaners. If he agreed, then they would not mind his article at all. The journalist clenched his fist happily and asked, "Really? Then they could count on him. He would write something that would make even children want to work for them." Jun-woo smiled slyly. He thought about Min-cheol. The article could help him. The system notification for the excessive damage skill said that the unlocked conditions, one new employee of the dungeon cleaning squad. Under the blue sky, the tall glass building of the association towered. A question was heard to the director. Why did he think it was worth releasing an article about cleaners? Wouldn't it lead to people wanting to work for them? If the article was good, of course. He said not to worry, it would not happen. Min-cheol imagined the work of cleaners among a pile of monster bones. He crossed his arms, saying that they go into the dungeon and dismember the corpses of monsters and wipe up their blood and guts. How can you write well about that? Soo-young laughed and said that he wouldn't have guessed if he was so smart. The brunette closed his eyes, clasping his fingers together, and said that they would consider this their opportunity to feel important. Suddenly, the director opened his eyes and cursed. The man asked what was wrong. Min-cheol froze and said that he didn't remember if he told the cleaners that a journalist was coming. A delighted cry was heard in the darkness. They cleaned so much and still didn't finish. Can he call him Big Brother? How long has he been working as a cleaner? Sang-chan looked at one cleaner after another in admiration, saying that he really never thought he was a newbie. And what about Soyeon? The colleagues smiled, and Jun-woo was angry, thinking that he ate batteries for breakfast. Very noisy. The guy angrily clenched his teeth and thought that he tolerated him only because of his article. A good article should attract recruits. The team approached the monster's carcass. The journalist shouted with admiration that it was a monster. Jun-woo angrily squeezed a knife in his hands and mentally ordered himself to endure and pretend that he was happy, while Sang-chan standing behind him happily asked he was a monster. How scary. What was he going to do now? With a crazy smile, Jun-woo touched the knife with his tongue and said that it was amazing. Probably time to dismember the corpse, the most favorite part of the job. The journalist was amazed to see the guy pierce the monster's carcass with a knife and asked if he was going to dismember it. Jun-woo answered of course. He knows how fun it is. Does he want to try? Instead of the monster's carcass lay the body of a large teddy bear. Let's replace the picture of cutting up a monster's carcass with the picture of cutting up a cute plush toy. The toy's paws were detached from its body, and white stuffing was lying everywhere. Sang-chan, with his face covered in blood, was stunned into silence, staring ahead with a glassy gaze. He fell and screamed. They asked him if he was okay. The journalist was shocked to see Jun-tae and Soyeon standing there, looking wild and holding cotton stuffing in their hands, telling him that he should be careful. There was a risk of getting into trouble in the dungeon. Sang-chan fell to the floor, crossing his arms over his chest and passed out, and the cleaners called out to him in surprise and called him to wake up. Jun-woo closed his eyes and thought with a slight smile that at least all these horrible pictures would not appear in the article. Sang-chan wrote down his notes with a gloomy expression, saying that meant they were short of manpower, and the cleaning had to be finished within 2 hours of clearing the dungeon. And they had 3 or 4 dungeons a day, and they couldn't even use the company cafeteria. The dirty cleaners stood next to him, lost in thought. Jun-woo replied that he thought this information would be enough. He bit his finger, looking at the gloomy reporter, and mentally ordered himself to think, what else should he tell? What advantages could there be in their profession? The guy heard the boss standing behind him ask, has he already received money, a salary? Today is his first salary after all. The guy's eyes widened. He thought that this is it. He imagined a stack of banknotes. With a wicked smile, Jun-woo picked up his phone, imagining images of his work, and thought that he had no other arguments. But money, even if it is a lousy job, money can interest people. I wonder how much he was paid for the joint raid. On the phone screen was the monthly calculation. The information said that there were 25 working days, 300 working hours, and 12 hours of work per day, a bonus for participating in a joint raid. The salary was 3,563,241. Jun-woo stared at his phone in shock, thinking that for 300 hours of work it was only 3.5 million. And that included the bonus. It was 100 times less than what the hunters were paid. Didn't the accountant lose the zero at the end? Jun-woo was surprised to hear Jun-tae laughing and saying that they had received more this month than before, and the girl confirming that they had paid the bonus. The guy gritted his teeth and looked at the amazed reporter who was looking at his phone. The dirty guy held the phone in his hands, thinking that for that kind of money, no one would work even at gunpoint. At this rate, the article wouldn't help them. Jun-woo laughed and said that not even half of the money had arrived. Clutching the phone in his hand, he said with a wry smile that their squad's salary was received twice a month. His colleagues standing behind him stared at him with huge eyes. Sang-chan beamed and said with a smile that he thought so. The reporter said that with such hard work, there can't be such a paltry salary, right? He closed his eyes and asked, so they get about 7 million a month? The guy next to his shocked colleagues, and there was a sound of agreement. Sang-chan said that it was wonderful, it was a decent payment for their work, so the public would be interested in reading about them, right? The colleagues leaned towards the guy and whispered from both sides. The boss asked what he was doing. Has he gone completely crazy? The girl asked what they should do. Why did he lie? If this became known, they would never hire new employees. The guy's eyes diverged in different directions. Soyeon told him to say that he was joking. Jun-woo stood in front of the journalist while his colleagues looked at him in amazement and said that this was not a joke, he was telling the truth. All responsibility is on him. The windows of the association building were burning. Soo-young asked in amazement. What? He said that Jun-woo was bad. He may be related to the chairman, but he is still just a person. Min-cheol frowned, imagining Jun-woo smiling insidiously, and said that his behavior was inexcusable. He heard that it wasn't about the cleaners and confirmed that there was no need to bother with them. Min-cheol, sitting at the table, crossed his arms and said that they should stay away from this psycho and avoid meeting him in person. Suddenly, the door to the office opened and Jun-woo appeared. Min-cheol turned away with tears in his eyes and cursed in his mind. The director crossed his arms and, clearing his throat, asked what brought him here. Standing in front of him, the guy directly said that he wanted money. Let him increase his salary. The director sullenly closed his eyes and said that he had only been working here for a month and was already asking for a raise. Besides, they had a contract that had not yet expired. How much did he want? Jun-woo calmly looked at him and said that he wanted the same amount of time. The man's eyes darkened. He glowed red with anger. He asked if he could ask why he was asking for this raise. They were already paid quite well. Jun-woo replied that yes, if you think about it, the pay was quite good, but even with the bonus, it was not up to par with the work they had done. The man replied that it was fine, he would think of something, he hoped, that was all. Jun-woo looked down at him and said that no, he was not asking for just his own raise, but for the entire squad. Min-cheol clenched his teeth angrily. His face twisted. His patience was on fire. Why was he doing this to him? It was as if he couldn't stand him. Asking for a raise for the entire team, even in ordinary companies, this was unacceptable. Jun-woo looked at the man who said that besides, they were not qualified specialists and thought that he had nerves of steel. He would have sent him away a long time ago. It was clear from the slightly open blinds that it was night. Min-cheol apologized and said that it was out of his hands. It was a matter for the board of directors to decide. He lowered his head and said that he didn't know why he was bullying him like that, but he swore that he really couldn't decide this on his own. Jun-woo looked down, imagining the information boards about excessive damage, the unlock conditions of one new member in the cleaning squad, and the time limit for which the cleaning squad's salary had to be raised. The guy thought that he was rushing things a little. He thought that he could unlock 2 skills at once, but it seemed that his hopes were in vain. A foot in a black boot appeared at the threshold. The person called out to Min-cheol. The heroes turned to the man. The man stood up, recognizing Mr. Du-shik. He asked if they should give the task to the first squad. He had been thinking about it. Du-shik looked and exclaimed that he had a guest. Jun-woo turned away and said that he was going to leave anyway. The man with the beard laughed, saying that's how it is, and Min-cheol, who was standing behind him, was angry, thinking that this cleaner didn't even greet the CEO. He was rude. Jun-woo turned around when the man called out to him. Du-shik came over and put his arm around the guy's shoulders, smiled, and took a selfie with him on his phone. Holding the phone in his hands, the bearded man laughed and said that he was surprised. It's just that he was his fan. After all, he was Jun-woo from the cleaning department. The man said that this is how his daughter feels when she chases after her favorite idols. Jun-woo imagined Ah-young and the man standing above her with shining eyes and thought that the CEO was Du-shik, a man who would soon be removed, but now he is one of the most influential figures in the association. He tried not to cross paths with him, but in the end they met. He sheepishly pictured Ah-young holding a poster with the name of an idol who was passing by, and wondered if she was also chasing after idols. Jun-woo stood in front of the CEO and asked how he knew about him. The man replied that the entire headquarters knew about him. He was doing everything he could for the squad. Plus, he had given them a good beating with Dongbin. The bearded man laughed, raising his finger, and said that he would now also be the secret leader of the second task force. Rumors were circulating that he was going to take over the entire headquarters. Jun-woo wondered in surprise, what kind of nonsense was he talking about? Clouds were floating in the dark sky. The man asked what brought him here. He beamed with a smile and asked for a raise. He was a board member. He could contact him directly. He knew full well that they were being paid unforgivably little. Jun-woo, who was standing in front of him, asked if he asked for a favor, would he help? Du-shik said that he couldn't say for sure since he couldn't decide anything on his own. There was a certain risk in raising the issue with the board of directors. Jun-woo looked at him carefully and said that it meant he wanted something from him. The man said that he was smart. He introduced a smiling Soo-young with a bunch of reports and Min-cheol standing by the window. Judging by the monthly report, the first task force was allocated about 100 dungeons and most likely Min-cheol would pass it all on to Soo-young. The man stood in front of the guy and asked if he was working with the second task force. Right, the guy replied that it wasn't like that, he was just a cleaner. Du-shik put his hand on his shoulder and leaned over, saying that okay, it didn't matter to him whether he was a hunter or a cleaner, let him show him a good result with the squad and then it would be a good reason to raise his salary. He introduced the hunters and cleaners standing in front of the bosses and said that together with the second task force he needed to overtake the first group in results. Besides, he was the one who led the joint raid, he thinks the guy can do it. Frowning, Du-shik said that if he succeeded, it would be a great opportunity to raise the issue at the board of directors, in which case he could guarantee a positive outcome. Jun-woo was displeased to hear that he had to show what he was capable of and thought that it seemed like he had made a splash. A couple of days later, the worried cleaners were sitting on the couch. Across from them stood the worried members of the second squad. Min-ju was sitting on a chair next to them and excitedly asked what brought them here. Jun-woo answered, "They have quite a lot of work, right?" Looking at the girl, he suggested combining their forces and showing the best result. The second squad of hunters and the third squad of cleaners looked at Jun-woo in surprise. Min-ju asked why he gathered them today. The guy noted that they had more work lately and then asked how the preparations were going. The brunette died along with her squad, answering that things were not going well. She said that they probably wouldn't even complete the plan this month. The girl noted that the first group of antibodies was being helped by Min Chial, and for the third group, they allocated funds for a freelance hunter. The cleaner put his hands in his pockets and said that he wanted them to beat everyone this time, and therefore he would help them, because he had a plan. The huntress and the second group stared at him with surprised eyes, while the brown-haired man asked if they agreed, noting that it was worth at least trying. He said that they could prove that they could not be treated with disdain. Jun-woo frowned and asked if they were ready to show who was the main bear in the den. Min-ju smiled with a surprised face and asked how they could not be ready if the teacher himself told them so. The second squad began to clench their fists and happily exclaimed that if Jun-woo wanted to help them, then they had no reason to refuse and they would do everything in their power. The cleaners smirked smugly when the guy said that. However, their squad also had to carry out their plan since their duties were not removed and they would need a clear and specific plan. The brunette with shining eyes clenched her fist when the brown-haired man said that they had to create a perfect tandem with a verified balance of each person's actions. She exclaimed that they would join forces. Turning around, the cleaner nervously looked at the girl who entered and said that there was something he wanted to ask. Ah-young put her hand on her waist and sighed, asking if he was really asking for her help now when he had refused it at first. The blonde crossed her arms over her chest and said that it upset her. She added that if it were another person, she wouldn't have lifted a finger. The girl looked at Jun-woo with a gloomy smile on her face and asked if he realized that he was trying to cling to his last chance. She noted that since she was the one offering, she would help him. The brown-haired man frowned and thought that they wouldn't be able to cope if they acted only with the efforts of two groups, so he had to throw his pride aside and ask Ah-young for help. The blonde smiled sweetly and said that they would talk about this later. She asked what kind of help was required from her. The cleaner began to tell them that they had to do the job better than the other teams. He noted that this was their chance and it didn't matter how they acted, because the main thing was to be the first. The girl, her eyes white with shock, listened to his words about how he asked to equip them with rank weapons and consumables, and for the hunter's equipment to be changed every 2 days. The guy pointed at the board with the inscriptions, asking for drones for the cleaners. Ah-young or Kampuvalami asked him to stop. She indignantly asked why they needed so much equipment, because they could organize normal work of 2 squads without it. The brown-haired man threw her a displeased look and asked if she really thought he was doing this because he supposedly worked at a low-prestige job. Everyone present looked at the guy in surprise when he said that he just wanted to destroy this leader and was not going to lose to idiots who think that everything is decided by the number of people in the group. He raised his finger up and confidently declared that they would be the first. Ah-young on the couch threw him a displeased look and began to say that as far as she knew, this time the management had given the first task force too much important information. She noted that even having united, they were far behind in terms of awareness. Jun-woo asked not to worry about it. He asked if it was true that no one knew where and when the dungeon would appear. The janitor crossed his arms and stated that his intuition told him that it was about to open. He indignantly pointed his finger at the reporter who appeared, who apologized with a smile, saying that he didn't know they were having a meeting. The guy indignantly asked where he was coming from. Sang-chan smiled nervously and asked if the janitors would really be leading such a large-scale raid. Everyone suddenly fell silent and looked away from him, which made him assume that he was imagining things. The atmosphere became dark and no one paid attention to him. A blue light could be seen in the window in the night. A voice asked what was going on there. Brown-haired replied that it was the dungeon he was talking about. The 2 squads confidently lined up behind him as he said that it was time to start clearing, and everyone who agreed with his plan should follow him. Ah-young watched them with confusion as Jun-woo told her that he was relying on the support department. The windows of the tall multi-story building were glowing. Ah Young and her team were standing at the monitors, telling them to cover as many CCTV cameras as possible. She asked what was going on with the equipment preparation. They told her they didn't have enough materials and that production was temporarily suspended. The girl cast a displeased glance at the programmer and exclaimed that if they dragged it out, the work schedule would be disrupted. She asked if they had checked with the control room. Parquet replied that they had, but it still wouldn't be enough. The blonde turned around with a furious face and indignantly asked what the difference was, noting that they knew where to get more weapons and devices. She said that if they refused to give them out, then let him just steal them. The guy exclaimed that he understood her. A scared Song approached Ah Young and asked if she was sure everything would be okay. She said that the first task force would probably find out about it. Smiling wickedly, the girl leaned on the table and said that she didn't care, noting that no matter what the headquarters said, they just had to follow her orders. She added that she took full responsibility and would not miss the chance to humiliate Minchial and Su-Yang. An explosion thundered. The giant bone monster released a squad of skeletons. Minju jumped away from their attack. The girl landed while bones were flying everywhere. The second squad approached her along with Junwoo, who said that it looked like those skeletons were made of metal and they were as durable as a giant ogre, so it was worth using skills. In front of them were two huge skeletons and many small ones. The cleaner said that sewing rings were their weak point and they should be attacked from behind. He added that he would take care of the big ones and asked the rest to deal with the small ones. The brunette stood in front of the skeleton with her squad, saying that they should only attack when they were sure. Jiyeon took off, screaming loudly. He rushed through several skeletons. The hunter squatted down and put out his hands, calling out to the boss. Minju stepped on his hands. The girl was thrown into the air. As she flew towards the skeleton, Jinho shot at its face. Bright flames appeared in the brunette's hands as he used the skill light of the apocalypse. Bright flames enveloped the hunter's sword. She frowned and screamed loudly. The large skeleton looked at her with burning eyes. Making a sharp lunge, Minju cut off its head. Junwoo watched from the side, mentally noting that for a new boss, this is not bad. He wondered when she managed to grow so much in combat training. The brown-haired man thoughtfully raised his head. A skeletal hand of the second skeleton hit him. The brunette, with a frightened face, loudly called out to the teacher. The guy stood between his fingers, noting the sudden surprise. There was a sword on one of them. The cleaner kicked the handle and started to activate the skill. The sword started to spin in the air next to the gloomy Junwoo. The skill discipline was activated, which increased the effect of other skills. A large skeleton with red eyes loomed over us and screamed. The sword continued to fly in the air when the guy activated hyper-acceleration. He swung his foot, hitting the weapon on the handle. The sword flew up, again the skeleton's head. Frowning, the cleaner looked to the side and called Jun-T. The man smirked and said that now it was their turn. The brown-haired man was shocked when the boss flew in on a drone and loudly shouted that the support department did a great job. He wondered if he had to appear like that. Jun-T bit through a bone with a cutter. Looking at the weapon with delighted eyes, he asked Junwoo if they could keep the cutters for themselves, because one of these would be enough for 10 dungeons. The cleaner said that it was unlikely, because he had heard that the materials for them were brought from abroad. Ah Young said into the radio with a sly smile that the next dungeon was spotted in the Xiachodong area, adding that they had already sent people's equipment there. Junwoo smiled smugly, while the two squads happily chatted among themselves. The boss asked Soyeon if they really wouldn't be given these cutters at the usual time. Minju praised her comrades, and the brown-haired man noted that at this rate, first place was guaranteed. The dawn's sleepy light illuminated the association. The cleaner smiled maliciously, and Su-Yang was shocked by the results. The second task force caught up with the first, having cleared 22 dungeons. The man clenched his fists tightly, while the assistant said that they had greatly reduced the gap, and the second group had every chance of overtaking the first. An angry Minchial slammed his hands on the table, indignantly asking what was going on. He loudly asked if this was all because he refused Junwoo a raise. At this time, Jun-T was holding out a large cutter to Hyeon with a sad smile, mentally saying that he was glad they were able to work together and he hoped to meet again. The girl muttered, asking for the weapon to finally be returned. The first task force was fighting the dungeon boss. The cleanup was led by Minchial and Su-Yang, who was now shouting into the radio, asking what the hunters were doing and why they weren't using their skills. He looked at the cleaners with irritation, telling them to hurry up since they had been working for too long. Junwoo was in charge of the second task force and the third cleanup team. He stood together with Minju, saying that this monster would get stronger over time, so they needed to finish it quickly. The girl ordered everyone to move forward. Together with her comrades, she began to attack the huge green worm. Shaitan turned to the cleaners and said that they still had time, so they could rest for now. Jun-T replied that he thought the shearers would finish even an hour earlier if they worked. The third cleaning team and the freelance hunter attacked the dragon in the dungeon. Su-young grinned angrily, and Jun-woo smiled bloodthirstily when his task force came in first place, having cleared 25 dungeons. Min-cheol, with an enraged face, cursed at the second task force. He looked up in surprise at his assistant when he began to tell them that they said that the hunters were from the second group and the cleaners from the third, and their rear was covered by a support squad. The man asked if they were with them too. He clenched his teeth in anger, realizing that Ah-young must be helping them. He wondered if the CEO had a hand in this too. Min-cheol thought that he wasn't happy with the results of the first group, but he wouldn't do that to those who were literally the face of the association. The faces of Jun-woo, Min-ju, and Ah-young appeared in the man's mind. He said that, however, even if the CEO was involved in this, the man with the tablet in his hands replied that such an association could break out into the leaders. Min-cheol buried his face in his hands, greeting the leader. He asked to cut off the oxygen supply to these toadstools. The leader of the squad work supervision department, Lee Chang-hyun, smiled nervously, answering that if it was necessary, he would do it. The man with a gloomy face folded his arms and told him not to give permission to clear the dungeons. The leader indignantly asked what to understand by this. Min-cheol frowned his dark brows and said not to dare give work to these freaks from the second group and everyone else anymore. The cutter bit through the bone of the monster. While Jun-tae was enjoying the tool, Jun-woo was listening to Min-ju on the radio saying that they had cleared the dungeon and still had time. She asked if he wanted to take the next one. The guy said no, saying that he thought 5 dungeons a day would be enough for now, and they needed to conserve their strength for now and then give it their all at the end. The cleaner exclaimed how much he liked it. The brown-haired man smirked and looked at the journalist, asking if anyone could handle such a job. The man asked him again. He sighed and raised an eyebrow when the guy said that the cutter was a good helper in dismembering monsters, and that drones were doing the disinfection and they were just monitoring the process. He asked if this wasn't a dream job. Sang-chan said that he understood that they had planned everything out and the tools would have to be returned later. Jun-woo put his hand on his shoulder and spoke to him. He sighed sadly and said that the cleaning department needed new employees, and then asked the journalist to help them with this. The man agreed. The cleaner looked at the radio in his hand and thought that in any case, even they came because of him. At this point, Sang-chan mentally noted that he should have immediately said that help was needed. The voice called the cleaning group. Ah-young frowned and said that she had urgent news. The guy approached the radio in surprise and asked what happened. The girl said that they had just received information that the first task force had received a license for all dungeons. The brown-haired man gritted his teeth, presenting the document. He wondered what kind of nonsense was going on there. The blonde saw that the first task force had already frequented 27 dungeons and came out on top, after which she said that there was another problem, which was that the first group had 3 times more hunters than before. The guy fought the monster with fire. At this time, the cleanup team was cleaning up the traces. Ah-young said that the other cleaners were simply following orders, but they were failing. Jun-woo clenched his teeth in anger when the girl said that they had already overtaken their group, and at this rate, they would be left at the back. Brown-haired wondered if the people above understood that the time for cleaning was limited, and people might simply not have time. At this time, the cleaners were cleaning the dungeon from the corpses of monsters. The guy mentally noted that their squad should also be cleaning these dungeons. He sighed and laughed when Lim asked what they should do. Jun-woo grinned with a frowning face, thinking that if they did not take first place this time, they would not see a good article, much less a good salary. He thought that they could not fail this matter since too much was at stake. The brown-haired man clutched the radio in irritation, mentally noting that the first group would soon reach their limit, and if they tried, they would have time to catch up with them. He thought that, however, his comrades looked at the lying corpse of the monsters and the guy noted that now the main problem is that some dungeons may remain uncleaned, and in such dungeons even a protective mask will not save. The cleaner thought that this is fraught with the fact that the cleaning schedule will be disrupted. A large wolf with shining eyes rose from the floor. Jun-woo thought that they might have to clean the dungeons where there will be living monsters. He looked at the sad faces of Soyeon and Jun-tae, thinking that he did not care, but the rest. The guy put the radio to his lips. Standing in a bright dungeon with high ceilings, he asked the support team to answer. The sun was rising over the Functional Change Management Association in Uedo. A message came to the man's phone that 3 uncleaned dungeons had been discovered in Seoul. He screamed, sending insults at Min-cheol. Du-shik slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming and asking if their squad was the only one in the association. He asked what he was going to do with a bunch of dungeons that he couldn't even clear, and did he really think that he would turn a blind eye to it just because of his status? He looked angrily at Secretary Yu's girlfriend and ordered her to contact the squad control manager right away. The girl accepted the order. Ah-young came into the office and asked her to wait. The CEO frowned, noting that he had told her not to come here after hours. The blonde looked at him with a smile and asked her not to worry, saying that she came on business. Covering her mouth, she began to laugh when the man indignantly asked what about the chain of command when talking to the boss. The girl muttered that this was the talk of a man who didn't even wash his own dishes. Du-shik asked if she wanted him to fire her. He looked at her with annoyance when she said that she didn't think they needed to make a fuss just because of the Park of Unclean Dungeons. The CEO asked what she was saying and did she understand what kind of danger they posed. While the cleanup team was dealing with the monster's corpse, the girl said that they were working on it right now and the third cleanup team, the support team, and the second task force would deal with the unclean dungeons. She added that to be honest, she didn't like the idea, but that was their dealer's order. The man frowned and asked what she meant. The blonde smiled, remembering Junwoo's face, and said that their leader also asked her to tell them that they lost the battle, not the war. Heading to the exit of the office, Ah Young asked if it would be better for them to meet in person already. The CEO asked where she was going. The girl showed him the toilet brush and said that she was busy and had a lot of work, so she would go have fun with the toilet brush. The blonde slammed the door. Du-shik started laughing loudly, noting that they were all just a bunch of idiots. He wiped away a tear from laughter, recalling the quote he had just said. He wondered if they were really going to go around everyone next time. He mentally asked if the self-proclaimed leader had really ordered the task force and support team to do the cleaning. The man started to get up from his chair, asking Secretary Yu to contact the association chairman and assemble a disciplinary committee. As he walked out of the office, he imagined the faces of Junwoo and Min-cheol, noting that the latter looked like he was about to get his ass kicked. Lights were on several floors of the association. A voice asked what they should do, and shouldn't they call off the task force. The brunette clenched his fists while Chang Hyan mentally noted that they would be skinned for this. Min-cheol asked Secretary Cha what the consequences would be if they stopped the operation now. The dark-haired man looked at him and said that he thought it would cause an uproar not only among the other squads, but also on the board of directors. He added that considering that they only gave permission to clear the dungeons to one group, Min-cheol, sitting at the table, darkened when the secretary said that to the others, they would become enemies. Chang Hyan gritted his teeth and looked away, thinking that it was too late to try to fix it now. He wondered why he had contacted Min-cheol in the first place. A man burst into the office and shouted loudly to the boss that it seemed like they would have to cancel the raids because the second task force and the support team were sent out to clean up. The secretary smiled wryly and said that if that was the case, there was nothing stopping them from continuing to clear the dungeons. Chang Hyan wondered if the second task force was trying to overtake them. He thought that since it was the support team, the CEO. Looking at the gloomy man, Cha gave a fist bump, exclaiming that luck was on their side and they would hold on to the victory since the second group couldn't participate in raids. He added that they didn't have to worry about cleaning up now either. The scared Chang Hyan clenched his teeth, mentally asking if he was even thinking with his head. He mentally noted that they were literally losing their chance to make amends. Min-cheol looked at the floor in shock, thinking that they had screwed up. A sharp knife was stabbed into the monster's body. The protagonist looked away in amazement while the others were cleaning up the place. Director Lee looked at the brunette with an angry expression. She asked Min-ju why she couldn't cut one place. The brunette replied that brute force wouldn't help here, so they had to make cuts in certain places. The brunette looked at her friend, who was holding a sharp knife in her hand. Min-ju explained that she had to wash off all the blood now, so she said she couldn't help, but she would show her what and how to do it. Lee looked in surprise at the shining pieces of meat from the monster. Min-ju explained that she did a great job for her first time. The two girls looked at each other. Lee explained that Min-ju was the leader of the squad and she wondered where the brunette got such knowledge about the work of cleaners. Min-ju answered that there was a time when she helped them. The brunette looked at Lee in shock, who became slightly embarrassed. The director asked why it was without her. The brunette said that they didn't even know each other at the time. The brunette immediately smiled sarcastically, looking at the brunette. She said that she was just joking. Min-ju thought that Lee was weird. The protagonist approached the girls from behind. He told them to wrap it up, because they had to leave the dungeon before it closed. The guys headed towards the exit with the entire cleaning squad. The brunette noted to the teacher Junwoo that they did a great job. One of the cleaners exclaimed that they had to sweat a lot this time. The protagonist frowned forward, walking next to the brunette in front. She noticed this expression on the guy's face and asked him about it. He, slightly hesitating, answered that everything was fine. The two of them walked towards the exit of the dungeon. He said that he promised them first place, but they had to retreat due to certain circumstances. He felt guilty for making them all sweat so much. The brunette looked mockingly at the protagonist, who became embarrassed and angry. She asked him about whether he was really worried about all of this. Jun-T and Sang Hyuk walked behind. Jun-T exclaimed that the guy shouldn't worry, because without him it would have been the same, but now they at least had hope. Soyeon, along with the other girls, smiled mockingly, realizing that Junwoo's first move was to go to the cleaning team for help. He didn't like this joke and sarcastically said that they had problems with their heads. The main character walked next to the brunette to the exit of the dungeon. She explained that they still had so much to do. The guy agreed and added that now they had 4 times more work. Jun-woo walked ahead with an offended look while the girls trudged behind him. Min-ju noted that they only had 3 weeks and they couldn't stop. Director Lee added that they would definitely have to work the night shift. The brown-haired man looked down with a smile on his face. He heard the girls exclaim that they would also help, but first they wanted to have a snack. They all stopped in front of the exit, wearing shoes. The protagonist added that in that case, they had to do something. A bright light from the exit irradiated the entire space. The CEO smiled widely when he met the guys. He apologized for being late and noticed that the guys had already finished. The protagonist came out of the portal and looked at Du-shik in shock. The head of the association noted that everyone in the association already knew what had happened and that the guys couldn't have gotten first place that way. The brown-haired man looked at Du-shik in amazement, his eyes wide. He heard the news that the control group had revoked all bans on clearing the dungeons. The protagonist stood face to face with a joyful Du-shik. A card of task forces and their rankings appeared in front of them. The CEO noted that the protagonist's team was currently in second place. Jun-woo was very angry, while his female colleagues were rejoicing behind him. They were delighted that they hadn't worked for 2 whole days, but were still in second place. The guy knew he wouldn't be able to unlock a new skill unless they were the first. The cards with the time exceeded and excessive damage skills that were closed popped up. The protagonist was getting very angry while Du-shik was laughing. The CEO ironically told them that they shouldn't have thought that he would brazenly lie to the readers about what he saw. He added that even though the Jun-woo team lost, they still won somewhere. The brown-haired guy was going to take out all his anger on the bearded man. Du-shik immediately frowned and began to get indignant. He explained that in any case, if it weren't for the Jun-woo team, something irreparable would have happened. He planned to hold Min-cheol accountable to the fullest extent of the association's charter. The CEO hugged the protagonist and laughed while he was getting very angry. He asked the guy to run into his office when he had some free time. The protagonist understood that it was too obvious, as before his regression, a reform of the headquarters was planned. The brown-haired man looked away with displeasure. He realized that he shouldn't go there. Jun-tae and Soyeon looked back at the protagonist with a smile. They praised him and wished him a good journey. Lee immediately blocked the guy's way with Jun-tae and Hyeon. She noted that none of them would just leave because they were supposed to have a delicious dinner. The cleaners immediately rejoiced. Soyeon and Jun-tae looked at the protagonist with delight. Soyeon wanted Jun-woo to be with them too and not miss such an event. Jun-tae ironically joked that the protagonist should not abandon the team this time either. The tired protagonist looked upset. He replied that it was hard with the guys. Thick night clouds were already floating above the building. He still agreed to this dinner. All the cleaners along with the CEO started celebrating while Jun-woo looked furious. He didn't understand why he agreed to it in the first place. Soo-young stood in front of the CEO's headquarters and the committee. After the last incident, a disciplinary committee was assembled at the headquarters. Soo-young looked away with a sarcastic grin. Soo-young's manager justified himself by saying that he didn't push the first group to do this since they themselves took the initiative. It worked, so he only received a warning. Min-cheol stood in the dark space with a guilty look. Min-cheol's speech was quite a sight to see since he said that he was only trying to make the first group a more elite unit to improve the image of their association. He also added that he never thought that things would go this far and that his salary would be greatly reduced. A notice of disciplinary reprimand for not cleaning the dungeons popped up. Min-cheol's Korean branch manager had his salary cut, Soo-young was given a warning, and Chang Hyun was reprimanded. Even though Min-cheol only had his salary cut, CEO Du-shik was still a ruthless man. Chang Hyun picked up his phone and started texting Jun-woo. Eventually, Du-shik even reprimanded the quality control manager, who decided to personally apologize to the protagonist. Well, that was it. A cup of coffee was standing on the table in the office. The protagonist looked at the girl carefully. He asked him why he was called. Director Lee looked at the guy from under her bangs in bewilderment. She tried to shame him, as if he didn't know. She replied that he had not shared the reward for their work together with her. The protagonist laughed ironically when the director became angry at such a joke. He replied that he thought that they had given him the reward from the bottom of their hearts, but now it turned out that they had shown their mercenary tendencies. The angry brunette told him to stop, because she didn't like listening to it, and wished him to continue being such a scoundrel. The guy frowned at the director. He asked her if she had really helped him at the request of her father Du-shik. The girl looked at the guy sitting at the table with a smile. She replied that she had her own reasons for such an action. He noted that it was good. He immediately timidly looked away, sitting at the table. She hesitated slightly and asked him how he found out that the CEO was her father. He replied that he accidentally heard about it during dinner. Lee looked at the protagonist with disdain. She concluded that after what happened, the employees would definitely not go unnoticed. The protagonist closed his eyes and remembered the disdainful looks of the other cleaners. He explained that they had intervened in a fight between groups of hunters without permission and so presumptuously. He explained that at least they had been able to help the second group take second place and it was worth it. The protagonist exclaimed indignantly, imagining himself as an idol that was being prayed to. The girl explained that he did not understand anything, because it was not the second group that was the object of envy, but their squad. Jun-woo was sitting opposite the director at the table. He was surprised why the cleaning team had suddenly become the object of admiration. She replied that second place was also a good result, because in fact, if it were not for the ban on cleaning, they would have taken first place. He remembered how they had cleaned the dungeon as a friendly squad. The protagonist explained that the most important thing was that they had managed to unite and throw all their efforts into cleaning. Lee concluded that everyone in the association was shocked by this because no one usually thought about cleaning, and the management was only concerned with destroying monsters. Jun-woo looked at the director with slight concern. She added that in this way they contributed their share to this story. He didn't quite understand what exactly she was talking about, but he tried to ask how it was related to their agreement. The brunette imagined adding another cell with the sixth cleaning team. The guys were sitting opposite each other at the table. Lee closed her eyes and said that this incident must have made the associations clear how important the cleaners were, and now preparations were underway to form a new squad. For the main character, this was good news. The brunette looked at the main character with a smile on her face. She wanted to return to the dialogue about her reward and said that she wanted him to select people for the new cleaning squad. Jun-woo was slightly angry at this news. He was perplexed because he did not have the authority. The girl was immediately taken aback, saying that the team leader could recruit employees. The brown-haired man looked ahead in amazement, his mouth slightly open. He heard from Lee that he was promoted. They sat opposite each other at the table with different emotions. He wondered how a person who had only been working there for 2 months could rise to the position of manager. He asked about Jun-Tae's boss and his fate. She found it funny to hear this concern from the main character. Lee presented a chart of the positions of the cleaners. She explained that in light of recent events, a new position had appeared in the association, cleaning manager. Jen introduced the laughing Jun-Tae with an angry look. He immediately said that Jun-Tae should hold this position. He was perplexed by the fact that even the hunters did not have a manager, but they would have won. The guy realized that Do-shik had something to do with this situation. The main character leaned his hands on the table and stared at the girl. She explained that she had originally planned to appoint Jun-woo as the manager. The guy never wanted such a fate for himself. He replied that she thought so too. The brown-haired man looked at Lee with displeasure. He understood that the offer to become a squad leader was not so bad and he would need a certain status to unlock the next skills. He slightly bared his teeth and scratched his forehead. The guy realized that the position of a squad leader was quite boring. Jun-woo looked at Lee, who was sitting in a chair with her arms crossed. He asked her what she had to do with hiring workers. She answered without hesitation that she had nothing to do with it. The director looked at the protagonist tenderly, holding her chin. She asked him if he himself wanted a new employee to join them. She informed him that it would be a good cooperation. The guy crossed his arms and mockingly looked away. Lee told him that in any case, he would have to take a closer look at the people around him. She also said that he could look for employees of a private company or choose a random passerby on the street. Jun-woo replied that there was no need for that, because soon people who wanted to would ask for it themselves. The brunette stared at the guy and opened her mouth. She asked him about the newcomers. The main character smiled maliciously, imagining a get-together with Sang-chan. He informed the director about the journalist who covered their work. He really counted on Sang-chan, saying that he asked him to write a decent article so that he would present the cleaning squad in the best light. He said that many people would come to them with such an article and they would choose one of them. The brunette looked closely at the scared main character. She apologized and explained that the article had already been published and he apparently was not in the know. He was indignant because he asked that journalists to contact him as soon as everything was ready. The guy immediately grabbed his phone. He looked at the phone bloodthirstily, trying to figure out the situation. He saw exclusive news about the cleaners and the general director of the association on the phone. Cleaning the dungeons after the raid, and this work was for the cleaning squad. He knew that they dismembered monster corpses and cleaned up their remains every day. Sang-chan watched as all the boys cleaned up the dungeon. They encountered poisons, deadly fumes, and other chemicals during their work. He remembered how Sang-chan looked dumbfounded at Jun-woo, who was cutting up a monster corpse. In addition, the workdays were exhausting due to the intensity of the work. For them, it was like a virtual game. The protagonist looked ahead angrily. As it turned out, dismembering and collecting corpses was not all the work for the cleaners. The cleaning team looked ahead at the protagonist in surprise. Due to the heavy workload of other hunter squads, Jun-woo from the 3rd cleaning team planned and supervised the work together with other departments. The cleaning team looked away in delight. The cleaning team was not just a team that cleaned up monster corpses, because it was the backbone of the entire association, ensuring the efficiency and quality of work in the dungeons. It was the hope of the association, the planning team. The brunette, along with Director Lee, looked ahead with admiration. That was why the cleaning team needed the most capable and talented workers. The protagonist excitedly looked ahead with gloating. Although the salary was not big, they had no shortcomings, despite the fact that they were considered as reserves in the organization. The protagonist, along with Soyeon and Junti, gloated maliciously. The protagonist was an excellent leader and the soul of the company, serving as an example for many. He was a person who always looked to the future, was the leader of this era. The protagonist looked at his phone bloodthirstily. He wrote an angry message to the journalist Sang Chan. The journalist timidly blushed and sent a heart to the angry message. The girl Lee watched as the protagonist got very angry, clutching his phone in his hands. She asked him about the article and his expectations. He noticed that the people's reaction was great and now the cleaning team was a special task force. A bunch of nice messages came to the main character's phone. The CEO's daughter looked at Junwoo with enthusiasm. She noticed that now people were gradually starting to sympathize with the cleaners. The girl noted that she found out just in case, and no one had applied to join yet. There were 0 applications for work in the cleaning department. The director looked at the angry main character with a sneer. She mentioned that the article said that the worker must have outstanding skills, but the salary will be low. She noted that this will be enough to keep people from rushing to work for them. The main character slammed the table furiously. He shouted that Sang Chan was a scoundrel. Soo-young frowned and looked ahead, surprised that Junwoo was promoted to the position of manager. He stood behind Min Cheol, who was sadly crossing his arms. Min Cheol noted that he had also been given a new position, cleaning manager. Soo-young was confused because he knew that the only person who could do something like that was their CEO. Min Cheol stood in front of the fence and looked at the evening sunset. The manager noted that Du Shik had given them another problem. It didn't matter to him who would take the new position, because the real power would be with Junwoo. The manager looked at the orange evening sky. He added that they had also created a 6th cleaning team. Min Cheol looked maliciously at the assistant behind him. He stated that they should make sure that this new cleaning team would sweep out Junwoo's team. Min Cheol frowned deeply and looked forward with disdain. He wanted to put his own man in the manager's place, someone more suitable for them than the main character. He imagined a brown-haired man and a brunette in the rays of an aura. Min Cheol realized that the protagonist had even influenced Minju and that she was now helping him. He wanted to create his own cleaning team that could increase their influence. The two executives stood opposite each other against the sky. Soo-young remembered that they had been ordered not to mess with the cleaners anymore. Min Cheol pointed out that no one would care because they would attract new people to the association. Min Cheol grinned evilly as he introduced the 2 female directors. He noted that Song Chul-sik and Ko Yoon-young were also targeting the leadership positions and would be on their side. He knew that they had already contacted private guilds to find talented guys. Soo-young grimaced and bared his teeth slightly. He thought about how this was a cleaning squad, a position that no one wanted for free just a month ago. He still saw the point. Now, the people in charge of supervising the squads wanted to unite with the cleaning squads, not just the 2nd task force and the support department. Min Cheol, with a demonic appearance, imagined the images of the protagonist and his female assistant. He knew that at this rate, these guys would become a separate division with great influence unless they could merge with the new cleaning squad. He wanted to restore his position in the association. Min Cheol imagined the image of the assistant holding the glowing association building in his hands. He knew that depending on who they put in charge of the new cleaning squad, they could change the game. The dark-haired leader patted his assistant on the shoulder. He summed up for Soo-young to try to find someone among the Jeonggi-do hunters. He added that he would do the same. Min Cheol was about to leave when Soo-young looked at him. He asked his leader if there would be any other criteria for selection, such as mandatory cleaning experience. Min Cheol replied that it was just cleaning, so he told the guy to find someone with experience in dungeons, and then we'll see. Soo-young watched as his leader headed for the exit. He asked Min Cheol what to do with Junwoo, since he would also be interested in the new squad. The main leader explained that if they find a worthy candidate and bring a young and energetic guy, he will be a competitor for the protagonist. Min Cheol walked to the door without looking back. He said that this time they cannot lose, even if they have to fight. Soo-young was dumbfounded by the statement he heard. He saw a pack of smoked cigarettes on the roof. The assistant understood that Min Cheol had not smoked for almost 4 years, and then he broke down. The protagonist at this time was drinking his tea. He was lying on the couch and holding a hot drink in his hands. He noted that a lot of time had passed since the last raid marathon and they had a lot of fun then. The brunette sat opposite the protagonist with an amazed look. She did not understand the guy's statement, realizing that he did not have any friends at all. The brown-haired man noticed this and asked Minju about her puzzled look. a notification appeared with an official announcement of the appointment to a new position for Jun-woo. The protagonist looked at his phone with concern. He smirked ironically about becoming a manager after 2 months of work, realizing that it would be difficult for him. He understood that others might not accept him. Minju said that it was the right decision and she did not think that he should remain a cleaner. The protagonist sat opposite the brunette and held onto his cup. He realized that he was about to be lectured again on a sore subject. She asked the brown-haired man if he had already started recruiting new employees. The protagonist smirked shyly, raising his eyebrows. He said that he would not do this. The protagonist threw up his hands while the brunette was perplexed. He asked about the fact that it would be difficult for him to find workers. He added that it was not related to the fact that he did not have worthy candidates in his circle. The girl understood that it was precisely related to the lack of friends. He understood that after the marathon he was so tired that he did not want to work anymore. He thought that they would manage just fine without him. The main character looked at the ceiling and imagined the image of Lee. He remembered that she wanted him to select people for the new cleaning squad. The main character realized that the conditions for unlocking a new skill would still be met, so he did not understand why he should bother. The brunette, with wide eyes, looked at Jun-woo, who scratched his neck. She asked him about what kind of worker he would be if he took on. He did not know what to answer. Jun-woo timidly looked forward, imagining a red-haired guy in a suit. He assumed that it would be an easygoing and good-natured guy. Minju looked at the protagonist in surprised by what she heard. He immediately asked her the same question. The brunette laughed loudly, imagining a brown-haired man in a black cloak. She answered that she would choose a fair one who would take care of his colleagues, just like Jun-woo. The protagonist slightly raised his eyebrows and thought that she would definitely take him. Chang Hyun appeared in the doorway, slightly embarrassed. He apologized for disturbing them and was looking for the protagonist. The protagonist sat opposite the brunette, and they looked at Chang Hyun in shock. The leader was glad that he found Jun-woo. Chang Hyun raised one eyebrow and looked at the guys timidly. He introduced himself and said that he was the leader of the control group, and he called him the other day. The protagonist, that this was another one of Min Chial's. The protagonist knew that this leader was kind of out of it, but he still got a reprimand. Chang Hyun cleared his throat and was about to say the reason for his appearance. The leader grabbed the protagonist and menacingly shouted at him, while the brunette covered herself with her hands. He said that Jun-woo should recruit people for the 6th cleanup group. Chang Hyun looked at the protagonist furiously. He explained that Min Chial, Ko Yoon-young, and Song Chul-sik wanted to form the 6th cleaning team from their own people only. The brunette watched as the leader appeared and pinned Jun-woo to the floor. He wanted Chang Hyun to leave him alone and let him go. The guy in the suit explained that he came to help and he did not want to work with Min Chial. The leader imagined his hands reaching out to the 6th cleaning team. He stated that, be that as it may, now all eyes were turned to the new squad, although it did not exist yet, but everyone wanted to grab their piece. The guy noted that now everyone would try to get their hands on the group. The protagonist looked at Chang Hyun with disdain, pushing him away by the head. He wondered about what Chang Hyun explained, that everyone was now ready to bite each other's throats for the sake of the new squad. Chang Hyun replied with a smirk that this was true. People were trying to find a guy and put him in charge, and he should be at least on par with Jun-woo. The protagonist became angry at this news, baring his teeth. He did not understand why a person with similar skills would need to join the cleaning squad. He considered it a stupid act, as if they were trying to drive him into a trap. Chang Hyun angrily shouted at the protagonist, holding a bunch of papers in his hands. He explained that Jun-woo should also prepare and recruit new guys himself. He provided a list of top hunters from famous guilds, both active and closing. The leader said that they were ready to allocate any budget, if only Jun-woo would name the names of the hunters. The protagonist looked with disdain at the list of names of hunters reaching towards him. He did not understand what such a rush was for, thinking that he would need to choose someone from the list. Chang Hyun looked at the main character carefully. He knew that Jun-woo had been promoted and noticed that the new squad could be a threat to him. The hunter knew that the leader would insist on his own way. The brown-haired man closed his eyes and bowed his head. He wasn't sure he wanted to do this. He wondered since when the leader had cared about the fate of the cleaners. Jun-woo crossed his arms and looked away from the screaming Chang Hyun. The leader reminded him that Min Chial was going to take over this squad. Jun-woo explained that everything would be fine. Chang Hyun looked at the protagonist with a disappointed look. He asked the guy if he thought that the other team members would be happy if he directly participated in the selection of candidates. The protagonist didn't understand what he had to do with it when he suddenly froze. He suddenly grabbed his face and held his hand out in front of Chang Hyun. He held his face and looked sarcastically at the leader. He said that if he thought about it, it would be quite a tempting offer. Chang Hyun was immediately inspired by such news. The leader grabbed the main character's hands and begged him. A card with a locked replica skill popped out, the condition for unlocking which was to get the job satisfaction of the cleaners by 30% or more. The main character looked at Chang Hyun with glee and extended his hand to him. He wanted to see the list of participants. This was a new chance. The room was dirty and emitted a green smell. Sang Hayek held his nose and noted that the room smelled very bad. Sang Hayek looked angrily at the red-haired girl who was lying on the dirty sofa. She looked at her phone and asked who disturbed her. The brunette asked her what she was doing here. The red-haired girl looked upset. Sang Hayek told her that just because she was fired, it was no reason to become a dump queen, so he told her to go out and get checked. The girl showed the news on her phone with a bloodthirsty look. She explained that she came across an interesting article where a cleaning squad led a local raid. Sang Hayek was shocked by what he saw. Sang Hayek watched his sister, who began to pull herself up. He really hoped that she was not thinking about joining the cleaners. The red-haired girl turned to her brother with a malicious grin. She was a former hunter of the International Association Han Yubin. She said that Sang Hayek himself asked her to find a job. A notification with a speech skill popped up. The condition for unlocking was job satisfaction with the cleaners of 30% or more. The protagonist looked thoughtful, touching his chin. He was trying to figure out how to increase this job satisfaction. He remembered how he furiously looked at his phone at the salary payment. He understood that all their motivation directly depended on the salary. Jun-woo remembered how he sat tired after cleaning. Their motivation also depended on the working conditions. The problem was that the work of cleaners did not involve any of this. The protagonist glared at the skill notification, seeing that the progress was only 18%. He recalled how they cleaned up the blood on the floor as a team. However, if they formed a new team, the work would go better, but the main problem was still the atmosphere. Jun-woo looked tired, while the whole team was cheering behind him. A person who could create a good atmosphere was also able to understand the team's wants and needs. Jun-woo knew that the new team needed the same kind of person. Jun-tae smiled widely and was beaming with happiness. The other man was frowning and looking forward angrily. This man was looking straight ahead with a slight malice. He said that he roughly understood what Jun-woo was going to do now, hinting at a new cleaning team. He immediately exclaimed that maybe he should consider this option. The protagonist sipped his coffee with his eyes closed. He listened to the man tell him that he was no longer a member of the guild and considered himself carefree, thinking that he would now receive an invitation. The main character explained that he had not asked the hunter to join them at all. Jun-woo placed his mug on the table as the man looked at him with confusion. The main character looked away from the mug as he sat across from the man. He explained that he was currently recruiting. He wondered which guild was best for recruiting, asking about the importance of rank and experience as a hunter. The brown-haired man noted that if the man wanted to join the association, he would be better off joining the task force rather than the cleaners. The people in the cafe turned to the side and saw the man standing over the table in anger. The guy was angry at the main character's statement, noting that he did not know who he was talking to. He introduced himself as Th1. Jun-woo sarcastically joked that he should have given him a medal in that case. H-Wan straightened his jacket and looked down on the guy. He explained that he wanted to promote the association and called the brown-haired man a scoundrel because he would regret it. Jun-woo sarcastically replied that he already regretted it. Jun-woo looked angrily as H-Wan began to leave the cafe. The man in the suit said that they would meet soon. The protagonist did not understand who this guy was pretending to be, being in a rank. The main character remembered how he had already interviewed the man in the suit. He knew that all the previous candidates were of two types. The first of them were excellent hunters who wanted to join the cleaning squad. Then he remembered how this same guy laughed maliciously. He considered the others to be idiots who thought they were incredibly cool and were eager to clean. The main character looked angry, holding a stack of papers in his hands. He wondered why there were so many people wanting to get in and why he was given this ill-fated list of candidates in the first place. The protagonist sipped his coffee, calling Lee on the way. She praised him for his work and noted that entrusting him with this work was the right decision. He asked her why she brought it up. The director was holding the phone in her hands and turned back to Yubin. She told Jun-woo that an interesting lady named Yubin was waiting for him, who was now in their office. The protagonist was stunned by this news, holding the phone to his ear. She told him to quickly come to the headquarters. He wondered about the identity of this girl. The former huntress crossed her arms and smiled sarcastically. She introduced herself as Yubin. The protagonist and Lee stood in front of this girl. The director covered her face with her hand and was about to whisper something to the protagonist. She asked him how he found her and made her come to their headquarters. He knew that he had nothing to do with it. While the main character was talking to Lee, Yubin looked at them with a smirk. She asked about the brown-haired man's identity, who noted that the rumors were true and he looked even cooler in real life. He was going to interview her with a disdainful look. The main character sat down at the table opposite the former huntress. He reminded her that Yubin was an International Hunter Association and asked her why such a person would apply for the cleaning squad. She considered this position her level. He was perplexed, saying that with such experience, she should have gone to the operations department or a private guild. The main character angrily looked at Yubin's smirk. She added that she was deprived of her hunter's license. The girl crossed her arms and looked sarcastically at Jun-woo. She explained that she didn't know how to do anything else and she couldn't work as a hunter, so she came here because they were doing something similar here. She knew that he needed hunters. Jun-woo frowned at the girl, saying that naturally they needed people. However, he asked her if she understood the essence of the cleaning squad's work. Yubin stood in front of the protagonist with a slight anger. She was surprised that he didn't even ask her why she was deprived of her license. He replied that he didn't care. She looked up with a disdainful look. She noted that in America, cleaners were responsible for cleaning the dungeon until it shined. He closed his eyes, realizing that she understood the essence of the work. The former hunter put her foot on the table with a dumbfounded look. She shouted that the cleaners in Korea were engaged in coordinating special missions and participated in large, joint raids. The protagonist looked at the girl's clenched fist in surprise, realizing that she was out of her mind. The protagonist looked at the overexcited Yubin, imagining the article. He asked the girl that she read the article, to which the girl replied that he was right. The protagonist closed his eyes and held out his palm in front of him. He told the girl that he would disappoint her, noting that they were the same ordinary cleaners as in America, nothing special. Yubin grinned maliciously. The girl told Jun-woo that he was saying the same thing. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment, frowning. He asked the girl in what sense. Yubin smiled widely, looking at the protagonist with a confident look. She said that she had already heard this when she became a hunter in America. Contrary to rumors, the operations department deals with insignificant and trivial things, and the salary is also low. That's what they said. The protagonist's eyes ran in all directions in surprise. Yubin said that of course, it was just a trick to weed out the fools, and she was an expert at it, and this trick would not work on her. The protagonist carefully studied Yubin's profile. He thought that she was clearly not in her right mind, but she had tremendous experience. Jun-woo imagined Yubin in a crazy form, from which a scarlet aura emanated. He noted that she worked in an international association and had the highest status in the ranking system, Berserker. Jun-woo thought that she was an ideal hunter. The protagonist imagined cleaning the dungeon and crazy Yubin. He thought that there was only one nuance: her skills have nothing in common with the work of cleaners. The protagonist recalled the image of H1. The protagonist thought that she was the same as the previous candidates, good abilities and self-esteem that could prop up the sky. Yubin widened her eyes, carefully looking at the protagonist. The hunter thought that she also didn't understand what the cleanup department was doing. She was talented, but she wasn't right for them. The protagonist looked at Yubin warily, tapping his finger. He thought about firing her. The protagonist's eyes widened, remembering Jun-T's image and words. Jun-woo thought that Sang Hyuk's sister was a huntress from the International Association. Yubin looked at the protagonist in shock, her mouth open. Jun-woo asked the girl that Sang Hyuk was by any chance her brother. Yubin asked Jun-woo not to tell him anything about her being there. The protagonist smiled slyly, looking at the huntress. He thought that it was definitely her, and who would have thought that? Yubin looked at the protagonist in confusion, her eyes wide. Jun-woo thought that since her brother was working with them, she wouldn't be prejudiced about the work after all, and Sang Hyuk was her colleague, and she had excellent skills, so he might as well take her into the team. Sang Hyuk stormed into the office, looking furious. He told his sister that he told her not to come there because she couldn't clean up after herself, but she was going to clean the dungeons. The protagonist watched the quarrel between the guys with bewilderment. Yubin told Sang Hyuk that he himself told her to find her a job. Sang Hyuk asked Yubin why she came to his work. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a dejected look, pursing his lips. He thought that maybe he should forget about it. The bright sun illuminated a high-rise building. The protagonist sat in the office with other people. On the day of the interview, the girl held a piece of paper in her hand, looking through it. The HR manager, Min Cheol, sat with his arms folded and looked straight ahead with his menacing gaze. The director, the protagonist sat next to the director with a puzzled face. An ordinary cleaner. The protagonist thought that he did not belong there. Jun-woo sighed heavily, remembering the image of a satisfied Lee. He thought that she stubbornly proved to him that without the presence of an ordinary employee, it would be impossible to hire anyone, not understanding why she was bothering him at all. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious look. He thought that it was really that hard to hire someone to work as a cleaner. The candidates entered the office with serious faces. The protagonist thought that besides, they had to choose between high-class specialists. The protagonist thought that H-Wan, a rank hunter, was a former task force leader. Yubin stood with a serious expression on her face, pursing her lips. The protagonist thought that she was a former member of the International Association. Jun-woo remembered himself next to Lee, who was telling him about Yubin. Lee said that they didn't have much time, and she seemed like an interesting person to her. Jun-woo thought that he would have chosen a guy instead. Yubin's eyes sparkled, looking at the protagonist. The protagonist thought that Hwan was strange, of course, although it depended on who you compared him to. The candidates sat in their seats opposite the people conducting the interview. The manager said that it was time to start the interview. The manager looked at the guys, imagining various monsters. She said that during the raid, they encounter a monster that they cannot immediately pacify or destroy, asking the candidates what their actions are. The manager added that they will start with Woo Hyuk and then in turn. Woo Hyuk sat with a serious look, next to which was displayed the image of Yoon Young. Woo Hyuk told the manager that if this is a multi-zone dungeon, then they should immediately reconsider the previous strategy. Contact with such a monster without a plan can lead to meaningless casualties. The protagonist thought that Yoon Young nominated this guy, noting that this is a good answer for the former task force leader. Brown-haired sat with a confident look, next to which was the image of Chul-shik. Brown-haired told the manager that abandoning the strategy will entail significant financial losses, and it is better to request backup and continue working. The protagonist thought that Chul-shik nominated So-min, noting that it was a typical answer that would please the management. Hwan looked at the manager with a serious look, behind which was the image of Min Cheol. Hwan told the manager that they could pause the raid and cooperate with another team so that the financial losses would be minimized. The protagonist thought that Hwan, the candidate nominated by Min Cheol, was a former guild member who was among the top 10 best hunters in Korea. The judges looked at the candidates carefully. Jun-woo thought that Min Cheol would never let such a guy pass, and this was such a perfect answer that it could be called the right one. Yubin sat with a relaxed face, looking at the manager. The manager asked Yubin what her answer was. Min Cheol frowned, watching the red-haired girl intently. He noted that she was Jun-woo's candidate. The manager frowned as she watched the huntress. She noted that she was a former huntress of the International Association. The protagonist looked at the huntress with a serious look, frowning. He wondered what she would say. Min Cheol opened his mouth, looking at the huntress in surprise. She asked that the cleaners were the last to enter the dungeon, adding that if there were still monsters there, then it was the task force's mistake to begin with. The candidates turned their attention to the huntress, looking at her with displeasure. The huntress made a crazy expression, running her finger down her neck. She said that in any case, she would have just killed the monster. A deafening silence fell over the room. The protagonist smiled in confusion, looking at the table. He thought that Yubin was quirky and didn't understand where she came from. The sunlight was reflected in the mug of tea. Soyeon said that she hadn't sat in one place for so long. Lee replied that she was right and that the situation was really stressful. The girls were sitting at a table in Min-ju's office. Soyeon asked Lee if it was true that all the new candidates were former hunters. Min-ju didn't understand why they were lounging there. Lee picked up her teacup and looked at Soyeon with a smile. Lee told Soyeon that it was true but it didn't mean anything since they were aiming to be cleaners, adding that in reality, everyone wanted to find someone to become the next Jun-woo. Min-ju looked at Lee with a wide smile. She said that everyone probably thought it was easy, but Jun-woo was an exception to the rule and it was impossible to find someone similar. Lee closed her eyes, looking slightly dejected as the girls looked at her. Lee said that it was their management's fun and they just liked making a carbon copy, looking for an exact copy of something popular, but a cleaner was neither hot nor cold about it. Lee furrowed her brows and looked at the girls with a serious expression. She said that judging by the candidates who were chosen for the cleaning department, the new cleaning squad was nothing more than a toy for the top brass of the association. Min-ju looked at Lee with concern while Soyeon lowered her gaze. Min-ju noted that the cleaning squad had so many opportunities. Lee imagined the greedy face of Hwan reaching out to the 6th squad. Lee told the girls that this was why she sincerely wanted Jun-woo to win that fight, noting that at least his candidate was trustworthy. The girls looked very excited, their mouths slightly open. They looked at Lee with hope in their eyes sparkling. The girls asked Lee who he brought. Min-ju asked Lee if he was a talented person, and Soyeon asked if she was a girl. Lee was slightly shocked by such enthusiasm. She said that she herself did not know much. The brown-haired girl imagined a crazy Yubin sticking out her tongue. The brunette said that this was a very unusual girl. The candidates sat opposite the people conducting the interview. Jun-woo smiled confusedly, looking down at the table. He thought that Buddha would have mercy on him. Yubin asked what other rules, noting that if she saw the target, then the end of this target. The red-haired girl spread her arms to the sides, sitting with a crazy smile. Yubin said that in America, everyone had a separate set. Yubin asked the interviewers what they were asking, what is more important, the association or the team, asking them what they themselves thought. The red-haired girl crossed her arms over her chest, looking at them with bewilderment. She said that she did not understand these rules of theirs, asking that she needed permission to attack the monster, and what is more important, to follow the rules, save the face of the company, but put people's lives at risk. Mina looked at the dejected protagonist. The protagonist thought that all her answers were like that, not understanding how she could have been accepted into the International Association. Min Cheol thought that Yubin was acting very American. The protagonist looked straight ahead, irritated, through his fingers. He thought that, to be honest, he didn't care whether she passed or not, since there was a more important problem. Across from Junwoo sat Hwan, exuding an evil aura. Junwoo thought that Hwan was the most suitable candidate in their eyes. Hwan smiled slyly, frowning. The protagonist thought that he would not bring any benefit to the cleaning team. They would not work more efficiently, noting that he was the worst option. The protagonist sat at the table, clenching his fists tightly. The protagonist examined each candidate in front of him. He wondered if they could not take anyone at all. The girl at the table looked at the protagonist. She told Junwoo that if he had no questions, then perhaps they would finish. The protagonist asked the candidates how many pieces they needed to cut the corpse of a centipede-type monster into. The girl looked at the disgruntled protagonist with confusion. She asked him what kind of question that was, to which the protagonist asked where they thought they were recruiting people. The girl looked at the protagonist with frustration, frowning. Junwoo said that they needed employees for the cleanup department, for the cleaning team, in which case he didn't see a problem in asking about something that was directly related to the job. Junwoo added that they weren't recruiting hunters there. The protagonist looked at the guys with a serious look. He said that judging by the deafening silence, no one knew, and then he would move on to the next question. Yubin and Hwan looked at the protagonist with confusion, imagining dead monsters. Junwoo asked the candidates that if human blood and monster blood mixed and flooded the walls of a dungeon, what would be the best way to clean it? Hwan asked Junwoo what kind of questions these were. The protagonist slammed his palm on the table. He stood up from his seat, looking extremely displeased. The protagonist told the guys that if they didn't know even the basic things, then they weren't interested in them because they were useless. The candidates gaped, looking at the hunter in bewilderment. The hunter said that he didn't know what the others thought, but personally, he thought that none of them were suitable. A beautiful orange sunset could be seen from the window. Hwan approached the protagonist with a malicious smile. He asked Junwoo if it was worth making such a radical statement. The protagonist looked at Hwan with an arrogant look. He said that he might be acting rashly, but there was a reason for it, and he voiced it. Hwan asked the protagonist why he was seated at the table. The man smiled maliciously, looking at Junwoo with a crazy look. The man told the protagonist that he had turned the entire interview upside down, adding that he would see what else he could do. The protagonist watched Hwan leave. Hwan told Junwoo to just remember his status and that his opinion hardly mattered. Yubin suddenly appeared behind the protagonist, who was looking away. Junwoo thought that this really looked radical, noting that he was more worried about something else. The protagonist saw the red-haired girl and jumped away from her, scared. He told Yubin that she scared him. The red-haired girl asked Junwoo what that was. Yubin put her hands at her sides, looking at the protagonist. She told the protagonist that he could have warned her that there would be such questions, adding that she just heard so many praises about his organization, and that was the only reason she came there. The protagonist squinted at Yubin, leaning towards her. He said that he wasn't sure, of course, but he didn't think that even in America they hired workers who didn't know anything. The protagonist squatted down, glaring at the girl. The hunter asked the girl if she wanted to be part of the squad, noting that then she should prepare, and if she came to the interview just for the sake of it, then she should prepare for him to trample her into the ground. Yubin looked at the hunter in confusion, her eyes wide. The hunter asked Yubin what she thought, that the cleaners there kicked butts. Yubin said that she didn't think so. The girl looked at the protagonist, dumbfounded, as he stood up. He said that if he had his way, he would have thrown them all out, but they were lucky that the interview was rescheduled. Yubin watched the protagonist leave. He told the girl to prepare at least a little, otherwise she shouldn't even think about coming. The night sky was visible above the building. Yubin clenched her fist, looking furiously ahead. The girl furiously beat the pillow, remembering the face of the protagonist. She thought that this was the first time in her life that she experienced such humiliation, because it never happened while she lived in America, calling Junwoo insensitive and stupid. Sang Hyuk looked at his furious sister with annoyance. Sang Hyuk asked Yubin if she could calm down already, to which Yubin told him to shut up. Sang Hyuk sighed dejectedly, putting his hand on his hip. He asked his sister if she was not ashamed to say this to the person who cares about her, adding that she should say thank you for Junwoo humiliating her in private. Yubin asked her brother that he said this because they were on the same team. Sang Hyuk remembered the image of the furious protagonist. He said that it was not that, and it was just that when it came to work in their team, he was a completely different person. Sang Hyuk sat down on the couch next to his sister, smiling widely. He said that he was looking at her and thinking how stupid she was, asking her if she really thought she would pass so easily. Yubin said that it didn't matter anymore since he hated her anyway. The girl looked at the floor in disappointment. Sang Hyuk asked his sister what about the next interview, to which she replied that she didn't care anymore. The girl was clutching a pillow tightly in her hands. She thought that, as the protagonist said, she didn't know anything about cleaning, and even if she managed to pass the practical part, he still wouldn't let her advance further. Sang Hyuk looked at his irritated sister with a sly smile. He told Yubin to just think about it. If she passed, she would have to do cleaning. Yubin replied that that was true. The doorbell rang. The guys turned their heads towards the door. The girl asked her brother if he ordered something, to which Sang Hyuk replied that he did not and that he was not expecting guests. Minju and Soyeon appeared in the passageway with wide smiles. The girls apologized for coming without warning. Soyeon asked if they could come in. Sang Hyuk looked at the girls in surprise, his eyes wide. He asked them why they came, to which Soyeon replied that they wanted to help. Yubin pointed her finger at herself, dumbfounded. Soyeon said that she wanted to help Yubin. Yubin stood in a circle of guys with a puzzled expression. Yubin asked the girls why they needed to help her. Minju said that it was because of the practical part of the interview, noting that it was quite difficult. Yubin asked what they meant by her. Minju pointed her hand at the other guys with a wide smile. She said that they brought specialists. Sang Hyuk's eyes widened in surprise. He noted that Jun T, Lee, and even Chang Hyun had arrived. Lee looked warily at Chang Hyun, who raised his hand to his mouth. Chang Hyun told Yubin that he thought they should explain it to her. Yubin jumped to the side from Chang Hyun, who had rushed at her. Chang Hyun told Yubin that she simply had to join their cleaning squad, noting that it was for all of them, the entire cleaning department and the association. The guys tried their best to hold back the overexcited Chang Hyun. Jun T told Yubin that he would tell her about the cleaning process. Soyeon asked Chang Hyun to calm down already. Chang Hyun told Yubin that if she did not join the 6th squad, he would commit suicide. Yubin's mouth dropped open in surprise. She thought that people with such status had gathered to help her, not believing that such a thing could happen. Yubin looked awkwardly at the guys, her brows furrowed. She told the guys that she was grateful to them, but she was not going to go any further. The guys looked at the girl in shock, their eyes wide. A crowd of people had gathered in front of the golden gates to the dungeon. A week later, a practical task. Yubin stood next to the protagonist, opposite the gate. Junwoo asked the girl that she had come after all, to which the girl asked that he had not been expecting her. The protagonist said that he had his doubts. Yubin crossed her arms over her chest, while Junwoo looked at her irritably. The girl said that she should not praise her, because a kind word is pleasant even to a cat. The girl added that she did not come entirely of her own free will, but still, the protagonist thought that nevertheless, she came. Yubin looked straight ahead with a confident look. The protagonist didn't understand why she looked so confident, noting that it was obvious that she hadn't gotten enough sleep, but there was a fire in her eyes. Junwoo wondered if she had been sacrificing sleep to study all that time. The protagonist watched the red-haired girl closely. He thought that he would see it soon. The worker held the suit, offering it to Yubin. The girl told the protagonist that she came to apologize. Yubin, with a displeased expression, began to pull the suit on. Junwoo told Yubin that she would do without it, although she had a point. Yubin called Junwoo a bore, noting that he couldn't even apologize. Junwoo told the girl not to even dream about it. Yubin smiled confidently, looking at the hunter. She said that they would still have to see about that. The irritated hunter looked at the satisfied Yubin. He asked the girl why she was poking him, and that she was used to the fact that in America, a boss is a friend. Yubin looked downcast as she recalled the hopeful faces of the boys. She said that she had studied for a whole week thanks to such good people, adding that they didn't want to tell him because they were colleagues. The protagonist looked at Yubin's back with a puzzled look. He didn't understand which colleagues she was talking about. The man told the candidates to come over. Min Chiao held a loudspeaker to his face as he stood at the gate of the dungeon. Min Chiao told the candidates that, as he said, the practical tasks would be held in real dungeons and they would be accompanied by judges. The candidates stood with serious faces, looking at Min Chiao. Min Chiao said that when they entered, they would be given several tasks. Junwoo and Yubin stood with confident expressions. Min Chiao said that the evaluation would be done according to how they solved each of them, warning the boys to be careful and act without breaking the rules. Woo Hyuk looked at Min Chiao with a serious look. Woo Hyuk asked the man if the dungeon had been cleared. The man said that clearing the dungeon was part of the quest, so it was active, and considering that they were all former hunters, there would be no problems. The man looked at the candidates with a menacing expression. He told the candidates that they could begin. The candidates began to approach the dungeon, which was shining with golden light. Clouds of dust were floating in the dungeon. The candidates and judges stood in the dungeon with serious expressions. Soo-young held a piece of paper in his hand, looking at the candidates. He said that they had a problem. Soo-young presented a phone with a red notification. On the phone, there was a request for support from the 4th Task Force. Soo-young told the candidates that there was a call for help from the 4th Task Force, but they had no available teams, asking them what they would do. The candidates looked at Soo-young with a confident expression. H1 told Soo-young that he would finish the task in 20 minutes and go to help, asking the guys if anyone had any objections. The guys agreed with H1. The protagonist held a tablet in his hand, observing the guys. He thought that these were quite expected answers, and each of them was comparable in level to the squad leader, and none of them were ready to give in to the test. On the tablet was a sheet of paper with the names and positions of the candidates. The protagonist thought that they did not understand that this was the wrong choice. The protagonist smiled slyly, baring his teeth. He thought that at this rate, no one would get the gist of it and he would kick them all out. The boys looked behind them, at Yubin, who had her hands on her hips. The girl disagreed with the others. Yubin frowned and looked at the boys. She said that 20 minutes would not be enough and they would still need to double-check everything after they were done. The boys turned away from the girl, completely confident in their abilities. Hwan told the boys to leave, asking Yubin that if they couldn't even do this, then what was the point of becoming a cleaner? So-min told the girl that if she wasn't sure, then she should go back. Soo-young glanced sideways at the girl, frowning. He said that most of them agreed to clean up. The protagonist looked at the irritated Yubin in shock. Jun-woo's eyes widened in confusion. He thought that he couldn't believe that she understood the gist. The protagonist recalled the interview in the office. He thought that the others were making a huge mistake, and the practical part of the task was not only about clearing, it was important to be able to work in a team and assess strength. The protagonist, with a surprised face, imagined the candidates clearing the dungeon. He thought that it was impossible to finish cleaning in 20 minutes, and the best solution would be not to rush to help headlong. The protagonist looked at Yubin's back, recalling her crazy face. Jun-woo thought that she immediately understood this, noting that she had changed so much in a week. The monster's paw hit the floor, raising clouds of dust. The huge monster glowed with its red eyes and bared its fangs. The candidates pulled out their weapons, using summoning. Hwan swung his weapon, exuding a red aura. System notification. Skill activation, frenzy. Hwan quickly attacked the monster. The monster's blood splashed onto the floor. Wu Hayek stretched out his arms in front of him, wrapping his magic around the monster. System alert. Skill activation, Oburn Fang. Blood spurted out from the monster, staining the floors. Yubin flew into the air, preparing to attack the monster. System alert. Skill activation. Yubin, with a relaxed expression, slammed her fist into the monster's head. System alert. Strike. Min-cheol looked at the monster that had fallen in front of him in shock. Min-cheol was surprised, noting that he shouldn't have expected anything else from a huntress. The girl said that she killed a high-level monster so easily. The protagonist stared at Yubin with a frown. Min-cheol said that it was still a bit weak, even too much for Yubin. The girl asked if this was the level of an international-level huntress. Jun-woo thought that this simple attack certainly had some meaning. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, looking at the guys with a serious look. He turned to the cleaning squad. The candidates turned their gaze to the protagonist. Hwan smiled slyly, baring his teeth. Hwan was sitting in the car, looking at a stack of papers. He asked what this was. Min-cheol grinned in displeasure, crossing his arms over his chest. Min-cheol told Hwan that these were some of the rookie tasks that Jun-woo had prepared, and just because he was a cleaner, they couldn't know the correct answer in advance. Hwan looked at Min-cheol with annoyance, baring his teeth. He asked him what this meant, noting that he himself had said that the new squad would be doing more important things than cleaning. Min-cheol sighed heavily, closing his eyes. He said that it was all true, but only after the interview and practical task were completed, adding that he had suggested excluding the practical task altogether. Min-cheol smiled and looked at Hwan, who was studying the papers. Min-cheol told Hwan not to worry so much, because he had a reason for calling him. Min-cheol told him to look at it from a different perspective. Hwan looked at the papers that contained the information about the tasks. Min-cheol said that these were the tasks prepared by Jun-woo for the cleaning squad. The papers contained the objective and content of the practical task. The objective of the practice was to test the effectiveness of the ability to cope with non-standard situations. The content was that the cleaning team had to clear a dungeon in a limited time. Hwan noted that the objective of the practical task was there. Min-cheol said that it was correct, noting that he could not tell anyone about this. Min-cheol's sly smile was visible in the car mirror. Min-cheol told Hwan not to worry, because he did not think that he would encounter difficulties in that task, noting that he really wanted that vacancy to go to him. Hwan looked at the papers in his hand with a sly smile. He said it was like 2 fingers on the pavement. Hwan thought that now that he knew the tests, victory was in his pocket. Hwan bared his teeth with a crazy smile. The protagonist looked at the candidates with a serious expression. He told the guys that due to the workload of the other squads, they should clean up this dungeon alone. Hwan put his hands on his hips, looking at Jun-woo with a sly smile. Jun-woo told the candidates that they had a limited time. Hwan frowned, looking at the protagonist with bewilderment. The protagonist told them to think that all their squad mates were dead, that is, each of them was there alone. The candidates looked at the dead monster in shock. Jun-woo told the guys that they would clean up and clean the dungeon in one helmet. Hwan bared his teeth in displeasure, looking straight ahead. He did not understand what was happening, noting that this was not in his plan. The protagonist put his hands in his pocket, looking at the candidates. He told the guys that they could begin, and that they should hurry up, since they only had 20 minutes. H-Wan, perplexed, opened his mouth, looking at the protagonist. The protagonist's eyes flashed maliciously, smiling widely. Junwoo wondered if they really thought that he would just leave the sheet with all the tasks in plain sight. The protagonist thought that his tasks were stupid. Clouds of smoke hung in the dungeon. Junwoo counted down from 10. The judges watched the candidate closely. Woo Hyuk was squatting next to the monster. He threw the dirty rag aside. Woo Hyuk said that he would not do it again. Woo Hyuk bared his teeth angrily, looking at the floor. The girl told Woo Hyuk that he failed the test. Junwoo thought that this fool didn't know what to do with a rag. Woo Hyuk said that it was impossible. The blonde walked past the confused H-Wan, dejected. The girl said that H-Wan was next. H-Wan turned blue with rage, his eyes wide. He thought that the former guild leader and a rank hunter, he was once number 1, and now he should kneel and scrub the floor. All the necessary cleaning supplies were in front of the monster. H-Wan thought that they only gave him 20 minutes and no help. H-Wan turned to the judges with displeasure, waving his hands. He asked what kind of circus they were putting on there, noting that it was unrealistic. H-Wan looked at Min Chial with displeasure, his mouth wide open. He said that no one warned him. Min Chial thought that H-Wan was a real scoundrel, and he had completely lost his mind, noting that he would burn them like that. The girl in the gray suit was glaring at Min Chial. Yubin sighed dejectedly, standing next to the disgruntled H-Wan. H-Wan said that this task is not for beginners, and he will not do anything. Yubin asked H-Wan what he was hysterical about, and that he thought cleaning was more difficult than stripping. Yubin turned away from H-Wan, sticking out her tongue. Junwoo told H-Wan that since he was giving up, he asked Yubin if she would start the task. The protagonist looked at Yubin, who was standing still. The protagonist called out to the red-haired girl. He smiled maliciously, looking at the motionless girl. He thought that even H-Wan refused to do this task. The protagonist told the girl that he thought she could be crossed out. The girl noted that there were only 20 minutes, and it was time to act. Yubin ran towards the monster with a mad smile, taking out her weapon. Yubin threw the white bags into the air above the monster. The sharp blade swept across the bags. Yubin cut all the bags above the monster with her sword. After that, Yubin began to dismember the monster itself. The monster's fingers were cut into several pieces. Junwoo thought that she was spraying chemicals on the corpse and cutting it at the same time. The judges watched the candidate in shock, their mouths open. The protagonist thought that she was instantly blocking the poisonous gas and blood from the corpse, and doing it incredibly quickly and efficiently. The protagonist thought that this was impossible, and this was the level of a professional cleaner. The protagonist irritably imagined the image of his colleagues and Yubin's words. The protagonist understood what Yubin meant when she said that they did not want to tell him about it. Yubin threw the ropes with hooks towards the monster. The hooks caught on the butchered meat of the monster. The red-haired girl pulled the rope towards herself with all her strength. She instantly collected the meat of the monster near her. The protagonist watched in shock at the speed of the girl. He thought that it was impossible, and she was in time, not understanding why she was so serious about cleaning. The protagonist bared his teeth in irritation, frowning. He thought that at this rate, she would be able to pass the test, noting that they should all have failed. H-Wan seemed to glow, watching the candidate in annoyance. He asked Junwoo if this was too much. The protagonist looked at the glowing H-Wan in bewilderment. The man told the hunter that only he knew about this task, and he warned her. The hunter thought he was beaming and couldn't tear his eyes away. The protagonist awkwardly looked away as H-Wan pointed at him. The hunter told the man that it was wrong, to which he replied that Junwoo had definitely told her everything. Yubin called out to the man. Behind the red-haired girl were bags with a butchered monster. The boys looked at the girl in shock, their mouths open. H-Wan asked Yubin what she was talking about. The protagonist thought she was crazy. Yubin smiled maliciously, looking at H-Wan with a haughty look. She asked the man why he couldn't just admit that cleaning was too much for him, noting that it took her a week to learn everything. The man looked at the red-haired girl with dislike. H-Wan called Yubin a scoundrel. The girl asked H-Wan that he still thought he was smarter than everyone else, and if it was time for him to accept the facts. Yubin smiled mischievously as he recalled the image of H-Wan. H-Wan asked in his memories if he had seen the girl's skills, noting that she was definitely out of luck. Yubin told the man that he was always showing off, so she thought he must be good at something to show off like that. Yubin looked at the enraged man with a sneer. She said that after what she saw, she was willing to bet that he was kicked out of his position as a leader. She asked H-Wan if that was true. The protagonist thought that she was the one who was kicked out. H-Wan called her a stupid wretch. H-Wan released his red and terrifying aura. former guild leader and #1 berserker in the country. System window, skill activation, madness. Hwan told Yuban that she was no match for her, asking her what she thought that he would lose so easily. The girl smiled maliciously, enveloping herself in a red aura. She asked the man that he had no idea why she was fired from her previous job, a former huntress of the International Association. Yuban looked at the man with a mad expression. Yuban said that he was another talkative bastard, noting that this was why she broke their jaws. System window, skill activation, berserker, number 152 in the world ranking. A powerful wave of red energy emanated from the guys. Hwan bared his teeth, thinking that he underestimated her. The man pounced on the girl with a knife, who was about to stab him. Hwan yelled at Yuban to die. System window, skill activation. The protagonist's blue hand grabbed Yuban's hand. The protagonist's blue foot tripped the man. Yuban asked Junwoo what he was doing. The protagonist stopped the guys, looking straight ahead with indignation. System notification. Hyper acceleration, battle readiness activated. The protagonist looked at the red-haired girl with fury in his eyes. He asked the guys what the hell they were doing, telling them to calm down if they didn't want any trouble. Hwan turned his head, looking at Junwoo in surprise. He told the protagonist to move his foot. Hwan thought that a simple cleaner couldn't move at that speed. The furious protagonist looked at the man, emitting a purple aura. He called the man Mr. Indoor Hunter, saying that he started it all and that his actions were self-defense. The man's mouth opened wide when the protagonist kicked him in the back. The protagonist looked at Yuban, holding her hand. He told the girl to lower her weapon. The girl looked at Junwoo's hand in bewilderment, her eyes wide. The protagonist squeezed her hand tightly. He wondered if it wasn't hard for her. Yuban closed her eyes, calling back her weapon. She said that they were done. Junwoo thought that he didn't know that berserkers were such principled guys. The judges looked at the protagonist in shock, their mouths open. Junwoo said that the test was over and he saw no point in continuing. The sun was shining in the sky and a beautiful sunset was visible. Junwoo apologized to Yuban. Yuban looked at the protagonist in shock, her mouth open. She didn't understand what he was saying. The protagonist told the girl that she wanted to hear this, and he treated her rudely during the interview. The girl looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes. The hunter thought that although she hadn't shown herself very well then, this result was simply magnificent, and he didn't consider a flash of anger. Yuban looked away in confusion, her eyebrows lowered. She told Junwoo that to be honest, his colleagues had helped her a little. Hwan was carried out on a stretcher while the guys talked among themselves. Junwoo told Yuban that it didn't matter who helped her, she did everything in the dungeon herself, so her teachers, family and Buddha himself could be proud. Yuban smiled widely and happily, putting her finger to her nose. She said that she accepted his apology, but they would not see each other again anyway. Yuban put her hands behind her head and walked away from the dungeon. The hunter asked Yuban if she didn't need a job, to which the girl replied that she had said earlier that she had only come for an apology. Yuban closed her eyes and smiled widely. She said that she was always like this, that she had given up and lost interest, and the cleaning squad was not what she imagined, noting that it was dirty and difficult work. Yuban stood with her back to the protagonist, looking at the beautiful sunset. She said goodbye to the protagonist, suggesting that they never meet again. The protagonist grinned in annoyance, frowning. He thought that maybe she had already made up her mind. The dungeon gate was shining brightly with blue light. The next day, Sang Hayek asked the protagonist that he had completely lost his mind. Sang Hayek angrily grabbed the protagonist's clothes, his eyes wide. He asked the hunter if he was alright in the head. Yuban opened her mouth wide, looking at the phone in confusion. Sang Hayek asked the hunter what he was thinking when he took her to them. There was a message from the Parallel Dimension Work Association on Yuban's phone. It said that she had passed the final task, and they would tell her the start date later. The next day after the exam, something unexpected happened. Under the blue sky, there was a multi-story building. Yaobin was lying upside down and said how good it was that she got an apology. She was lying on the sofa and looked at the pile of garbage that was lying on the table and said, "Why is he like this?" She remembered Junwoo grabbing her hand, and looking at his fist, she thought he managed to block her berserker skill, stopped her with just one move. No one can do that. Junwoo can do that. She imagined the image of a guy surrounded by a blue haze, and thought some kind of cleaner. Why is he working as a cleaner then? No, it doesn't matter. She twirled the gold medallion in her fingers and thought that in any case, they will not cross paths again. The girl looked at the phone that vibrated on the table. On the screen was a new message from the Parallel Dimension Work Association. The message said that they were happy to inform her that she had passed the final task to get a job in the 6th group of the cleanup department. Sincerely congratulate her, the start date of work will be announced later. Yaobin looked at the phone in amazement, asking what? People on the street were surprised to hear a very loud curse coming from the building. Under the night sky towered a skyscraper in New York, USA. The man hit his fist and cursed. The man with a mustache angrily banged on the glass of the panoramic window and shouted why this file was saved. He ordered to get rid of it. The girl with a short haircut standing opposite said that the control group deleted all the data. It seems the task force had a copy. The manager of the control department of the International Association of Hunters in New York, Jason, angrily looked at her and shouted that he did not need an excuse. If the file goes to journalists, they are finished. The head of the support group of the International Association in New York, Chloe, silently looked at him and listened that if they already have it, then it is strange that nothing has surfaced. The girl folded her arms and looked at the angry man, who was burning with anger, saying the name Yaobin. A couple of months ago, there was a small incident where the main role was played by the name. The girl looked in surprise at the huge clawed paw of the monster. The long-haired girl pushed her away, protecting her from the attack, shouting that it was dangerous. The long-haired blonde winced in pain. Yaobin looked at her and exclaimed in shock, "Angel!" Her hands. A huge beast with red eyes towered over the girls. Yaobin materialized her sword and told her friend to go and get help, and she would hold him off. Angel looked at her silently. The girl turned around when something hit her body and heard her friend calling her. Yaobin looked at the gold medallion in her hand and asked, "Is that hers?" Angel clenched her fist resolutely and told her surprised friend that she must survive. She pushed the girl away with force, causing her to fly away, activating her obstacle crossing skill. Yaobin crossed her arms and flew backwards, looking at her friend in shock, calling out to her. She closed her eyes and cried, screaming that she was going for help. Let her not dare to die. If she died, she would kill her. A huge beast-like monster pointed its clawed paw at Angel, who said goodbye to her friend. The space behind the square arch was red. A scream was heard that the leader of the third group was calling. They needed help. Yaobin held the radio and cursed, demanding an answer. Words came from the radio that they could not send help at the moment. All the support units were busy. Yaobin shouted very angrily that they were crazy. They should have people in reserve. They should send at least one person. The interlocutor repeated that it was impossible now. Yaobin was on her knees screaming anger and helplessness. Jason frowned, looking out the window. He thought it was crazy. Just because of one person they had to send people to an unprofitable dungeon and spend the entire budget on it. He imagined a scale with Angel on one side and huge piles of banknotes being stripped on the other. He thought that just one hunter cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars. He, as a person making a profit from this, thought that the girl was not worth it. Under Angel's photo in the file, it was written that she died in an accident. Jason thought that she died anyway, so it didn't make sense. It was just a waste of money. The management didn't care about what happened, so they faked the report. He remembered an angry Yaobin holding his clothes, having already knocked out one of the men. She had just gone crazy then. He used this and kicked her out of the association. The girl's file had a red stamp indicating that she was expelled. The gloomy man leaned over the table, clenching his fists, and thought that at the time, he thought everything had worked out for the best. He angrily imagined the girl in the black flash drive, and thought that the bad girl had taken the flash drive with the documents. He had no idea how she found out what was on it, but if the truth came out, all the facts of theft and corruption would come to light. He imagined two dark silhouettes shaking hands with smiles and a black flash drive with documents. Exhaling, the man said that they needed to return the flash drive by any means necessary. Chloe, standing by his desk, asked if they could try to talk. Jason asked if she thought Yaobin would negotiate, given her character. He looked at the blonde and asked if they had found out where she was now. Chloe, looking at him, replied that, judging by the information in the database, she was working for the association again. The window showed burning windows of the buildings below. The girl said that she had returned to Korea and was now working there. The man introduced the enraged Yaobin and said that this was impossible. They had taken away her license. The blonde replied that she had joined the cleaners, and the man asked in surprise, this crazy woman had become a cleaner. Suddenly, the man said in amazement that they weren't planning a joint operation with the Korean Association. Chloe, standing by the table, said that he was talking about the loop dungeon. The Koreans hadn't contacted them yet. The man put his hand on the globe statue and told her to call them herself, to do everything to make the operation happen. The man angrily looked at the globe and said that Yaobin could not hide from him. He was looking forward to their meeting. Yaobin has been officially working in the cleanup department for a week now. The blue information window contained information that the unlocked condition of one new member of the cleaning squad was fulfilled. The skill excessive bleeding was unlocked. Everything was going according to plan. Junwoo held the cans of chemicals in his hands with a smile and thought that he had been promoted to the team leader. He would soon unlock another skill. Now he is the leader of the third cleanup team. The main feature is cunning, obsessed with skills. Although, on the other hand, no one cares about this position. A huge green carcass was lying on the ground. Sang Hayek called out to the guy with displeasure and asked, did he bring the cleaning agent? Nearby, Soyeon asked him for help. The brunette sighed with displeasure and said that as soon as he got the position, he immediately stopped working. The girl looked at him pitifully and said that the monster's body had literally turned to stone. It was impossible to cut it, this problem needed to be solved, and then they would tell each other everything. Junwoo angrily listened as the guy called him Mr. Big Boss and called him to move. The guy asked displeasedly what Sang Hyuk was allowing himself and thought to himself, why are they talking to him like that? He's the boss after all. Junwoo went to his comrades with the remedy. It seemed to him that with the new position it would be easier to fulfill the conditions for unlocking skills. Yes, he is the boss, the senior, but a cleaner and cannot influence the decision of the headquarters in any way. The comrades giggled, and the guy looked at his phone in surprise, thinking that this is Chang Hyun. He picked up the phone and heard Chang Hyun say that there was a new dungeon in Namtaryong. It seems that the task force and the cleaners should team up. Are they free now? The guy replied that not really. The boss said that then he would have to send 2 task forces there. Junwoo held the phone to his ear and said that it was not worth it, it would disrupt the entire schedule, he would think of something. A contact number called Lady Cleaner appeared on the phone screen. Yaobin, standing next to her comrades, picked up the phone displeasedly and heard how busy she was, answered that they had just finished and were going to lunch. She was displeased to hear that it was wonderful, a new dungeon had appeared, they needed to clear it as soon as possible. The girl stood in the middle of the monster bones and angrily shouted into the phone, why did he always harness her? She was not a horse. Junwoo replied that they didn't have any other groups that could both clean up and defeat the monsters. They would come to help as soon as they finished their work, so let them go first. Junwoo smiled slyly and said that if she couldn't do it, he would send someone who could. It seemed like he had overestimated her. The girl remained silent, holding the phone, and then, looking at him angrily, she shouted that she would come. The guy heard her say with a sly smile that he owed her. He thought that Yaobin had entrusted all the difficult dungeons last week. There was no team with double the workload right now. Sang Hyuk sat on the ground and said with a smile that it was easier for him to work because he had recently been on vacation. Soyeon, who was sitting next to him, looked at him and said that they had almost no overtime lately. Yaobin's squad had been doing double the work recently, so now everyone was working equally. Thanks to that, the image of the castle in the information window broke. The blue information window said that the unlocked conditions of job satisfaction with the cleaning squad over 30% have been completed. The replica skill has been unlocked. Junwoo smiled slyly, holding the phone in his hands, and thought that this was a huge plus of his position. He could not do the work he did not want. In his mind, he told the 6th cleaning team that he relied on them. There were cars parked near the multi-story buildings. Jun-T saw his son holding a uniform in his hands and said that he brought clothes. He replied that he should not. The man looked at the blue clothes in his hands. He looked at it and said that the overalls were very shabby. The man put his hand on his son's shoulder with a smile and laughed, said that he did not have to bring it to him anymore. The boy asked in surprise, was he fired? The sky was clear. The manager of the cleaning department, Jun-T, was promoted and stood in a black suit and tie and smiled. The people smiled and said that the new suit suited him very well. He looked very respectable and congratulated him. The man laughed, clenched his fist and thanked him. He said that he was Jun-T and today was his first day in his new position. Everyone have a good work day. The brunette sitting next to Soo-young and Min-ju held a paper in her hand and asked what they should do with it now. It was a meeting of the management and planning department. The topic was the operations department. The staff were sitting at a large round table. The participant turned and asked, do they really think this is the right decision? The person sitting at the head of the table asked, what's stopping them? The leader of the 5th squad, Min Kyan, said displeasedly, what are they even talking about? Everything fits in perfectly with their schedule. The leader of the 4th squad, Jian, sitting next to her, confirmed and said that it was. Isn't exterminating monsters a priority for the association? Min Kyan angrily introduced Junwoo and said that it was strange that he was appointed as the leader of the group. Don't they take days off whenever they want? Sometimes operations have to be postponed due to delays in work, and as a result, efficiency drops. Chang Hyun was frightened to hear that he was told that he had defected to Junwoo's side, but that was a lie. Shouldn't he think of the hunters fighting on the front lines first? The guy frighteningly stuttered and said that of course the hunters were a priority, of course, but considering the busy schedule of the cleaning squad, they should avoid any inconsistencies in the schedule. Min-ju, looking down, heard the person opposite her shouting that they were just cleaners. Why should they adjust to them? The colleague confirmed that it was true, their schedule should come first, right? The people sitting at the large round table said that this was all Junwoo's doing. Why should they coordinate the schedule with the cleaners at all? The next one said that, besides, he hadn't been working in the association for long. Another employee said that he couldn't even imagine that the cleaning squad could do something like this. The brunette slammed his fist on the table in displeasure and said that in any case, all this chaos was happening because some idiot was appointed as the squad leader. The girl sitting opposite said, "Wait a minute." Min-ju stood up and angrily slammed the table and shouted that she understood their indignation. But this was going beyond all bounds. Idiot! The decline in the efficiency of the operations department. Didn't they see the report for this week? The girl slammed 2 large blue books on the table. The colleague shouted in displeasure that she was in the same boat with them and should agree with their opinion. Min-ju looked angrily and said that the number of dungeons cleared increased by 30% this month. This is an incredible result. So what do they mean by a decline in the efficiency of the operations department? They have never achieved such productivity before. Su-young looked at her and asked what she was doing. The month was not over yet. The girl closed her eyes and told him that she had not finished speaking. They had conquered 100 dungeons this week, and how many of them had problems? Not a single time. She presented a schedule and a report stating that there had been 0 emergency situations. And she said that it was necessary to take into account the increase in work productivity by 30% and the absence of force majeure. The colleagues were silent. Min-ju, standing by the table, asked how they dared to call a person who had shown such results a fool. This was real idiocy. The girl looked resolutely at her colleagues and said that she understood that they all did not like Jun-woo as a person, but they should not forget that he was appointed by the management department. They doubted their decision. Why did they not want to help each other? After all, they worked in the same organization. The brunette angrily shouted that he was not going to adjust his schedule to him. The red-haired man continued that the hunters were more important. Let them think about what they would do without them. The man looked at the girl angrily and said that if that was the case, she could do it all herself. She was surprised and asked what he was saying. The colleague smiled slyly and said that it was true, since she was on the side of the cleaners, and she should adapt to them herself. Their squads would not tolerate such things. Min-kayan looked at the girl, rubbed her chin, and said that it seemed like they had discovered a new dungeon there, so let them clean it up alone. The employee stood up from her chair and said that the 5th squad also refused. Someone added that the 8th one too. Min-ju, together with the sitting Chang Hyan, heard how the colleagues, leaving, said that the meeting was over. Min-kayan wished the girl good luck. The employees looked in surprise at the man in glasses who appeared in the doorway and apologized for interrupting the meeting. It was the assistant manager from the Donghui management squad. He excitedly said that they had received a call from the American branch. Chang Hyan looked at him in surprise and asked, "Are they calling from the States?" Everyone watched as the brunette sat at the table and said into the phone that the CEO was not currently at a meeting. Of course, he was responsible for holding it, but he had no right to change their schedule without his approval. He was not sure he could give an exact answer. The employees were surprised to hear him say that he would send them the director's contacts and agreed with something. Min-kayan asked why they were calling here. Chang Hyan looked at them and said that they wanted to clean up together with them, asking for permission, but they all refused to participate in the raid. The hunters were amazed to hear that therefore the 2nd squad, led by Min-ju, would be responsible for the raid. The brunette grinned and asked, "What's wrong?" decided to adjust to the cleaner's schedule. The colleagues mumbled something, and Su-young waved his hand and said that of course, let the 2nd squad handle it, but the dungeon is not an easy one. Min-ju looked at the wily man, who raised a finger and said that he thought it would be useful to have a separate person in charge of planning the cleanup, right? She thought that he decided to interfere again, changing his mind on the fly. Chang Hyan looked at him and said that he was right. This was a very wise decision, so it was worth appointing Jun-woo to this position. The staff angrily gritted their teeth when they heard that it was decided. He thought this meeting was really over. Jun-woo looked ahead with displeasure and asked, "Are they just finished?" He looked at the cleaners sitting on the ground and asked, "Why did the former International Association hunter take so long to clean up everything here?" Yaobin asked with displeasure, "Is he serious?" Looking at the girl, the brunette asked if he should use all his skills. She looked at him in surprise, and the guy continued that she was obviously a berserker. If she used all her strength, the monster's corpse would be a pile of mince now. She looked at him and said no, then it would be harder to clean up. Looking at her, the guy said that this was an appropriate answer for the exam, not for real work. Jun-woo stood in front of the huge carcass and said that cleaning the dungeons should not reduce the efficiency of the work, because cleaning always comes first. Jun-woo asked in surprise, "Isn't he on the side of the cleaners?" The guy replied that he was just doing his job. What does this have to do with it? They are doing the same thing. Yaobin sat on the floor and thought that she always thought that he only fought for the interests of his department. Jun-woo asked if the group was having lunch, and she said no. Did he want to go with them? The girl was shocked to hear that no. Just let him finish cleaning here before leaving for lunch. The partners were holding an angry Yaobin, who was threatening to kill the guy. Jun-woo looked at the phone in surprise, thinking that the number was not Korean. He picked up the phone and heard that the head of the association in the USA was speaking, and he thought in surprise, the American department. The cleaners were shocked to hear that he remembered that he promised to help, but he had an urgent call, let him finish it themselves. Yaobin was burning with anger while the guy ran out of the dungeon. There were lit candles and a large round chandelier. Junwoo said that he was listening and asked what they wanted to talk about. Holding the phone to his ear, he heard that they knew that a new dungeon had appeared in Seoul. Jason, who was sitting in the office, said that this type of dungeon is not often found in the USA, so they have little experience. They would like to offer a joint raid. Chang Hyan gave them his number and told them to discuss everything with him. The guy imagined an infinity sign. It was a loop dungeon. There were 2 hunters in the dungeon. If the monsters were not defeated according to the rules, the dungeon would return to its original position. The number of returns is infinite. The revived monster cut the hunter with its paw. If they did not meet the time limit and did not meet all the conditions, the cleansing might never end. The monster opened its toothy mouth. Hunter Junwoo looked at him with displeasure. The guy remembered that even in his past life, in order to conquer this dungeon, he cleared it at least 100 times. It was pure hell. The 6th squad of cleaners was cleaning the dungeon. Junwoo thought that this was why they proposed to clean it together. They should be grateful for this, but the guy grimaced in displeasure and cursed in his mind, thinking that they always meddle in things that weren't their business. Before his regression, it was the same. Under the pretext of gaining experience, they asked to go on a joint raid. He imagined the glowing blue stone and thought that back then, they secretly stole the time stone that could only be found in this dungeon. He remembered standing in front of the boss's desk while Jason tossed the stone in his hand. Of course, when this became known, their entire headquarters got it pretty bad, and the director took it out on him. The headquarters was responsible for planning the raid and monitoring, but for some reason all the dogs were unleashed on the hunters. He remembered how he looked at Jason humming with displeasure. He had been deceived that time, but now, knowing their motives, he had no reason to accept their offer. Junwoo thoughtfully held the phone, thanked them for the offer and said that he thought they had enough of their own forces for this operation. Jason stared forward in shock, thinking he had refused, but said out loud that of course such a sudden offer could be confusing. Junwoo heard the man say that they intended to support this operation financially. They could also transfer money to his personal account. The guy thought in surprise, money? This didn't happen last time. Were they serious? He chuckled. They thought that he could be bought for a handful of dollars. Junwoo's eyes widened in shock when he heard, how about $1 million? The guy's hands and feet trembled. He thought in shock that it was $1.25 billion. Maybe he should agree. On the phone screen, there was a message from Minju, who said that he wasn't answering his calls, so she would send him a text message. The other squads had boycotted, so they would be the only ones to participate in clearing the new dungeon. He would be leading the raid. However, fortunately, a request for a joint operation had come from the American branch. Let them contact her when they read it. The guy reread the last words in shock. He was angry, looking at the phone and thinking that the boycott, the 2nd squad, he is also the leader. What happened at the meeting? Jason, sitting at the table, heard the guy say that okay, they will conduct a joint raid. The man looked at the Yaobin file in front of him and said that there was one problem. Since this is a difficult dungeon, it would be good to take a cleaning squad with them, preferably one that could help them clean up. The man looked closely at the photo of the girl and heard him not to worry, they have one. With a sly smile, Jason said that then see you soon. The guy stood in the gloomy dungeon, saying that he thinks he will have to change the schedule and take her with him. Suddenly, he froze with a guess with the phone and said that the USA Association, these are Yaobin's former colleagues. He imagined the image of an angry Jason and Yaobin and thought, is it worth taking her on this operation? It started raining outside, a week later on the day of the joint operation with the US Association. The raid participants gathered together. The man was accompanied by his assistants. They met near the portal. The girl's mouth opened wide when she realized that the meeting was solemn because her partners had been talking to them for over an hour. The main character told her that joint operations with other associations were not often, after which he said that it was important for them to discuss everything, because everyone had different rules for clearing dungeons. Soyeon stared at the leader, who said that this type of dungeon requires special preparation. He knows that if you make a mistake, you can get stuck there forever. Hearing this, the heroine asked him again if they could stay in the dungeon for life. A drop of sweat ran down the girl's cheek when the guy warned her that there were no guarantees in this raid. Junwoo looked back when the brunette asked him why he was escalating the situation from the very beginning. He thinks that Soyeon will not be able to work normally after his words. At that moment, he asked him about what could happen to them because they would be accompanied by guys from the States. A portal began to appear near the building. The protagonist believes that the US participants may well be playing a double game, although he just wanted to joke about it. He imagined the hunter clutching his head. At that moment, he remembered that there was a hunter who cleared the dungeon 1.5 thousand times, which is why he went crazy. That is why he believes that this type of dungeon is very dangerous. Junwoo smiled ominously and realized that they do not have any information. Considering the fact that he conquered this dungeon in his past life, he knows all the nuances. The guy stared at Minju. He believes that he will arouse suspicion because he knows something that the US guys do not know. In addition, he thinks that the girl needs to gain more experience, so he decided to pass this task on to her. The protagonist frowned deeply. At that moment, he decided to quietly get the time stone. Someone approached the leader and called out to him. Yubin got really angry when she asked the brunette why he didn't tell her about the cooperation with US. Hearing this, he replied that she would have refused the mission if he had warned her about it. The guys started whispering when Sang Hayek suggested that they were about to fight. At that moment, the girl remembered that she needed to bring chips with her. Overhearing this, Junwoo thought that they were definitely asking for trouble. The guy bowed his head and suggested that his partner take this professionally. He asked her not to do any tricks. Hearing this, Yubin asked him if their comrades would do anything before her. The girl folded her arms when the leader reminded her that they should not cause trouble during the raid. At that moment, she suggested that he see how long they could last there. The protagonist frowned deeply when he realized that he did not understand what Yubin was thinking. Meanwhile, the man looked back at his assistant. Images of his partners appeared in the guy's head. He understands that the result of the operation may affect the cleanup department. The guys approached the leader, who realized that he did not want to lose what he had been puffing for so long. The image of the man was reflected in the puddle. He asked the guys if they were a cleanup squad. The leaders of Team US approached Junwoo when the man introduced himself to him, after which, the girl standing next to him said that she was from the support department. Hearing this, the protagonist introduced himself to them. Yubin pierced Jason with her gaze when he admitted that he had heard about Junwoo as a talented person. The guy assumed that he was exaggerating. The man looked back at the heroine and reminded her that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked her how she was doing. Hearing this, she replied that it was fine and noticed that he was doing well too. Jason's eyes sparkled when he admitted that he was pleased to see her on the team. He then asked her if she was very happy about it. Yubin frowned deeply because she realized that she could not do anything about it. The man covered her with an umbrella. He, regretting what happened with Angel, said that they should separate personal and work. An ominous aura began to emanate from him. At this point, Jason asked her if she took anything with her when she left. The girl tilted her head and gave him a negative answer. She approached the man when he suggested that they talk about it later. The US Association moved away from the cleaners and admitted that she hoped for a successful cooperation. Jason frowned deeply and demanded that Chloe get the time stone by any means. An aura began to emanate from the man when he promised to deal with the data that the heroine stole. The brunette stared at her partners and asked them to be ready. She informed them that she would give them a briefing before the start of the clearing. The heroine clasped her hands tightly and told them that today's dungeon is 2 zone and loop. She believed that they should not encounter problems if they act together. The guys did not take their eyes off the leader, who reported that the dungeon could return to its original position. She asked them to try to attack as efficiently as possible and save their strength. The guys stared ahead when Minju reminded them that they must clear the dungeon in accordance with the requirements of the US Association. The protagonist frowned deeply when the leader suggested starting the operation. Meanwhile, the portal began to sparkle. 3 hours passed. The room was illuminated by a bright light when someone announced the last attack. The brunette rushed under the paw of the monster. She attacked the enemy. A notification appeared about receiving the unique skill 1000 Hands. The heroine grabbed the handle of the weapon tightly. She cut the monster's body. Meanwhile, the cleaning team began to work. Minju informed the teacher that they had destroyed the first boss. Hearing this, he asked them to help the second subgroup and not to get into a fight with small monsters. Sang Hayek stared at the stain. Seeing this, the leader asked him about how the cleaning was going. At this moment, the guy answered that he was doing well. The protagonist bowed his head when his partner reported that they had finished cleaning the large room and the first of the small rooms. The guy asked him not to forget to write down the exact time and number of loops. Soyeon began to look at the sheet when the leader asked her to check the number of people and their status with each new loop. Junwoo turned his head and demanded that the boys not dismember the corpses of the small monsters, but simply burn them. He asked that they not lag too far behind the task force. Yubin looked at the boy with displeasure, who asked her to make a map of the dungeon, after which he assumed that with her skills, she could easily handle it. The protagonist raised an eyebrow when the girl asked him if this was the leader's job. Hearing this, he said that he didn't care about it, because the most important thing was to make a map. Junwoo looked back at his partner and realized that he hated such smart people. A scheme appeared in his head when he remembered that the second task force was cleaning up. He knows that the US guys are helping in the rear, and at the very end, the cleaning squad is doing their job. The man turned to the protagonist, who thinks that the raid is going smoothly. Jason turned his head when Junwoo realized that he was watching his every step. He thinks that the man would not be so worried about the cleaners if his goal was only the time stone. The guy smiled ominously because he thinks that the US people will not be able to get the stone. The guys approached the door when the leader asked them if they checked the other rooms. The girl said that there was only one room left. Hearing this, the brunette assumed that the boss was in it. Minju looked back at the guys and suggested that they enter the room. The door began to glow brightly. They entered a room covered in fog. At this moment, the heroine reported that the second task force entered the boss's room, who was not visible. The guys armed themselves and began to call out to the teacher. The girl realized that she didn't like what was happening. The brunette frowned deeply and asked her partners not to let their guard down. Meanwhile, spears were flying at them. Minju's face was covered in sweat when she demanded that everyone take cover. The guys tried to protect themselves from the debris. Something caught the guy's attention. An armed monster stood in front of him. The heroine's pupils narrowed. A hand hung from the blade of the spear. The creature's eyes sparkled with a bright light. Sounds were heard from behind the door. The man frowned deeply when he thought about why the main character was looking at him all the time. He believed that he wouldn't be able to do it at this rate. The brunette grabbed the radio tightly when Jason realized that he was kind of weird. Seeing how the guy's eyes sparkled, he assumed that he was watching his every step, practically devouring him with his gaze. The man turned his head and decided that he needed to figure out how to get rid of Junwoo. At that moment, the guy demanded that Minju report the situation. A loud sound began to come from the door. The radio reported that the second group had completed the cleanup. The protagonist's face became sweaty when someone laughed. He assumed that something had happened. The door began to glow brightly when someone reported that they were returning. The guy entered the boss's room. A bloody hand was lying on the ground. The guys opened their mouths wide because they realized that they had victims. The fog began to dissipate when someone called out to Minju. The crying girl looked back and turned to the teacher. The brunette hit him with her fist and admitted that everything happened suddenly. He said that she did not even have time to do anything. The protagonist bared his teeth when he realized that it was his mistake. He thought that the second groups would easily deal with strong monsters. At that moment, he realized that he had not analyzed the skills of the US guys because all his thoughts were occupied with the time stone. A system window appeared stating that the dungeon conquest had failed. A notification appeared that the return would be performed in 5 seconds. The man raised his head and wondered what conditions they had not fulfilled. The members of the second group opened their mouths. Junwoo frowned deeply when he announced the start of the return. The room sparkled with blue light. An infinity sign appeared in it. Something was covered with a cloth when someone called out to Yoon and Kim. The girl was kneeling next to the body when the partners apologized to the guys. The brunette looked back and assumed that the US Association did not expect this. He realized that they even organized an emergency meeting. The guys were very upset. They understand that their rear was covered by the US hunters because the dungeon is not easy. The members of the second task force bowed their heads. Seeing them, the guy realized that they were very tired and morally simply crushed. He clenched his hand into a fist when he realized that Minju was giving up. At that moment, he realized that even she, being the leader of the group, was having a hard time dealing with the death of a subordinate. He believed that she should not interfere for her own good. The brunette approached the girl and called out her name. She asked him to tell her something. Junwoo frowned deeply when he asked her what she wanted to hear. She began to talk about the weakness of the Atlantean golem. Her eyes sparkled ominously when she asked about the best way to weaken the boss. The girl's face even turned red. At that moment, she was glad that she was in a loop dungeon because sooner or later she would be able to destroy the monster. The guy flicked the heroine's forehead and asked her what happened to her. The main character, looking at her intently, said that she should be thinking about cleaning up now, not about revenge. He asked her if she, as a leader, was going to endanger the others. A blush appeared on the heroine's face. At that moment, the brunette asked her to come to her senses and analyze the situation as a commander. He asked her to tell the others something. Images of monsters appeared in the guy's head. He said that one of them was emitting blue light and the second was red, after which he said that they did not have any special features. The brunette turned her head when Junwoo asked her about what happened after they defeated the monsters. She said that one of them glowed blue and the second was red. The guy looked at the girl intently and asked her why the creatures emit different lights. Hearing this, she remembered that the system window that appeared when she returned was also shining blue. The heroine was very surprised when the teacher hinted that the blue color was a hint. She suggested that they should not kill the blue golem first, but defeat them at the same time. The girl approached the guy and thanked him. The squad leader's face changed dramatically and offered to conduct a short briefing. The guys quickly ran, because Minju suggested that they split into 2 teams in order to attack at the same time. She knows that the radio signal will disappear after the bosses appear. That is why she suggested starting the attack together and doing everything so that it fits into 20 minutes. The team members ran along the corridor. At this point, Minju suggested that they would cope with everything with the support of the American hunters despite the fact that her guys were physically exhausted. They approached the boss's room, after which she loudly said that no one would be hurt this time. The protagonist looked back at the girl when she spoke to him. Someone asked him to send someone along with them. The man approached Jun-woo and told him that they currently had no melee fighters. At that moment, he admitted that Yubin had already worked with them. The girl looked back when the commander told him that her hunter license was invalid. She said that she would prefer not to send her with their group. At that moment, Yubin admitted that she did not care about it because she wanted to get out of this dungeon. The brunette closed his eyes and asked Minju not to worry about it because the blonde was much stronger than her. Hearing this, the commander admitted that she was worried about the whole situation. The brunette lowered her head when the guy asked her to focus on clearing. He said that they had no other choice because they could not allow more victims. The protagonist frowned deeply and realized that it was time to look at the abilities of the Yankees. Meanwhile, the golem's eyes sparkled. Seeing the commander approach the monster, Jun-woo asked the others to cover her. A notification appeared about the activation of the pursuit shot skill. The heroine confidently approached the enemy. The golem's spear was enveloped in flames. He aimed at the girl. A drop of sweat began to flow down Minju's cheek. The guys' faces turned blue when the guy realized that they did not have enough firepower because everyone was tired. The brunette began to bleed. The protagonist looked back and demanded that the guys go to cover. The girl began to fall to the ground. The monster tried to reach her. Everything around was enveloped in flames. Someone used a fire skill. Jun-woo hugged the heroine when she began to call him teacher. He frowned deeply and asked her to take her sword, after which he said that she herself should defeat this boss. The guys looked up when the leader told Minju that if she failed to defeat the enemy, she would be setting the others up. The brunette looked back at the guy and reminded him that she was right-handed. The protagonist turned his head and asked her if she had trained with a sword in her left hand. The girl's eyes sparkled. Jun-woo told her that she had to do it today for the sake of protecting her team. A moment from the past appeared in his mind. He believed that they would not have had a chance to win if it was the Minju he knew before the regression. The girl grabbed the handle of the weapon tightly. He remembered how the heroine had trained hard. At that moment, he realized that this was not the Minju, because in this reality, she was his student. A window about awakening a unique skill appeared. Seeing how the brunette's weapon sparkled, Jun-woo realized that she had become a real master of the sword. Meanwhile, something happened between Yubin and the American branch. The girl, having armed herself, frowned deeply. The huntress turned away from the monster's attack. She looked back with displeasure and asked Jason to work harder, after which she promised to kill him later. A sinister smile appeared on the man's face. He told her that they were in a hopeless situation because everyone was tired. Yubin's facial muscles tensed when Chloe reminded her of the remaining 5 minutes. Hearing this, she said loudly that she knew about it. The girl frowned deeply when she remembered Jason's words about everyone being tired. She realized that she couldn't just give up because they had been saving their strength all this time. A notification appeared about the unique skill Enraged Berserker. Yubin's eyes glowed when she realized that she had no choice but to press on and finish this job. The man smiled sinisterly when he realized that she had finally activated the ability. Meanwhile, Minju's weapon sparkled as she achieved awakening. Seeing the commander's body covered in flames, the guy realized that she could improve her skills to a unique level. He knows that hunters themselves rise to a unique class, although there are not many such guys among the ranks. The brunette began to tremble. At that moment, the guy remembered that he could only use a unique skill once. The creature approached the guys when the leader promised to protect Minju. He asked her to boldly attack, because now she could split the golem in half with her powers. A drop of sweat ran down the heroine's cheek. After that, the guy demanded that she, having gathered all her strength, deal with the boss. She jumped off the ground. The monster began to clench his hand into a fist. Minju's sword was covered in blue flames. At that moment, a system window about skill activation appeared. Spears were flying at her. They were enveloped in flames. The protagonist put his hand to the side. He raised it and used the flame skill. The brunette flew at her opponent. The golem opened its mouth wide. The girl swung her weapon hard. She cut it in half. The golem fell to the ground when a notification appeared about the conditions being met. Jun-woo hugged the heroine when a window about the task being completed appeared. She asked her if she had killed it. Meanwhile, Yubin was sitting opposite the monster. The guy told her that the other side had also completed the task. The protagonist held Minju and asked her how she was. The brunette smiled widely and said that she would live. The guys started running to the commander and calling out to her. The partner asked her if she was okay. The sky of the boss's room was covered in blue light. Someone reported that the second operational team was disturbing the control group. At that moment, she praised them for their good work. The guys were looking intently at someone when the control group reported the completion of the work and asked them to move on. Hearing this, the cleaners said that they would follow them after finishing cleaning. The protagonist smirked when he realized that everything happened as he expected. The guys opened their mouths when Jun-woo asked them to move on while he decided to look at someone. At this moment, he acquired the skill of a replica. Someone was dragging the cleaners by their hair. Yubin grabbed their hand and asked someone if they thought that they would be forgiven since they were an international association. The man approached the girl, who loudly said that he attacked the allies. Jason began to emit an ominous aura. He thought that it made no difference whether he killed them or whether they died in battle. Then he asked about whether society would care about a couple of cleaners being killed. He stretched out his hand. The man grabbed Yubin's throat and said that he was asking her for the last time. He asked her about where she put the files she stole from them. The girl bared her teeth and said that she had no idea what he was talking about. At that moment, she realized that Jason was waiting for her to use the skill. The man put a dagger to the heroine's face. He admitted to her that he did not expect her to answer him. After that, he promised to send her to her friends since he believes that colleagues should be together. Soyin's body was lying on the ground. The protagonist's eyes sparkled when he activated the replica skill. Jason grabbed his hand. The dungeon became covered in fog when Junwoo admitted that he knew about their bad relationship. He asked him what was his benefit in attacking allies during the operation. The guy grabbed Yubin and said that they needed to get out of here first. He warned the man that he would answer for his actions. Meanwhile, the US Association armed itself. The girl's mouth opened wide when the leader admitted that he just wanted to talk. A drop of sweat ran down Jason's cheek. He demanded that his partners destroy the guys. A notification appeared about the activation of the necromancer and machine gun skills. The magicians put their hands forward. The US Association fired their cannons. The blonde approached the leader and asked him if he was sure that it was worth doing this. Hearing this, the man said that they cannot leave witnesses. The guys were very surprised when the main character agreed with him. He asked him if anyone would lift a finger because of a couple of Yankees. The guy's body was engulfed in flames. He asked them why they came to them and did whatever they wanted. Opposite the main character stood the US team. He noticed that it consisted of hunters, magicians, and even a necromancer, after which he said that they have 12B rank people, 5 degrees Celsius rank people, and 2D rank people. At this point, he asked them why they were keeping their distance, working well as a team. The girl looked worriedly at the leader, who asked the enemy if they were trying to cut the budget. Hearing this, Yubin menacingly asked him why he was provoking him like that, because he was not going to fight them alone. The heroine frowned deeply when the leader admitted that she had gotten on his nerves and asked her to be quieter. Chloe to Yubin and suggested that she get out. She told her that support would arrive soon, and also that the guys were simply unconscious. The girl angrily looked back at the blonde and wondered whose side she was on. A skeleton was hovering near the cannon when the protagonist admitted that he only wanted to say one thing. A smile appeared on the brunette's face. He believes that having only people who can attack from afar in a team is tantamount to suicide. After which he said that without a close combat fighter, they are finished if they make one wrong move. Sweat began to flow down Yubin's face. The guy suggested that the Berserker class was perfect for the team. The man pointed his finger and asked him if he believed Yubin. He told him that she could not come to her senses for hours after activating the skill. The brunette grabbed his weapon and told her to rest. The girl bared her teeth and suggested that the leader believed that she would be able to fight after resting. A notification about acquiring a replica skill appeared. Everything turned red when Junwoo copied the Berserker skill. The guys, surprised, opened their mouths. The protagonist raised his weapon and asked the guys if they were ready to answer for their words. Junwoo menacingly declared that he wanted to kill everyone and remain the only one. The man frowned deeply as he demanded that his teammates not be afraid of a mere janitor. A bead of sweat ran down his face as he asked them to remain calm. He didn't understand what was going on in the dungeon. At that moment, he realized that this was the first time he had seen the janitor use a high-class skill. Junwoo decided that he should stop him before he did anything. The protagonist received the skill of imitation of an Atlantean golem, as well as the ability to change the shape and size of objects. A notification appeared that the target was a mop. A rune circle appeared behind the guy. Various objects began to fly from it. He said that he had come to clean up all the dirt. The blonde opened his mouth wide. He waved his arms as he demanded that the team continue to hold formation. The guy approached the enemy. He hit him on the head. Junwoo found himself among the enemy team. He used the passive skill he had acquired in the Berserker line. His eyes sparkled. He hit the ground. Something flew into the man's face. He bared his teeth angrily. All the boys rose into the air. The brunette approached Jason. His fist became covered in flames and advised the enemy to hold on. The blonde turned blue and offered to talk to the enemy. Junwoo hit him in the cheek when he suggested that they could fix everything. The guy pinned the man to the ground. Meanwhile, the girls looked at what was happening with concern. The floor began to fall apart under the guys. The main character waved his hand and said that Jason liked to talk in vain. Someone could not believe what was happening. Yubin opened her mouth wide. She believes that the leader would not have been able to master the skill so easily if he did not have basic knowledge. At that moment, she remembered that his every move and method of using the skill was perfect. The guy stood in front of the man when the girl realized that he was perfect. She thinks that his strength is so great that he could stand in charge of the association. A moment from the past appeared in her mind. She believes that they could have saved her partner if Jun-woo had been with them then. Jason's face was covered in bruises. The protagonist raised an object over his head. Seeing this, the blonde begged him to stop. At that moment, he asked if the association would turn a blind eye to his murder. The guy smiled ominously and asked him if they would know if he died during the operation or at his hand. He said that dead men tell no tales. The brunette looked back when Yubin demanded that he stop. She believes that it is dangerous for him to get involved with the International Association. The girl's pupils narrowed. The man raised his hands up. The heroine became worried and asked the leader if he was crazy, killing the head of the International Association. The brunette bared his teeth and said that he did not care. He asked her about the American branch, after which he admitted that he had to make sure that they would not interfere again. The protagonist turned his head and asked someone if it was time for him to finish. Hearing this, Yubin asked him if they were finished. He extended his hand and demanded that she give it to him. The blonde became worried when Jun-woo demanded that she return the stolen time stone and not try to lie again. The guy became uneasy when Chloe asked him what he meant again. Changing the topic, he advised her to give him the stone in order to part ways peacefully. The protagonist looked at the man and admitted that he wanted to discuss the matter of that file with Yubin. Jason began to tremble and fear when he was addressed by name. The man nodded his head when his partner asked him if he should do anything. Chloe put her hand inside her jacket. She gave the protagonist the time stone. He squeezed it tightly in his hand and said that they were done now. The sunlight was shining all around. Jun-woo asked Yubin about the contents of that file. The man was lying on a gurney when the girl told him about what happened in the US. He asked her if she was talking about her friend's accident. Hearing this, she said that this file contained data confirming that all the conditions for calling the support squad were met. She looked back at the leader with displeasure, who wondered if this was the most important evidence. At this point, Yubin asked him how he knew about her friend. The guys were looking at the high-rise buildings when Jun-woo admitted that Minju told him this. The girl realized that her commander was a good person because she cared about the team even outside of work. She handed the guy a flash drive and said that the file was in it. Hearing this, the protagonist asked her if she really wanted to give it to him. The brunette looked back at his interlocutor, who said that this was only a small part. She admitted that she contacted all the media as soon as she arrived in Korea. The heroine looked at the photo of her partner and said that the file contained information about corruption. She believed that no one needed the exposure of corrupt officials in the International Association. At that moment, she said that they kill for this in the company. The brunette closed his eyes when Yubin thought that Jason had acted stupidly by coming to them for this flash drive. The guy promised to sort everything out. Hearing this, she asked him about what he was going to do. Jun-woo smiled slightly and said that he knew one journalist. He admitted that he was still hurt after they were betrayed by the American branch. Yubin looked intently at the manager, who believed that their enemies would have to pay for what they did. The man's mouth dropped open when he asked the boy where he found this file. Hearing this, Jun-woo noticed that he wasn't that brave. The man burst into tears of happiness when he admitted that thanks to this, he wouldn't starve to death and would earn money. He said that there was a lot of work for him there. The protagonist smiled when he realized that one file had triggered a whole avalanche of events. He knew that the results of the raid that Yubin led had been revised. People had been following all the news that reported on Jason's corrupt actions. They knew that the man had been sentenced to a long prison term. The boys' faces were completely bandaged. The protagonist knew that the same charges had been brought against the task force that had their hunters' licenses taken away. That's why he assumed that the government of each country was aware of the seriousness of the incident, because a branch meeting would be held about it. An ominous smile appeared on the guy's face. He realized that now there was one less problem. The brunette got up from the bed. A moment from the past appeared in his mind when he realized that it was the second time he came to visit her. Minju smiled widely when she realized that the teacher came to see her. The protagonist looked at her with displeasure and asked about her health. She told him that the operation went well and asked him about the hearing. The guy bowed his head and said that his behavior was considered self-defense. He was glad that he did not kill them in self-defense. Jun-woo remembered what happened in the dungeon and realized that the support department had a hand in letting him go. The brunette stared at the teacher, who said that they failed to get rid of the International Association. He said that they called a press conference in the morning to apologize. Hearing this, Minju assumed that they were trying to avoid consequences. At that moment, he admitted that they could not foresee such an outcome. Images of a man appeared in his head. He understands that the other squad leaders have been trying to harm them in every way possible all this time. That is why he believes that he and Minju should be careful everywhere and always. The guy winked and asked the girl if she planned to work until she recovered. He gave her a package and advised her to rest for a while. The protagonist sat down on a chair and asked her to look at the envelope. She was holding a piece of paper when Jun-woo informed her that the money for the accident would soon appear in her account. He looked back and admitted that he had already taken care of her vacation and asked her to focus on her health. After that, he suggested that she apply for a rank review. Minju's face turned red when she asked if she could do that. She remembered kneeling and said that her assistants would not have died if she had lived up to her rank. She thinks that this would not have happened. The brunette, looking closely at the girl, asked her why she blamed herself. He thought that she had done everything in her power. Jun-woo smiled slightly when he told the heroine that she had done well. She was very surprised by what she heard. The brunette abruptly turned her head away. The girl lowered her head when the guy told someone that he was in the hospital. He promised to be there soon. The main character put his hands up in displeasure when his partner asked him if something had happened. He said that he needed to go to a meeting with Do-shik. The guy looked back at the girl, who asked him to be careful. Hearing this, Jun-woo wondered why she was so polite, because there was no one around and she herself was in a hospital bed. Minju's face turned red. A bright orange sunset enveloped a tall building. Ah-young said that they didn't even expect the results to be like this because they exceeded all expectations. The protagonist walked with the director. She asked him if he had seen the reaction of the townspeople, noting that the popularity of his department was growing. Jun-woo didn't understand what was wrong with the country since all the attention was focused on the cleaning team. The director said that on the internet, everyone was currently talking about nothing but the cleaning squad. A group of fans looked at their phones and read admiring comments about what was happening. The girl added that new articles were constantly appearing. Several news feeds were filled with events about the profession of a dungeon cleaner. The protagonist grinned maliciously, seeing notifications with new skills. He acquired the sword skill, summoned from another world. Uriel reached the summoner and priest classes. He was happy with these events. The protagonist was slightly confused. Jun-woo looked out the window, while Ah-young stood with her back to him. He asked her if she had fulfilled the request he had given her. She turned around with a slightly worried look. She asked again about the compensation to the family of the two deceased hunters. She recalled the mourning ceremony of the funeral. She explained that they helped with the funeral and paid compensation and asked him not to worry about it. Jun-woo looked out the window, while Ah-young stood with her back to him with her eyes closed. She noted that she was glad that Jun-woo was able to restrain himself, otherwise there could have been more victims. The director knew that no madman would dare to fight alone against the International Association. The main character looked out the window at the outskirts of the city. The brown-haired girl explained that they were somewhat lucky to have such a brave man as this guy. The protagonist frowned as Ah-young stood aside. She asked the guy to be more careful in the future because he would be watched by the public because of this incident. The brown-haired guy realized that he didn't like the battle and it didn't matter if it was monsters or people, because there was always an aftertaste. Do-shik sat in the office and held his head in dissatisfaction. He realized that there were more problems than he thought. She and the protagonist were sitting on the sofas in front of the table. The protagonist asked if the International Association had started to put pressure on him yet. He replied that they hadn't started yet, which caused the guy to freeze. Do-shik straightened his tie and closed his eyes. He replied that they might start in the near future because the board of directors were divided. He said that some of them wanted to kick Jun-woo out until the International Association took action, and the other part was against something else. He noted that he had managed to hush up the matter for now. The brown-haired man looked at the CEO carefully from under his bangs. He thanked Do-shik. The CEO said that it was too early to thank him, since it was unlikely that this would be their last conversation, but he still hoped that the matter would be closed. The main character sat opposite the CEO, folding his arms. Do-shik said that there was still something on the agenda that they had already discussed a month ago, and it was related to the International Association. He recalled how Jason extended his hand to another director. He explained that in a situation where the entire board of directors was intensively negotiating with the association, Jun-woo only complicated everything. He imagined the main character standing between the dumbfounded directors. Jun-woo watched as Do-shik was indignant and sighed heavily. The guy noted that the directors were simply waiting for them to stumble. Do-shik stated that he and Jun-woo were on the same team, and this time he had to turn a blind eye to the whole situation. The protagonist looked at the CEO with a disappointed look. The CEO noted that all the guys started to look at him askance because of his decision. He added that this was the situation anyway and asked the brown-haired guy to be careful. Do-shik imagined 4 people in black suits. He also asked Jun-woo if he heard that an inspection was planned for next month. The guy heard this and promised that there would be no problems. The CEO stated that it was very difficult for him to just take his word for it. The protagonist angrily remembered his past self in the company of other hunters. Many people and problems appeared that did not exist before his regression. He thought that his old self would not have coped, but now he was ready to answer for his words. Jun-woo angrily looked out from under his bangs at Do-shik, crossing his arms. The CEO noted that the guy had been focused on his own growth all this time, but now his strength would not be enough. Du Shik stated that now they would have to move together with Junwoo in order to survive. The protagonist looked at Du Shik's furious expression. The CEO explained that he would need the guy's help now. The protagonist looked to the side at the CEO. Du Shik explained that if the brown-haired guy cooperated with him, he could guarantee that he would not lose his position or could even consider the option of promoting him. The protagonist replied that he was not even sure that he deserved the position of the leader. The protagonist imagined the angry looks of various leaders. Du Shik stated that Junwoo's situation was difficult now and he had made many enemies for himself and now he could not continue to be alone. Junwoo listened attentively to Du Shik's words, looking ahead. The CEO stated that now he should not let his guard down until the final decision of the board of directors because he was now the main target. Junwoo looked at the CEO, who was about to clear his throat. The guy said that he wanted to hear his request first. Du Shik said that it would be an easy task. Du Shik, looking furious, imagined an image of an old man in a bandage. The CEO said that Junwoo would have to convince the chairman of the association to come back since he had been in hiding for 3 years. The protagonist looked at Du Shik with a puzzled look, frowning. Du Shik hoped that the guy knew the whereabouts of the chairman and could convince him to come back. Junwoo sat opposite Du Shik, who looked slightly puzzled. He asked the CEO why they decided to assign him this task. The protagonist grimaced and lost himself in his gaze, hearing the stunned news. Du Shik noted that he could only assign such a task to those who were close to the chairman. The protagonist recalled the angry look of Mentorship, who was clenching his fists. He had heard about the rumors, and he did not understand whether there were people who really believed in them. He now understood why Mentorship and Sooyoung suddenly became so polite, because they thought that he was somehow related to the chairman. Du Shik looked at the protagonist in horror, confused. Junwoo said that there was some kind of misunderstanding and he had nothing to do with the chairman. Du Shik did not believe what he heard and decided to ask again, to which he received the same answer. Du Shik immediately wilted and lowered his gaze. The protagonist noticed that the CEO immediately became disappointed. Du Shik sincerely noted that he felt such emotions and understood that in this case he could not ask him to fulfill this request. The protagonist looked sadly at Du Shik, sighing heavily. He asked the guy if anyone knew about it other than him. The brown-haired guy said that it was the first time he had spoken to anyone about it and asked if he should explain himself to everyone. Orange clouds floated by. Du Shik said that it was not worth doing, because he knew that if others found out, it would create many more problems. The huge association building absorbed the rays of the sun. Chang Hyun held a piece of paper in his hands while sitting at a table in a meeting. He noted that the next operation would be entrusted to the head of Junwoo and asked his colleagues if anyone had any objections. The dark-haired girl frowned and said no. The other advisors also grinned slightly and supported his colleague. Chang Hyun frowned at his colleagues, who continued to say that there were no objections. A group of directors sat at a large table in a meeting. Chang Hyun said that in that case, their meeting would be over. An assistant approached the manager and was about to hand him the coffee. The assistant asked why the attitude towards Junwoo had changed so much. Chang Hyun replied that the showdown during the raid, the revelation of corruption in the American branch, the conflict with the International Association, and after such major incidents, everyone was at least a little afraid of Junwoo because this person was unpredictable. Chang Hyun reached out his hand to take the coffee. The assistant sighed and noted that they now had even more worries. Chang Hyun did not understand the assistant's concern, explaining that everything ended well after all. Chang Hyun looked out the window, while the assistant in glasses looked at him. Chang Hyun noted that the board of directors was unhappy with the situation, and now the name of the protagonist will be discussed for a long time. The assistant thought that everything will soon be forgotten. Chang Hyun angrily looked at the assistant, imagining a hierarchical scheme around the protagonist. He turned to an assistant named Hwang Donghui about whether he was currently thinking about his safety. He added that if they were lucky, they would also become participants. Dong Hui asked with concern in his eyes what could have happened, since Junwoo was connected to the chairman after all and no one would touch him. Dong Hui waved his hands in concern at Chang Hyun, who asked him again about Junwoo's connection to the chairman. The executive and the assistant began to whisper about it and covered their faces with their hands. Chang Hyun said that it was not worth talking about. Chang Hyun remembered feeling the angry looks of directors Chui Sik and Yoon Young on him. He remembered how he had spoken to some of the board of directors during the last operation, and none of them knew about anything like this. Chang Hyun sat on a chair in front of Dong Hui. The assistant thought that they might not know him. Chang Hyun replied that it was Chui Sik and Yoon Young since they were the next most influential after Du Shik, so it was obvious that they couldn't help but know the main character. The manager introduced the image of the brown-haired man with the old chairman. Chang Hyun stated that it would be obvious since there was no need for them to tell about such information. He explained to the assistant that they hadn't even crossed paths with him in any way, since there were no records about him until he became a cleaner. Penchao angrily raised his finger in front of Dong Hui. He stated that this was just an assumption for now. They suddenly turned to the side and saw Su Yang, who was eavesdropping on their conversation. Su Yang immediately made a happy face and pointed his finger at the papers. He pretended that he accidentally left the documents there and that this happens to everyone. He immediately ran out of the office, slamming the door. He shouted his apologies after them. The guys immediately looked away in horror, realizing that he could have heard too much unnecessary information for himself. The dim light illuminated the office. The guys wondered if he could hear their conversation. Min Chiao began to take off his coat, understanding the essence of things. He immediately looked at his assistant with a sly look. He found out that Junwoo was not related to the chairman. Su Yang confirmed this information. Min Chiao recalled all his conversations with the main character with a bloodthirsty look. He smiled ironically and tried to figure out what to do now with this cunning guy. Min Chiao stood with an angry look, crossing his arms. He asked again if Junwoo was related to the chairman. Su Yang stood right in front of his boss. Min Chiao asked the assistant if he was sure of this. Su Yang put a stack of papers on Min Chiao's desk. He said that it was a copy of his personal file, certificate of family ties, school leaving certificate, and many other important documents. Su Yang looked at his boss with a malicious glee, frowning. He stated that he checked it all out just in case and there was no evidence. He concluded that Junwoo really had no connection with the chairman. Min Chiao carefully studied the protagonist's case. Su Yang added that he had to admit that the brown-haired man was a talented cleaner, but it was unlikely that he was acting under the patronage of the chairman. Min Chiao recalled the moment when the protagonist dealt with Jason. Su Yang stated that despite the incident with the International Association, the chairman still had not shown up. Min Chiao spun around in his chair and sighed heavily. He noted that there was meaning in those words. The boss of the executives recalled how he and Su Yang had acted servilely in front of Junwoo. He was indignant that this scoundrel allowed himself to do this, realizing that the protagonist was just playing with them. Min Chiao bared his teeth and was angry at the situation. He pointed at the Junwoo file. Min Chiao asked his assistant if he remembered what was said at the General Assembly a month ago. The assistant did not understand what was being discussed. Su Yang looked at his boss, who was sitting in a chair, dumbfounded. Min Chiao reminded him that the Korean branch was supposed to be bought out by an international association. Su Yang, dumbfounded, imagined a building, 2 huge buildings. He asked his boss in horror that they were supposed to transfer the rights to an international association. Su Yang threw up his hands, while Min Chiao crossed his arms and was indignant. The boss noted that their association was independent and one of the largest, but he was busy negotiating and trying to establish connections with the leaders of other countries. Su Yang found it hard to believe and wondered if this could really happen. The boss of the executives imagined images of various male directors in suits. He explained that those who were close to retirement would simply take their shares and leave their positions, but the managers and ordinary hunters would remain under the protection of the International Association. Min Chiao held his head and imagined the images of Du Shik and the chairman. He said that the problem was with the old chairman, because if he handed over control to Du Shik, although the final word still belonged to the CEO, he still would not have signed these papers. The boss of the managers imagined sly grins Juicy and Jason. He said that this is exactly why he did all these things without Du Shik's knowledge, because later they could simply put pressure on him. He again remembered how the protagonist intervened in the dialogue between Chui Sik and Jason. Min Chiao understood that this scoundrel guy ruined everything when he quarreled with the US branch and everything went wrong. Min Chiao, with an angry expression, imagined an angry image of Chui Sik. He knew that this incident had made Chui Sik very angry, and noted that if they did not calm Junwoo down, they would be left with nothing. Su Yang slightly frowned and stared at the boss. He said that he had no idea what to do, wondering if they could have pulled off such a thing without the chairman. Su Yang stood in front of the table, where Min Chiao was spinning around in his chair. The boss stated that they could have done it while Du Shik was in control, but they would have to put in a lot of effort. The assistant asked if the association chairman would not be removed from his position after his return. Min Chiao angrily looked away, imagining an old man. He noted that they did not need a person they had not seen or heard from for 3 years. He stated that even the top management did not know where the chairman was now. The boss looked at his phone with a smirk. He noted that since they found out that Junwoo had nothing to do with the chairman, it was time for the villain to take revenge. He was about to call Chui Sik. Chui Sik was relaxing in his pool. Min Chiao asked him to move up the audit schedule scheduled for next month. The advisor did not understand why this was necessary. Min Chiao grinned maliciously while talking on the phone. He said that he had figured out a way for them to eliminate Junwoo, and in gratitude, he would send the advisor all the details in a report. The naked advisor immediately rejoiced in his pool. Soo-young glared at his boss, who looked angry. The man in the suit heard from the advisor that not only he, but the entire board of directors were counting on him. Choi-sik's smirk was reflected in his glass of wine. The advisor said that he would do his best and asked the guy not to let him down. Choi-sik said that if Min Cheol did well, he would secure him a seat on the board of directors. The brunette with a bandaged arm looked ahead in shock along with her colleagues. They were perplexed by the fact that the people from the inspection decided to turn their entire office upside down. They were watching the inspection team rummaging through their reports. They did not understand how these people got here, and this impudence made them displeased. The girl with glasses came from Min-ju's side and called out to her. She turned to the brunette and asked her if she was sure that the information in the reports for the past months was reliable. The girl with purple hair stood in front of the brunette with papers. She asked her again about the confidence in their reports. He answered that there was no doubt. The girl from the inspection said that she heard that someone was instructing the cleaners. The brunette stood in front of the angry girl who was looking at the papers. Min-ju replied that she was just getting advice and nothing more because everything happened before she was appointed as a leader. The girl from the inspection asked her if this meant that she did everything without being influenced by other people. The people from the inspection looked at the brunette with disdain, digging through the reports. The girl said that in any case, they had too many coincidences and the situation was very suspicious. The girl with glasses looked forward angrily, mentioning the name Jun-woo. She informed the brunette that she would be in big trouble if she tried to lie now. The brunette looked at the girl from the inspection with an angry expression, feeling anxious. The girl with glasses asked the brunette if she was already a leader during the last operation. Min-ju agreed. Then the girl asked another question, noting that Min-ju was hardly a veteran in the association, and how come she was entrusted with such a difficult raid. The girl with glasses stood in front of the door opposite the cleaning girls. Min-ju replied that all the other leaders refused the raid and did not want to participate. The girl from the inspection did not quite understand. The brunette looked away with a sarcastic look. She said that she was not sure in the words that the other leaders did not dare to participate in this. In fact, she knew that the leaders ignored the teacher who managed the raid schedule, but if she told her now, it would only increase suspicions. The girl adjusted her glasses and recalled the puzzled looks of the advisors. She replied that she had already heard this from the other leaders, because they said that the ignore was directed at Jun-woo, who arbitrarily adjusted the schedule. The brunette cast a wary glance at the girl from the inspection in bewilderment. She asked the suspect if she had been close with the main character. The girl from the investigation maliciously adjusted her glasses, noting that this silence meant a sign of agreement. She explained that she could now draw her own conclusions. Min-ju's eyes widened and she was dumbfounded, imagining the mournful event in the past. The girl stated that an accident occurred during the raid as a result of the instructions of the cleaner Jun-woo. The brunette's hands began to shake and she frantically said that this was not so. The investigation team headed for the exit and was about to leave. They stated that they were done for today and would contact them soon. The three girls stood there, confused by this situation. The short-haired girl was angry at the impudent statement of the investigation, which had drawn its own conclusions. The brunette understood that these were vile people, as if a knife was put to their throats. They were transported to the support department, to the office. The director of Ah-young sat with her arms crossed in front of the representative from the investigation. He turned to the girl and noted that she had recently donated a lot of A+ rank equipment and weapons to the second task force and asked her why. She looked at the man with disdain and raised her hand. She explained that they were just having a competition and the support department decided to support the enthusiastic hunters. The man sat opposite Ah-young, who laughed sheepishly. He said that if it was true, then they interfered with the competition of the squads and did not understand why, if they were supposed to remain neutral. The director remained silent. The ranking of the squads with the places of the task forces appeared. The man said that at that moment the second task force was in second place, despite the numerical superiority. The man looked at the suspect coldly, holding the sheets in his hands. He asked her if she had not helped the group with the equipment, then their result would have been the same. Ah-young asked him what he meant by that. The girl with a frightened look widened her eyes when she heard the accusation that she interfered with the work of the squads. They were transported to the office of the cleanup group. The same man from the check angrily looked at another man. The inspection stated that the cleaning schedule was not made by Jun-T's manager and asked who made it. The leader from the protagonists group immediately looked down and scared. They were transported to the management team, the operations department office. The two men from the inspection were sitting next to Chang Hyun at the same table. The dark-haired man turned to Chang Hyun, asking him what he was thinking when he entrusted such responsibility to simple cleaners. The blonde man pointed out to Chang Hyun that besides, most of the recent raids were carried out by the second task force and it looked suspicious. The leader looked very scared and down, lowering his head. They tried to get some kind of answer out of him. The man from the inspection looked forward angrily. He turned to the leader, saying considering the circumstances, Chang Hyan was working against the rules. All three of Ah Young, Chang Hyan and another leader looked dumbfounded and scared. They were all asked if this was somehow related to the janitor Jun Woo. Everyone was talking about him. Bright beams of light fell to the ground. The protagonist carefully looked at his phone. There was a message from the director of Ah Young on his phone. She informed him that an inspection had come to all of them and told him to be careful. The protagonist was a little stunned and confused by the situation. Jun Woo saw the man from the inspection in front of him, who got out of the car. The brunette clarified the information about the identity of the main character. The guy asked the man who he was. The brunette looked ahead coldly, introducing himself as the Inspector Choi Jun-hyuk. He asked the protagonist to follow him. Orange clouds floated over a large building. The brown-haired man looked at Jun-hyuk with disdain, sitting opposite him at the table. Almost nothing happened in 2 hours and they made such a fuss because of one janitor. The protagonist understood that they were well prepared. The brown-haired man peered out from behind his bangs warily. He understood that they had already checked everyone except him, realizing at the same time the genius and meanness of this technique. Jun-hyuk stared at the piece of paper sitting opposite Jun Woo. They had confiscated his phone so that he could not contact the other guys. His phone was lying face down on the table. They had decided to put pressure on his psyche so that he would begin to doubt the others. Considering that this Jun-hyuk had been silently reading documents for 2 hours, it was only natural that the protagonist began to experience stress. The protagonist imagined himself in a dark space, holding his head. He thought about what would happen to the other teams and what consequences would await them. He understood that in this way Jun-hyuk was trying to put pressure on his psyche with his silence. Jun Woo imagined himself in a black silhouette, very worried and scared. He understood that if you torment a person like this for a long time, he would break down and at that moment it would be difficult to think clearly. The black silhouette of a man looked scared and worried. The broken man was saying what they wanted to hear. This guilty man admitted his guilt and asked to stop this mockery of him. The bloodthirsty gaze of the other man was directed downwards. The brown-haired man understood that this situation was not about him and he was ready for it. The protagonist looked mockingly into Jun-hyuk's eyes. He remembered that this was how he dealt with people from his past life and he knew that they would not break him. Jun Woo turned to the inspector and noted his confused look. The protagonist sat leisurely opposite Jun-hyuk, sprawled on a chair. The guy noted that the inspection was scheduled for the next quarter, but they came a few months early. He added that there was only one reason for all this. Jun Woo looked at his fingers sarcastically. He ironically asked how Mr. Choi-sik was doing. He heard that his wife would have a birthday next month and sarcastically asked Jun-hyuk what they decided to give her. The examiner looked at the suspect's outgoing remarks with a cold-blooded expression. The brown-haired man continued to joke that Choi-sik's wife loved champagne and wanted to recommend her several options. The two of them sat opposite each other at the table. Jun-hyuk explained that the guy should be more careful with what he said. The brown-haired man smirked and said that he would remain silent from now on. Jun Woo looked at Jun-hyuk with disdain from under his bangs. He understood that he should remain silent from now on and Jun-hyuk would think more about this whole situation. The examiner looked at the guy angrily. He began to think about this situation and asked various questions about the suspect. He thought that the guy already knew everything, trying to come to terms with the fact that he was still a simple cleaner. Jun-hyuk's legs began to tremble with fear. He did not understand why Jun Woo decided to mention advisor Choi-sik. The protagonist understood that it would only get worse because all these questions would torment Jun-hyuk and he would start spinning thoughts in his head and suffer from it. Director Ah Young looked forward angrily, raising her palm. She turned to the protagonist and asked him why he had not contacted her because she was completely exhausted. She asked Jun Woo if he had already been checked and if he had blurted out anything unnecessary and taken all the blame on himself. The protagonist remembered how he left the inspector's office laughing. He asked her to ask one question at a time, saying that nothing had happened and asked Ah Young to calm down. They stood opposite each other. He asked the brown-haired girl about how things were going in the other squads. She replied that things were not very good or even terrible. However, she noticed one good news in that Jun Woo was not fired. The protagonist looked away with an angry expression. He had made a conclusion from what he had heard and noted that it was not exactly good news because the inspectors would still try to get to the truth. Ah Young worriedly asked what these inspectors wanted and why they were doing this. Jun Woo remembered his disappointed colleagues who had also been subjected to an inspection. He stated that everything was obvious here and said that he really did not want to see his colleagues suffer. He explained that he really wanted this inspection to leave them alone. Ah Young stared at the protagonist, wondering how to do this. The protagonist stood with a worried Ah Young around the corner of the wall. He replied that he had to leave the association. She did not understand such a decision, understanding all its absurdity. He did not understand why she was angry, because she had once asked him to. Ah-young remembered how Jun-T smiled while saying Hayek held the pliers. Ah-young replied that if she or Min-ju left, they would just have to join any guild. Ah-young recalled how the 3 cleaning girls were laughing together. She announced that only the cleaning squad would have to stay here and she didn't know what would happen to Ha-yeon and the others. The protagonist looked at the brown-haired girl warily. He realized that he was also worried about these things. He immediately grabbed his phone and looked for contacts while Ah-young was dumbfounded. At this time, he called the CEO. Du-shik grabbed his phone with a worried look. He turned to the head of Junwoo and asked him why he didn't answer his calls. He noted that the rumors that Junwoo had no connection with the chairman were more important and he wanted to do something about it first. The CEO was sitting in his dark office on a chair. He asked if he would use Du-shik's weapon if he gave it to him. The CEO immediately said enthusiastically that he would definitely do it. The protagonist noted that it was good and that he would contact him soon. Ah-young looked worriedly at Junwoo, who was holding his phone. He asked her if she was free now. She became curious from such a question. He said that if she had free time, they needed to go to one place. The protagonist put his hands in his pocket and rushed away from Ah-young. She said that while the check was over, there would be time under certain conditions. He did not listen to her and told her to get ready in that case and would wait for her in the lobby for now. The protagonist became bloodthirsty, realizing that he was wildly angry at such an attitude towards him compared to his past life. He believed that all his ill-wishers should pay for what they did. The protagonist sat in the car while the angry Ah-young sat behind the wheel. She was very uncomfortable with the blue dress. The director was furiously yelling at the protagonist. He did not understand why she dressed like that when suddenly the brown-haired woman shouted that she did not know where to go. That's why she put on her best outfit. She did not understand why she was driving him anywhere at all because she was not his secretary. Their white car was moving along a curved forest road. He sarcastically replied that he did not have a license. Ah-young angrily replied that it had nothing to do with it. The red bag of store-bought food was in another bag. They were standing near the car in a forest clearing. She asked him what was in the bag. He replied that it was ramen soup. She did not understand why he needed it, because he was not going to go hiking. He said that he could not go empty-handed. The protagonist rushed forward while Ah-young stood behind him. She didn't understand who he had a meeting with, and using ramen as a gift wasn't exactly a good idea. He told the girl to follow him and be careful. The night sky covered the treetops. The two of them saw a small hut in the distance. The protagonist knocked on the door while Ah-young held her knees. She stated that she was already tired of walking. The protagonist reached for the door handle, apologizing in advance for disturbing him. He entered the house and was presented with a blade from the old man. He asked the guy who he was and how he found him. Ah-young looked at him dumbfoundedly as the old man continued to hold the blade in front of Junwoo. The guy replied that he worked in the cleanup department of the Seoul branch of the association and he needed to tell the old man something, so he decided to come here. The old man looked at the protagonist warily. It was Chairman Park In-beom, the chairman of the association. The group of hunters stood in front of the corpses of monsters. 50 years ago, when the first dungeons appeared, there were no guilds with branches. All this was started by 5 people who literally became a legend in the world of hunters. Young In-beom looked down with disdain. At the cost of great effort and the sea, the association was created and currently In-beom was the manager of the Korean association. Ah-young looked at the protagonist with fear while the old man stood in front of them. The old man said that he had no idea how they found him, but added that if he did not want to die, then he should have kept his mouth shut. The protagonist ironically realized that In-beom was the same as back then. Ah-young looked at Junwoo in shock. He told the old man that he bought ramen for him. The old man turned away from them, putting his hands behind his back. Ah-young continued to look at the situation and Junwoo in amazement. The guy added that it was spicy ramen. The old man turned around and asked how long their conversation would take. Junwoo replied that it would only be half an hour. He ordered the guests to come in, which left the girl speechless. A bowl of hot Korean soup was on the table. The old man asked the guy who he was. Ah-young looked at the protagonist with concern while sitting at the table. The old man asked the protagonist if he was not one of the chairman's close associates, then how did he know about that place? Junwoo noted that it was not that important. The girl replied that it was important because no one from the board of directors knew, not even her father. In-beom placed a pot of food on the table for the guys. He said that they could eat. Junwoo wished them a bon appetit. Ah-young said that she would be happy to. In-beom sat at the table, putting noodles on his plate. He said that 50 years ago, when he went on raids with his colleagues, he ate only ramen for a month, and after he moved, he had to go into the city to buy groceries, but not with his legs. In-beom looked very serious as he looked at the protagonist. The chairman asked Junwoo who he was and how he knew about that place since no one knew about it. Ah-young ate her noodles while looking sideways at the protagonist. Junwoo told the chairman that he was in charge of the 3rd cleanup team and could tell him how he knew about that place, but he was afraid that he would not believe him. The old man opened his mouth wide, looking at Junwoo with crazy eyes. He asked the protagonist what he meant by being a cleaner and was able to find him. The old man asked Ah Young who she was. The girl looked down in confusion, her mouth slightly open. She said that she was Ah Young from the support department. Inbyum asked Ah Young that she was Do Shik's daughter. The guys were sitting opposite the old man, talking to each other. Inbyum asked the hunter what he wanted to tell him. Junwoo said that the board of directors was currently merging their branch with an international association. The protagonist looked at the chairman with a confident look. He said that he wanted to stop it. The chairman looked at the protagonist with bewilderment, his mouth slightly open. He asked what he had to do with it, since he was no longer interested in the affairs of the association. The protagonist told the chairman that he was the one who founded it. Inbyum lowered his gaze, looking at the floor. He said that half a century had passed, and back then there were no task forces, and now the association lives its own life. The old man stirred the soup in a pot with chopsticks. Inbyum said that back then it was easier, either you leave the dungeon alive, or they carry you out of there. Inbyum added that he worked so hard to create an entire structure for the destruction of demons, and now they fight not for humanity, but for status and money. The old man closed his eyes and waved his hand at the protagonist. He said that he didn't care about it anymore anyway, and if that was all, then let them go. Junwoo asked Inbyum what he meant by that. He agreed to step down as the chairman. The old man opened his eyes slightly, looking at him dumbfounded. Ah Young turned her head, her eyes widening at the protagonist. Inbyum asked Junwoo what he said. Junwoo replied that if he didn't care about the association, then why didn't he step down yet? Ah Young worriedly grabbed the protagonist by the hair and pulled him towards her. The hunter told the chairman that he could have handed her over to someone else and sat quietly in his wilderness, since he didn't want to work there, asking him why he was doing this. Ah Young told Junwoo that she thought it was time for them to go. Inbyum furrowed his brows, glaring at the protagonist with rage. He said that Junwoo was talking nonsense, asking him how he could even become the leader of the squad. The protagonist looked at the chairman with a serious look. He said that nonsense was what was happening in the association. The protagonist imagined the association building with people outside. The protagonist asked the old man that wasn't the association's first priority the safety of the citizens, adding that however, those who supposedly worked for the benefit of the citizens were throwing dust in their eyes. The protagonist imagined the bloodthirsty leaders in the association. The protagonist said that no matter what methods and means they used, they got what they wanted. Ah Young looked at the protagonist with a worried expression, knitting her brows. Junwoo asked the old man that he still thought that he was the one who was crazy in this story. Ah Young told the protagonist that since he thought so much about the association's situation, the protagonist thought that of course, it was quite a sight. The protagonist stood up, standing in front of the chairman. He told Inbyum that no matter what the association was like now, he should stop saying such heartless things, and if he really didn't care about it, then he should resign from his position. The hunter furrowed his brows, looking down at the old man. He told the old man, and if not, then just tell him, and he would leave, adding that he should be honest, asking him that he still cared. Junwoo introduced the chairman, who was sitting in front of the dead bodies of the monsters. Junwoo told Inbyum that he was not resigning because he still hoped to come back. Inbyum awkwardly looked at the floor, his mouth slightly open. He said that he was already too old, and the board of directors were waiting for an opportunity to remove him. Inbyum asked Junwoo what he was doing there, noting that he couldn't trust anyone. The protagonist introduced the image of Do Shik, with Inbyum standing behind him. Junwoo asked Inbyum why no one, noting that there was Do Shik. Junwoo asked the old man that he trusted him, otherwise they would have given up on him long ago, and whether he had thought of handing over his position to him. Inbyum sighed heavily and closed his eyes. He said that Do Shik was not ready yet. The protagonist stated that it meant that joining forces with Do Shik was the only way to get the association back on track. The chairman opened his eyes, looking at the protagonist with a serious look. Inbyum told Junwoo that he was right and he believed him, but why would he trust Junwoo, asking him that he wanted to take Do Shik's place. Ah Young looked at the protagonist in shock, raising her eyebrows. Hunter said that he had already received a similar offer, but refused, especially since he was planning to leave the association in the near future. Hunter clenched his hand into a fist, looking at the old man. The chairman asked Junwoo why, since he was under pressure from the directors. Junwoo said that it was, but it was not only that, asking Inbyum if it was really that important for him to know her. The old man looked at the protagonist's back with a menacing gaze. Junwoo told Inbyum that since they were done, he would go. Inbyum asked Junwoo if he had answered his question. Junwoo told Inbyum that he was not the type to hesitate, so he understood everything. The chairman looked at the protagonist with a puzzled expression, raising one eyebrow. He wondered if Junwoo even knew him. The girl poked the protagonist's arm in displeasure. She asked the protagonist if he really wanted to leave the association. The protagonist told Ah Young that he did. Ah Young asked Junwoo if it was because of what happened. The protagonist said no, and he didn't care about it. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed heavily while Ah Young looked at him. The hunter said that even if he stayed, it wouldn't do any good and he didn't have much time. Ah Young asked the protagonist if he had definitely gone crazy, and if he left, what would the others do? Ah Young looked at Junwoo with a dumbfounded expression and her mouth wide open. The protagonist asked Ah Young why she was asking him that, saying that it was their lives, they would figure it out themselves, he was not their mommy. The protagonist stood under the starry night sky with his hands in his pocket. The girl said that she was speechless. The girl pressed her lips together. The starlight illuminated the face of the brown-haired girl who looked at Junwoo with sadness. She said that if he left, she would be lonely. There was an article about Jason in the newspaper, and Junwoo was visible next to him. Inbyum said that he had heard that he was crazy, but not to that extent. Inbyum carefully studied the newspaper. He noted that Junwoo was a janitor who had smashed the American branch to smithereens. Inbyum recalled the image of the formidable protagonist. He thought that Junwoo was very strong, and he had never met anyone like him before. Inbyum looked down sadly. He thought that there was no one like him not only in Korea but also in the world, and if he had met him earlier, he would have kept him close to him. Inbyum looked up, noticing a framed photo. The photo showed the chairman with his colleagues. He said that the associations were created to protect people from monsters, but people themselves were a threat to their own kind. Inbyum looked at his photo sadly, holding it in his hands. He thought that the power was in the hands of the operations department, the internal politics of the leaders. He was tired of looking at all this, so he ran away and hid for 3 years. The chairman thought that just like that kid said, he did not dare to leave the position of the chairman of the association. The old man sat on the floor, while behind him were images of his smiling colleagues. Inbyum said that it was true, and he had already rested enough. Many people gathered at the round table. Chang Hyan said that a joint operation with the Cheonam branch was planned for next week. Chang Hyan looked at the assembled people with a confused expression, raising an eyebrow. He asked who wanted to participate. The brown-haired girl smiled maliciously, looking at Minju. She said that the 4th squad had a tight schedule. The leader of the 5th squad said that he couldn't either. The squad leaders sat with sarcastic faces, narrowing their eyes. The red-haired guy said that the 7th had some business. The man said that apparently everyone was busy, so let Chang Hyan ask the leader Minju to solve this issue. The brown-haired girl looked at the dejected Minju with a malicious smile. She said that the 2nd squad is always ready to work, asking Minju if this was true. The squad leaders laughed maliciously, talking among themselves. The leader asked why Junwoo was not responding, to which another leader replied that he thought that he and the others had a lot of problems. Chang Hyan looked down, looking dejected. The team leader asked who had the idea to entrust the schedule to a cleaner, to which the other team leader replied that they were just lucky with the association. Chang Hyan closed his eyes, while Minju looked sadly at the table. Shui Sik grinned evilly from ear to ear, his eyes wide. Shui Sik shouted that he was still alive, noting that he knew it. Shui Sik asked the guys if there was any news about Junwoo. Min Chiao smiled maliciously, frowning. He said that he thought Junwoo had gone into hiding due to the situation, and it was unlikely that anyone would support him again. If he came back, he would be ignored. Shui Sik sat with his colleagues at a huge table with food. Shui Sik said that now all that was left was to resume the process of merging the branches, noting that it was all thanks to Min Chiao. Min Chiao told Shui Sik that it was all thanks to him. Shui Sik cut his grilled steak with a golden knife. Min Chiao said that the last problem was Du Shik, asking Shui Sik if he would sign the merger agreement. Shui Sik widened one eye, smiling madly. He said that even if he didn't, he had a plan, since he didn't come to the meeting, and they should consider Du Shik's resignation. Min Chiao frowned, squinting at the brunette. Min Chiao asked what would be the reason for removing him from his position. The brunette said that his term was about to expire. The brunette imagined the chairman placing the crown on Du Shik's head. The brunette pointed out that when the chairman is absent for some reason, all powers are transferred to the board of directors until he returns. Shui Sik imagined Du Shik being stunned by the news. Shui Sik said that however, he has been absent for several years now, 36 months to be exact. Shui Sik added that the board of directors may find that the CEO is not up to the task. Shui Sik imagined his hands reaching out to Du Shik. Shui Sik noted that this way, they can remove him from his position by voting. Min Chiao furrowed his brow, looking at the brunette with a serious look. Min Chiao asked what he meant. They can do the same with the chairman. The brunette smiled maliciously, his eyes wide. He said that along with Du Shik, they will send him on an indefinite leave. Min Chiao looked at Shui Sik with confusion, while Su Yang looked at his steak. Min Chiao asked the brunette if he was sure that the others would vote for this, noting that he was sure that there were people who did not want others in this position. The brunette picked up his fork and smiled widely. He told Min Chiao not to worry about it since he had already taken care of it. Shui Sik told Min Chiao to just continue doing his job, asking him what he should call him director now. Min Chiao looked at the brunette with a sly smile. He asked the brunette if he had any candidates for the CEO position yet. Chui-sik said that he hadn't thought about it yet, asked Min-cheol if he had any suggestions. Min-cheol pointed his hand at the dumbfounded Su-young. Min-cheol asked the brunette what about Su-young, noting that he had done so much and had a good track record with the first task force. The brunette laughed loudly, closing his eyes. He said that if that was the case, he had convinced him. Min-cheol thanked the brunette. Su-young thought that there was so much sarcasm in them. There was a beautifully fried steak with vegetables on the plate. Min-cheol thought that he had finally dealt with this rat. Min-cheol brought a piece of meat to his mouth, imagining the crossed-out faces of the guys. Min-cheol thought that Junwoo would soon leave the association for good, and even if he stayed there, he no longer had a support group, since the chairman and the general manager were all on the verge of being fired. Min-cheol closed his eyes, imagining a crazy Chui-sik. He thought that this was the end, and now Chui-sik would take the place of the leader of the association. The hunters discussed among themselves that it was because of Junwoo that the entire headquarters was on edge. The protagonist walked past the hunters, who looked at him with disdain. The hunter said that he didn't even want to be in the same space with someone like him. The hunter asked another if their squad was also participating, to which he replied that this was true, and this time they were asked to support the operation. The hunter's eyes widened as he looked at the protagonist. The brown-haired man called out to the protagonist. The brunette closed his eyes and turned the hunter away from the protagonist. He told him that they had a mission, so it was time for them to go. The protagonist watched the hunters with a serious look. He thought that of course he expected that they would boycott him, but even the squads that had been friendly before were trying their best to avoid him. Minju, looking exhausted, looked at Junwoo with a smile. She asked him why he had come after all. The protagonist was examining the office, which was all scattered with papers. Junwoo asked Minju that the inspectors had apparently come again. Minju said that they had dropped in, so to speak, for a light. The protagonist looked at the manager, who was covering her face with her hands. Junwoo asked the girl that she was angry, to which the girl replied that she was a little. The protagonist asked the girl that she was angry because of him. The brunette covered one eye, rubbing her cheek with her finger. She asked the protagonist why she would be angry with him when there were so many bad people around, noting that it was not his fault. The protagonist looked at the brunette with a serious look. He said that others did not think so. The girl replied that this was exactly why she was angry. Minju looked at the table, imagining how people used to hang around Junwoo. She said that while he was helping the entire headquarters, essentially leading raids, everyone did nothing but pray to him, but as soon as an inspection showed up, that was it. The protagonist looked at Minju in bewilderment. He did not understand why she was saying this, and when he managed to become a big boss, the protagonist looked at the dejected leader. He asked the girl what she was doing, noting that this was natural human behavior, and although he had many problems, she had enough of her own. Minju said that it was all her fault, and if only she. The protagonist handed the envelope to the girl. Junwoo said that if she had time to sit and stew in her own thoughts, then she should sleep or read. The girl asked what it was. The manager took the envelope in her hands, looking at it happily. The protagonist said that it was a brief summary of the yellow and higher dungeons that would appear by next year, and a strategy plan. Minju looked at the protagonist in surprise, her mouth slightly open. Junwoo told Minju that she would have done just fine without him, he was sure of it, so she could regard it as his parting gift. Minju jumped up from the table, looking at Junwoo's back in shock. Minju asked Junwoo if he was really leaving. The protagonist asked Minju if she felt it, noting that it was the wind of change and everything would change there soon. The protagonist looked at the leader with a menacing look. He said that it would get worse, so instead of hoping that someone would come and help, he should focus on his work. Ah-young stormed into Minju's office with an angry look. Ah-young asked the protagonist that he had forgotten how to use the phone and why he was not answering. Junwoo said that she scared him. Ah-young looked out of breath and looked at Junwoo with a serious look. She said that the board of directors, they wanted to fire the chairman. The guys looked at the girl in shock, with their mouths slightly open. Junwoo thought that they wanted to fire him. The protagonist lowered his gaze to the floor, imagining the image of the insidious Chui-sik. He thought that if that was the case, Du-shik would also be removed from his position, noting that Chui-sik was a scoundrel for going this far. There were many people gathered in the meeting room. The man said that since the topic of this meeting was to remove the chairman, a proposal to change the CEO was also put forward. The man added that Inbium, the chairman of the association, had not been fulfilling his duties for almost 3 years, and it was also confirmed that he had not been contactable during this time. Du-shik sat at the table with a tense expression. The man said that this was how the board of directors felt that the chairman did not want to fulfill his duties. The man with a mustache held a sheet of paper in his hand, looking at the people present. He said that it was now time to announce the results of the vote. Chairman of the board D-hyun. Du-shik furrowed his brows, looking straight ahead with a menacing gaze. He thought that Chui-sik was a scoundrel. Du-shik looked at the wily Chui-sik, who was smiling widely. Du-shik thought that from the looks of it, Yoon-young and Il-kwon were on his side, and he must be pushing his agenda. Yoon-young closed her eyes, sitting with a serious expression. Du-shik thought that if the chairman of the association was removed, he would no longer be able to remain on the board, and there was a high chance that Choi-sik would become the next chairman. Du-shik noted that the entire top brass would change. Du-shik looked up at the man who approached him. The man thanked Du-shik for his hard work. Min-cheol looked at Du-shik with a wicked smile, placing his hand on his shoulder. Min-cheol told Du-shik not to be upset. Even if he left the board of directors, he could still remain in the association, offering the position of the head of the cleaning squad, noting that it would be vacant soon. Du-shik glared at Min-cheol in anger. He thought that Min-cheol had decided to share the scraps from the master's table. Di-hyun stood at the counter, holding papers in his hands. He said that he would announce the results. Du-shik closed his eyes while Di-hyun looked at him. Di-hyun said that the vote had resulted in 32 votes in favor. Du-shik said that he had a question, and what if it turned out that the current chairman did not want to leave the post? Di-hyun looked at Du-shik in confusion, his eyes widening. He said that in that case, according to the regulations, his removal was impossible, but it was too late and all the votes had been counted. The people from the association looked at Du-shik with malicious smiles. The blonde asked that this could not be allowed, considering that he did not even get in touch. The brown-haired man asked that he was trying to cling to a small probability. A foot in black shoes appeared in the passage. The man said that that was true. The chairman entered the room, smiling maliciously. He said that it had been a while since they had seen each other. The executives looked at Inbium in shock, their eyes wide. They did not understand how this was possible and why he had not contacted them. Inbium gave off a menacing aura, looking at them with a displeased look. Inbium said that one of the cleaners here told him that they were doing interesting things. Min-cheol and Choi-sik were completely horrified, imagining the image of the main character. They did not believe that it was Jun-woo. The cleaners looked straight ahead with displeasure. The blonde said that they decided that they did not want to get involved with the leader of Jun-woo anymore, since everything that was happening to the second task force was due to constant communication with him, and it would be better for them to distance themselves. Yaobin was cutting up a monster, standing with her back to the cleaners. Yaobin asked them that while everything was fine, they doted on him, and now they decided to quickly screw off. Yaobin looked at the cleaners with a stern look, frowning. She told them to do as they wanted, reminding them of the consequences and asking them not to drag her into this. The blonde looked at the red-haired girl with an irritated expression, her mouth slightly open. The blonde asked the girl what she meant by that they were selfish, noting that they had no choice, and it was a job that needed to be held on to, especially in this day and age. Yaobin stabbed her sword into the floor. She told the cleaners that they were just hiding in the bushes and turning away from the boss. Yaobin looked at the boys with an angry expression, clenching her hands into fists. She said that unlike them, she had pride. Yaobin added that they should not worry since it would not affect them. Yaobin, with a serious face, recalled Jun-woo with a flash drive. She thought that she owed him a favor that needed to be repaid, noting that this was just her personality. The executives looked at Inbium in shock, their eyes wide. Inbium looked at them menacingly from under his hat. He said that they were all the same. Inbium walked up to Du-shik, who smiled nervously. The chairman told Du-shik that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, asking him if he had lost weight. Du-shik told the old man that it was true, thanking him. Du-shik frowned, imagining Jun-woo's puzzled expression. He thought that they had found out that Jun-woo was not related to the chairman, but then how could he explain this situation? The old man turned to the executives, who were frightened. Inbium told them that they had messed things up in his absence, thinking themselves the boss and appointing stupid scoundrels to important positions. The brown-haired man looked at Inbium with an indignant expression, frowning. He said that there was no need to react so emotionally since they were only following the rules. The chairman glared at the brown-haired man from under his brows with an angry look. He said that the rules were nonsense, and according to the association's bylaws, they should have sent him a notice of suspension, but his mailbox was empty. Choi-sik spread his arms out to the side, glaring at the chairman. He said that no one knew where he had been for the past 3 years, asking him where they were supposed to send the notice. Inbium asked Choi-sik what no one. Choi-sik looked at Inbium with a dumbfounded expression, imagining the treacherous Jun-woo. The old man asked the brunette, while a simple cleaner was able to find him. Choi-sik bared his teeth in anger, looking at Min-cheol. Min-cheol thought that this couldn't be true, because he had checked everything carefully several times, but he couldn't find a connection between the two. Min-cheol remembered holding the paper with the information about the protagonist. Du-shik stood up from the table, looking at Choi-sik. He said that it turned out that the question of the chairman's resignation was raised without prior notice. Di-hyun said that it looked like that. Choi-sik twisted his face in anger, his eyes wide. He asked what they were doing there, saying that they even had the results of the vote ready, asking them to announce them. Di-hyun pursed his lips, looking down at the floor. Choi-sik glanced sideways, frowning. He didn't understand what was going on. The people from the association were unhappy with what had happened. The man said that no one expected the chairman to appear, to which another noted that the scoundrel Chewy-Sik set them up. The guys from the association smiled in confusion, clutching the back of their heads. The brown-haired man said that it seemed like there was some kind of mistake in counting the votes. The brunette said that he thought the chairman had received a notice, and if he had known otherwise, he would not have agreed to vote. The blonde said that everything was correct and how stupid it was. Du-Shik looked at the guys who sat down next to him. The brunette suggested pretending that none of this had happened, noting that such a vote was against the rules. The brown-haired man told Inbium that they were glad that he was okay. The chairman and D-Hyun watched the guys bickering in bewilderment. Chewy-Sik said that this was impossible, and what did he mean by against the rules, asking them that the board of directors was a joke to them. One of the guys said that the chairman had not received a notice. Chewy-Sik asked if they knew how much effort had been spent looking for him, noting that a special squad had been formed 6 months ago to do nothing but look for the chairman. Chewy-Sik nervously pointed his hand at the chairman. He told them to do whatever they wanted, but if Inbium had any conscience, he would back down, noting that he had been hiding somewhere for 3 years and now he had just shown up. Inbium glared at D-Hyun, emitting a red aura. He asked D-Hyun what they should do. D-Hyun opened his mouth in bewilderment. Chewy-Sik looked at D-Hyun in shock, his mouth slightly open. D-Hyun said that the matter was closed. The chairman glared at the people. He said that since he was there, let him make an official statement. Inbium slammed his cane on the floor. He said that he thought they should know one thing. The guys looked at the chairman in shock, baring their teeth. Inbium said that from now on, there won't be a single rat who only cares about profit. Yoon-young bared her teeth nervously, her eyes wide. The chairman said that from now on, he plans to set up a planning headquarters and conduct a major internal reorganization. Inbium said that Du-Shik would be in charge of it, asking him if he could handle it. Inbium looked at Du-Shik, who looked a little downcast. Du-Shik asked the old man if it was necessary to assign it to him. The old man told Du-Shik that he was almost sent into retirement there, so he should be kind enough to do it for the good of the association. Du-Shik recalled the call with the protagonist. Jun-woo asked Du-Shik that if he gave him a weapon, would he be able to use it. Du-Shik smiled maliciously. He stood up from the table, slamming his palms on the table. He said that the chairman was that weapon. Du-Shik looked straight ahead with a stern look and furrowed his brows. He said that he would take care of the reorganization. Soyeon looked at the man in front of her in surprise. She asked him what he said. The worker told Soyeon that they couldn't use the cafeteria. Soyeon asked the worker why. The worker held his hand out in front of him, blocking the cleaners. He said that an order had come from above not to let the cleaners in. The worker added that they wouldn't understand anyway. Sang Hayek and Soyeon grabbed the protagonist by his clothes, dragging him along. Soyeon said that they would eat somewhere else. Sang Hayek said that was right, but the food wasn't that good anyway. Soo-young raised his hand, causing the boys to look at him. Soo-young said that they worked together. Soo-young smiled wickedly, closing one eye. He said that everything was fine and that they could go in since there was nowhere else to eat at this time. The guys looked at Soo-young with irritation. There was a tray of food on the table. The cleaner asked Soo-young what kind of order from above it was. The guys were sitting with Soo-young at the table. The man told the guys that they had heard it themselves. Someone did not want them to use the company cafeteria. Jun-woo asked why that was. The man pinched his nose, imagining the unpleasant smell from the protagonist. Soo-young said that other departments had filed a complaint that the cleaners constantly smelled, and to be honest, it was not far from the truth because they constantly worked with rotting corpses. The protagonist looked at the smiling Soo-young with a serious face. The protagonist asked the man that, in his opinion, the hunters did not touch the corpses. The man said that, by the way, they would now be responsible for the second task force. The man looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. He said that they were accused of abuse of authority, and he thought that Minju would be replaced. The protagonist looked at Soo-young with an indifferent look. He said that as far as he knew, Minju had made the entire plan for that operation alone because everyone had disappeared somewhere, and what was wrong with her asking him for advice. Soo-young asked Jun-woo why he was asking him about this, because he was only saying what the inspection had decided. Soo-young closed his eye and smiled maliciously. He said that they should worry about others, and that he had heard that the cleaning staff would soon be cut, and their prospects were not so good either. The protagonist asked Soo-young what he was hinting at. The man took a piece of food with his chopsticks. He asked that wasn't it enough that everything had gone according to his plan up until now. Soo-young threw the food on the protagonist's overalls. He said that now his time was up. The guys looked at the man angrily. Soyeon asked the man what he was doing. Soo-young stood up from the table, throwing the food from the tray onto the table. He asked Soyeon who she was raising her voice at and that she thought he would dance in front of a guy who came to the association a couple of months ago. Soyeon looked at the table with a confused look. Soo-young said that if they said one more word, They would live in filth for the rest of their lives, adding that they should now do their direct responsibilities. The chairman appeared behind the gloating Soo-young. Soo-young told the cleaners to lick everything there. Soo-young turned his head, seeing In-beom behind him. Soo-young looked at the chairman in shock, his mouth slightly open. Jun-woo told In-beom that he was just in time. The old man noted that he decided to run there after the meeting. The old man was stretching his neck while Soo-young was in a stupor. Jun-woo told the old man that he was probably tired since it was a long way to Seoul and he should rest. In-beom told the protagonist that he wanted to see him, and it seemed like he did the right thing by dropping by. The old man slapped Soo-young across the face with all his might, his eyes blazing menacingly. The chairman looked askance at Soo-young, who was lying on the floor. He told the man that he should watch his language if he wanted to work for the association. Jun-woo looked at the chairman, confused, with his mouth slightly open. In-beom told the protagonist that he might have been gone for a long time, but he didn't look like the kind of guy who would let himself be bullied. Jun-woo told the chairman that he was exaggerating. Soo-young was lying unconscious on the floor, with his mouth slightly open. The chairman told Jun-woo that if it happened again, he should come to him right away, since it wouldn't be difficult for him to throw out a few scoundrels. The old man smiled happily, looking at the protagonist. He said that he would go now and hoped that he would have lunch with him sometime. The protagonist looked at the chairman with a serious expression. He wished him an easy journey. The chairman walked towards the exit while the hunter dragged Soo-young away. In-beom told the hunter that when he came to his senses, he should wipe his drool and send him away. Sang-hyuk shook the protagonist while the old man smiled contentedly. The old man said that it was strange that Jun-woo was too friendly with him. Min-cheol looked down and apologized. Jun-woo looked at him silently. The two of them stood on the roof and the man began to mumble that he had no choice since Chul-sik was pressuring him and he asked him to believe him because it was the truth. The brown-haired man replied that he knew it. The brunette smiled nervously and asked if he really believed him. He muttered that he could talk to the chairman and Jun-woo scratched his chin and interrupted, asking if it was within his power. Min-cheol's face darkened as he added that he was just a simple cleaner. The guy laughed and noted that this was some kind of nonsense. The man bowed his head in front of him and knelt down, and then began to apologize, asking to close his eyes to his stupid prank, and in exchange he would tell about all the crimes that Chul-sik had committed. The brunette sat down next to him and called him. He hung over the man with an angry look and asked what happened if he already knew everything. Jun-woo stood up and patted himself on the head, saying that he understood his desire, but he was just an ordinary cleaner and just wanted to move on. Min-cheol indignantly asked how he could call himself just a cleaner. He exclaimed that he had never met anyone who was a greater expert than him, both in the fight against dirt and substances. The brunette's eyes distorted with shock when the brown-haired asked if it turns out that all this time he considered him a nobody, and now he calls him an expert. The guy turned around and started to leave, saying that he had a lot of things to do and would be leaving soon. The man asked him what to do. The brown-haired man grinned smugly, replying that he had no idea. The son answered the building as he left the roof. Soo-young gritted his teeth as papers flew around. The brunette shouted that this was not the chairman's number and he could not get through. Looking at the angry Min-cheol, the man noted that he was told that these were his contacts, although it was strange that it was so easy to find out this information. The brunette indignantly asked how he knew where to look for the chairman. He frowned his dark eyebrows, imagining the old man, noting that even the board of directors did not know this. The man exclaimed that thanks to him, even this untouchable, who did not care about the association, returned. Soo-young gritted his teeth, remembering the squabble in the cafeteria. He mentally noted that Jun-woo had said that he was in no position to ask the chairman for anything, but it felt like they had known each other for years. He looked down at the floor and wondered what was really going on here. Soo-young waved his hands nervously and asked the man not to worry. Min-cheol loudly asked how he could not worry when they were all facing punishment right now. Gritting his teeth, he picked up the phone and a voice loudly asked what he was doing. On the other end of the line, an angry Chul-sik exclaimed that he told him that idiot Jun-woo would take care of everything. He asked how he was going to explain what happened. Soo-young was shocked when Min-cheol exclaimed that he trusted his words and turned to him. The director replied that he didn't care at all who he was talking to. He looked at the incoming indignant messages from the other directors, and then asked who he thought would have to clean up all of this. The man clenched his teeth tightly. Min-cheol took the phone away and screamed furiously, asking why he was being made to feel guilty and was he the only one who could influence the chairman. Chul-sik responded by asking how dare he raise his voice at him. The brunette frowned even more and replied that it was because he was trying to put all the blame on him. A vein appeared on the director's forehead in anger as he asked if he really thought he didn't know how he was getting rich from raids and dungeons. He ordered him to shut up. Min-cheol stood in the office clutching his phone as the man told him that if he continued like this, he would personally scalp him. The brunette covered his face with his hands, saying that the director understood everything and said that he would scalp him. Soo-young asked why they were to blame for everything again. The man turned away from him and said that if it weren't for his stupidity, this wouldn't have happened, and then asked him to leave. Min-cheol turned around with fury in his eyes and rudely told him to leave the office. A few moments later, the door slammed. Soo-young clenched his fists in anger, mentally asking who he paid for the information. He wondered if as soon as problems arise, they all get blamed on someone else. He remembered the grim face of Min-cheol holding the man by his hair and mentally noted that he had known for a long time that he was a bad person. But now he would not let it go. Frowning his dark eyebrows, the employee thought that there was nowhere to go and he needed to think things through before acting. The two squads in the room were watching the news. The dark-haired host on the screen was saying that the prosecutor's office had launched an investigation into the work with parallel dimensions, and it was known that 14 directors were involved. Jun-woo, along with his comrades, was listening to the information that Park and Bam, the chairman of the association, took this opportunity to announce the need for reforms within the organization. The screen showed Chul-sik and the story that it was revealed that he spent huge amounts of money on lobbying and illegal purchases, and this news caused a great stir in society. Then a picture of Min-cheol was shown and the host said that it was also revealed that the CEO of the Korean branch was involved in illegal land sales. The screen showed Soo-young with his face covered, pointing at a piece of paper, and it was revealed that the informant was currently uncovering other crimes committed in the association. The entire group watched the news in surprise. Sang Hyuk commented on how messy it was, and Soyeon recognized Soo-young and asked if it was him. Min-ju wondered why they were all gathered here again. Jun-woo stared at Do-shik on the show, who was saying that they would fully take responsibility and create a new, healthy association. He mentally noted that before his regression, the CEO was the main corrupt person. Brown-haired remembered Ah-young's face and thought that things were different now, and all the crimes were exposed, which meant that Do-shik would not be falsely accused and fired. He recalled himself as a hunter and the moments from the past, thinking about how the CEO he personally eliminated in his past life was now succeeding in reforming the association. Then the guy began to remember his present and thought that in his past life, in order to reach the SSS rank, he walked over heads, killing everyone who succumbed to him. The cleaner pursed his lips and lowered his eyes, thinking that now, all these people. Do-shik entered the room with Ah-young, and the man asked why some people were sitting and lazing around while someone was working hard. Jun-woo asked if this was a sign of disrespect towards him. He and the girl were annoyed when the CEO began to laugh, saying that the workday was not over yet, and then asked how about having dinner with the chairman of the association. The brown-haired man thought that now it was clear why they said about him that he looked like a high school student. The hunters and cleaners looked at him with surprised eyes as the man exclaimed that a dinner with the boss of bosses was simply an incredible opportunity. The guy wondered why such an offer. He looked at Do-shik with confusion when he replied that he did not know, noting that the chairman himself invited him. Jun-woo agreed, saying that he himself was thinking of meeting him. After a while, the two of them were sitting in a cafe, and the chairman asked him to choose what he would like to order. The brown-haired man answered that he would like the irritating beef soup. He smiled nervously when the old man asked if he had been there before, noting that he had ordered very quickly. The cleaner laughed and said that he did not remember. He remembered his irritated face in this place, mentally noting that it was because in his past life, he was next to the chairman for 300 days a year, and they constantly ate together. He thought that now he realized that even the smell of soup irritated him. The cleaner looked up at the CEO and asked why he called him. The old man replied that he wanted to talk. He touched his chin and began to point out that the boy already knew about all the squabbling between the directors, so he thought that he didn't want to deal with them, especially during the restructuring of the association. Otherwise, they would simply destroy themselves. The chairman imagined the shocked faces of the three men and began to explain that Chul-sik was fired because of this incident. Min-cheol was rumored to be going to Alungdo, and he had no idea what to do with Soo-young. He furrowed his gray eyebrows and declared that the merger of the International Association was cancelled. Jun-woo, sitting next to Do-shik, asked if the International Association had said anything about this. The man replied that nothing had been said and that they didn't think this situation was worthy of attention. The boy looked at him and at that moment a plate was brought in. He noted that he must be swamped with work now. The CEO confirmed, noting that he hadn't seen his wife for several days. The brown-haired man asked if that was better than doing nothing. Smiling broadly, the man put his arm around his shoulders, noting that he was right, saying that a week ago he had been living by candlelight to the song of a hungry stomach, but now he owed him a lot. The cleaner asked to return it with interest. The chairman, sitting opposite them, noted that he was back in the association and insisted on its formation. He asked what he should do next. Surprise appeared on his face when Jun-woo asked why he was asking him about this. The old man replied that everything rested on him. The guy closed his eye and introduced the hunters from the association, saying that for now they should do nothing, because if the reforms were to happen too quickly, it could cause discontent. He added that now the hunters were the best part of the association, and it was better not to disturb them. The old man put his hand to his chin and asked if it was necessary to show that they were trying to do something without inciting internal conflicts. The brown-haired man answered in the affirmative. He frowned when the chairman looked down and said that if they continued in a less crowded place, he would tell him what he wanted. Jun-woo sighed, picking at his soup. He replied that he didn't want anything except for a raise in the janitor's salaries. When the chairman asked if that was all, Do-shik replied that he had already said that this guy was unusual. The old man patted his bald head and said that he really was a very interesting young man, noting that if he had known that the answer would be like that, he would have returned to the association sooner. The brown-haired man was a little surprised when the chairman asked him if he wanted to try himself as a manager since he was perfect for the position. Do-shik was shocked when the boy started pulling out an envelope saying that he would have to refuse, and although he knew that it was impolite to do so here, he might not get another chance. The janitor handed over his application and said that he was quitting. He frowned and said that he no longer wanted to work here from today. The chairman looked at the application with displeasure. Do-shik approached the cleaner, puzzled, and asked him to tell him what he was unhappy with, noting that they would personally sort it out. Jun-woo replied that everything was fine. He frowned and said that he was leaving for personal reasons. He imagined the tall building of the association, mentally noting that the merger issue was closed, and besides, the International Association would have a hard time, and if he stayed in the Korean branch, he would not be able to get to the international one. The brown-haired man stood with a gloomy face, thinking that he should now seriously start preparing to get into the International Association. The old man tucked the application under his jacket and said that he was sorry, but since it was his decision, there was nothing he could do about it. Do-shik was upset, and the guy calmly finished his soup, while the chairman told him to work hard for the remaining month. He agreed with that. Suddenly, the brown-haired man's face showed shock and he asked again. The manager smirked and crossed his arms, asking if he really expected to leave right away after handing in his resignation letter. He noted that it was a violation of the labor code. The disgruntled cleaner looked at Do-shik when he said that he also had a request. He looked at him with round, wary eyes and asked if he was free tonight, since there was one very important matter. The Paris branch of the association, the corporation Perfect Balance, known under the common name PB Corporation. The dark-haired man with a beard named Mark was the head of the coordination squad. He asked if the merger of the International and Korean Association had failed. The brunette with a mustache was the head of the raid control squad named Kane. He said that they had lost a lot because of just one fool. He sat at the table and looked at the blonde man, asking how much longer he would make excuses. The blonde man, former Association Control Branch manager named Jason, had a bullet in his forehead. Mark looked at the short-haired blonde and asked why they had missed the time stone during the joint operation with the Korean Association. The girl remembered meeting Jun-woo and said that one of them had become suspicious. The blonde named Chloe was the leader of the bank operations management squad and the support squad in the USA. She said that she had to deviate from the plan because they could easily be discovered. Mark frowned his dark eyebrows and asked if he had discovered them or was he trying to spite them. The girl replied that they didn't know yet. The man asked who was so attentive. Photos of Jun-woo began to appear on the holographic screen and the blonde said that it was a janitor from the headquarters in Seoul. The man looked at the photos with a smirk. Mark said that this was the stupidest thing he had ever heard. Kane asked if this was why the merger failed. He added that it seemed like the Koreans had offered it to them. He stroked his chin in confusion when though she told him that the association chairman, who was considered missing, suddenly returned. Kane muttered that it was at that moment. The girl continued, noting that according to the report, he was the one who found and facilitated the return of the chairman. An enraged Mark slammed his fist on the table and asked who the hell he was. He exclaimed that they had fulfilled the conditions and were preparing to merge for the sake of this stone, but now they will not see it. The blonde, with photos of Jun-woo in the background, began to tell that since the Korean Association underwent reforms after this incident, apparently this janitor was appointed to the post of the head of the operational headquarters. Mark looked at her and asked how the janitor was able to get such a position and if she was mistaken. Chloe replied that she did not know the real reason, since there was nothing special in his biography, but there was one oddity. Images of Jun-woo during the battle appeared on the screen. The blonde said that this guy had incredible combat power and the skills he used surpassed most hunters. The brunette frowned and asked if he was in the hunter ranking system. The girl answered negatively. The man slammed his fist on the table and asked what the hell was going on here, and why was a cleaner with such abilities not in the system. Kane raised his hand and said that it meant he was non-standard. The two leaders exchanged silent glances. A girl with a gloomy face sat at the table, noting that he also stole the time stone from them. She asked how they were going to deal with this. Chloe stood at the podium at the head of the table. She said that they would come up with something, and that there was no more or less legal way to resolve this, and the moment for negotiations had long since passed. The blonde presented a red crystal and said that they planned to use the spatial stone. The gloomy girl scratched her chin, noting that if they knew about the existence of this stone, they would have taken action long ago. He asked if it was possible to get information about the Korean Association after their reform. Chloe looked up at her and started to say that they haven't. The girl snapped her fingers and a dark figure appeared behind her. She called Hunter Young Minho and ordered him to return the time stone and take Chloe with him. A guy with gray hair and a long black cloak came out. Freelance Hunter number 1 Minho smiled, and there were several glowing skulls above his head. He said that he accepted the order. The girl waved her hand and asked if he could remove that thing. The guy snapped his fingers and his skull burst. He said that he was just about to renew it. Chloe pursed her lips in annoyance. With a bloodthirsty smile, the hunter walked up to Jason's body and a skull began to form from his head. Glowing blue, the skull flew into the air. The gloomy girl put her elbows on the table and said that she would report to the Secretary General, and that was all for today. Looking at the 3 executives and 1 hunter, she said that they should keep in mind. The girl smiled, her eyes flashing with madness. She said that that cleaner was their enemy. Jun-woo sat with a dissatisfied face. Everyone around him was having fun while he sat at the table, wondering why they were having a party. While the reporter blew into the fire extinguisher like a musical instrument, the brown-haired man irritatedly noted that they were having fun to the fullest. He poured himself some alcohol into a shot glass, thinking about how much time he had left. The liquid was poured into the container. He imagined himself going to the dawn, thinking about the skill karma that was obtained after someone's sudden death. The system information said that karma was a hidden skill, the acquisition condition of which was death, and it returned 10 years ago. The cleaner then thought about the condition of becoming the Secretary General of the International Association within 5 years. On the day Jun-woo returned to the past, he read on the system screen that the skill would automatically cancel upon reaching the target and return to the moment before death, and if the achievement was failed, the hunter would die. He remembered Jun-T's happy face when they met, thinking that although he was the most obvious suspect, he was not that kind of person. Brown-haired remembered the faces of the directors, mentally noting that during his work he tried to find more suspects, but there were none due to the lack of motive and skills. He thought that one could only conclude that someone influential was involved. The guy studied the skill tab Karma. His remaining time was 4 years, 9 months, 3 hours and 30 minutes. He should die if the achievement was failed. The janitor continued to fall into the depths with a shocked face. He thought that if he did nothing, he would kick the bucket. He thought that fortunately, he was able to unlock many skills and even got a raise in his salary as a janitor. Jun-woo pursed his lips as skill tabs glowed around him. He thought that all that was left was to find a way to get into the International Association. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Ah-young, who asked with a smile why the hero of the occasion was drinking alone. Jun-woo asked what she was talking about. The blonde smiled crookedly and noted that it seemed like Dad just wanted to have fun. Du-shik was happily drinking with the other executives. The girl said that everyone was finally here to celebrate the fact that Jun-woo was safe. The second task force was hanging out with Min-ju, who was already drunk but demanded more. The brown-haired man said that he didn't really like such gatherings. Soyeon laughed quietly, and Sang-hyuk glanced sideways at the journalist. Ah-young asked her comrade if this is what life was like for a lizard. Chang Hyan looked dumbfounded at the chairman, who was eating noodles with gusto. Jun-woo looked at them all, muttering that they seemed to be having fun. He recalled their gloomy faces in his past, mentally noting that these were the people who looked at him with contempt, hatred, and anger before his regression. Now, all these people in front of him were smiling. One of them asked the brown-haired man why he was sitting alone and called him over. The guy thought that now they had all gathered for him. His lips stretched into a smile. Sighing and smiling crookedly, the cleaner replied that they had persuaded him and he was going. He thought that it seemed like his life was getting better. One day, a dungeon appeared underwater in the port of Incheon City. There was half an hour left until closing, and the underwater gate was glowing red. The gloomy man loudly asked the headquarters to answer, saying that this was the first operational squad. The brunette stood with his teammates in water up to his neck, saying into the radio that the water had risen so high that clearing was impossible, and they couldn't get out because the exit had disappeared. Ah-young put her hands on the table and exclaimed that she would take care of it and find out the reason. She asked where Min-ju and the head of Hyeon-seok were now. The brunette, engrossed in the battle, listened to her comrade's request to leave it to them, noting that they would defeat the boss. A giant silver snake threw her aside. The girl flew into the water. The dark-haired man leaned forward and called out loudly for her. A second later, the snake shot a red beam at them from its mouth. The 2 hunters fell, and a sword was stuck in the ground. The brunette hung in the air, clinging to the snake. She frowned, and blood was running down her face. Min-ju thought that she did everything as the teacher said. The huge snake opened its mouth and reached out with its tongue. The girl mentally noted that, however, that was all. The brunette was furiously shouting into the radio that Min-ju was not responding. He noted that they were ordered to wait for the exit to appear, so they could not even go to help her. Ah Young frowned in worry. She looked at the radio in shock when Min Ju contacted her. The blonde exclaimed that the first task force was in a critical situation. A black car was cutting through the highway, and the drivers were listening to information that the dungeon would collapse in half an hour. Junwoo said that he was going there. He gripped the steering wheel tightly with an angry face, mentally noting that he could not fail this raid. His eye twitched as he shouted the International Association for this idea. A white truck moved perpendicular to the car. The guy turned to the light with a scared face. His eyes widened as he realized that there was a truck on his way again. A second later, the large vehicle rammed him. The brown-haired man began to squeeze. His car was pressed against the fence while Ah Young tried to contact Junwoo on the radio. The truck driver smiled. The man snapped his fingers. An explosion occurred a moment later. We go back to 2 weeks after the Operation Association Gate. The guy in the suit was filling out paperwork. The cleaner, who was now the head of the operational headquarters, was sitting at his desk and muttering about how he didn't like it. A lot had changed since the Operation Association Gate. A sad Soo-young and Min Cheol were leaving with boxes as they were fired from the company. The stern Min Ju swung her sword. She was appointed as the leader of the newly formed First Task Force, and the girl who was a B-rank hunter half a year ago became the leader of the elite squad. Soyeon and Sang Hyuk continued to do the cleaning, but when the 10th cleaning squad was formed, for some reason they refused the leadership positions. Yaobin dyed her hair, and it became more red. Ah Young smiled contentedly, because the support squad was shocked by what happened, and all the power went to her. Junwoo sat and sighed discontentedly, mentally noting that the more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. He wondered why they put someone who would leave in a month in charge of the staff. He thought that he had checked to make sure that he could definitely leave in 30 days, just in case. The chairman looked at him with a smirk and replied that if nothing happened, then yes, and Junwoo thought that if something did happen, his application would not be accepted. He folded his arms and rested his face on them, thinking that nothing should happen in this month, and he should get out of here. The guy glanced at the blue screen, saying that his position did have an advantage after all. He looked at the many skills he had acquired, noting that he had unlocked most of them. The manager frowned at one purple screen and thought that despite his position, he still had the most powerful skill from his past life. The brown-haired man looked at the Demon Lord's skill, thinking that the unlock conditions were too difficult and he would probably have to give it up. Junwoo put his hand to his chin, reading that in the unofficial rankings, he had reached S rank and was number 1 in Korea and number 37 in the world rankings. He thought that he was seriously thinking about registering the rank. The boy remembered the red lightning bolts in his hands and thought that his original goal was to unlock the skills and become a hunter again. With a sad face, he waved his hand and thought that maybe he was not a hunter yet, but he had already risen well. There was a knock on his office door and a female voice asked if he could come in. The brown-haired man answered positively. A black-haired girl named Shin Suji, who was his personal assistant, entered the room with papers. She said that these were the raid plans for the task force for the next month, as well as the papers for payment by the end of the day. The leader looked at the huge stack of papers in shock. At great speed, he began to flip through the papers and put his signatures on them. The assistant looked at him with a shocked face, exclaiming that they needed to read them first. After a few moments, Junwoo stopped and looked at her, asking if there was anything else. Suji replied that there was a proposal from the support department to do more research. She added that they wanted to study the time stone, but they did not have the equipment. The brown-haired man picked up one of the documents when the girl noted that, however, according to preliminary estimates alone, they would need over 50 billion won. Junwoo asked if there was any left in the budget for the task force. The brunette replied that there was about 82 billion. Her face distorted in shock when the manager said to allocate the money. The assistant exclaimed that in that case, they would have almost nothing left. The guy imagined how Jun-T would be happy with the new equipment and the cutter, after which he said that he didn't care and ordered an increase in the budget for the next quarter for the cleaning department since their inventory was in terrible condition. The brown-haired man smirked smugly and said that they also needed to completely replace the equipment of the management department because the connection was interrupted and errors appeared on the dungeon map. He thought that this month would take revenge for the fact that he was forced to scrub the floors. Chang Hyan entered the office while Junwoo was telling the brunette to go and do her business. The guy called the manager. With a sealed look, he told the boss that they had a problem. He coughed into his fist and noted that he would tell him now. The guy slammed his hands on the table and shouted that as a result of the reorganization, too many hunters left the association, and with the current number of personnel, they encountered problems during raids. He literally spat in the brown-haired man's face, exclaiming that they analyzed everything and concluded that they needed at least 32 people to stabilize the situation. Indignant Chang Hyan held Junwoo by the shoulder, loudly reporting that there were some strange waves near the port of Incheon, and at this rate they would not be able to cope with the underwater dungeon. The brunette began to wipe the brown-haired man's forehead, while he answered that since it was so urgent, he would look for people or turn to freelance hunters. The guy thanked him sweetly. Ah Young's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked if he really approved it. Suji was standing in front of her with papers, and the blonde asked if he had even read the documents, noting the large budget. The assistant replied that she was confused herself. The girl laughed into her hand and said that he was indeed different from others, and the department's research was always rejected because it was considered a waste of money. The brunette replied that the head of Junwoo said that he wanted to provide extensive support to the cleaning and management departments, as well as increase the budget for the next quarter. She looked at Lai in surprise, laughing, asking what was so funny. The blonde replied that she was just remembering herself. With a wry smile on her face, she remembered how she bullied Junwoo, and said that she always thought he was being unreasonable. She added that he was hard to understand, but that did not mean he gave orders without thinking. The assistant looked at her puzzledly and asked if the Junwoo boss was a genius. The girl raised her hand and answered that it was exactly like that. Smiling, Ah Young touched the blue screen and said that he was on another level. She added that he was always one step ahead, did things his own way, was unpredictable and skillful, and sometimes she wondered if he was good from birth or learned quickly. The girl remembered the brown-haired man's face together with his squad, saying that when he was an ordinary cleaner, he took care of his colleagues because he understood that they could easily die in the dungeon. The happy blonde looked at her reflection on the screen and said that he would never tolerate injustice, and then added that he was an incredible man. The brunette looked at her back and apologized in advance for the question. She asked if she liked the Junwoo bosses. Ah Young's lips stretched into a smile. Smiling sweetly, she softly answered that she really liked him as a person. She raised her head and said that she was glad to hear that they would be given money because she wanted to study faster. Two girls were looking at the blue stone behind the glass. The blonde said that she wanted to study this time stone. Junwoo was driving a black car through the city. He angrily squeezed the steering wheel, thinking that trouble had come. He remembered the underwater dungeon, noting that it was literally a prison underwater, and raids there were very difficult since there were too few hunters with the underwater breathing skill. There were giant snakes and other sea monsters in this dungeon. The brown-haired man thought that it was very difficult to clean up in such a place, and he needed to think through a plan for clearing the location very carefully. The guy watched the road, noting that this dungeon was only recently discovered, and this was very strange. He arrived at the #1 hunter guild in Korea, Aries. Junwoo sat at a table with two men and introduced himself as the head of the Seoul Operations Headquarters of the Association for Working with Parallel Dimensions. The dark-haired man smiled smugly and introduced himself as Cha Seok Hyan, saying that he had wanted to meet him for a long time and that it was an honor for him. He was the deputy of the guild, the #4 hunter in Korea, and had a mechanic class. Next, a gray-haired man with a long scar across his face, who was the head of the guild, the #2 hunter in Korea, a support class named Jang Il, spoke up. He said that he had heard a lot about Junwoo, noting that 3 months ago he became a cleaner and now held the position of the head of the operations headquarters. While his deputy sipped tea, he said that he was very curious to know how he managed to do it. The brown-haired man replied that there was nothing special about it. The guild leader stared at him, asking him not to be modest since his position spoke for itself. He asked if he understood correctly that he was doing to recruit their hunters. The guy frowned, mentally noting that he understood right away. Sitting opposite Yul, Junwoo began to say that they had undergone a reorganization and were now short of people. The man replied that he thought that there was no need to rush because of several employees. The brown-haired man introduced the monsters of the underwater dungeon and said that they were informed that an underwater dungeon would soon open in Incheon and that they should prepare in advance. Yul put his hands on his knees and asked why their guild was chosen. The guy replied that it was because they were the best. The gray-haired man remembered the recent brawl and said that they felt like they were out of the association's sight, especially since they had a conflict with their former deputy squad leader. Junwoo sat opposite the guild leader and said that he tried not to confuse personal relationships with work. Yul praised him for this. The brown-haired man handed over a stack of papers and said that after reading this agreement, he would understand that the deal was profitable. They looked into each other's eyes. The guy began to say that if they had free employees. The gray-haired man apologized for interrupting him mid-sentence. Holding a stack of documents in his hands, the guild leader said that they were not interested in this offer. He smiled grimly and flashed his eyes, saying that they were not going to work with the association, after which he asked Junwoo to leave. The green-eyed man was alarmed and, keeping silent meaningfully, asked about what he had said. The man in the shoulder straps folded his arms across his chest, and the blonde-haired man said that they refused to give them hunters. Then he tore up the papers and, frowning, said that they were not going to work with the association. The protagonist hung his head and anxiously said that this was strange and that such offers did not come every day. The scarred man looked at him with displeasure and said that it was not about money, to which he asked what they meant then. The man in black put his hand to his face and said that he thought that they had taken care and found a spare guild to recruit hunters. Afterwards, the blue-eyed man sat with a stone face, and he said that this was not so and everything did not go according to plan. The hero looked at him with indignation and he said that in this case, accepting this offer would be even more difficult. The guy with silver hair leaned forward a little and imagined two representatives of the organizations and said that as they knew, the relationship between the guild and the association was not the best, and they did not have the best opinion of their organization. The hero crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, and he continued and said that lately everything had become much worse, and if they thought about how the association treated them, then everyone would understand. The protagonist thought about it. Then he thought about what was true. The guy imagined a high-rise building with a helipad and thought about how private guilds were not part of the association, but it could not be said that they were completely independent. Then he imagined the coats of arms of many organizations and thought about how if after distributing dungeons within the association there were any left, only after that the system would transfer the remaining rights to the raid to the guilds. The hero imagined two office workers with evil smiles and two guys with a bag, and then he thought about how the association takes all the items after the raid, but the guild receives income for the raid without a commission, and at first glance this seems like a reasonable deal. Then imagining how the rich looked at each other, the protagonist thought that if they did not give them even this, the guilds would have to eat bread without salt. An image of someone raising a shaking hand appeared in his mind, and he thought that in the end they would have to submit to the association in order not to be left without work, and the association was using this to exploit the guilds. Two guild members were raising their hand after the high-ranking individuals, and he thought that this was when the relationship between a superior and a subordinate began. Then the hero knitted his brows and imagined Betrayal, thinking that he suspected that this situation was caused by this scoundrel. The guild representative sat opposite him and knitted his brows and said that if they signed the agreement with the association, they would become enemies of society, and despite the fact that Ares is a leading guild, they do not seek to feud with other guilds. The men looked at each other with indignation, and the green-eyed man said that it was still business, and then said that he did not think that he would refuse the reward, and the old man said that the word reward was inappropriate here. The protagonist rose from his seat and said that if this was their decision, then it was time for him to go. They remained meaningfully silent. But then the silver-haired man called out to him and, closing his eyes, said that the atmosphere in the soul guilds was not very good right now, and then added that he said this in case he wanted to look into other companies, because it was better not to count on hospitality. He turned around, looking over his shoulder with displeasure, and thanked him for the advice. The silver-haired man looked ahead and remained meaningfully silent. A blue-eyed young man appeared from the blue portal and put his hands on his shoulders with a smile, asked if it was really Junwoo, and he called him by name. Minho looked at him with a soft smile and asked if he really tried to join the association without his knowledge, and then said that it upset him. The man in the shoulder straps jumped up with aggression and asked why on earth. The one who came out of the space moved his hand to the side, creating skulls in the air, and said that, as he had already said last time, the association's lifespan was short, and then suggested, judging for himself, that the cleaner became the leader and that it was just ridiculous. The skulls surrounded the black-haired man, and the man with the scar asked what was wrong with the guild working with the association, and then said that if they followed his plan, everything would be fine. After that, Minho leaned lower and softly said that his idea was already becoming a reality. Yul looked at him with his eyebrows drawn together and said that the plan he was talking about. The guy with the earrings' eyes became predatory, and he continued and asked if he wanted to set everyone against each other and arrange a grand massacre. He took his hands away from him, and the scarred one continued, saying that he could not understand what motivated him, because he was not even a member of the guild, and made a fuss with the association, and then asked about what benefit the guy would receive. The young man answered him by saying that he simply hated waiting, and now he had been doing it for a long time. The skulls opened their mouths, and he continued saying that the association would soon fall apart and he was very sorry that he was ignoring his offer. Then he put his finger to his mouth and said with a smile that the most important thing is that no one can say anything about their conversation. The man in the shoulder straps came a little closer, insulting the one leaving, and the scarred one continued to sit calmly and remain silent. Afterwards, the black-haired man asked the second one what he would do, to which Yul said that in the future they should take someone's side. He put his hand to his chin, imagining the guy with the earrings and the cleaner, and said that if they took Minho's side, then not only their guild, but also others would be able to earn a lot. But he didn't know what he really had in mind, and of course, it was profitable to be under the patronage of the association, but they also needed to consider relations with other guilds. The man with the angular haircut lowered his head a little lower, and he continued by saying that one thing was for sure, namely that Junwoo was not like Min Chiao. The comrade asked him if he thought that he could be negotiated with, to which the fair-haired man said that he didn't think that the hero was a rotten guy. Then he put his hand to his chin and, introducing the protagonist with a stone face, said that he had insulted the association and refused the offer. But he didn't even bat an eyelid, and the former director would not have minced his words in such a situation. He lowered his head a little lower and said that he thought that Mick was narrow-minded because he started as a cleaner. But after the conversation his opinion changed and then mentioned his calm voice, saying that it makes you think that he didn't care. At this time, somewhere the hero was lying with his head propped up and a girl was sitting next to him, and he continued and said that there are two types of people who emit such an atmosphere, and it is either a person who is dying. And the black-haired one said with anxiety that since he became the main operational headquarters less than a week ago, he does not think that this is the case. After the scarred one introduced the serious Jun-woo and said that this could also mean that he is painting too big a picture of events, that he simply does not notice such things. A girl with purple hair burst into the men's room, and while the man in the shoulder straps tried to ask him what he was painting, she asked why he does not answer the phone, because they have big problems. The woman turned out to be the leader of another guild, and she worriedly said that the Soul Guilds were currently conducting large-scale dungeon interceptions. The men were surprised and worried, thinking that this was Minho's doing. The green-eyed man was sitting behind the wheel of his car in a traffic jam. He was angry and thought that everything was happening as Yul said. Then he thought that after leaving the guild, he visited several others. In one, the girl threw up her hands, and he thought about how he was not allowed past the registration desk, citing the absence of the leader. The guy tried to call others, but they even refused to talk to him. Afterwards, the hero looked at the green light of the traffic light and swore, saying that before he would have just hung up and sent everyone to hell, but now he can't afford it. His car was in a traffic jam and he thought that he can't do something like that, being one step away from leaving this office, and it seems that a big conflict is brewing. He got angry imagining the previous director, who was holding his head and thinking about why he was to blame for his machinations, and then wondered if he was abusing his power. His phone received a call from the manager. He answered the call, and they immediately addressed him, after which the green-eyed man asked about how the recruitment of hunters was going, but he interrupted him saying that it was not important. The protagonist's eyes became scared, and he said that there was something more urgent. The tired guy screamed so loudly that his colleagues covered their ears, and screamed that right now dungeon interceptions were going on all over Seoul and there were already 18 cases, and this was only in the last 2 hours, and now it continues. Then he imagined battles with monsters and said that according to available data, hunter guilds were behind this and it was not 1 or 2. The assistant looked at the monitors and said that the interception was of such a scale that almost all the guilds of Seoul were involved in it. Then he knitted his eyebrows in alarm and said that everything indicated that a war for spheres of influence had begun. And the green-eyed man was dumbfounded by this. An explosion occurred far from his car. The hero looked at the sky and thought about the private guilds speaking out against the association, and then thought about what they had done wrong. The flames were sending smoke over the city, and he continued his thought and thought that now it was more important why this was happening now. A booted foot stepped onto the tile. The man with sideburns was talking on the phone and said that he had finished intercepting the area. The voice from the phone asked if the association had reacted. He became a little more serious and said that for now there was silence. Minho ran his finger along the edge of his glass and said that it was strange, because they were not the type to hesitate, and he thought he had overestimated the new leader and never thought that he would be so soft. Jonghyun looked at the dragon's carcass with concern and asked if he was sure that it was worth it, because the association would demand compensation for the damage, and they could not afford it even if they were weak now. The silver-haired man smiled softly and said that this was why no one had ever escaped from their clutches, and he believed that he had forgotten how he had given up his pride and groveled in order to avoid being put behind bars. The man with sideburns looked around with concern and said that it was not so and in any case. But he was interrupted and the boss asked him if he thought that the association had approached them only because there was a shortage of hunters. Afterwards, the sly man twirled his glass and said that, first of all, their new head of the operational headquarters is a former janitor who knows nothing, and a little time has passed since his appointment, which means that now is the moment when the association is at its weakest. The head of the guild looked down with alarm, keeping silent, and he said that if all the guilds revolt, the inexperienced leader will try to somehow negotiate. Afterwards, he imagined the association building in red light and said that they will be able to bargain and knock out dungeons for themselves. His eyes became predatory and he said that they should take care of their own opportunity to earn money, and no one else will do it, and if they miss this opportunity, they will have to pay the association for the rest of their lives. He continued to stand with the phone and the main one asked him if he wanted to live and pay reparations, to which the man said no. And then the sly one continued saying that in that case he needed to continue and strike at the villains from the association. The other hunters watched the dialogue and the guildmaster said that he was listening. The man with sideburns put away his mobile phone and said that they needed to move on to the next point at a tempo because they were a little late. Minju came to them and surprised everyone by saying that judging by their uniform, they were from Chilseong. Black hair glistened in the sun. The sword guard sparkled. The yellow-eyed one menacingly stood in a stance and introduced herself. She began to take out her sword and said that it was time to end this circus because otherwise she would have to use force. The assistant and Mick stood in alarm, and the first said that it looked like having imagined the capture of another gate. He continued by saying that this was a war. He stood behind the people monitoring the situation and said that this was nothing more than a challenge to the association, and they needed to take advantage of the confusion after the reorganization and make a move, because in such a situation they could not show weakness. The protagonist clenched his teeth in rage, and when his employee said that they needed to consider the issue of an armed conflict, he immediately wondered what was going on. The tired one looked ahead with alarm and said that firstly they would start legal proceedings, and he would report to the chairman. But the head looked ahead with slight confidence and said not to do this, and asked if there was a need for this, and said that the chairman was probably up to his ears in business. But then the assistant shouted at his boss and said that they couldn't keep quiet about this, and if it continued like this, the damage would exceed tens of billions, and the lawyers were already preparing to collect evidence. Jun-woo gritted his teeth and thought with anxiety that after their intervention the case would become widely publicized, and what's more, if everything reached the chairman of the association, there would be no dismissal. Then he calmed down and said that he would solve this problem himself. The entire staff was stunned by these words, and he continued and told them to tell the lawyers to sit quietly and not disturb the chairman. The tired one scratched the back of his head with anxiety and said that he hoped that he knew what he was doing, and then said that they could not lose the dungeons anymore. The hero smiled and said that he knew this and would contact them later. He looked for another person in the contacts and then asked where she was now with a stone face. The redhead stood next to the corpses of monsters and said discontentedly that she had just finished working in the dungeon and said that she had heard that they were having interceptions there. The man looked at the road and seriously said that this was so and that he would be a little late, but she loudly asked why he would be late and said that they should be going home any minute now. After that, the protagonist pressed the reset button, saying that he relied on her and listening to her swearing. After that, the guy remembered stealing the association from the guilds and thought that he understood all the hostility towards the association. Jun-woo remembered his hard work and thought that he could understand why he was being ignored, because he used to be a simple cleaner. Turning somewhere, he frowned and thought about whether this was a reason for a large-scale interception and thought about what benefit the guild would get from interfering in the affairs of the association. The car was rushing forward at speed, and he continued his thought, thinking that no matter how you look at it, it was always some kind of nonsense. The guild group stood in front of the association group. Jonghyun dropped the bag and clenched his fist and asked if they wanted to say that the association hunters would use force against the civilian guild. She took out a blade and knitted her brows and said that if necessary, then so be it, because everything they were doing now was illegal. She frowned and thought that the teacher had not given any instructions, but she could not afford to do nothing, and all that was left was to stop them personally. Afterwards, the girl took the blade aside and asked if they thought they would be able to pay compensation, to which he said that he was not going to, and she said that this was simply incredible impudence. The man with sideburns leaned forward and asked if this was an association employee speaking and asked if they had forgotten how they had treated them. The dark-haired girl looked at him with displeasure and said that in any case, this did not give them the right to intercept dungeons, and all their dissatisfaction should have been expressed in an official letter. He got furious and asked if she thought that they had not tried, and then said that they did not respond to any request, but after the interceptions they rushed in an instant, and he should have done this a long time ago. Then Ju stood in a defensive stance and meaningfully remained silent. She knitted her eyebrows and said that she understood him, and still asked them to go with her. The man used a unique skill of transforming into a beast and growing fur said that he refused. The beast stood up, crouching a little, and his teammates took out their weapons. The girl covered herself with aura and used the acquired diamond skill, saying that this was the last warning and it would be better for them to listen to her. The guild leader kicked the ground and said that, as he had already said, he had refused. The animal pulled its paw back and said that it was necessary to look. Then he jumped up, hitting the yellow-eyed one, and said that now they would find out who was stronger. They looked into each other's eyes. Then they broke their distance. The evening sun was shining on the Ares Guild building, and a question was heard about whether they wanted to say that the best guild in the country did not know about it. Scarred looked ahead with anxiety and said that unfortunately everything was so. He and the main character sat opposite each other, and Yul continued saying that they had suspicions, but they did not think that mass interceptions would begin. The guildmasters stood in alarm, and he asked them if they wanted to say that the Aphrodite Guild did not know about this incident, and the man in black agreed, and it seemed that only these two guilds were not aware. The green-eyed man put his hand to his face and looked seriously, said that it was strange, and said that the interceptors would not hurt their help. Then he imagined how they were fighting in their ranks and asked why they were not involved in this, and then suggested that they had a bad relationship with their colleagues. The gray-haired man calmly looked and said that they had excellent relations with their colleagues, and if this was a planned attack, they would have known about it. Then the protagonist imagined the rebels and said that then it was even stranger, because in Seoul there are more than 20 guilds and about 1,000 hunters. Then he lowered his eyes and imagining himself as their leader said that in order to manage such a number, a leader is needed. The interlocutor frowned from being angry and asked if he really doubted them. The hero touched his chin and said that on the contrary, he trusted them 100%. The man in the shoulder straps looked at him seriously, and he continued saying that he did not think that someone who valued commerce so much would do something like that. The girl with purple hair also looked at him and the protagonist asked why risk their reputation, because they still had to lead. The silver-haired man remembered the guy with earrings in his ears, who asked him to keep quiet and meaningfully remain silent, and Jun-woo continued, saying that given the circumstances, it was very likely that the leader was not from the guild. After that, the man in black looked at him seriously and asked if they planned to involve lawyers, to which he said that such talks were going on within the association, but it seemed to him that they did not agree with this idea. The protagonist became alarmed and thought that in order to leave the association peacefully, he had to solve the problem himself and said that this was true. After Jun-woo stunned everyone present by saying that he wanted to solve the issue through dialogue, and that someone had to clear all the dungeons anyway, and then asked if the problem was such that someone else took up the matter. The guild masters were stunned, and he continued by saying that the clash between the association and the guilds was causing concern among the citizens, and in order not to increase the concern of the population so that the problem would not become even larger, it was better to solve everything peacefully for the sake of his dismissal. The silver-haired man looked at him in amazement and thought about how strong his character was. Seeing the formidable hero in front of him and imagining the sly one behind him, he thought that Minho would hardly agree to the deal, and yet he could not even imagine that there would be someone like that in this rotten association. Afterwards, the secretary came to him and said that they had problems because the Chilseong Guild and the task force had clashed in one of the districts. The green-eyed man was taken aback and thought that he should leave them right now. Afterwards, the guy jumped up from his seat and started running away, saying that he needed to go. Afterwards, the scarred man lowered his head and said that despite the fact that this guy was the chief of staff, he still went to objects. Afterwards, he raised his angry gaze forward and said that he understood whose side he would choose. The man imagined the running protagonist and said that this guy would be able to give everyone what they were looking for. The beast's paw flew to attack. The girl raised her sword to strike. They were standing a step away from each other, and then someone raised their foot above their heads. The protagonist kicked, creating an explosion using the destroyer skill. The combatants looked at it with alarm, and he said that they were adults and they had done such a thing. There was a light smoke under his foot. The hero looked pompously to the side, putting his hands in his pockets and introduced himself, saying that if they wanted to talk, they should talk to him. The guild leader transformed again, and he thought that apparently the little one had not wasted her time. Then he turned around and looked at the yellow-eyed girl, made her embarrassed by saying that it was a great job, and now it was worth letting him do it, and she said that she obeyed. The man with sideburns stood up and menacingly asked the other if he was Jun-woo. Afterwards, he frowned and asked if the chief of staff himself had come to them, and then asked what brought him here, and then asked if this was an attempt to shut their mouths. His eyes became predatory and the beast said that they would not sit idly by and scolded them. He approached him and asked if they just wanted to talk and asked what this behavior was for, then said that he would not just stand there either. The man with the cut eyebrow said that he would finally show his true face. Afterwards, he fell on his back and asked what he would do if they refused to talk, and then asked if he would kill them and urge them to act, but the embarrassed Jun-woo only remained meaningfully silent. He gritted his teeth and wondered if he should just beat him up, and Minju, who was standing behind him, noticed something. She opened her jacket, hearing the message to the first squad, and said seriously that she was in touch, to which she was told that there were problems in another area, and malfunctions were detected due to interception, and the code was orange. The head of the guild, sitting on the ground, was dumbfounded when he heard this, and words came from the radio that they continued to ask for help and it seemed that the hunters were not coping with the main monster. The man with sideburns was dumbfounded and, hearing the name of the area, refused to believe it. He imagined a monster and said that his wife's guild was now in that dungeon. The hero grabbed the radio with aggression, and the girl asked to explain the problem in more detail. After that, he pressed the button and seriously said that they should immediately gather all operational squads and prepare for a rescue operation. A storm and flames blazed in that area. The schoolgirl stumbled and saw something behind her. A monster raised its paw above her, but then the redhead cut off this paw. After she landed, and behind her stood the hero and his assistant. Jun-woo asked what was going on here, and the silver-haired one turned to him. After watching the portal, he said that this was an orange-level dungeon and since it was very dangerous, they carefully planned a raid, but the guild burst in. After the leader got even angrier, and he continued by saying that they had entered there an hour ago, and since then there had been no news from them, and the hero thought that this is what happens when you burst in unprepared. The leader of the Chilseong Guild was being held by his colleagues, and he was screaming for them to let him go, and they in turn were screaming for them to hold their brute. The eyes of the man with sideburns turned red, and he demanded that they quickly remove their hands. His comrades asked him about what he was going to do when he entered, and then said that this was an orange-level dungeon, and without preparation he would be devoured there in an instant. The protagonist punched him in the face. When he fell to the floor, the hero continued by saying that the Lycan needed to be quieter, because if someone entered there now, there would be even more victims. The loving husband screamed, his brows furrowed, asking if he was offering to stand and watch, and then asked if he wanted to take all the credit for himself. Mick nodded, shocking everyone, and said that it was so, and asked if he had any more questions, calling him his loudmouth. After he turned away, starting to leave, he asked him how he dared, to which the hero said that he was not saying that they would stand and watch. He began to take off his jacket and calmly said that he would go there himself, so he needed to stop whining. His assistant, with his jacket on his head, turned to him with concern. Lifting his clothes, he said that he did not have to do this, because even a trained squad might not cope. After the hero looked back at him, and he continued, saying that despite the large budget, this operation would not bring in any income if successful, and he thought that this was true. In Jun-Woo's head, most of the thoughts were about being fired, not about the association's budget. Afterwards, he put his hands in his pockets and, despite the indignation of his employee, closed his eyes and went, calling the first squad with him and demanding to cordon off the area near the dungeon, because no one should interfere. He stood in front of the portal and said that there was no time for chatter, and we must follow him and be vigilant. Chloe watched what was happening through the monitors. Afterwards, she knitted her eyebrows and said that it looked like the guild had mistakenly entered the orange-level dungeon, and it felt like someone had intentionally leaked them incorrect information. Minho was dumbfounded, and she continued asking if this was his plan. He imagined how the hero and the scarred one looked at each other with anger and asked what could be a better excuse for inciting a conflict than mass murder, because arguing with guilds is the best way to weaken the power of the association, and besides, it's fun. The girl put her fingers on the bridge of her nose and exhaled with irritation and said that it would be better for him not to start this, and at this rate he would get caught. The guy with earrings was dumbfounded, and she continued by saying that now the Korean Association has started a rescue operation and Jun-Woo is in charge of it. After that, he folded his arms and crossed his legs and smugly asked if the new leader was concerned about his image, and then asked if she seriously thought that a former janitor would lead a raid into an orange-level dungeon. She imagined the redhead's scared face, and he continued by saying that this dungeon is not a place where a newbie can handle it, and the association is a group pursuing only its own interests, and it is unlikely that they just rushed to save the guild that is taking over the dungeon. She looked at the pink crystal and said that it underestimated the hero and said that the protagonist is not an ordinary person and she will have to use the stone, so from now on it is necessary to follow the plan. The blue-eyed calmly looked ahead and said that it was not invented to entertain the sly one and asked him to keep this in mind. He was dumbfounded and meaningfully remained silent. The blonde man was sitting at the bar. The glass in his hands crumbled and he said that this was some kind of nonsense. Then he looked down with alarm and wondered what Jun-Woo was up to and then said that he was a very interesting guy. At this time, the hero looked seriously and charged the destruction skill in his hand. He hit the monster in the chin. When he fell to the ground, the guy looked away and a question was heard from the radio about where the leader was now, to which he answered, saying that he was presumably at the entrance to the boss's room. They looked at the arch and the voice continued, saying that they only managed to find out the name of the main monster and it was a black tigerkin. He asked again and said that it meant that this creature was flying, and from the radio they heard words that they would contact him when they had more information. The protagonist looked to the side surrounded by his comrades and told them to get ready because they were coming in. The team headed into the arch. The hero walked in the vanguard, while under his feet lay a weapon in green slime, and first said that it was terribly dark here and ordered to examine everything here. Yellow-Eyed picked up one of the blades and said that they found a weapon that, apparently, was used by members of the guild. The boss asked her if it was the blood of the monster, to which she said that it was not so, and the blade was covered in some kind of slime. A paw appeared behind her and she, without noticing it, said that it looked like it belonged to a monster. The green-eyed man saw this with alarm and shouted for her to turn around and dodge. The girl pressed herself to the ground, and he used the fire skill, scorching the paw. The hunters looked at the monster with alarm and it screamed in pain. There was a huge spider on the ceiling, and victims were hanging in front of it. The hero wondered where they saw him as a dragon. People tied to the ceiling groaned and shook. Seeing this, the protagonist calmly looked and said that it was good that at least they were alive. After that, he seriously looked ahead and told Minju that the main thing was to save people, and they would do the cleanup later when they had more information. And she accepted the order. The girl used the sword mastery skill, Iron Meteorite, summoning a second blade. She swung the weapon, cutting the web. Her foot was resting on the floor. The protagonist used the acceleration skill, shooting people. The spider screamed and its eye flashed. When Junwoo wanted to land, he exhaled. But then the yellow-eyed one who was holding the wounded one in her arms called out to him, saying that there was another one above. Another spider spat at the hero. The guy with the scar on his nose saw the slime flying at him and wondered if he would die from the spider's paws. He was nailed to the floor by the slime. The whole squad immediately called out to him. He rested his hand on the floor and cursed, saying that he was spat on with slime. He used the Uriel skill and golden wings appeared behind his back. Mick began to slowly rise up. A bright golden light emanated from him. His eyes began to glow white and the Mysophobia skill was activated, after which he cursed them, saying that they would be bad, calling them shaggy butts. The red-haired girl was very angry. The cleaners approached her and asked her to watch her language, wondering how long she would behave like this. Turning her face away, Yubin spoke her displeasure that the leader of Junwoo. Passing by a crowd of workers, the brunette ordered the first task force to gather with him in the dungeon. The cleaner was already happy because there had been no raids for a long time and she herself was tired of scrubbing the floors. Junwoo turned to Yubin and ordered her to stay at her workplace. A colleague approached the girl and tried to explain the difference between a rescue operation and a regular cleanup. Her eyes turned white with anger. She thought it was unfair. The cleaners could not go home and go into the dungeon either. A man approached the girl and with a calm voice decided to explain again, suddenly, if there was a misunderstanding. Chang Hyan coughed and said that this raid could only be called a special operation in case of a successful completion. An incredible amount of the budget was spent on all this, and if something went wrong, then all the bumps would fall on the manager. Looking at the surprised faces of the cleaners, he continued about how, despite the problems, Junwoo decided that human lives were more important and led the raid himself. The leader was the most suitable person for this position. Chang Hyan started yelling, drooling in all directions. He ordered to stop scolding Junwoo behind his back, and from today on, the head of the department for monitoring the work of the squads will follow him. The cleaners trembled from the shouts of the boss and watched him leave. In the end, the man asked only for all the participants of the raid to return alive. Junwoo was hovering in the air, surrounded by spiders that covered him in their vomit. A notification appeared above the man's head, informing him of the activation of his passive skill, Mysophobia. He looked at his enemies and ordered Minju to lead the hunters away since he himself could deal with the spiders. The group of hunters were horrified by the leader's decision because now salvation is more important than cleansing. Junwoo turned to the girl and started shouting that the plans had changed and that the squad had to get out of the dungeon right now. Minju opened her mouth without saying a word, but in her head she only thought that this looked like the teacher's style. The girl gave the order to the squad to start helping the victims, and while the leader was buying them time, the hunters had to get out of here as quickly as possible. As they left, the capture group thanked the teacher for giving them the opportunity to leave the dungeon without any problems. Junwoo activated his skill, Destroyer. The man's target was a huge spider with 8 eyes. The brunette pounced on the spider's limbs from above. As a result, he collapsed the monster with the hard floor of the dungeon. Levitating in the air, Junwoo noted that one of the spiders was already dead. The brunette's attention was distracted by the monster, which suddenly began to run away from him in the other direction. One after another, they ran away from the man. The spider splashed its poison towards the squad of hunters. Junwoo waved his hand to activate the skill, Fire, and in his mind he understood that if the monsters ignored him and were going to attack from the other side, then it seems they have intelligence. Waving his hand, the man shouted to activate the ability. But from the body of the killed spider, small monsters were visible, which released a web onto the leader's hand. There were a large number of them. The man, noticing new rivals, only became more irritated. One of the group of hunters noticed that their leader was in danger. Minju turned to look and was horrified by what she saw. Junwoo's hand was completely entangled in web. The brunette raised his hand up and scattered a flock of spiders in different directions. The monsters caught in the web flew away, and Junwoo dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. Again, a notification appeared above the man's head, which reported the acquisition of a skill, Divine Protection. Forming a triangle with his palms, the brunette activated his ability. A protective field formed above the capture group, which protected them from the poisonous liquid of the monsters. Minju shouted to her subordinates to continue to follow the exit. Flying higher and higher, Junwoo looked at the spider and thought, what was it called? The monster, noticing the approaching man, began to run away from him. The brunette, pointing his finger, agreed that he would run as far as he could. The blue plate reported excessive immersion. That is, during the battle, the effectiveness of skills would increase significantly. A bright purple spark appeared on Junwoo's index finger, the ability was activated, the hand gesture of a great magician. With a wave of his hand, the brunette sawed the monster into 2 equal parts. Green liquid flew off the enemy, which landed right on Junwoo. The task force left the dungeon with the freed hostages. The rescue operation was successful. Chang Hyan greeted the hunters with a smile on his face, Only Yubin noticed that someone was missing. Minju, putting the hostage down, said that everything was fine and the teacher would come soon. Looking around, she looked at the crowd and jokingly asked what kind of show was being shown here. Junwoo came out of the dungeon, who ordered Chang Hyan to bring something with which the brunette could wipe off the mucus. It was also necessary to immediately provide first aid to the victims and take them to the hospital. Drying himself with a towel, the brunette turned to Yubin. The man told her to stop sitting and start cleaning. The red-haired girl was held by a colleague. She was shaking with anger, and in the meantime, Junwoo turned to Jonghyun. Protecting the victim, the man made it clear that they knew that the manager was scared because he would have a lot of problems, so he saved the hunters. The crowd of people silently watched, without saying a word. The hunter yelled at the management and promised that everyone would find out what the entire management was doing. A gray-haired man came up to him from behind and hit him on the back of the head. It was Mr. Yell, who apologized to the leader on behalf of all the guilds. Standing opposite each other, the gray-haired man believed that no one had the right to judge a person who risked his life for everyone and apologized again. Not a single muscle twitched on Yell's face, and he continued to praise Junwoo because in such a situation he put his life at risk above the interests of the association. The brunette continued to listen silently, not understanding what the essence of the conversation was. All the hunters listened with their mouths open to the representative of all the guilds as he confidently said that with a person like Junwoo at the head of the association, they can all safely coexist. Minju and the cleaners also silently listened to Yell's speech. A large number of hunters with tears in their eyes began to shout how impressed they were with the leader and his decisive actions. Surrounding Junwoo, they asked him to stay with the association for the rest of his life and that he was their only hope. Listening to all these cries, the brunette mentally did not understand what kind of circus they were just making here. Yell began to bow before Junwoo and thanked the man for the fact that all the hunters had returned safe and sound. The gray-haired man, without changing his expression, added that he could not help but agree that the intentions of the workers were obvious. Lowering his head, Junwoo understood what this whole dialogue was leading to. Looking at the leader of all the guilds, the brunette doubted who they were taking him for. Junwoo knew about all the things that were happening, but he did not consider this a reason to just take away the dungeons. Yell and Jonghyun opened their mouths in surprise, continuing to listen to the leader, who did not want to understand the hunters when the amount of damage reached a high level. The man with dark hair was enraged by the statement and he began to shout at the brunette again. Before he could finish speaking, Junwoo interrupted him and asked in response that he should forgive them just because hunters have a hard life. The thoughts in the brunette's head insisted that the reason why the hunters decided to intercept did not bother him. And anyway, what did it matter if the leader dreamed of leaving the association? Future relationships were much more important, because there was no guarantee that something like this would not happen again if he did not make it public. While the victims were being carried into the ambulance, the men discussed the fact that if they officially declared the amount of compensation, the interceptors would have to declare bankruptcy. Handing over a stack of papers, Junwoo suggested that if they did not have enough money, they could pay in kind. Holding the contract in his hand, the brunette explained that they would have to temporarily join the association to work off the debt. Looking at the document, Yul could not believe that they were being offered free work and also to obey the leader. But Junwoo didn't have time to finish the last point of the contract, which guaranteed the interceptors permanent work on condition that they pay a percentage. Yul was shocked by the brunette's conditions. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. He was fixated on the guarantee of the dungeons. Junwoo stood in front of the shocked men. He wanted to conclude a contract that would be beneficial for the association and the guilds because it was unreasonable to leave so many hunters without work. Yul gaped, not understanding how the association had previously ignored the group's requests, and now the hunters were being offered a contract. What would the others say about the contract? Junwoo said with a serious expression that it made no difference because now he was in charge of the operational headquarters, and no matter what the higher-ups said, it was not the hunters' problem. Listening to the joyful shouts of his subordinates, the gray-haired man mentally noted that this guy had become completely different. After the discovery of large-scale interceptions, a rescue operation was carried out. Junwoo suggested resolving the conflict so that all parties would be satisfied. Coming closer, Yul asked to step aside for a minute for a private conversation. As he left, Junwoo ordered Minju to clean up and the cleaning lady to finally get to work. The hunter understood her instructions with a smile on her face, and Yubin muttered under her breath and insulted the manager. A fiery sunset was already visible. Walking ahead, Yul confessed to the man who was really behind the interceptions. Stopping, the brunette asked to reveal his identity. The gray-haired man asked the manager if he had ever heard of Minho. The brunette was replaying moments from the past because in his past life, the brunette was the best hunter in the country and he was right behind him. Minho can be called a person who solves everything with violence, but not a hunter, and then this man received the nickname Cleaner because he was a bastard who was not afraid of dirty work. Initially, he belonged to the class of magicians, but then he unlocked forbidden skills. A notice appeared above the corpses of people, informing about a forbidden ritual, the condition of which was to sacrifice 13 people. As a result, the magician turned into a warlock. Angry, Junwoo remembered how after that he completely forgot about him, because he did not see the cleaner in the world ranking of hunters. Perhaps in his past life he was weaker than the brunette, but this time it will not be easy to deal with him. Turning to the leader, Yul knew from the stories that the warlock gave tips on the dungeons. Most likely, he was trying to intensify the conflict between the association and the guilds. Veins bulged from rage on the brunette's face. He was only interested in where this cleaner was now. The gray-haired man was sure that Minho was constantly changing his shelters, but he knew where the man was periodically. A news release came out, which spoke about a successful rescue operation led by the head of the operational headquarters. Junwoo personally entered the dungeon and saved an entire guild. People watched the news and rejoiced at the success of the association. Many people believed that if Junwoo remained the leader, it would be better for the entire association. Clenching his fist tightly, the man swung his hand. Minho was shocked by the outcome of events. He mentally replayed it, because he could not imagine that everything would turn out like this, and the leader was able to recruit guilds. The warlock needed to contact Chloe and plan his next move. Junwoo was already waiting at the top of the stairs. Smiling, the cleaner asked if they knew each other. Slowly descending the stairs, the brunette insisted that he didn't care about Minho's existence, but he had crossed the line. He continued, asking, "Does someone who calls himself a hunter have the right to take human lives?" Pointing his finger, Junwoo gave his first and last warning. The leader's pupils narrowed with rage. He knew that he would skin the cleaner alive if he stood in his way again. Shaking his head, Minho didn't understand why he should listen to him. He might be the head of the operations department, but for the warlock, he was nothing. His eyes lit up red. Where did the cleaner get so much confidence from? The leader couldn't even imagine what he was capable of. To which Junwoo was sure that the warlock could only talk. Swinging his arm, the leader wanted to strike his enemy, but suddenly, two girls appeared from somewhere, scared of a fight. Before he could hit them, the girls screamed that they needed to call the police. Trembling with panic, they listened as Junwoo warned the cleaner and asked him to be careful. As he left, the brunette was determined. He wanted to kill Minho. It was raining. In the car, his daughter was asking on the phone when her father would arrive, to which he replied that it would be late since he had gone very far away on business. Dad promised to buy caramel fruits. The girl was very happy. Before he could finish speaking with his daughter, Yul saw something. A girl in a blue dress was sitting on the road. The man was horrified. The car abruptly swerved to the side so as not to hit the girl. The car flew off the road into a hole. Yul was able to crawl out of the burning car when he saw the same girl. Ice sweat ran down his face. He remembered seeing a woman on the road. The man approached her from behind. As he turned around, there was a skull there from which a blue glow emanated. Yul froze at what he saw. A blue whirlwind was visible from behind the bushes. A warlock approached the gray-haired man, who was unhappy that he had gone over to the side of the head of the operational headquarters. Yul turned to the guy and justified his actions with the proposed option, which suited all parties. Minho looked at the man. Two skulls were hovering around him. Snapping his fingers, the cleaner said at last that this decision cost him his life. Minho used the ability Divine Light. A stream of air came from the warlock's palm. Leaving, he left behind a decapitated body above which a skull was hovering. A crazy smile was on Minho's face. He thought about Junwoo, who seemed like an interesting guy to him. In the tall glass building of the Korean Association for Work with Parallel Dimensions, a voice was heard saying that they calculated the profit and loss after the interceptions last week. Chang Hyan stood at the board with the schedule and told the others that since the interceptions were all over Seoul, the scale of the damage was significant, but now everything is normal. The motivation of the guilds that signed the contract is high. Compared to last week, the volume of subordination has increased by 40%. Chang Hyan introduced the guild members who carried the bags and said that in any case, the limit for task forces was 100 raids per month. The difficulty of subjugation has been slightly reduced, and the profit has increased by 5%. At this rate, it will soon be possible to compensate for the damage. The commentator said that this is a cool leader. The next one wrote glory to Junwoo. The third one said that he is a truly worthy leader. The brunette remembered these comments and said that, moreover, the public's favor towards the association is rapidly growing. Thanks to this incident, the leader has strengthened his position. He is a real leader that is no longer seen in this era. Chang Hyan put his hands on his hips and said that now all hunters except for the freelancers from Seoul are members of the association, thus the personnel issue is resolved. Junwoo, who was sitting at the table, said that this was great and then asked the support squad if there was any progress on the research of the time stone. Ah Young looked at him and said that she would show it to him personally later. Junwoo held the papers in his hands and said that he would ask for a report by next time. He thought, what difference does it make when there are 3 weeks left until his dismissal? Besides, all the set goals have already been achieved. He remembered how angry he stood in front of the guy and thought that since that day, nothing has been heard from Minho, he thinks he is finished with him. The brunette looked ahead and thought that now there is only one thing left before he leaves the association. He will do this and his dismissal is guaranteed. The guy introduced a monster with red eyes and said that now they need to get down to business about the appearance of an underwater dungeon in the port of Incheon. He mentally begged for nothing to interfere with his departure. A question was heard from the shooting gallery, why did she decide to set up a meeting here? Jun-woo stood with his hands in his pockets and said that this was not the most appropriate place for a research report. Ah-young extended her hand forward, and the guy looked at it in surprise. The girl fired, and the shockwave knocked her hand away, making her close her eyes and scream. A bright flash burst in the booth. Jun-woo looked at the girl with displeasure and shouted, "What is she doing? It is dangerous," to which she replied that in the movies everyone shoots so coolly with one hand. The guy cursed, saying, "Who shoots like that?" Ah-young looked at the guy and said that maybe he can teach her how to do it, she is sure that he knows how. Jun-woo wondered what kind of look was that. He helped the girl stand up, and she said that they were researching the time stone with the help of a weapon. Incredible power was concentrated in it. She imagined a looping dungeon and a blue stone and said that she thought he knew. In a looping dungeon, time continues its endless loop until certain conditions are met. She thought the power came from the time stone. Looking at the guy, Ah-young said that she needed to do more research, but she believed that it could be applied not only to space but also to objects and maybe even the human body. They hadn't even half expanded its potential. The girl held a gun in her hands and said that if used correctly, time travel would be possible. Jun-woo looked at her and thought that according to Ah-young, if we assume that the titanium he was shot with contained the power of the time stone, then it would explain why he returned to the past. He remembered how the killer pointed a gun at him, how he fell towards the glass skyscraper. If his guess was correct, then at that time such technology existed in the International Association. However, back then, it was the corporation that offered him the position of a scout, the reason why they used this weapon on him. Suddenly, Suji appeared next to him and shouted that there was urgent news. The brunette frowned and said that Mr. Yul, the leader of the Ares Guild. The heroes looked at her questioningly. A portrait of Yul was inserted into a funeral frame with black ribbons. The girl looked at it silently. She turned to her crying mother and asked when Daddy would come back. She missed him. Jun-woo approached Chang Hyun and asked him what happened. The man replied that he was said to have crashed to his death on his way home after conquering a dungeon. He remembered the brunette with glasses and said that he was busy preparing for work in the dungeon at Incheon Port. Assistant Dong Hui personally went to the scene and took action. There was a smoking overturned car on the road. Chang Hyun said that he was talking to his daughter on the phone at the time of the accident. Since it was right after the raid, it was assumed that it was an accident. Jun-woo imagined the hunters fighting and thought that although hunters do not know when death will overtake them, the leader of the first guild in the country, the second hunter in Korea and the first among supports. He remembered the man standing in the background of the events in the guild and thought, did he die in an accident? Seriously. The guy watched as his wife and daughter as well as his colleagues cried for the man. Jun-woo looked down and thought that it was very strange. He thought that he had almost no contact with Yul, neither before nor after the regression. He held a white flower in his hand and thought that he was not the type to die like this. Jun-woo turned around when he heard the words addressed to him that he was already here. Seok Hyun came up from behind and the guy greeted him. The man said that he had something to tell him. Could they step aside? Jun-woo followed the man and said that he was acting calmly compared to everyone. Seok Hyun said that he had lost many people during his work. The gloomy man said that he checked the document. He requested support for the dungeon that was supposed to appear in the port of Incheon. The guy apologized for reporting it in such a situation and heard that the man had conditions. Seok Hyun angrily gritted his teeth and asked to catch and kill this murderer. The man was shaking with anger and said that it was definitely him. They had to find evidence and catch him as soon as possible. He was surprised to hear Jun-woo say that he would do it. The hero turned away and walked away, saying that they would start the raid soon, let them get ready. He imagined the image of the gray-haired guy and thought that Minho had killed Yul. He hoped that he would lie low, but now he had crossed the line. What was he hoping for by allowing himself to do this? Jun-woo remembered Yul standing in front of him and saying that there must be someone covering for Minho. He asked then what this meant. Yul thoughtfully touched his chin and said that he wanted to weaken the association. Even if he was considered the best first among the hunters in the country, his opponent was the association. Of course, he would not be able to carry out such large-scale interceptions alone. He remembered looking at the gray-haired man who was talking on the phone and said that from the very first day they met, Minho seemed to be receiving orders from someone. Then the man stood in front of the dark-haired man and said that he had no doubt that he was being covered by someone very powerful, stronger than their association. Junwoo looked ahead and reasoned that someone was more powerful than the association. In addition, the underwater dungeon appeared earlier than in his past. Considering all the possible options, the most likely was the dimensional stone. He imagined a glowing red stone that had the ability to forcibly create dungeons. This is only possible if there is a person with access to the storage of magical items, and he must have a team of professionals to help. He remembered the members of the International Association and thought that only she fits these criteria. He imagined a huge hand reaching out to the association building. Then he remembered talking to Chloe and thought that there is only one reason. They have been wanting to fix the Korean branch for a long time. In the past they got the time stone through the US branch, but not this time. He imagined Minho with a crazy look and thought that in order to achieve what they wanted, they could well hire the best hunter in the country. Junwoo stood in front of the colleagues in black suits and thought that they should prepare. Looking forward with determination, he said that they should immediately begin preparations. The employees in white helmets stood at the engine port, calling out to the man. They looked at the dark liquid in front of them, in which a splash appeared. Suddenly, the liquid poured out in all directions. A pink glow and lightning appeared everywhere. Chloe next to the man in glasses swayed, trying to hold on. Her blue eyes looked serious. She said that the creation of the dungeon was successfully completed. Someone answered that they had not used it for a long time. Chloe looked at the pink stone floating in the air and said that everything was fine. She thought it would last about a week. The interlocutor clarified the level, and she answered that it was red. The woman in the white suit sat at the screens and said that now that they used the dimension stone, there was no turning back, but she did not quite understand how their actions were connected to it. Chloe looked forward and said that first they would wait for the Korean Association to start a raid. The woman asked, so they would wait for a convenient moment and steal the stone. The interlocutor answered that she did not think that would work. They could not risk it, risky exposure in front of the Korean Association. Chloe imagined a hand that was reaching for the association building and said that then they would do everything legally. They would use this dungeon as bait to merge the association. The long-haired woman in the mask looked gloomily at the blue screen and said that they would absorb them. Her mood was frightening. Chloe said that she was exaggerating. The woman looked at Junwoo's photo and asked what to do with him. Leader Mark said that it was better to just observe since he often appeared in public these days and did not hide. She shifted her gaze and heard that the guy was too unpredictable. Swiping the blue photo with her fingers, she said that it would be good to take care of him in advance. Let them eliminate Junwoo. Several hunters were unloading bags from the car. Ares Guild leader Seok Hyun said that they had only selected talented people, 10 people in total including him. Aphrodite Guild leader Jaewoo, who was standing next to her, said that they had 2. They were the Union of Soul Guilds. Minju, in a black suit, as the leader of the first task force of the Korean branch of the Parallel Change Work Association, said that the first task force was assembled. The leader of the second task force, Jinghoon, stood next to her and said that the second squad was also ready. Junwoo in front of them held a piece of paper in his hand and said that the dungeon in Incheonport was a red tier. The operation was quite risky. He wanted them to understand that. The guy looked at the hunters resolutely and said that they would now begin the briefing. He stood in front of the squads lined up in rows and said that as they all knew, they would be heading to a very dangerous dungeon. Since it was underwater, it would be difficult to clear it in the first try. Therefore, they should not overdo it. If any problems arose, have them retreat immediately. He introduced the heroes who were resolutely rushing forward and said that Minju would be leading the raid. Everyone would follow her squad of hunters. The second task force would be at the forefront and the guilds would be at the rear. He hoped that each of them would cope with their task and not screw up. Junwoo looked ahead and said that it would be best to divide the attack into several stages. If there was even a small change during the raid, have them immediately report it. He introduced a huge snake with its mouth wide open and said that he heard that the boss was a monster called an immortal python. The map was still being drawn up. As the operation progressed, they should figure out the location themselves. He introduced a diagram of the dungeon, consisting of a platform connected by passages. He said that it was a one-way dungeon that could not be exited until it was cleared. If they felt that the information was insufficient, they should act according to the leader's orders. The guy in the suit said that the briefing was finished. It remained to wait for the equipment to arrive. The participants responded in agreement. Seok Hyun looked at the guy and asked if he could clarify something, to which he answered that of course. The man looked at the guy resolutely and asked, was he a hunter? Junwoo asked again, confused. The guy's gaze became shocked when he heard the brunette say that when he first heard that he was a cleaner, he took him for an ordinary person, but now he seriously doubts it. Needless to say, he has a beast's gaze. Seok Hyun laughed, putting his hands on his hips, and said that, besides, he was excellent at commanding the rescue operation. Who but a hunter would dare to enter an orange-level dungeon? and not every one of them would dare to do this. Junwoo looked at the papers and said that the man was right, he was not that simple. The brunette exclaimed that he knew it and asked what his rating was, to which Junwoo replied that he was not a registered hunter. Hearing the question, how so, the guy exhaled and said that there was no need for this, he could register at any time, the guy was too inquisitive. Seok Hyan laughed and said that really, what did he care about his ranking? He saw with his own eyes what he was capable of. Ah Young, with her hands on her hips, looked at them and said that unfortunately, Junwoo will not be able to participate in this raid. She waved her hand and said that the equipment and underwater combat suits have arrived. Jin-hoon happily raised his hands, and Min-ju stood there, blushing with embarrassment. The girl said that this is special equipment for an underwater raid. It is a high-tech device that reduces resistance to water. It was developed specifically for such operations. Junwoo asked the girl why she was posing. Min-ju replied that the deputy asked her to show off the equipment. Ah Young approached the guy and said that there is a limit on the number of suits. They are exactly equal to the number of participants in the raid. There are no spare ones, so he should not even think about it. The guy asked about what. The blonde poked him in the chest and told him not to expect to take part in the operation. If his subordinates were in danger, he would rush to save them. Ah Young put her hand on the guy's shoulder and, looking into his eyes, told him that it was better for him to avoid dangerous situations. He had a hard time all this time, no one would criticize him for that. Blushing with embarrassment, Ah Young turned away and shouted for the hunters to quickly put on their suits, load their equipment and go. Junwoo looked at her in confusion, thinking, when did he do it? The hunters were putting down the boxes with equipment. Min-ju in a black suit turned to the guy and told him to see him. Looking at her with displeasure, the hero asked why she was saying goodbye as if she was going to die. The girl asked, should this be done in some special way? Junwoo looked at her and said that he would watch over them from here. Does she think he will let them die? But if she really feels like she's about to die. Min-ju nodded with a smile when she heard that she should continue fighting. The heroes looked at Yaobin, who was sitting in the cabin and waving her hand, telling them to be faster. There hadn't been such an operation for a long time. Junwoo thought that no one called her here. The redhead was surprised to hear that the cleaners were not participating in this raid. There was no guarantee that they would not be defeated. Junwoo held the girl with his hand across her body, telling the others to get ready. He would give instructions from the command center. Yaobin stared ahead and thought that they would go without her. The white truck started. The guy looked at his comrades sitting in the cabin. Min-ju said that they would see each other soon, and he said goodbye. Junwoo picked up Yaobin by her clothes, like a cat, and said that he had a question for her. The cars drove away from the port. The image of the cars driving away appeared on the blue screen. The man with glasses told Chloe, who was looking at the screen, that the task force had arrived at the dungeon. It seemed like they would be entering in about 40 minutes. The blonde brought the phone to her ear. Minho was standing with a glass in his hand and heard her ask if he had read the operation plan she had sent him, and he replied that of course he had read it carefully. The gray-haired man said with a smile that he thought they would start a war against the Korean Association since they had said they wanted to destroy it, but instead they had created underwater dungeons. He looked ahead, saying that this was some kind of boring method. Was this what the task force was for? The guy with the glass in his hand was amazed to hear the girl address him as a member of the coordination squad in the subsidiary of PB Corporation and tell him to follow the plan without question. Chloe was sitting next to the floating red stone and said into the phone that the coordination in Korea was now his. Let him take responsibility for what was entrusted to him. A gloomy woman in a white suit sat with her fingers intertwined and said to deal with Junwoo. Mark approved. Let him do his best to not be exposed. Chloe said into the phone that CEO Emma would also be disappointed if she heard such news from them. Minho looked ahead in shock. He imagined a dark-haired man with a beard and glowing eyes. A subsidiary organization of the International Association, the PB Corporation Coordination Squad. It is a secret organization for coordinating superhumans, led by Mark. Minho remembered standing next to the rest of the people. Silhouettes were surrounded by a bright blue glow. People with superpowers began to appear in parallel with unusual dungeons. Instead of the silhouette that stood in the middle, bones and a skull appeared, controlling abilities whose source is still unknown in the name of order in the world. Their mission is to secretly eliminate people with supernatural abilities that go beyond the norm. There were many silhouettes covered in glow. Coordination squads are opened all over the world by the subsidiary organization. All this is necessary to maintain the balance of power between the superhumans. Minho stood surrounded by glowing skulls next to a prone body. His gaze was a little crazy. Minho uses this order as an excuse to unlock skills by killing superhumans. He sat at the table in the office and told Chloe that they never got along, but now she made sense. The guy sat back on the couch against the backdrop of skulls and said that they need to destroy Junwoo. The guy's eyes were wild. He said that it was a great idea. The blonde turned to the man who said that they were there. Turning around, she ordered the dimension to stop working as soon as they entered. Dark water splashed. Silhouettes on boats floated on the sea. A bright pink lightning appeared in front. Min-ju stood on the boat and told the teacher that they were here, to which he answered that it was great to contact him as soon as she was inside. The hunters put on their diving masks when they heard the order to dive. A splash appeared on the dark water. The hunters dove and swam down. Min-ju looked ahead in her diving mask. The heroes were approaching a large gate, in the center of which a bright pink light was swirling. They swam closer and closer. Jun-woo heard that they had entered the dungeon and replied that he accepted. If anything happened, they should call him immediately. He and the others looked at the image on the screen and heard that they should first make a map. Min-ju, pausing, said that the connection was bad. Jun-woo shouted in shock that they had problems with the connection. Let them check the equipment. The shining gate closed, leaving only a thin pink strip of light. A cry was heard that the connection with the squad was lost. The GPS sensors in the suit stopped working. A cry was heard that the dungeon had disappeared. Jun-woo's gaze was angry, Chloe's was calm, and Minho was crazy. The group of hunters stopped. Min-ju took the radio and said that they had arrived at the location. The girl frowned, adding that they would start mapping from Area 3. A vague wheezing and barely distinguishable agreement were heard from the radio. The girl looked at the radio in confusion, thinking that the connection was very bad because they were underwater. Suddenly, the guys turned around in confusion, hearing a loud hum. They covered their faces with their hands. A scarlet entrance to the dungeon appeared in front of them. The girl ordered them to move away from it. The energy of the portal raged around. The guys moved away. Rock fragments fell in front of the gate. Min-ju looked at the gate in shock, thinking about what was happening, because they did not defeat the dungeon boss, and the entrance disappeared, after which she wondered if this was possible. The young man looked at her, turning to the girl, said that he could not contact the headquarters, adding that the water in the dungeon began to rise. Seok Hyen turned around, saying that it was impossible to imagine anything worse. Snake-like monsters came out to them with tridents in their hands. The man said that even the monsters themselves came out to them. He created energy gears in his hand, saying that first they should take care of them. Suddenly, a robotic dog, RD number 3, appeared in the air. The man stretched his hand out to the side. Min-ju and Jong-hoon looked at the dog with a soft smile, thinking how cute he was. The man ordered him to destroy the monsters. He smiled creepily, commanding the robot to attack. The dog jumped up, releasing a huge number of projectiles from his body and thereby struck the monsters. The girl and boy looked at what happened in shock. The dog fell apart, falling into the water. The monster raised his trident. The man created another robot, also ordering it to attack. The girl screamed hysterically, telling them to stop. The gate slammed in the air. The people exclaimed that the entrance to the dungeon had disappeared and that it was not displayed on the cameras, so they could not get a signal. Jun-woo looked at the screen, asking about the Kama squad and if they had communication. He was told that the connection was lost and they were trying to restore it, but Jun-woo gritted his teeth, staring tensely at the screen, and thought that if the connection was interrupted, then the dungeon was definitely closed, and even in his past life, he had never seen anything like this. The young man imagined 2 shining columns, thinking that if he was locked in a dungeon, then he would not be able to get out until the entrance itself opened, and that it could take weeks or months. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek as he added that, as far as he remembered, the next water dungeon was supposed to open in a year. He remembered standing in front of a group of hunters, wondering what the odds were that a task force of 50 people could hold out in an underwater dungeon for a year, and then calling it impossible, thinking that 50 people's lives would disappear and it was all his responsibility. He placed his hands on the table, thinking that the sudden appearance and closure of the dungeon was not accidental. He imagined the image of a creepy headmistress, adding that someone was controlling the process, and there was only one place that could do something like this, an international association. He slammed his fist on the table, thinking that this was like a declaration of war, and that these people had done something like this right under his nose. The guy looked back at Ah Young, asking how long they could last in the underwater suits for the task force. The girl replied that formally the duration was 4 hours, but with increasing load the time was reduced, and even 2 hours was a good indicator. The guys looked back at the guy leaving, who said that he understood everything and left the control to them. Chang Hyan exclaimed, asking where he was going. The young man gritted his teeth, thinking that if he could activate the dimensional stone, they would be able to save their team, and in any case, he should first contact the International Association. Night covered the port. The black sedan rushed at high speed. The young man turned to the chairman, telling him to immediately gather the board of directors. The man asked what happened. The chairman held the phone to his ear with a menacing look. The young man explained that they might have to fight the International Association. The man frowned, saying that he would take care of it. The boy gripped the steering wheel with his hands, wondering why they would do something like this, and whether it was because the merger was rejected or if it was retaliation for exposing the corruption in the American branch. As he continued driving, he added that it didn't matter what the reason was. Suddenly, a white truck crashed into his car at high speed. The airbags hit the boy's face. The truck pressed him against the container. Suddenly, the door of the truck opened slightly and a man's leg appeared from it. Minho looked at the boy's car with a maniacal smile. He lowered his eyebrows, mentally saying the boy's name. Minho remembered the boy pointing his finger at him and thought that all his arrogance did not save him. Looking at the wrecked car, he thought that he hoped that they would fight again. The boy sat unconscious, holding his head on the pillow. Minho added that he knew that the boy was quite talented, but even superpowers do not make a person immortal. He imagined the various hunters, thinking that the body remains the same, and that superhumans have certain skills or arsenal, but they are still humans. He recalled the moments of killing other hunters, thinking that even a hunter can be caught off guard, but they are incredibly arrogant and do not even allow the thought that they can be attacked. The boy folded his fingers, adding that a hunter who has never known defeat and attack will not leave skills activated in everyday life. He sternly looked at the boy's body, ending by saying that he has done his job. Minho snapped his fingers. The black sedan suddenly burst into blue flames. The boy closed his eyes, smiling, saying that he will take Junwoo's head. Suddenly, he looked ahead in surprise, hearing the voice of the boy who insulted him. The boy's leg was wrapped in a mesh barrier. He said that he hates trucks. A golden aura raged around him. The guy looked at the enemy furiously, saying that he was finished. Minho looked at him in surprise, exclaiming that the guy withstood the impact of the truck, and then thought that the boy had activated the skill in advance. Junwoo smiled, imagined the moment of his death, and said that he had already died once, reminding him that he had already told the guy that he should prepare. The man locked eyes. Junwoo angrily added that he had already promised to skin him if he saw him again. Minho smiled and asked if he thought he would hide in the corner and tremble in fear. He glared at the boy, calling him a former cleaner who had combat skills, and now also passive ones, and then asked who he really was. Junwoo frowned, saying that he was the one who would take his life. Their hands jerked slightly. The men stood opposite each other while blue fire was embroidered around them. Minho extended his hand to the side, activating the corrosion skill. Junwoo exposed the door to the blow, closing it behind him. The hand broke through the obstacle, which surprised the boy greatly. He looked at the face of his opponent, thinking about how he corroded everything he touched, and that it pissed him off. Minho smiled. Two skulls appeared above his head. The boy activated the weakening skill and said that the boy could try to stop him. Junwoo looked at him in surprise. He jumped back, dodging two beams. Minho immediately directed another corrosion blow at him. The boy jumped back, resting his hand on the ground, and kicked him in the face. Landing, he sternly looked at his opponent. Minho grabbed his jaw, saying that he was annoyed by the guy's arrogance, then asked if he would run away like a rat. Junwoo said that he only had one question. Skulls were floating in the air. The boy said that one of them looked very familiar, then asked who it was. Minho smiled widely. The boy looked at him warily, imagining the image of a man. Minho smiled maniacally, saying that it was Jang Yul. A blue flash appeared from behind the crane. The skull was emitting a powerful beam from its mouth. The boy ducked, running away from the attack. He made a sharp dash forward. The boy grabbed the windshield wiper on the car and pulled it out. The boy ran behind the enemy, using hyper-acceleration. Minho looked in front of him in surprise. The car part in the boy's hand was covered in flames. Suddenly he noticed something. A magical wall rose behind the enemy. Minho used a water barrier. The boy did a spin in the air, landing on his knee. He looked over his shoulder. A splash of water was visible behind the containers. The boy thought that he was messing around with his opponent for too long. He looked at the smiling opponent, saying that he was a little busy, so Minho can consider it a holiday because he will let him live a little longer. Minho looked up at him, smiling maniacally, and said that they have problems because he is also working now. The boy slightly frowned, asking if someone ordered it. Minho looked in front of him, saying that the boy should ask someone else about this because he is not interested in talking, but in killing. The container was covered in purple light. The boy agreed with his words. The boy raised his hand, glaring at his opponent. The containers behind him rose into the air. The boy used the skill polymorph, saying that he is used to cleaning up trash, working as a cleaner. Minho put his hands in his pockets, saying it was a coincidence as he was also a cleaner of sorts. The two looked at each other, both engulfed in their own mana. Minho asked how long he was going to show off. The snake-like monsters opened their mouths, roaring. The girl rose into the air, slashing twice with her blades. She landed in the water. The man looked back at her, saying he thought she was using her skills too much, to which the girl replied that she had it under control. She held onto her blade tiredly, thinking that she should have saved her strength for the boss. The crowd of monsters was approaching their group. The hunters watched them, saying that there was no end to them. The girl frowned, imagining herself enveloped in an aura, and thought that awakening skills required a high level of concentration and great physical effort, and that she planned not to waste it until the meeting with the boss. But The allies surrounded her, fencing her off from the monsters. The girl finished the sentence by saying that the fight was not easy due to the narrow space, and also the monsters were attacking in an endless stream, after which she noted that it was impossible to imagine anything worse. The hunters looked down tiredly. One of them knelt down, putting his hands in the water. The girl thought that the task force was completely exhausted, and the water in the dungeon continued to rise. Seok Hyan swung his fist at the monster, gritting his teeth. The girl added that since this is an underwater dungeon, there is little oxygen. Jiwoo aimed her rifle. Minju thought that if this continues, they will all die in an hour. She rested her hand on her sword, deciding that she is not satisfied with this, and then said that they should try. She stood up. The sniper looked back at her. The girl said that she will go to the boss. The hunters looked at her. Jong-hoon exclaimed that this is too reckless because they have no communication and the exits are blocked. The girl frowned, saying that she knows this, so they should stay where they are, because as soon as an opening appears, they should run. The boy looked at her with displeasure, saying that this was a red-level dungeon, and fighting the boss alone was pure suicide, so they would all go together. The girl came closer to him, asking if he thought about what would happen if everyone died. The boy wanted to object to her, but the girl interrupted him, saying that she did not want to take such a risk. Jiwoo and Seok Hyan looked back at them. The man asked if she was thinking about having fun without them, after which he added that he would go with her. The girl said that she would go too. Minju looked at them with confusion, saying that they could die. The man said that they understood this. The girl added that they could die on the spot, and so they would at least try to defeat the boss and open the exit. Minju smiled tenderly, thinking that she would hardly be able to convince them otherwise. They looked at the crowd of monsters. The girl said that the rest would have to fight without leaders. The participants answered that they could handle it. The man created a robotic dog, saying that it was time for them to go. The robot kicked off the ground with his foot. The guys straddled it, quickly heading towards the boss. The girl asked if he heard who the boss of the dungeon was, after which she explained that it was a huge snake or a serpentine dragon. The heroes headed towards the goal, rising to the ceiling of the cave. Minju added that judging by its type, it seems to her that it is stronger than most other monsters of the same level. They entered a giant corridor. The girl told them to be on guard. The monster opened its eyes. The giant snake rose from the ground, opening its mouth wide. Minho closed one eye, grinning slightly. He put his hand in front of himself, protecting himself from the container. Holding his hand outstretched, he said with a maniacal smile that the boy was not as simple as he thought. Jun-woo stood motionless on the container, holding his hand outstretched. The giant metal boxes were heading towards Minho. The boy recalled the moments of their battle with a calm expression, thinking that his opponent's skills could cause fatal damage at zero range, so he needed to do something or weaken him. Suddenly, he rose into the air with explosive force. While Minho was defending himself from the falling containers, a high-speed attack was heading towards him from the side. At the last moment, he noticed the approaching aura. He extended his other hand to the side, activating the beam, and then said that this was incredibly stupid and wasn't Jun-woo too gentle with him. He looked at the impact site. A rod was engulfed in flames. The boy noticed this, raising his eyebrows slightly. He looked for his opponent with his eyes, holding a barrier above his head. Jun-woo passed through the boy's barrier while he was looking for him. The boy landed right in front of his opponent, looking at the floor. He looked back at him with a maniacal smile, telling him to be more careful because he could die like that. Minho recoiled in surprise, realizing that the boy was in a container and was hiding using his skills. The boy used the destroyer, dealing a powerful blow to the opponent's body. Minho was nailed to the container with great force. He lowered his head, asking who Jun-woo even was. Blood came out of his mouth. The boy called him a cleaner, asking how he could even hurt him because he was the #1 hunter in the country. He frowned angrily, raised his hand and shouted at the boy to stop getting cocky. Suddenly, 2 containers pinned his hands tightly. Jun-woo glared at him. His entire body was enveloped in a purple aura. The boy called him arrogant, asking if Minho thought he didn't know about his weakness since they had never met before. The boy remembered his attack with a smile, saying that people like him have deadly skills, but their endurance is so-so and that he can't fight for a long time, so he always makes sudden attacks, all for the sake of provoking the opponent. He approached the surprised opponent, asking if he originally belonged to the magician class. Minho asked how he knew this. The boy introduced the man who created the magic circle and said that the guys should have dodged his attacks. But alas, magicians are not strong in this. Minho looked at him confused. The boy said that he still held up well, and that he could become #2 in the country. Minho asked what that meant. He frowned, exclaiming that he was #1. The young man interrupted him, saying that he was no longer. Jun-woo activated the destroyer skill, raised his fist covered in flames back, and said that he was now on the list. Jun-T smiled widely and admitted that he was glad, because now they could relax a little and even have lunch. Yaobin made a dissatisfied face when the man wanted Jun-woo to be with them. Hearing this, the girl told him that he was busy with a raid. Soyeon looked back at Sang Hyuk, who admitted that everything turned out more absurd in the end. He reminded her that the guy who worked as a cleaner for half a year became the head of the operational headquarters. At this moment, the heroine asked him if he was jealous of him. After that, the guy answered that he was only jealous of the fact that they were only cleaners with him. The man looked back at the disgruntled Yaobin and noticed that her expression had changed. The brunette advised him to ignore her because she was like this because Junwoo didn't take her on the raid. The guy hoped that this operation would end without incident. He believed that there was no point in even wasting time worrying because the leader was very responsible. The girl chewed her sandwich with displeasure. Meanwhile, someone remembered how the main character looked at the truck when the brunette said goodbye to him. The guy picked up Yaobin by the shirt and told her that he had a question for her. He looked at her intently and told her that an international association was involved in Jang Yul's death, after which he asked her if people who stood in the way of the association often died while she worked there. The heroine frowned deeply. Moments from the past appeared in her head when she admitted that she did not know about what happened to Jang Yul's and the leadership. After that, she said that everyone was inclined to think about the conspiracy theory because hunters are pursued by death. She approached the leader and decided to tell him about what was said among the members of the association. Yaobin raised her finger and said that unregistered hunters and those who pose a threat are killed without mercy. The girl looked at the guy with displeasure, who decided that he should be careful. He was closely examining the building and assumed that the internationalists were targeting him, after which he said that they would try to do something. Meanwhile, the heroine grabbed the tube and reminded that the leader asked everyone to be more careful. She said that from now on, the International Association will also monitor his surroundings. A drop of sweat ran down the man's cheek when he asked how they could help him. Hearing this, Sang Hyuk advised him not to interfere. The brunette stuck the tube into the girl's bun, who admitted that she was worried about the gentleman. The boys started laughing when Jun-T reminded them that the main character can't be defeated easily. The brunette added that they should worry about the master finishing someone off. Jun-Woo's fist was engulfed in flames. He thought that someone shouldn't have detained a busy man. He punched the guy in the face and warned him that otherwise he would get into trouble. The opponent started bleeding and begged the guy to stop hitting him. Hearing this, Jun-Woo thought that he was a villain. The master punched the enemy in the face and asked him if he was being insolent. Skeletons were floating in the room when the guy reminded them that the opponent was the first to attack. He threatened to bury him in the asphalt. An aura emanated from the boys. Minho's face was wounded when he reminded them that he was the best. Hearing this, the master asked him if he still considered himself number one among hunters. The brunette waved his hand when he realized that his opponent still refused to believe that he had been displaced. Jun-Woo told him that he was in first place only because he had not registered yet. The guy extended his hand forward and remembered that he would not be able to restore the car because he had spent much more time. He thought that it did not matter much anymore. The hunter began to tremble as the brunette wondered if he should have said the perfect ending. He realized that the answer had found him. The guy was on his knees when he was called. The protagonist took out his phone and demanded that Minho call his customer. The gray-haired hunter bowed his head and asked him what he was talking about. The brunette slapped him in the face and demanded that he not pretend not to understand. Minho leaned over when the gentleman realized that he had decided to attack him right now for a reason. He said that he wanted to hear the voice of the one who had arranged this circus. The gray-haired guy, spitting blood, asked him if he understood that this was pointless. He informed him that he would not be able to stop them. The gentleman stepped on his face and said that he was talking too much. The protagonist threw the phone away and demanded that Minho call. Meanwhile, Chloe looked back at the phone. The blonde brought the phone to her ear and asked the assistant if he had done the job. The protagonist's eyes sparkled when he said that everything was ready. A drop of sweat ran down the girl's cheek as she recognized Jun-Woo's voice. She frowned deeply when the guy asked her if she really worked for the International Association. He asked her to tell him what they wanted since they didn't just start all this for nothing. The brunette bowed his head and allowed her to remain silent. Minho started screaming when the guy used the blood screw skill. The protagonist decided to see who would speak faster, the opponent or Chloe. The blonde looked down when the gentleman decided to continue since she was silent. A floating crystal appeared in his head when he assumed that someone was arbitrarily manipulating the dungeon using the Dimension Stone. He believes that this someone is the International Association or someone associated with it, after which he asked her if they were doing this because of the dislike in the Korean Association. The brunette's eyes sparkled when he admitted that he was thinking about what they wanted from them. He said that only one came to mind. The guys watched the girl when the gentleman suggested that they needed a time stone. Hearing this, Chloe noticed that he had a rich imagination. He remembered how he had items from the storage in his hands and told her that they could not be transferred between branches. At that moment, he remembered that you can take something from there by force or by capturing the desired branch. After which he clarified with her whether they chose the second, because he thinks that in the first case they can be exposed. The gentleman frowned deeply and told her that he came to this. He knows that they opened the dungeon and tried to destroy as many enemy hunters as possible. Chloe tilted her head when the guy asked her if this was their plan. Her eyes widened when she heard a scream. Minho started bleeding. Jun-woo demanded that they open the underwater dungeon nicely. Hearing this, the girl admitted that she did not understand what he was talking about. After that, the guy realized that they did not fully understand the situation. Minho bared his teeth when the gentleman asked Chloe if she thought that he would not turn them in. A bead of sweat began to flow down the heroine's face. The protagonist promised that he would not do anything if they opened the dungeon. The brunette's eyes sparkled when he warned her that he would personally find them in 10 minutes. Chloe placed her hands on the table. She bared her teeth when she realized that Minho had fallen into Jun-woo's clutches. An image of a man appeared in her mind. She realized that if the guy said anything about PB Corporation's involvement, the CEO would rip their heads off. The blonde looked back at the assistant and demanded that he open the door. She turned her head sharply and asked him if he was deaf. Chloe demanded that he activate the spatial stone. The girl turned around. She asked the assistants to immediately inform the coordination squad that the main target was Jun-woo and all his close associates. Chloe, baring her teeth, demanded that they activate the jammer so that no one could determine the location. She also asked them to throw away the SIM cards and reset all the data. Meanwhile, a bright light emanated from the warehouse. The protagonist raised his head and told Soo-young what happened. He asked the director to send B-rank hunters to the place he sent a photo of. Someone started scratching the table with their nails and asked him if he understood who he was dealing with. Minho smiled ominously when he told the gentleman that now not only he but also everyone around him would be killed. Hearing this, the guy realized that he had hit the mark because even in this situation, the enemy was protecting them. He grabbed his hair and reminded him that he had killed Yul, after which he promised to finish what the gray-haired hunter had started. The guy's face turned into a skeleton. The protagonist frowned deeply. A pillar of light rose into the sky. Everything around was covered in fog. Jun-woo tried to stay on his feet. He remembered the Hunters of Tima images of cleaners appeared in his head. The gentleman imagined an angry Lee. A system notification appeared about the activation of the passive skill Soul Sacrifice. A screen appeared in front of the guy. He made a dissatisfied face when he realized that he was in a protective circle. An information window appeared, informing that the caster was Yul. The brunette tilted his head and remembered his partner's name. A moment from the past appeared in his mind when he realized that he was indebted to Yul. He looked back as he realized that Minho had already fled like a rat. Jun-woo turned around and decided that he would meet the guy again, even though he had run away. He definitely wanted to take revenge on him. A notification about the unique skill level Orchestrated Awakening appeared. The brunette swung her weapon. She approached the snake. A drop of sweat ran down her cheek. The creature's eyes sparkled when she realized that she did not have enough power. Menju realized that she had used too many awakening skills. The snake hit her in the face. The girl fell to the ground from the attack. Debris flew in all directions. Seok Hyun became very angry and called out the leader by name. The brunette grabbed the handle of the weapon. The man looked back at the guys and realized that it was impossible for 3 of them to defeat the red level boss. He frowned deeply when he remembered that in such a situation, there was no room for doubt. Meanwhile, the snake opened its mouth. The guy realized that they were not in the best place to fight. Seeing how drool was dripping from the creature's mouth, the hunter remembered that they had almost no information about the boss. He thinks that maybe they managed to cope, being in better shape. The guys looked up. They realized that they were in a hopeless situation. Someone asked to give him 5 seconds. The heroine frowned deeply and addressed the leader by name. Minju asked that they try to immobilize him for 5 seconds. The guys looked back at her when she admitted that she would use her remaining strength for the last attack. She said that she could miss if the monster moved even a little. Hearing this, Seok Hyun decided to give it a try, as this could be the last attack. The brunette's eyes sparkled as she promised that everything would be fine. She believed that this was the end. The iron creature began to aim when the man realized that the teacher and his student were 2 madmen. The snake wrapped its body around the golem. Ninju grabbed the weapon and realized that she could barely even hold the sword. But despite this, she knew that she had to finish this. The creature bit through the enemy's flesh. Someone aimed at the monster's eye. The girl grabbed the rifle tightly. A bright light pierced the creature's body. Seok Hyun stretched out his hands and loudly said for the leader to act right now. From their attacks, the snake's eye began to bleed. The monster screamed loudly. The stone golem began to split into pieces. Seok Hyun, lying on the ground, loudly said that they must win. A notification about the unique skill level Orchestrated Awakening appeared. Ninju attacked her opponent from behind. Upon seeing her, the snake opened its mouth. The girl began to tremble when she realized that she had to cope. She lowered the handle of the weapon and began to beg. The heroine lost consciousness. She flew head down and remembered her teacher. A moment of awakening appeared in her head when she realized that she continued to fight the way he taught her. She remembered how she stared at him. The brunette closed her eyes when she realized that the end had come. She realized that she wanted to show him an even stronger side. Meanwhile, a sword was pierced into the snake's head. The guy stretched out his hand and activated the skill superiority. The snake's body was torn into 2 parts. He hugged his partner and said that he was next to her. The night light illuminated the building. Someone said that a certain person had not been in touch for 2 hours. The man in the suit turned his head and asked menacingly how much longer they were proposing to wait. At that moment, the brunette asked whether Junwoo's management considered the board meeting a joke. The men felt uneasy when someone reminded them that they had a lot of work to do. Someone noticed that the guy everyone praised had gotten worse. Do-shik turned around menacingly when he apologized to those who entered and said that he had urgent business. The man does not understand how one can be late for a serious meeting. Seeing the brunette's wet clothes, Do-shik asked him why he was so wet. He said that he had to swim a little. The guy approached the elderly man, who asked him about the raid. He said that they were done because 3 people dealt with the boss. Everyone stared at Do-shik when the protagonist said that only Minju was hurt. He asked them not to worry because her wound was not serious. Hearing this, the brunette thought about how 3 people could kill the boss of a red-level dungeon. The gray-haired man bowed his head and suggested getting down to business. He asked him what Junwoo meant when he said there was a problem with the International Association. The brunette, looking at the gentleman intently, said that during this operation, his subordinates were attacked by it. The directors were very surprised when the protagonist said that a hostile merger was attempted against the Korean Association without their consent. The leaders appeared in his head when he said that there was another organization related to the International Association. He admitted that it was difficult for him to go into details at this stage. The guy frowned deeply when he said that their attack had failed. After that, he said that they would make another attempt. The man grabbed his chin and clarified with him whether it was really an international association. Junwoo admitted to him that he had no evidence. Hearing this, the old man realized that he was only guessing. The protagonist turned his head and said that even so, they should not remain idle. He believes that they need to prepare properly. At this point, the bearded man said that in the current situation, they do not have the conditions to keep the International Association under control. Images of hunters appeared in the protagonist's mind. He understands that cooperation with guilds will not help them in any way. The guy remembered the items and realized that they have already become the target of the internationalists. He believes that the attacks will continue as long as they have the time stone. Junwoo bared his teeth and realized that he cannot let others suffer, knowing the whole truth. He decided that they need to fight back, because now they know their target. The protagonist bowed his head and suggested gathering enough forces to respond to future attacks. He said that now they need to expand and recruit new personnel. The man with an eye patch looked back at him and reminded him that their association is the largest. He asked the guy what he was suggesting to do. The brunette, leaning his hands on the table, suggested going beyond the country. He admitted that he wanted to buy another independent association and make it his branch. The dark-haired director frowned deeply and said that for an independent association, having branches abroad was a clear provocation against internationalists. He believed that at this rate, they would definitely make it their enemy. The man abruptly stood up from his chair and said that he was against it. The man sitting next to him said that the International Association would not stand idle while they began to buy other independent communities. The older man grabbed his chin when the guy asked if they thought that internationalists had really attacked them, after which he said that they could not take such a step. The bearded man closed his eyes. He agreed with the directors that their risk was too great, because the main character, relying on suspicions, wanted to turn the International Association into an enemy. At that moment, he assumed that they might face a backlash once they went outside the country. He looked back at Junwoo and realized that he himself knew it very well. The man asked him if he had a reason to suggest such a thing. Hearing this, the guy gave him a positive answer. The old man smiled slightly. The directors looked at the gentleman in confusion when he allowed the protagonist to act. The man said that he would be responsible for this. The brunette frowned deeply and sternly informed the director that he could not close the topic so easily. The bearded man, looking closely at the others, admitted that he did not like those guys from the beginning. He said that this was why the Korean Association was created independently of them, after which he asked them if they would forgive them, knowing that their own people almost died because of them. The protagonist bowed his head when the man allowed him to do as he knew. He asked him to show them what would happen if they threatened them. The brunette grimaced and admitted that he wanted to continue this, but reminded them of the agreement. The men became worried when the protagonist suggested that the leader entrust this matter to someone else. The older man smiled and asked that no one worry. He said that he had prepared for this. The man showed the notice of appointment of personnel. He said that he made an exception for the guy, although this is unacceptable. Junwoo bit his lip when the leader said that he was with them for another 30 days. The building was illuminated by sunlight. Jinho smiled slightly and admitted that during the last raid he always thought that his end had come. The brunette said that he could have really died if the leader Minju and Junwoo had not helped him. Hearing this, his partner told him that the protagonist was leaving his post. A guy, whom they recognized as the leader, began to approach the guys. Seeing him, Jinghoon wished him a good morning. The gentleman bared his teeth and wished them a good morning in an ominous manner. Seeing the male lead's intimidating aura, the brunette guessed that he was in a bad mood. Jinho asked him if they had done something wrong. The guy threw his leg up. He made a dissatisfied face when he remembered the chairman. At that moment, he wondered how much longer the man was going to keep him since he had postponed his dismissal for a whole month. He remembered how the old man had asked him to help with the current task. After that, he wondered if he could have entrusted this matter to someone else. Images of his partners appeared in his mind when he realized that he had to take revenge on the International Association. In addition to the fact that these people could be responsible for his death before the regression, they made him very angry. He remembered the angry blonde and realized that it would be difficult for him to expose the bastards who would still sit in the management positions. And Junwoo also understands that this time their plan failed because they failed to get the time stone. He imagined a hurricane and realized that they would come for him again soon. A moment appeared in his head when someone tried to kill him. He hopes that he will be able to meet the one who gave him a bullet in the head. The protagonist grabbed his face. He understands that the internationalists tried to kill about 50 more hunters in order to take over the association. The brunette bowed his head and realized that he could not be their only target. He understands that the rest will be in danger if he continues to work with them. The guy immersed himself in his thoughts and realized that in the worst case, someone could die. The protagonist was sitting at the table. He leaned on his hand and realized that he was worried about people he did not care about. Someone moved his chair. The brunette went to the window and decided that after completing the task, he would leave the association and work alone. He thought that the chairman also understood this because he allowed him to leave immediately after completing the task. Someone started knocking on the door and calling out to the manager. Junwoo wondered why he needed this business trip at the end of the year. Suji looked out of the door and told him that she brought documents about an independent association to Vietnam. Hearing this, the gentleman thanked her. She approached the manager and asked him when he was leaving. The brunette replied that he was leaving this week. Hearing this, the girl promised to book a plane ticket tomorrow or the day after which she asked him if he would fly one. The guy grabbed his chin and warned her that he would tell her about it later. He looked back at the assistant, who told him that the Minju director had regained consciousness. She asked him if he was sure that he didn't want to visit her. At that moment, he said menacingly that he was sure of it. Hearing this, the brunette reminded him that she almost died. Suji looked at the director with displeasure. He turned his head and asked her not to look at him like that. After which he admitted that he had already visited her. There was a note from the protagonist on the document. The girl smiled slightly. She looked back when someone asked her if she was okay. The guys were trying to enter through the door. The partner demanded that they go into the ward instead of crowding at the door. At that moment, Seok Hyun noticed that their savior was okay. Yaobin sat down on the hospital bed when the manager assumed that they were all busy because of the underwater dungeon. The girl told her that they dropped by to see her for a while. After that, she said that she was planning to go on vacation after they finished with the dungeon business tomorrow or the day after. She put her hand behind her head and advised Minju to rest, because the main character had gotten on her nerves these days. Yaobin assumed that he would call her even during her vacation. Soyeon sighed heavily and told her that the manager had also had a hard time these days. Interrupting her, the brunette advised her to rest more because the girl needed to recover from that battle. Seok Hyun smiled slightly and asked the mentor if she really had a rank. He asked her if it was a mistake, because they say she was closer to S. At that moment, Jai-woo assumed that the leader would have managed if she hadn't been exhausted. Minju raised her head when someone reminded her that Junwoo had suddenly finished everything. He thought that the girl had managed almost everything. Seok Hyun frowned when he assumed that an entrance had opened in the middle of the battle. He admitted that he had heard from the support squad about the battle with the boss, after which the gentleman had immediately appeared. The guy remembered how the main character carried the leader in his arms and told her that he had asked him whose order that was. He admitted that he had given the brunette away. A moment appeared in his mind as Junwoo stared at Minju. He reported that the gentleman had said only one word. Seok Hyun remembered the smiling manager who had praised the girl. The brunette blushed with embarrassment. She began to shake her head when Sang Hyuk asked her why she was blushing so much. Suji came into the room and asked the lady how she was feeling. Hearing this, she thanked her and said that she was fine. The assistant took out an envelope from her pocket. She admitted that she was embarrassed to tell Minju such a thing in the hospital. The brunette was upset when the girl told her that Junwoo was going on a business trip abroad the day after tomorrow and asked her to tell her something. The heroine frowned deeply when Suji said that this business trip was very important to him. The woman took out an envelope and told her that the gentleman was taking not only Minju with him. The other guys were wary. The heroine gave someone an envelope. Yaobin was chewing a banana when the girl asked her to pack her things for the flight. The fruit fell out of the hunter's hands. Her facial muscles tensed up. The whole hospital could hear her calling the main character names. 2 days later, the Incheon airport was full of people. Someone reminded them that it was time to go. The guy adjusted his glasses. Yaobin frowned deeply. The gentleman put glasses on her and asked her to make her face simpler. Junwoo picked the girl up and realized that opening a branch in another country was the best solution in the current situation. He understands that they should prepare and find as many allies as possible in order to fight the International Association. The brunette frowned deeply and decided that they need to go abroad as well. He realizes that this plan has one flaw. The guy remembered how Lee raised her finger up and realized that he wanted to expand under the name of the Korean Association. She asked him if he had decided to take over the management of independent organizations. The brunette grabbed the mug and gave her a positive answer. The girl believes that in the best case, such a move will not only help them maintain an international association, but will also allow them to create their own. The gentleman made a dissatisfied face when the director said that everyone would be fired if they failed. She admitted that she liked all of this because it was in the style of the main character. Hearing this, Junwoo advised her to look for a new job since she could not even dream of a 13th salary. The heroine smiled broadly. She told him that he would take responsibility if she was fired. The girl felt awkward when she asked the gentleman to make his face simpler because she was joking. She raised her head and asked him where their first branch would be. The main character turned to her and said that he would first open in Vietnam. Lee smiled broadly and reminded him that they had recently created an association. She thought they were a great option since they hadn't fully set up their work yet. The gentleman bowed his head and said that they had one problem. He looked seriously at the director and said that their budget was not in the best condition. The guy realized that their treasury was almost empty due to the last raid and support for research on the time stone. The girl suddenly stood up from her chair and sternly asked him why he was only telling her about this now. He believed that what was supposed to happen would happen. Meanwhile, the guys were dragging their suitcases. The protagonist thought that they needed to try first, despite the fact that he was leaving the company after this mission. At that moment, he decided that he would do everything in his power. There was a plane on the runway. Junwoo thought that he shouldn't worry about the budget since he had other tasks. Yaobin yawned widely. The guy looked at her with displeasure and said that she should have slept since she was so tired. The girl felt uneasy when she asked the manager why he kept looking at the documents. She thought that there would be nothing new there. Hearing this, the gentleman said that even small details should be taken into account. The huntress turned her head when Junwoo admitted that he could not miss anything, otherwise he would have to return empty-handed. She asked him what he was looking for. Minju stared out the window, while the gentleman admitted that he himself did not know yet. He said that at least a small investment would help them. Hearing this, Yaobin asked him what the difficulty was. The brunette looked to the side. The heroine asked the gentleman if the task force and support would not be enough for them since they did not have many hunters. At that moment, the gentleman said that this was the whole difficulty. The guy bowed his head and said that the Vietnam Association does not have a support squad. Remembering this, the girl hit her palm with her fist. She sighed heavily when Junwoo suggested that they do not have any conditions to create such a squad. But at the same time, he believes that each country has its own priorities. Hearing this, Yaobin thought that it was difficult for hunters to work in such conditions, after which she realized that they would spend too much if they provided them with a support squad. Seeing the protagonist turn his head, the girl asked him why he was staring at her like that. He remembered that she was the squad leader. The heroine frowned deeply. She folded her arms contentedly. The plane flew in the sky. The protagonist realized that the Vietnam Association was much poorer than he thought. After which he said that a couple of ideas just came to his mind. At this moment, he suggested that they decide the rest on the spot. The guy extended his hand and asked the guys if they were members of the Korean Association. He introduced himself to them and said that he was the head of the coordination squad. The protagonist shook his hand and introduced himself as the head of the operational headquarters in Korean. He noticed that Hyun spoke Korean fluently. Hearing this, the blonde gentleman offered to send him to the headquarters. They went in 2 black cars. Hyun said that the road would not take them long. The brunette turned his head when the leader from the Vietnam Association suggested that they take a nap. He promised to wake them up when they arrived. At this point, Junwoo admitted that he wanted to look around while they were driving. He made a dissatisfied face. They passed by an above-ground parking lot when the guy suggested that a war had begun. All the buildings were in a destroyed state because entire villages were devastated. Chaos ensued on the streets of the city. The protagonist realized that Unalike was not even tried to be restored, unlike the central cities. Hyun smiled widely and admitted that this was why he advised him to sleep. He said that they did not want to show this to the guests who came from abroad with a business proposal. Junwoo frowned deeply and asked what happened. The guy, driving the car, said that it happened 50 years ago when Kalo first appeared. The gentleman asked him what it was. Hearing this, Hyun said that in Vietnam, this was what they used to call dungeons. He remembered the flying monsters when he said that on the day the comet collided with the Earth, another dimension was revealed to them. The guy believes that this is when chaos reigned in the world, after which he said that at that time, they did not know anything about abilities and dimensions. He imagined the city being enveloped by the creatures. At that moment, he reported that their first response was a little late, while other countries were quickly destroying those monsters. The protagonist tilted his head and asked him if they had people with special skills. Hyun said that they could not find them in time, because more than half of Vietnam's territory is covered by mountains. Jun-woo, looking ahead, admitted that he understood them. He said that it was difficult for them to organize their work, because Korean was in similar conditions. Hyun smiled ominously when he asked if they had a better developed information industry. The brunette frowned deeply when he realized that the leader was right. He believes that they were able to build the infrastructure relatively quickly due to the fact that they could determine the location of the dungeons, after which he realized that they quickly got to the place. Cars drove through the destroyed city. He understands that these two criteria allow him to judge how well the dungeon destruction system works. At that moment, he realized that the Korean Association was lucky, because they were able to deal with these 2 points at an early stage of work. Then he remembered Hyun's words and realized that they did not cope with this right away. The gray-haired guy firmly grabbed the steering wheel and said that now nothing has changed much. He said that they have not yet dealt with the damage caused half a century ago, although dungeons are still continuing to appear. A scheme appeared in his head when he said that they first have to wait for the road to be restored if a dungeon appeared in the mountains. He knows that at this time, monsters come out from there and start to riot. The protagonist folded his arms in displeasure and asked him if it would be better for them to sell their branch to the International Association in such a situation. The head of the Vietnam organization asked him about this proposal. Hearing this, the brunette asked him if they shouldn't have at least asked for support from the nearby associations. Hyun tightened his grip on the steering wheel and told him that about a year ago, a red-tier dungeon appeared on the slope of Puserion Mountain. The portal that appeared then appeared in his head when he reported that at that time, 36 hunters from the task force were trapped in the boss room. He remembered how worried he was and admitted that they simply couldn't carry out the rescue operation on their own. Remembering himself around the dead bodies, he told him that at that time, he asked for support not only from the International Association, but also from the nearby neighboring ones. He reported that no one helped them, which is why all of his partners died. A smile appeared on his face when he said that Korean also did not respond to their call for help. Jun-woo frowned and realized that he knew about this before the regression happened. He remembered how the chairman had offered him to organize a rescue operation, but he had flatly refused since there was no benefit to him from it. Images of smiling men appeared in his head when he remembered that Mincheol and Sooyoung had also refused it. Hyun smiled widely and admitted that he was still happy about something. The guy began to glow when he told them that they had someone who was ready to take over the management of their associations. The girls lay down on the gentleman. He decided to take a nap too, since he became their pillow. It was night outside when Hyun told them to wake up, since they had arrived at the place. The main character opened one eye. They were surrounded on all sides. The brunette asked the guys if they had kidnapped them. Then he clarified who could have dared to do this to him. Seeing how an armed guy approached them, Yaobin realized that it was true. Jun-woo made a displeased face when the brunette asked him what they should do. The heroine said that she would break all their arms when she got out. Hearing this, the main character suggested trying to solve the problem with words. People approached the guys when Min-ju admitted that they did not seem like bad people to her back then in the car. She believes that they will engage in a dialogue with them. At this point, Yaobin suggested killing them after the conversation. Hearing this, the leader menacingly said that they would only talk to them. The girl believes that they can only discuss how exactly they will kill them. He asked her if they wanted to talk with them over a cup of coffee. Someone approached the gentleman when he said that he just wanted to discuss something with them. The tied-up guy bowed his head and asked Hyun what he needed. He asked him if they were going to take revenge because of what happened a year ago. Upon hearing this, the leader of their Vietnam association said that they just needed money. At this point, the brunette said that he would be happy to share with them if they found anything in his empty pockets. Hyun approached the protagonist and said that the Korean association definitely had money. Upon hearing this, the brunette asked him if they were going to hold them hostage and demand money, after which he said that this was already an international crime. The gray-haired guy pulled the trigger and admitted that they had no option. He said that they needed a lot of funds to continue raids. Jun-woo's eyes sparkled when he remembered that the guys needed to clear dungeons. Hyun bowed his head as the protagonist asked him if they were kidnapped for ransom. The enemy reminded them that they were critically lacking in information because their personnel was poorly equipped and the detection system was also malfunctioning. Yaobin looked back at the gentleman with displeasure, who admitted that he understood the difficult state of the Vietnam Association. He promised to provide them with all the help they needed if they officially joined them. Hyun raised his head and assumed that they just wanted to take them over. He told him that their association had already been disbanded. The protagonist frowned heavily when he asked him what he was talking about. He said that he had not seen such information in the latest reports. Hearing this, the guy said that this was done for the sake of government subsidies, although the association had already fallen apart. The brunette tilted his head when Hyun began to talk about an accident that happened a year ago. Turning away from his interlocutor, the guy told him that their association, which was already going through hard times, had come to an end. He said that they sold the branch to an international association because they could not do anything. Hyun frowned heavily when he said that they were not allowed to do this. He knows that they will not be given subsidies if they sell the branch to internationalists. After that, he said that many employees had quit back then, which is why they had come to this situation. Hyun leaned towards the protagonist and told him that the Vietnam Association currently only existed for the purpose of gaining support from their superiors. He admitted that they needed to clear dungeons without any sponsorship. Jun-woo let out a heavy sigh and realized that the deal would not be easy as he thought. He did not expect to see an association that only existed on paper. Yalvin frowned deeply when the guy realized that it was even better this way. He smiled ominously as he decided that it was better for him to start from scratch rather than having a complicated negotiation with a lot of conditions. He then realized that there was no need to spend money since there was no association to purchase. Hyun's eyes widened when the protagonist suggested that they recreate the Vietnam branch. He raised his head and said that he would do so if it was organized like the Korean branch. He then informed him that they would not have another chance. Hyun put a gun to his forehead and demanded that he call his bosses. He threatened him that otherwise he would make a hole in his forehead. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Korean Association, someone asked the chairman if he was sure about the overseas branches. Then he admitted that he was worried about it because the first target was Vietnam. A drop of sweat ran down Du Shik's cheek when he reminded him of what happened a year ago. He thinks that they could have chosen another association with which they have a good relationship. The man, closing his eye, admitted that if it fails, something irreparable may happen. He said that he does not want to be unemployed a month after returning. The man grabbed the phone and told his partner that he saw this number for the first time. The representative was very surprised by what he heard. He abruptly jumped up from the table when he asked someone about what they did there. The gray-haired man slammed the table. Du Shik asked him what happened. The guy sweated and told him that they had Jun-woo. Hearing this, the man assumed that it was a voice cyber attack. Du Shik raised his finger when the chairman said that they were demanding money for kidnapping Jun-woo. The man advised him not to fall for this. Chloe stood in front of her superiors, and the girl in the white suit began to talk about what this meant. She scared her subordinate and asked if the manager in the Seoul branch was really able to reveal them, after which she began to apologize. But then her shoulder was shot. The man with the Italian mustache looked at this and meaningfully said nothing. The man with the Japanese beard also looked menacingly and meaningfully said nothing. The blue-eyed woman received a painful shock and was anxious. She fell to her knees trembling and holding her hand without closing her eyes. After the short-haired one stood up, and the boss said that she was counting on her and entrusted the task and then asked how she planned to sort it out. The woman in white put a loaded finger in front of herself and with a predatory look said that most of all she hates people who undermine her trust, and then asked if she didn't care about it, and then repeated her apology. Chloe looked down, breathing heavily. At that moment, she propped her head up with her hand and said with predatory eyes that they had failed to obtain the time stone again. Then she imagined the hand grabbing the association building and the stone, and thought that the takeover that had been legally organized had ultimately been stopped by the cleaner, and Minho, the best official hunter, had been defeated. The woman imagined the hero punching the sly man in the face and thought that as a result, even their organization had become known. Then the blonde's head flashed to the Secretary General standing by the window and admiring the city, and she thought that if he found out about this, she looked menacingly at the Director General, who was showing her several screens, and said that they had already made a mess of things, and that they would need to clean it up, and then asked him about what to do next, to which he said that the cleaner had exposed them. The protagonist's image was on the screen, and he continued by saying that he thought that he needed to be dealt with first, and then asked how a person who had failed could go unpunished. The red-eyed woman cast an aggressive, cold glance and repeated the man's question. The director, frowning, said that he himself regretted that they had entrusted her with this matter, since status was not an indicator of professionalism. The girl in white lowered her smoking hand and asked if she could entrust the matter to Mark. He looked calmly and said that it was so. Then the angry woman lowered her gaze and told them to stop, since now was not the time for such things, and if they acted, they would attract even more attention to themselves. The man with the Italian mustache narrowed one eye, and she continued by saying that they were lucky that he did not have reliable information about them, and now it was time to lie low. The blue-eyed girl looked down with concern, and she kept saying that they would return to the time stone later, because in such a situation it was not worth being conspicuous. The man with the tied beard continued to look calmly, and she kept saying that they should postpone their plans regarding the storage and engage in an independent association. After that, the red-eyed girl folded her hands and, drawing her eyebrows together, said that then they would finish for today. A little time passed, the office was empty, and the girl in white said that all the bad things that happened were because of one dog meat lover. Then she smiled sarcastically, her pupils narrowed greatly, and the girl said that she would have to destroy all the cleaners. The gray-haired old man slammed his hand on the table, alarming the bearded man, and first cursed, and then asked if they decided that they could arrange fishing, and then said that he would beat them. The hero's team sat with a stone face, and the robber got lost in space and turned on the turn signals, asked to listen, and said that they had Junwoo here. He stood surrounded by his comrades with the same stupid face and tried to shout to the interlocutors, and then mentioned that he had disconnected. The dark-haired guy looked at them menacingly and asked if it was possible that they had caught the wrong one, to which the silver-haired guy said that the hero himself had named his position. The team members surrounded him, confusing him even more. The guy with light blue hair asked if it was okay to do this to their employees. The fair-haired guy asked what they would do next. The black-haired guy asked if they really didn't care that they were kidnapped, and his last comrade asked if it was possible that the Koreans thought they could intimidate them this way. The man in the bandage nervously chewed his finger, imagining the kidnapped and the old man, and thought that it looked like they weren't worried at all. And dozens of hunters were pointing guns at them, and they were chatting calmly, and besides, the chairman didn't care at all that the head of the headquarters was missing. Then the realization came to him. He gritted his teeth and thought about whether this really happened, and then cursed at the Koreans. The guy looked at the tied-up ones with a normal face and said that he would kill them all. He looked at them with alarm and said that their leadership ignored their request for help, and then asked if they really sent these fools to carry out the merger of the associations. It seemed to him that they were in a panic and thought that this was true, because otherwise it would not make sense. And these guys were too young to understand the situation they found themselves in, and such fools were definitely of no value to the chairman. In fact, the hero and his team were bored and kept silent, and the redhead yawned. The black-haired man asked what to do next, because if their boss continued to not react, then the kidnapping was pointless. The head of the kidnappers walked away holding a phone in his hand and said that first the hostages needed to be taken to the lair, and the gentleman called him. While his subordinates were carrying the protagonist's team away, he said into the phone that he was listening. The man was reading adult magazines and said that he had heard that a yellow-level dungeon had appeared in the south. The balding man looked at the pictures in the magazine and said that it smelled like big money, so they needed to start the arrest right away. The guy in the bandage stood straight and, being depressed, said that the work in the green-level dungeon in the ravine had been abandoned, and the monsters were about to break out. The boss asked him if he had gone deaf, to which the silver-haired man said that it was unreasonable to start clearing the yellow-level dungeon now, especially because of the profit. He was still standing with the phone and was angry, and Viet was shouting and saying that the employee was stupid and their job was to make money, and they needed to go on a raid right now, and if they didn't have enough strength to deal with this task, then they would have to sacrifice their lives. The almost bald man sighed irritably through his teeth and ordered them to stop chatting, and urged them to get down to business, and if they died, then he himself would somehow figure it out. The silver-haired man looked at the moon and insulted him. Afterwards, he imagined a multitude of armed men and thought that they currently only had 2 task forces and that there weren't many people in them. The guy imagined cleaners next to a man and thought that there was only 1 member in the control force and 3 in the cleaning force. He didn't change his position and thought that if he thought sensibly, even a green-level dungeon wouldn't be easy for them with such a composition, and to raid a yellow one. Afterwards, it seemed to him that he was standing in a pile of corpses and assumed that it was comparable to voluntarily going to the chopping block. The upset leader called out to his guys and surprised them by changing their plans, and Viet ordered them to go to the yellow dungeon, and they immediately asked what he meant. They looked at him with wild alarm, and the black-haired man said that with their budget they wouldn't even be able to afford protective equipment, and the second one said that they would be killed at the entrance. The blonde guy clenched his fists and said that they had already abandoned more than 100 dungeons, and their superiors only cared about themselves, because they didn't even have people, to which the leader with lost eyes said that this was exactly so, but if not them. Then he confidently looked over his shoulder and asked who would take care of this matter in that case, and then said that if they refused, then Vietnam would be over. There was a long illuminated tunnel in front of them, and he continued by saying that they should receive a ransom. There was a small stand in the dust, and the hero asked if it was worth looking for another association. Next to him on the floor lay a redhead and said that they had no reason to tolerate such shit, to which he said that this was not so, and they could not back down, and then asked her what she thought, why he chose this country, to which she asked who would know. Then he looked at her and said that Malaysia, Cambodia, Singapore, and Thailand, all the surrounding countries, are part of the International Association, and among them Vietnam is the only independent one, and she said that it is difficult to even call them an association. Afterwards, he imagined a high-rise building and a crossed-out plane with a ship and said that, as is known, international branches transfer a certain percentage of profits and artifacts to the headquarters, but they cannot be sent by airmail because the plane may malfunction due to energy waves. The redhead looked at him with displeasure and said that she also started with an international association, to which he said that in any case, branches in Southeast Asia have no choice but to use land routes to transport goods and the only available route is through northern Vietnam. Afterwards, he imagined a world map with a highlighted country and said that the local association could not take advantage of this advantage because they are much weaker than other associations due to the situation in the country. The man with a scar on the bridge of his nose looked sadly to the side and said that he intended to solve this problem, and for this they need to open a branch here, and she immediately understood what he was going to do. The hero looked to the side, imagining the paths, and said that this was so, and all the items and jewelry from Southeast Asia would be collected in Vietnam, and then said that this country would become the largest center of Asia. The redhead looked at him with her brows drawn together, and said that in any case this was not enough, and then asked if the International Association would allow this. The green-eyed man looked at her and said that this was his first goal, which was to create funds to control international associations. A guy with a bandage on his head approached them and ordered them to call their bosses again. Then he grabbed the protagonist by the collar and menacingly said that if they couldn't come to an agreement, he would kill them, and if he didn't want to get a bullet in the forehead, he should get the money. He looked at him with his brows drawn together and asked what was going on. The yellow-eyed woman watched this from the side with alarm, and the kidnapper said that apparently they didn't fully understand the situation. She looked at them and learned that he was using only anger and misophobia, and the man with the bandage said that if he continued in the same spirit, they would be finished. The long-haired girl looked anxiously at the man in the red jacket and said that they would do it, but they needed to let them go, to which he said that there was someone reasonable among them and asked her to explain this to her friend. Two worried guys came running and the black-haired one, squeezing his hand, said that they had problems, and the silver-haired one said that in the green-level dungeon where they had suspended the raid. Then he imagined a multitude of scorpion monsters on fire and said that monsters had broken out from there and half an hour ago they had been discovered in the gorge, and they were heading towards residential buildings. The leader was immediately dumbfounded and said that he refused to believe it, thinking that what he was so afraid of had happened and now they were definitely finished. The protagonist stood up and asked if they needed help. He became even more impudent and said that he had heard that they didn't have enough hunters in the task force and that they wouldn't be able to deal with the escaped monsters at this rate, and then asked if he was telling the truth because they couldn't even evacuate civilians. The man with the bandage looked at him menacingly and asked if he had decided to do him a favor, and then said that he just wanted to do his dirty work, but it seemed they couldn't come to an agreement. Then he headed for the exit and told them to sit quietly because he would deal with everything himself in return for the ransom. The hero turned to his subordinates and calmly lowered his eyes and asked what they thought, and the redhead, with her eyebrows drawn together, said that it would be impossible to defeat the escaped monsters with so many people, and the dark-haired one said that she thought it wouldn't be easy because their equipment looked old. After the girls looked at the protagonist and he said that this was the whole difficulty, Minju asked what he meant and he said that if they were killed, he would have to assemble a task force from scratch and they would have to take care of everything. There was silence among the clouds of smoke. The ropes were torn and Junwoo said that there was no need to even think about it. They pulled out their weapons and he ordered them to move forward because tightening it would be a bad idea. The building was on fire. Residents ran out into the streets and anxiously called Eddie. A small white dog barked near a child buried in the rubble of the building. A task force in red uniforms arrived at the scene and their leader ordered the second squad to start rescuing people, and then said that they did not have enough hands and would have to ask for help from civilians, and he and the first squad would search for the escaped monster. Feet and boots were visible against the background of ashes. Afterwards, the man with the bandage looked around and asked what the sound was and suggested that it might be a monster. The black-haired man held the device in his hand and said with concern that the detector was not responding, and the leader said that he had a strange feeling. A huge scorpion burst out of the ground and screamed loudly. The silver-haired guy frowned in alarm and mentioned that it was a monster scorpion and everyone needed to take their positions and not crowd, but spread out around it, and then ordered to go on the attack and hit with full force. The monster covered itself with its claws from the shots. The leader encouraged his subordinates and the blue-haired man holding a rifle in his hand said that they would hardly cope, because with their equipment they would have a hard time, and he told him that they needed to shoot and not waste time talking. The insect's eyes glowed yellow and clouds of dust covered it, and then someone said loudly that it was trying to go underground, and the silver-haired man loudly ordered to continue the attack, because they couldn't let it go, and if they let this monster go, it would be able to hide for a long time. The guys in red clothes were dumbfounded and meaningfully kept silent, lowering their weapons. The fair-haired man looked at the leader with alarm and said that they couldn't cope because they needed to retreat and unite with the second squad, to which he said that this was not so and they couldn't because a lot could happen during this time. After that, the subordinate got furious and, knitting his eyebrows, asked if he was suggesting that they die here and then said even louder that they should live because otherwise there would be no one to deal with the dungeons. Afterwards, he leaned forward a little and called out loudly once more, and the dejected Huon thought that if they left when the lives of ordinary citizens were in danger, it would only prove their incompetence. Afterwards, he recalled all the events of the recent past, how they saw the gate, how the chief knitted his brows and said nasty things to them, and how an ordinary family gathered to thank him, and how a little boy enthusiastically said that when he grew up, he would also become a hunter. He looked into the void in front of him and said that if they retreated, this country would not even have a hope, and then said that they would fight to the last. The guy tightly clutched the sword in his hand and said that they would die, but they would not retreat and they had no choice. The members of his team lowered their eyes in shame and meaningfully remained silent. They pressed their backs to each other, and the chief said that everyone should be ready because there was no information about when he would appear again. The monster crawled out from under the sand and the leader ordered everyone to get ready because they couldn't give up and they had to stop this bastard. Then the monster disappeared again. The men started to lose their balance and the blonde one, frowning in alarm, mentioned that the ground under his feet was starting to shake and then said that he had a feeling that they were falling through. The floor started to collapse. Huon saw his comrades almost falling and grabbing the cliff and, trying to look neat, cursed. There was a scorpion behind them and they were screaming for help and their leader ordered them to hold on tight and not look down. Then he turned around and said that they had to help them, but the guys called out to him. The black-haired one turned around abruptly and the guy with the rifle shouted that the scorpion would appear soon and that they had to leave. The man with the bandage was in despair and refused to believe it and said that he was begging. His eyes were full of fear from the sight of the monster, and he begged anyone for help. The hero's team was rushing to help them. The protagonist carried the guys away, and the long-haired girl swung her sword, repelling the attack. The green-eyed man moved his hand away and began activating the skill. After that, he landed behind the main kidnapper, who asked him how he did it. The red-haired girl jumped high up holding two men by the collar, and while the scorpion was under her, she told them that they were safe. The man with the bandage on his head was dumbfounded and screamed. The omnipotent skill was activated, which pierced the monster's head. The kidnapping team was lying on the ground, and the hero asked them why they didn't retreat, and then asked if they decided to become heroes posthumously. The protagonist's team stood in pompous poses, and Junwoo condescendingly said that they themselves understood that they couldn't handle it, and then asked if they decided to bury everyone alive. Silver-haired lowered his head in alarm and asked what he was suggesting to do, because if they didn't take risks, there would be no one to destroy the monsters at all. Green-eyed looked at him calmly and asked if they relied on luck in deciding to fight the monster, and then said that it was either stupidity or naivety. He stood right in front of the kidnapper, who was kneeling and shaking, and asked if they should put human lives first, and then asked who they thought would do the cleanup if they all die. To which he asked if Junwoo thought he was completely stupid and didn't understand, and said that they didn't even have superpowers. The guy with the scar on his nose, like his team, stood calmly and said that this was no reason to take risks and demanded that they stop talking nonsense. Then he became more serious, introducing their unpleasant boss, and said that the real talentless one is a man with a bald spot who can't handle even the weakest monster, and then said that they have everything. They looked at him in shock, and he continued by saying that otherwise they would not be doing this and offered to look at what was happening, and then said that their task force was in bad shape and then asked if everything turned out this way because of whims. The guys immediately lowered their heads and almost cried. The hero looked at them and thought that now he understood why he did not accept help from the very beginning. Seeing the dejected Huon, he thought that it was not that the silver-haired did not believe him, but simply that they all despaired because of how things were in their association. The guy with the bandage began to clench his fist, and he continued his thought thinking that they had lost themselves. Scorpion appeared from under the ground again. While the protagonist calmly watched this, the leader of the kidnappers looked around and said that they needed to run, but Mick said that they needed to fight. The hero closed his eyes, stunning the second one, and said that if they attack the ground, it will crawl out, and then told them to hit the ground and asked not to make them repeat it twice. After that, the green-eyed man looked at him seriously and said that he thought that they should listen and do what he said. Huon anxiously shouted to the squad whether they heard and ordered them to attack. The men began shooting at the ground. The monster burst out of the sand and roared, and they asked if the scorpion had really grown up completely. The protagonist frowned and seriously said that such monsters have very high defense due to their hard shell, and simple blows for them are like a drop in the bucket for an elephant. His eyes became predatory and he said that if they continue to attack on the ground, it will crawl out completely and show its vulnerable spots. Silverhair put the blade aside while in a fighting stance, and the other continued and said that if you carefully think through the strategy, then this scoundrel can be easily defeated with poor equipment and a small team, and then said that when the creature's movements become sluggish, you need to aim for the head. The head of the kidnappers raised the blade, exhaling, but then he was hit on the head with a claw, and his teammates immediately called out to him. The monster's claw was covered in blood and had a bandage hanging on it. The rag flew away from the wind, and the monster and the hunter stood opposite each other. The swordsman began to prepare a blow with a skill and, knitting his eyebrows, shouted that there was very little left. He was able to use the wild dance skill and inflict many wounds on the scorpion. His team screamed loudly and called out to him in alarm. The protagonist and his team stood with stony faces and meaningfully remained silent. The sun appeared on the horizon. Hyun stood on the head of the slain monster and shook. Then he clenched his fist and, closing his eyes, shouted a question about whether there were any losses. His men stood in a row and answered in unison, saying that this was not so. Then the men in red jackets began to rejoice and shout that they had won. The hero stood next to his women and thought about how one could rejoice in a victory over almost the weakest monster. The yellow-eyed one said that it seemed that they had a long way to go, and the red-haired one, exhaling contemptuously, said that they wanted to make real hunters out of them. And the main one continued the thought and thought that it was difficult for him to understand this, but then he saw the kidnappers hugging and thought that since they were happy about this, then he approached them and said that they could celebrate later, and then asked if they were ready to listen to him. The green-eyed man smiled softly and asked what they thought about the proposal. The silver-haired man looked at him sternly, bleeding. Hyun looked at the protagonist with a serious expression. He asked Junwoo if he was sure, since it was almost like creating a guild from scratch. Junwoo said that he was ready for it. Besides, they should ask themselves this question. The protagonist frowned, looking at the group leader. Junwoo told Hyun that they might have to turn their back on their boss, who was holding them back, or maybe it was much worse, and he would start a war with them. The protagonist looked at the group leader with a confident look. He asked him if he was ready for this. Hyun lowered his head, looking sadly at the ground. The leader turned around, looking at the dead monster. The protagonist told Hyun that if in doubt, it was better to retreat, since there was no way back, and there was no need to whine later. Hyun narrowed his eyes, looking away. The leader looked at his comrades. The protagonist and his colleagues looked at Hyun expectantly. Hyun agreed with the protagonist. The leader frowned, and looked at the protagonist with a serious look. He said that he would trust him. Hyun widened his eyes, looking at him with bewilderment. The protagonist said that this would not do. The protagonist sighed dejectedly, looking at Hyun with narrowed eyes. Junwoo asked the guy that this is not how a person who needs help should talk, noting that this is a profitable offer not only for him, and thinks that he should be more polite. Hyun looked at the protagonist with embarrassment, baring his teeth. He asked the protagonist for help. The protagonist told Hyun that then, for starters, they will start by meeting with their leader. The squad leader looked at the protagonist in shock, spreading his arms. He asked that they should do this right now, to which the protagonist asked him if they shouldn't quickly resolve this situation. The sun was rising above the ground. Hyun said wearily that they had been fighting all night and maybe after a short rest. Junwoo told Hyun that they were weak. The bright sun was shining on the streets of the city. A couple of days later in the center of Hanoi, there was a beautiful clock on the wall, illuminated by the sun. The guys were sitting at the table, closing their eyes. Yaobin looked behind her furiously, frowning. She asked why they were making them wait. Minju agreed with Yaobin, adding that they did not follow basic etiquette. Yaobin said that they were important people. The protagonist looked at the table with an indifferent look. He thought that Viet was the general manager of the main political department of Vietnam, and he was also the head of the team organization of the Ministry of Defense and the person with real power in the armed forces. Junwoo thought he heard that Viet would soon become the Minister of Defense. The protagonist imagined the image of the scheming Viet. He thought that his influence in Vietnam was very great, and thought that Viet would be able to make a good living even if he handed over the association to them. The protagonist turned his attention to the direction where Viet appeared. Viet told the guys that he was very sorry and that he was a little late. Viet had a Vietnamese flag badge on his jacket. Viet said that he had a lot of work to do on construction work. The boss raised an eyebrow, looking at the guys with a sly smile. He said that he hoped that he had not caused inconvenience. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Viet with displeasure. He said that he had caused inconvenience because they had been waiting for him for quite a long time. Viet looked at the protagonist in shock, his eyes wide. Viet waved his finger at Hyun, looking menacingly at Junwoo. He said that the protagonist, Junwoo, was from the Korean Association, and he looked younger than he thought, asking him that he was new. Hyun pulled out a chair for Viet to sit at the table. Junwoo said that he was new to the staff. Viet said that he once asked for help, but they, the bastards, abandoned them. Hyun sat down in his seat next to the boss. Viet asked the protagonist what brought them there. The protagonist looked menacingly at the boss, frowning. He said that their association was planning to merge and acquire the Vietnamese one. The boss smiled widely, showing his teeth. He told the hunter that he probably didn't understand how difficult their situation was. The boss looked at the protagonist with a puzzled expression, his mouth slightly open. Jun-woo told Viet not to continue, noting that the Vietnamese association didn't actually exist, and he knew that it only existed on paper. Viet grinned angrily at Hyun and frowned. The hunter told the boss that he also knew that Hyun was taking all the sponsorship fees for himself. Viet thought that Hyun was a real bastard. Viet crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the protagonist with displeasure. He asked Jun-woo that he was going to use this to threaten him and take the association away. The protagonist picked up a large mug. He said that anything was possible. Jun-woo closed his eyes and began to bring the cup to himself. The hunter said that all he had to do was sign the merger and acquisition resolution, and anyway, his association was only formal, so it shouldn't be a problem. The protagonist added that he should sign the papers, and they would do all the work for him, and he would get 10 times the money. Viet's eyes widened in astonishment, looking at Jun-woo. He asked Jun-woo what 10 times was. The boss looked at the protagonist with a greedy smile. He asked that he would get the money in a lump sum, to which Jun-woo asked what he was talking about. Viet raised his eyebrows, imagining the bandnotes with a sparkle in his eyes. The protagonist told the boss that it would be every month. Jun-woo looked at Viet with a serious look. He said that if he just signed the documents, they would pay him that amount every month, and in fact, it was a lot more since he was going to pay him 50% of the revenue. The protagonist handed Viet a stack of papers. He said that they were materials about the project, including the development of branches, asking him to read them slowly. Viet took the papers, carefully studying them with a serious face. Viet sat in a chair with a daze, holding the papers in his hands. He smiled wickedly, raising his eyebrows. He said that he had not even thought of such a thing, noting the neighboring associations that could transport items through their country. The protagonist sighed heavily, while Viet looked at him with a smile. Viet said that he roughly understood their plan, and now that they revealed all the details to him, he could do it himself. Jun-woo asked Viet if he thought it was that simple. The protagonist closed his eyes, bringing the mug to his mouth. He said that in all of Vietnam, there was no one who could pull off such a thing. Viet looked at the protagonist with a wicked smile, raising his eyebrows. The boss asked the protagonist that he was going to restore the association and even pay them money every month, but on the condition that the branch would go to Seoul and whether he understood everything correctly. Viet, with a greedy face, brought his hand to his chin, wiping away his drool. He said that the conditions were not bad at all. The protagonist thought that it looked disgusting, and he should wipe away his drool and answer. The protagonist looked at the smiling Viet with a serious face. Viet asked that all that was required of him was a signature. The protagonist said that everything was correct, and he should just let their project be implemented. The boss said that it was even better this way, and he didn't need to worry about anything. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, looking at Viet. He said that only he would not receive anything from what they earned from the raids. The boss's eyes widened, looking at the protagonist in shock. Viet looked at Jun-woo in bewilderment, his mouth slightly open. Viet asked Jun-woo that the income from clearing dungeons shouldn't be shared. Jun-woo thought that he, a scoundrel, wasn't satisfied with what he had already offered him. The protagonist looked at the boss with a cold gaze. He said that in general, his complaint was understandable. But the question was who contributed more to the clearing, and it was logical that the one who risked his neck by climbing into the dungeon would get the money. The protagonist looked at Viet with a menacing gaze, exuding a red aura. He said that therefore, Viet would not be able to touch the income. Viet jumped up from the table, his mouth wide open, spitting saliva. He asked Jun-woo what he said. The protagonist looked at the boss with a frightening look. He said that he was not making this offer to please him, and that this was a deal, everyone should get something for themselves. The protagonist looked at Viet with narrowed eyes, lowering his eyebrows. Jun-woo said that if he wanted to maintain friendly relations, he had better agree to his terms. Jun-woo added that he should take what he was given. Viet looked at the protagonist with a furious look. Jun-woo told Viet that if he was greedy, he would lose both his money and allies. Viet smiled maliciously, baring his teeth. The boss exuded a purple aura, looking at the protagonist with a frightening gaze. He told Jun-woo that he was not in Korea. The boss's guards stood with menacing faces. Viet asked Jun-woo who he thought would lose more if he refused the deal. The protagonist looked at the boss with a displeased expression. He said that they were in the same situation. The guys sat at the table, waiting, looking at Viet. Viet lowered his gaze, smiling contentedly. He said that he had potential unlike the others, adding that he agreed and the profits from the raids were all theirs, warning him not to try to cheat him. Hyun pursed his lips, looking downcast. The guys sat at the table, talking to each other. Jun-woo told the boss that he would never do that. Viet picked up a pen and signed the papers. He handed the papers to Jun-woo, looking at him intently. The boss asked Jun-woo to tell him about the plan, asking him where he wanted to start. The protagonist closed his eyes, imagining cars driving on a broken road. Junwoo said that when he first came to Vietnam, he noticed that many areas lacked even basic infrastructure, and the biggest problem among them was information about the locations of dungeons and the lack of an accessible way to travel. The protagonist said that he would start with that. Viet rested his hands on the table, listening attentively to the protagonist. He asked him what was next. The protagonist looked at the boss with a relaxed expression. He said that he would create a cleaning squad. The bright rays of the sun were shining through the window. Yalbin asked the hunter how he was going to restore the infrastructure. The guys were standing by the window, looking at the city. Yalbin said that the only way to do it was to build a road, and that was expensive. The protagonist said that they saved some money and would use the money. Yalbin asked the protagonist how much. The red-haired girl looked out the window in shock, raising her eyebrows. The protagonist said the whole amount. Hyun's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the hunter. Junwoo said that of course it wouldn't be enough, so they would look for a sponsor or something. The protagonist told Hyun that he would trust them with this, adding that if he followed his example and insisted on his own, he would be able to attract quite a few investors. The protagonist looked at Hyun with a serious expression. He asked the leader that he wasn't sure. The leader lowered his gaze, looking slightly uncertain. He told the protagonist that he would do his best. The protagonist glanced at the leader with a slight smile. Junwoo stood by the window with a mug in his hand while the girls looked at him. The protagonist told Minju to contact the local task force and start cleaning up, and to come up with a strategy in her free time. Junwoo told Yalbin to find worthy people and finally open a cleaning department, since at least 10 teams were needed, and to conduct basic training. The hunter put the mug on the table. He said that as he had already said, Hyun would take on the investors, and he would take care of road construction. The guys went about their business with confident faces. The protagonist told the guys that it was time to get started. The guards bowed to the leader who entered the office. The guard asked the leader if they could trust the Koreans. Viet smiled sarcastically, narrowing his eyes slightly. The guard said that they had not responded to their plea for help earlier, so he was curious what they were planning. Viet said that they should just wait. The chief looked at the guard with a sly expression, smiling maliciously. He said that if everything worked out, he would get the money, otherwise, he would make them take responsibility and pay compensation. The chief looked away in fear, looking at the man. The man called out to Viet. The guards were holding the man's arms, who looked at Viet warily. He said that this land was all he had, and he survived by farming. But if they took the land away from him, his family would starve to death. Viet closed his eyes and sighed heavily, turning his back to him. Viet said that he understood and ordered the guards to throw him in jail. The guards began to lead the enraged man away, his mouth wide open. The boss looked behind him with disdain and raised one eyebrow. Viet said that if he decided to get something, then it would be his. A huge block hung in the air, attached to a crane. The protagonist noted that it had been a week since they started doing business in Vietnam. The protagonist closely monitored the construction progress. He noted that it was difficult to restore the road infrastructure across the country due to the high cost and time, adding that they first targeted areas with a high percentage of dungeons. The protagonist looked up, standing next to the workers. He stated that after maximizing the existing roads, heliports were installed at important points. The protagonist presented a phone with monster alerts. Junwoo noted that they then set up a network that allows new dungeons to be reported anytime and anywhere through a smartphone app. Minju cut down the monster with one swing of her sword. Junwoo noted that Minju personally trained the local hunters and went on raids with them. Yalbin pointed at the guy with annoyance, carrying a bag over her shoulder. Junwoo noted that in order to work more efficiently, he appointed Yalbin as the head of the cleaning squad, and most of the profits came from selling items and artifacts. Hyun shook the man's hand, smiling widely. Junwoo stated that as the budget increased, the project was able to grow faster. Naturally, investors appeared. The protagonist stood in the office opposite Ah Young. He said that when they made a profit of 15 times their original budget, he spent it on creating a support department, and they requested personnel and equipment from the Korean Association. The hunters stood with serious faces. Junwoo said that thanks to this, it was possible to increase the number of operatives, and it became possible to carry out operations more efficiently than before. The guys stood in a circle, each taking their position. Junwoo noted that each of the departments positively influenced the process. The protagonist looked away, pursing his lips. He noted that as the scale grew and the system was established, the local association became more and more self-sufficient. The boys stood near a high-rise building with the sun shining on them. Junwoo noted that about a month had passed like this, and they had established the Vietnamese branch of the Korean Association and the headquarters in Hanoi. Minju told the protagonist that starting this week, work could be done throughout the country, and each department was doing well without their help. Yalbin reached up while Junwoo looked at the building. Yalbin said that it was a weight off her shoulders, and she slept almost 3 hours a day, noting that she was tired. Junwoo stated that they had done a great job. Minju looked at the protagonist with a happy smile. She said that she was glad that everything was going so well, thanking the teacher for his efforts. Junwoo said that they finally had some versatility, asking how things were going. Hyun stood near a building under construction. Minju said that a logistics center was being built and a company that would be doing distribution business had won the tender, and Hyun was also negotiating with nearby associations. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious look. He said that they had used up all the free options before, but now they were able to pay for the service so that no one would think that they were under control. Minju noted that this was his goal. The protagonist introduced the building of the Vietnam branch. He noted that by establishing branches in Vietnam, they finally had a weapon that could be used against the International Association. The protagonist stood in front of his opponent with the building in the background. He noted that keeping her under control and at the same time preventing her from touching them had all been achieved, and that the goals of the Vietnam project had been achieved. The protagonist looked straight ahead while the girls looked at him. Junwoo said that it was time to go back. Minju told Junwoo that Ah-young had just told her that she was back in Korea. Ah-young sat on the plane angrily, pouting. Junwoo asked Minju why she hadn't even called. Minju said that she was very busy and said that she had hinted to him. Ah-young remembered looking at the protagonist with an embarrassed smile. She told Junwoo that she had to leave soon, but before that, she wanted to stop by a Vietnamese restaurant, not knowing who to go with. Junwoo wished Ah-young a safe journey. Ah-young sighed heavily, crossing her arms. Minju told Junwoo that she asked him to tell her that she was very offended. The protagonist sighed dejectedly, frowning. He said that Ah-young was still a child, adding that in any case, it was time for them to leave too. The bright sun shone above the building. Junwoo told her to contact Viet and have him provide the sales contract and the account they would be sending the funds to. A large plane was flying over the building. Junwoo noted that that was all, they had managed to get what they deserved and return their due, and once they were done with this, they could return to Korea. The hunter was standing at the table opposite Hyun. The hunter told Hyun that this was the operation plan for this week for the 5 squads, and asked him to make any changes if necessary. Hyun said that he would look at it now. Hyun peered at the document intently, raising an eyebrow. He said that the 4th task force had been on a mission the previous day, and it would be better to schedule them for the end of the week and to send out the 2nd and 7th squads first. Hyun asked the hunter what about the cleaners. Hyun looked up, giving the guy a serious look. The guy said that everything was fine and thought that after this cycle of raids, they could immediately go on the next ones. Hyun noted that he should still ask the support team to constantly report the status of the operations just in case. Hyun put his hands behind his head and leaned back in his chair. He opened his mouth slightly, looking at the ceiling. Hyun said that he couldn't believe it. Hyun sat relaxed in his chair, looking at the hunter. He asked that they really restored the association, noting that it was only in 1 month. Hyun looked at the ceiling in bewilderment, his eyes wide. He said that when they first received the proposal from Junwoo, he thought that it would be a waste of time and money, but he started with the main problems. There were 2 lamps hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the room. Hyun said that he adjusted the operation plan according to the conditions and circumstances, and saw a way to lift the association that had no hope. The hunter stared at the leader, pursing his lips. The leader said that who would have thought that the work efficiency would improve by creating a cleanup team. Hyun recalled the protagonist looking at him and giving him a task. The leader noted that they didn't just give them guns, but taught them how to use them, adding that as someone who watched the whole process from the outside, he felt a sense of awe. The leader smiled contentedly, hanging his head down. He said that he thought the Koreans sent them an ordinary employee, but in the end, a savior came. The leader and the hunter smiled, imagining the tied-up guys. The leader said that in any case, he was a little sad that they were flying away and they were going to sell them for ransom. Hunter raised his eyebrows, looking at his leader. He asked Hyun that Junwoo wouldn't stay to lead the branch. Hyun crossed his arms and sighed dejectedly. He said that he thought so too, but the protagonist said, "Only over my dead body." Hunter asked Hyun who would be the leader then. Hyun smiled sheepishly, putting his finger to his cheek. Hunter happily grabbed Hyun by the shoulder, smiling widely. Hunter congratulated Hyun, saying that it was a success. Hyun said that he just came to a ready-made situation. Viet's black boot entered the doorway, and he addressed Hyun. The blonde guy and the manager looked ahead in shock as Viet appeared. The manager asked the guy if he was doing well. Hyun and his assistant looked ahead angrily. The manager asked his boss what he wanted. Viet and 2 security guards looked ahead angrily. He said with a smirk that now they should have talked in private when those guys from the branch were not here. The assistant with the bulletproof vest glanced at the angry manager. Viet sat down at the table opposite Hyun, whose assistant was leaving the office. The manager looked at him in surprise as Viet handed him a sealed envelope. It was a paper envelope with red clips. Viet replied that he didn't know what it was and just stole it from Junwoo's office. Hyun leaned his hands on the table furiously, glaring at Viet. The guy didn't like this and remarked to the bald manager that his greed would soon ruin him. Viet smiled maliciously. He asked the guy if he himself could have imagined that this enterprise would be profitable. The manager's eyes widened and he looked ahead excitedly. Viet realized that the guy was ready to give up on it all and assured him that it couldn't get any worse. The manager bowed his head down with an angry look. He was about to answer when the manager immediately interrupted him. Viet and the guards looked at the guy in the purple light with bloodthirstiness. He said that they were in Vietnam and no one in this city could go against his word, including Hyun. The guy looked at the boss leaning his hands on the table. Viet asked the guy who would be closer to him if the Junwoo team returned to Korea, hinting at himself. The boss explained that it would be stupid for Hyun to think that something had changed just because he now occupied a different position. Viet approached Hyun, who was completely wilted and dumbfounded. The boss noted that it did not matter how high the guy rose, because as long as they lived in this country, he would never stop serving him. The two bodyguards with glasses stared ahead. Viet added that no matter what heights he or the association reached, he would still walk next to him. Hyun looked at his boss, dumbfounded. Viet told the guy to do as he said. Viet looked down on the guy with a malicious grin. Viet promised that he would not take his job if he listened to his boss. A black car was parked at the exit. The bodyguard asked his boss if he was sure that he was doing the right thing, since it would be better to have Korean allies. Viet angrily closed his eyes while the bodyguard looked at him with fear. He assumed that the guard might doubt his decisions. The guy immediately began to justify himself. The boss with a malicious grin imagined the falling banknotes from the construction site. He said that Junwoo, who was building a building in the north, said that the expected annual profit would be $100 million, or about $8 million a month. The bespectacled guard glanced at his boss. He stated that Mr. Junwoo had promised Viet half of the profits, and $4 million was quite a large sum for them. Viet agreed that it was a lot of money. The bald boss looked away with an ironic grin. He said that he could hardly be completely satisfied with half the money if he could still get it all at once. The bodyguard looked at Viet, who was sitting next to him, with his arms crossed. The bodyguard asked his boss if he was sure that Hyun would fulfill his conditions, since he had already taken Junwoo's side, and suggested that it would be better to get rid of the executive. Viet did not understand why he would do that. The boss imagined the executive in a dark space. Viet stated that he liked Hyun very much. He was well educated and easily confused. The boss noted that the guard himself should have realized that it was easy to train guys like Hyun to be loyal assistants. The bodyguard looked ahead in surprise. He wondered if Hyun had not become a loyal servant to another master named Junwoo. Viet pursed his lips and said that this was why he entrusted this job directly to Hyun. The boss imagined an angry dog, which he was about to hit on the head. He said that there was no better way to bring back a loyal, scared dog. The boss imagined Hyun's cut body. The bald man was sure that the boss understood everything after seeing the documents, and if he still did not do everything as he wanted, the guy would have a hard time. The boss remembered handing over an envelope with documents to his boss. It was a plan to restore infrastructure and develop hunters in Vietnam, or, more simply, that these documents spoke of betrayal of Vietnam. Viet was sitting in a car that was near the construction site. Viet noted that it didn't matter whether Hyun was under Junwoo's influence, because he would act differently when his life was at stake, so he couldn't help but understand what would await the guy after the Koreans left. The manager was sitting in a dark office in front of a pile of papers. He had no choice. The manager looked at the documents with a downcast look. Hyun studied the documents, imagining the images of the protagonist and the moments associated with him. The manager understood that the guy would either deal with Junwoo with his own hands or he would have to die himself. Viet and the guard smiled maliciously, sitting in the car. Viet said that if the manager was in his right mind, he would never choose the option in which he would die himself. The manager was sitting at his desk. The protagonist addressed him from the side. Junwoo was looking out of the doorway at the guy. He asked him about how the construction was progressing. The protagonist looked ahead warily. Hyun tore the documents with a quick movement of his hands. The protagonist glared at the angry boss who tore up the papers. The guy had had enough and told Junwoo that he had lived his whole life as a loyal dog, doing everything he was told. He noted that he had never dared to disobey his master. The protagonist looked down with slight sadness. The guy said that now he would still decide to disobey in order to protect something greater, because any master can be replaced. Hyun angrily looked ahead through the flying sheets of paper. He said that his life was at stake and he was ready to risk it to be only a servant for Junwoo. The protagonist slightly drooped and was confused. Junwoo did not understand what kind of nonsense the guy was talking about. The boss held the documents in his hands and looked at the protagonist. Hyun said that the plan for the restoration of infrastructure and the development of hunters in Vietnam, which had Junwoo's signature. This meant that this plan was personally approved by the protagonist. The manager presented gleeful images of the protagonist and his colleagues, who were all aiming at the blue sphere. The guy explained that it was a document proving that Junwoo was planning to absorb the entire stake in the Vietnam Association. The guy said that after this, Junwoo would be accused of espionage and the merger and acquisition deal would be cancelled. The protagonist looked ahead at the manager warily. He asked the guy where he got this document or who made it. The manager lowered his head. He said that Mr. Viet had recently come to him and told him to leave this in his office. Hyun watched as Junwoo frantically sat down on the sofa. The manager explained that the police would come to this place tomorrow, and if this document was found, he would be arrested for treason and all work would stop because of it. The protagonist held his head in horror and was indignant. He understood that he had warned Viet, but he was a greedy man and he understood that he should not have trusted him. However, he did not think that he would set them up at such an inopportune moment when everything was just starting to get better. The main character looked back at the dejected Hyun. The main character asked why Viet decided to entrust this task to Hyun because he knew that the guy could also blame everything on him. The guy frowned a little and looked down. He said that he did not even think about doing this. The leader looked down with slight devastation. He noted that Viet told him that if he did not listen to him, then he would be destroyed next. The black silhouette of the leader imagined how Viet would mock him. The guy understood that Viet knew that even at gunpoint he would not risk ignoring his warning. He said with fear that Viet scared him a lot. The brown-haired man looked intently at the leader and asked him why he decided to come to him. Hyun looked at Junwoo with slight enthusiasm and answered that they needed a capable leader. The protagonist looked anxiously at the scattered papers in the office. Hyun shyly replied that he was simply too emotional. The protagonist straightened his shoulders and leaned back on the sofa. He knew that they had almost reached their goal and Viet was trying to get rid of them, experiencing eternal problems. The protagonist bared his teeth and looked up angrily. He realized that even though he had warned Viet, he still butted in. Junwoo wanted to quit right now, but he understood that this was not Korea. The protagonist imagined a smiling image of Viet against the background of the continent. The protagonist understood that since everything had turned out this way, negotiations with Viet were useless because he really had power in the country. He realized that if force was used against the boss, a whole war could break out. Brown-haired crossed his arms and bowed his body from the situation. Hyun looked dumbfounded at his leader, who had addressed him. The brown-haired man asked the guy if he remembered what he said. Junwoo noted that the manager might have to side with his boss. The protagonist was about to get up from the couch while Hyun stood at the table. The brown-haired man told the guy to first collect the torn documents. Hyun thought that he would now have to glue all these documents together. The next day, bright rays of sunlight illuminated a high-rise building. Viet's bodyguard, surrounded by soldiers, held out a glued document. He voiced a plan to restore infrastructure and develop hunters in Vietnam and noticed traces of an attempt to hide the snail. The protagonist, along with Yaobin and Minju, stood surrounded by soldiers. The man said that Junwoo, the current head of the Vietnam Association, was arrested and told him to voluntarily go with him. Hyun and his assistant watched warily. The protagonist put his hands in his pocket and stood with his back to the girls. He turned to them and asked them to follow his instructions. Hyun looked down with a frustrated look when Junwoo added his name. The protagonist held his hands out in front of him to be arrested. He told the guys to deal with him quickly because he didn't have much time. The man with glasses looked ahead with a cold face. They were transported to the Ministry of Security of Vietnam. It was a large white building. The protagonist was sitting in handcuffs. He was walking down the stairs to the basement with the guards. It was surprising to him that the interrogation room was in such a secret place. The protagonist looked ahead with an angry look as he followed the guards. The guy with glasses turned to his master, telling him that they brought Junwoo. The boss stood at the table in the distance with his back to the guys. He thanked his guys for their work and told them to leave. Viet turned back, showing a pasted document. He asked the guy if it was his document. The protagonist closed his eyes, sitting at the table. He said that it was the first time he saw such a document. Viet said that they found these papers in his office. The guy replied that he did not think about it. The bald boss looked at the brown-haired guy arrogantly. He asked the suspect an ironic question about how he thought that he could avoid punishment if he decided to destroy the paper. Viet noted that they would need some time to create another copy of the documents. The protagonist lowered his head and smiled maliciously. He told the boss that he was mistaken. Viet was stunned by such a reaction and did not understand what was happening. The protagonist crossed his fingers and looked through them maliciously. He stated that he did not try to ignore the incident and Viet got what he wanted. The brown-haired man noted that from that moment on, the Korean Association was giving up control over the Vietnamese one. The boss looked at the guy with worry in his brow. He heard Junwoo say that they would not demand any compensation. The boss was standing in front of the table where Junwoo was sitting. Viet was curious about what the protagonist had in mind. The guy replied that everything was on everyone's lips. He decided to pass on the association to him, realizing that this was exactly what he was trying to achieve. The protagonist pretended to look down, while Viet looked at him sarcastically. The boss asked again if Jun-woo should have begged for forgiveness and pardon in that case. The guy pretended to agree and explained that in any case, in exchange for passing on the association, they had to let the guys go. Viet looked intently into the protagonist's eyes. Viet was slightly surprised to hear about the guy's colleagues. Viet looked at the protagonist with malicious glee. Jun-woo noted that in any case, he would give everything the boss wanted without any obstacles. Viet noted that he really liked such obedient people. It was a dark room with dim lighting. Viet told the guy to sign the documents. The protagonist immediately began signing them. He noted that Viet was now the head of the Vietnamese association. The protagonist raised his head. He recalled that according to their agreement, he and his colleagues were to be released. Viet held the gun in front of the brown-haired man's head. He grinned ironically that the guy didn't have a chance now. Jun-woo angrily looked at the gun, realizing that Viet was not worth trusting. The boss bared his teeth sarcastically. He noted that it was stupid to think that he would be grateful to Jun-woo for the money and was about to say goodbye to the guy. An agitated security guard immediately burst into the room, saying that they had a problem. Viet angrily turned around at the security guard, noting that he was very busy. The guard said that it was very urgent. The sweaty bodyguard in glasses said that an international association had contacted them. Viet was completely dejected and horrified, hearing about the international association. He imagined the angry looks of the leaders of different countries. The guard said that it was about the recent unilateral price increase by Vietnam, and it was known that people would take strict measures at the national level. The guard also added that even neighboring countries joined in this decision. The protagonist sat at the table while Viet was talking heatedly with the guard. They did not understand what was going on. Jun-woo meanwhile smiled maliciously while Viet was scared. The angry boss overturned the table and called the protagonist a scoundrel. He realized that the guy had done something. The protagonist only continued to smile maliciously, watching Viet intently. Jun-woo remembered how the glued sheets of paper lay on the table. The guys discussed with the protagonist about handing over the association, realizing that they could face prison for treason. The protagonist stood by the window surrounded by his colleagues. He said that they would hand over the association to them and ask to let them go. Min-ju asked if there were any other ways. The brunette, along with Yaobin and Hyun, were worried about this event. They didn't have any ideas and didn't understand why they were in this situation either. Jun-woo glanced back slightly and explained that he wouldn't just leave this association like that. He grinned maliciously and replied that he would send all three of them to the southeastern branches right away. They would announce a threefold increase in the services of the Vietnamese association. Jun-woo's eyes widened and he looked at the situation with anticipation. He noted that they would have to pay them 5% of the artifact sales, and if they refused, then let them convey that it would be tantamount to declaring war. The colleagues looked at their leader with alarm, not understanding his motive for his actions. Min-ju explained that they had already discussed all the conditions, and if they did this, it would cause a negative reaction from other countries. Yaobin thought that their leader had gone crazy. Hyun just sighed heavily. The guys were frantically bustling about, while the protagonist calmly looked out the window. The protagonist looked at the moon and his reflection in the window with malicious glee. He understood that everything would not be enough for Viet and he would have to be fed until he vomited everything. Viet at this time angrily pointed his gun at the guy. He asked the brown-haired man if it was his doing and ordered him to sort everything out right now. The boss's eyes widened as Jun-woo took the gun from him. The chair fell back because the guy stood up. He pretended not to understand what was being discussed. Viet's eyes widened and he looked at the brown-haired man in amazement. Jun-woo stated that Viet was the only one responsible for the association now. The protagonist held the gun in his hands and looked at Viet with sarcasm. He ordered the boss to solve his problems with the association and not to pester him with questions. An adult dark-haired man, a member of the International Association and the director of the Malaysia branch, named Ismail, frowned. He loudly asked if these crazy people really decided to start a war and stabbed them in the back when he was going to open a new branch. The gray-haired director of the Cambodia branch named Miller looked at him with displeasure. He said that the cost of their services had recently increased, but that idiot Viet seemed to have sunk into thin air. The director of the Thailand branch, named Prazert, sighed heavily. He said that this greedy man had dug his own grave. The main office of the International Association in France was represented by a large building with several floors. This is the organization that was the first to introduce a system of hunter ranks and also registers and controls them all over the world. It is the leading international association of hunters with branches in 52 countries. The man snapped his finger and allowed entry. A red-haired girl in a suit approached the blonde and addressed the Secretary General, saying that now in Vietnam. The man interrupted, saying that he had already heard. The head of the International Hunters Association and the Secretary General, named Wesley, took the document and said that a normal association had appeared and the prices for services had increased. He added that it was obvious that the associations of neighboring countries in Southeast Asia would resolutely oppose this. The man began to say that even despite the reaction of other countries, the blonde looked down and said that they had no reason to rejoice. The Secretary General presented an ascending graph and made sure that he was not too alarmed by the news that last year's lucrative merger offer had been withdrawn due to the government. He mentally noted that in just 1 month, the profits of the Vietnamese Association had increased noticeably. Looking at the girl in front of him, Wesley said that this idiot Viet clearly did not come up with this on his own. He asked where he could hire an assistant. The secretary replied that according to the PB Corporation report, the Korean Association had a hand in this matter. The redhead frowned and said that there was information that the head of the Junwoo operational headquarters had come to Vietnam about a month ago. She added that the head of Kane thought that all this was a takeover. The blonde looked at the floor and asked if it meant that the Korean Association wanted to open an overseas branch. He touched his chin with his hand, imagining Junwoo and thinking that there had been several reports about this guy from the US Association already, and it was obvious that he was very calculating and knew exactly what he was doing. He thought that he was interested in this person. The man leaned his hand on the desk and thought that they had done everything so that the association could honor the agreements while maintaining their profits. He mentally noted that the same rules applied to the cost of services, and he thought that he would be sensible enough not to cross the line. The Secretary General tapped his fingers on the table, thinking that, however, this guy couldn't suddenly raise the prices 3 times the agreed amount. The blonde imagined Viet's bald head and thought that there was only one person stupid enough to do such a thing. He turned his back to the girl and said that Viet had apparently decided to set them up. When the redhead agreed, he noted that this was another headache. Wesley smiled slightly and said that killing Viet could put an end to everything, but then sooner or later the Korean Association would still absorb the Vietnamese. From the entire window, he looked at the Eiffel Tower, saying that they couldn't waste it all on olives, otherwise the southeastern branches would get angry. The Secretary General added that they would also suffer great losses from this. The girl looked at his back and asked what they would do then. The man replied that they didn't have much of a choice, and even if Junwoo were killed now, it wouldn't stop the takeover of the Vietnam Association, so they'd have to retreat this time. The redhead perked up when the blonde added that, however. Wesley smiled grimly and said that they should issue a warning to the Korean Association. The head of Mark was walking down the hall when the Secretary General asked to be called. The man imagined the gloomy faces of the 4 heads, exclaiming that if an agreement was not reached regarding the increase in prices for the association's services, the foreign branches would take strict measures at the national level. Viet pointed a gun at Junwoo, indignantly asking if this was his doing and ordering him to sort it out. The man's eyes widened in surprise when the brown-haired man asked if he had forgotten that he was currently the only one in charge of the company. The guy smiled bloodthirstily, holding the gun in his hand. He told him to solve the problems of his association himself and not to bother him. Viet pushed him in the chest and cursed loudly. He fell to the floor and Junwoo threw away the gun as the man started asking loudly if he wanted to die, noting that his one word. The brown-haired man replied that he had misunderstood him. As the big man swung at him from behind, the guy said that if he was greedy, he would lose not only his money, but also his friends. He started to turn around, saying that this was the last time. Suddenly, Viet's eyes widened in surprise. In the blink of an eye, the big guy was on the floor under Junwoo's foot, who said that he might lose his dream as a leader too. Another man entered the room and exclaimed that they were in big trouble. The man in the green uniform said that representatives from the Malaysian, Philippine, and Thai branches had contacted them. Viet froze, imagining the faces of the 3 executives as the man reported to him that they had stated that they could close the borders and even resort to military force if they did not reduce the cost of their services. He said that things were heading towards a real war. The head of the association looked at the employee with frightened eyes, asking him to explain that he had nothing to do with it, and that Junwoo had arranged all this. The man replied that they had tried to explain, but no one would listen. The brown-haired man looked at Viet and said that this was to be expected, given his past antics, since for him the association was just a financial cushion, and he was not interested in anything except money. The gloomy guy loomed over him and began to say that in this way he had made a lot of enemies, and when he died one day, no one would know about it. The guy grinned with a grin and replied that he was just warning. He replied that death was a common occurrence in their world, but he could just disappear. The man was scared when a rough male voice was heard from the side. Huen stood with the thug, while behind their back stood an unknown man, indignantly asking what was going on here. This enraged man was the secretary of the Vietnamese party named Pam. he screamed, asking if Viet had really been pretending he wasn't there all this time, and now he was going to sell out the country. The man looked at him with frightened eyes, saying he would sort everything out, go to the association representatives and beg them on his knees. The secretary punched him in the face, asking if he really thought this would fix anything. He looked at Jun-woo and said he had heard about the guy from Korea, and then asked if he had pushed through this project. The brown-haired man answered in the affirmative. Pan approached him and started saying that they wouldn't be able to handle everything, and since it was his doing, he should sort it out himself. Jun-woo glanced sideways at the stack of papers and said that he would like to do the same, but there was one problem. The secretary immediately started tearing up the papers, saying there was no problem. He asked him to sort everything out, take this association back and not come near them anymore. The man started leaving with his subordinates, and then the guy asked again. Pan replied that he would have to figure it out himself. Without turning to him, he added that they no longer knew anything about his affairs. The brown-haired man grinned contentedly and thought that now it was clear to him how things were done. He mentally noted that after all, this was the most important person in the country. Looking at the torn documents, he thought that this time he would take responsibility, and the association would actually be recognized as an independent organization. Viet gritted his teeth and cursed. He pointed his gun at the two guys and began to ask Hyun how he could set him up like that and forget who his boss was. With a red face from anger, he ordered him to go to the secretary right now and say that Jun-woo was to blame for everything, and he would pay him twice as much for this. The hunter began to take out his sword from behind his back. The man's eyes widened when a gloomy voice noted that he was very noisy. Hyun walked towards him with a grim face and a sword in his hands, while Viet fearfully asked what he was going to do. When the guy cut him, he begged not to kill him. The man froze, seeing the cut flag of Vietnam, which was on his chest. The red emblem fell to the floor, and the hunter noted that he was not worthy of wearing it on his chest. Viet looked at him with dumbfounded eyes, trying to say something. Looking at him from behind, the guy noted that he was not his chained dog. The metal gate chained the man from the crowd. After that, Jun-woo and the hunters threw all their efforts into compensating for the damage. And Viet, as expected, was fired in disgrace, and he was also accused of corruption. But what surprised everyone even more was something else. People were gritting their teeth in anger, looking at him, since Viet had been stealing all the subsidies through a fake company for a whole year, and so immediately after his dismissal, he was taken to the courtroom. The onlookers pounced on him and thus deprived him of the last hair on his head. Immediately after that, the brown-haired man attended a meeting with representatives of foreign associations and raised the issue of revising the tariffs. The guy grinned contentedly. Viet received the maximum punishment, so the big uncles calmed down by the time of the meeting, and as an apology, they were offered to extend the contracts with even more favorable conditions, and they had no reason to refuse. A voice was heard in the bright room, saying that this was the end of the briefing regarding the restoration of the previous tariffs. The brunette smiled and said that he thought they would be satisfied with the new terms that were favorable to the association. His eyes widened in surprise when the man said that he refused. Prazert rested his chin on his hands and quoted the guy's earlier words about a 1-year waiver of service fees and a 10-year tariff freeze. He noted that if they did not agree to all of this, then all of the branches in Southeast Asia would refuse to cooperate. Jun-woo frowned his dark eyebrows. He asked if the brunette really wanted to tell him that they were refusing to cooperate with the International Association. He added that the head office would not allow this to happen. The three heads looked at him with eyes shining in the darkness. Prazert said that this was the order from the head office, and if the negotiations were unsuccessful, they would stop supplying the necessary personnel and equipment here. He added that everyone at the head office was furious, so the brown-haired man had better be careful. The guy stood outside the door with a gloomy look. He wondered if they really decided to interfere with something like this. He tried to understand what the big bosses didn't like so much. Jun-woo remembered in Bayam's face and thought that, frankly speaking, he himself didn't want to suggest something like this. But there was no choice, and all that was left was to ask the chairman of the association for help, who would grumble again. A notification came to the brown-haired man's phone, and he picked it up. On the video, he saw the guys tied up, with Hyun sitting in the center. The hunter, trembling with horror, was calling for the director, and blood was running down the blindfold. The kidnapper grabbed him by the hair and showed him a note on the camera, which stated that Jun-woo had to bring 100 billion won to a certain place by a certain time. The brown-haired man froze in fear, watching the video. When Mark approached the kidnapper, he asked him what they were going to do with these guys later. The man looked at them with a withering look, answering that they would kill them and feed them to the dogs. The three executives walked down the corridor. Ismail turned to Prazert and asked that although they had followed the instructions of the head office, was it the right decision? He added that there were several branches in Southeast Asia and the head office could not continue to restrict supplies to them. The man remembered in Bayam and said that besides, the Korean Association was involved in all this, and they could not risk cooperation with them. He added that the conditions that were put forward during the briefing could have been very beneficial to them. The brunette with glasses, without turning his head, said that he had been contacted by the Balance Department of PB Corporation. He said that Jun Woo, the head of the Vietnam Association and the head of the operational headquarters of the Korean Association, was being liquidated today. The two executives looked at him with shocked eyes. Continuing to walk down the corridor, Ismail began to laugh, saying that in that case they could take over the branch for free. Miller asked what would happen if the plan failed. Prazert started saying that if they couldn't eliminate the guy. The man with glasses and a gloomy face added that their Southeast Asian branches wouldn't survive unless they got Vietnamese. He said that with such tariffs, they could drown in debt forever. At this time, Mark was standing by the hostages. He looked at them with a piercing gaze. The brunette with glasses said that therefore they could only pray that everything would go well. The men with guns led the cleaners out of the dungeon. The guys walked out in a line while one of them was sitting on the ground. He loudly asked if they were hunters of the Thai Association, and did they really think that they would get away with everything. The man ordered him to shut up. Minju and Yaobin were watching what was happening in the bushes. Two girls were hiding in the bushes, and the brunette said that she thought that Viet decided to take revenge. However, it was very strange that the Thai Association secretly opened the dungeon from everyone. The redhead pointed out that it might be the cartel, and then said that it was really weird since the International Association should have finished them off 5 years ago. She stood up and started to massage her shoulder, saying that no matter what, since they had figured out the location, it was time to go there and save their comrades. The girl cut her off, noting that the teacher hadn't given any instructions yet, and then suggested that they wait for him to contact her. Yaobin looked at her with puzzled eyes and said that Huan and the operations team were currently being held captive, and they needed to quickly save them. Minju replied that they still didn't have enough information about the enemy, and they could put their friends in great danger if they rushed. The redhead clenched her fists and exclaimed that if they hesitated, the guys would be fed lead. The brunette replied that they still didn't know the details of the situation. She asked, or could intelligence not be important? Minju and the girl were puzzled by the discrepancy in their work styles. The huntress grabbed the phone and said that he had just contacted her. Kiss, holding the phone in his hand, asked her where they were now. Minju replied that they were about 3 kilometers from the border of Liaobao. She was inspecting the area and said that they saw 2 squads of armed hunters with superpowers, and they brought the hostages out of the dungeon, including Huan, ordinary hunters, and a squad of cleaners. Imagining what was happening from words and recalling the video, Minju said that they seemed to be operatives of the Thai Association, and they assumed that it was a cartel. She added that she and Yaobin were just deciding whether to go and rescue the hostages now. The girl smirked when the guy on the phone said that it was still early and that they had an hour to negotiate with those people. She looked at the dark screen when Junwoo said that. However, the girls looked at each other in surprise when he said that he thought the two of them could handle it. Holding the man by the neck, the brown-haired man said that he was currently at the T checkpoint, where they invited him, but he had arrived earlier and was chasing their mercenaries, and they might not need money. The guy frowned and added that it would take him a while to get to them, so he would trust them to save the hostages. The two girls also frowned, and Minju replied that she understood the order. They stepped forward. Looking at the tall building in front of them, the brunette suggested that they begin. The red-haired girl replied that she could finally stretch her legs. She perked up in surprise while her partner muttered that they needed to infiltrate the building, but they didn't know how many guards there were. In front of them, they saw a hunter leading the guy at gunpoint. Yaobin smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying that she had a great idea. 2 men with machine guns stood guard. Minju was in the cleaning ladies' forum, and the redhead in black said that she had brought the escaped hostage. The hunter picked up the radio and said that there was a suspicious person at the entrance. A second later, the brunette knocked them both out with one blow. She froze with white eyes, while a frightened Yaobin asked if they could really see through the guy. The hunter took off her hood, and Minju said that first they needed to find out where they were holding the hostages. Dust was flying inside the tall stone room. Mark turned to the man when he said that they had uninvited guests. The man glanced at his interlocutor and said that it seemed that these Thai idioms had brought a tale. He began to walk away, leaving the 2 hunters, and said that he was leaving and that the squad leader should take care of this. The guy activated his skill, and a lizard man appeared next to him. As he left the room, he muttered that this was much better, and the brown-haired man noted that it turned out quite well. Huan, with a bloody face, clenched his teeth and thought that he hoped his comrades would be careful since they were not ordinary hunters. At this time, Minju was destroying the men in the fight. She put her sword in its sheath and thought that it was strange that the operatives were not trained in such techniques. As the lizard reached out from behind her with its paws, she mentally noted that they looked more like hired killers. The brunette turned around in surprise. The monster's blow threw her aside. The lizard swung its paw, standing in the rubble and clenching his fist. He said that he knew Minju, the commander of the first task force. The monster with glowing eyes and a long tongue said that it was boring to just wait, so it would finish her off quickly. The brunette frowned and imagined Yaobin, thinking that she was talking the same way. With a trembling hand, she grabbed the hilt of the sword and thought that they were different from the hunters she had encountered before, and if she couldn't defeat him, the rescue operation would fail. Minju raised her sword and used the skill Avalokitesvara. She realized that she had to destroy him in one hit. Her eyes glowed with a bright light. Her lizard widened when the hunter appeared behind him. Glancing back, he began to laugh, saying that such speed from an rank hunter was simply ridiculous. While the monster was laughing, the brunette walked through him, leaving multiple cuts on his body. The lizard screamed as blood gushed out from its wounds, exclaiming that it might die like this. The girl stood to the side as the bright light enveloped the monster. She breathed heavily as the pieces of meat fell to the floor. Minju glanced at her left shoulder and thought that there was too much weight on it. Suddenly, she was struck from behind, causing her to scream loudly. Someone's black shadow rushed past. The lizard showed its sharp teeth and noted that the hunter who used the awakening skill was quite good. Lion and mountain goat appeared behind him as the monster used the forbidden skill chimera and said that he would also add some spice to their fight now. The brunette stood there with shock on her gloomy face, wondering if forbidden skills really existed. She thought she heard that each use of it takes away a part of humanity, and the International Association confiscated the fierce springs that weaned off such abilities. The girl remembered the fight between Junwoo and Minho, mentally noting that the teacher once encountered such a hunter. She assumed that they could somehow be related to the association. 3 pairs of sparkling eyes looked at her, and Minju thought that their enemies were not ordinary hunters and looked more like monsters. Remembering the brown-haired man's face, she tried to understand what she should do to become stronger, and then thought that she needed to stay calm and remember the teacher's instructions. The guy told her that she was straining her shoulders too much, and she needed to use her arms more. The girl turned in surprise to Junwoo, who was standing behind her, and asked when he had time. The brown-haired man replied that he had just now. The brunette was actively writing down his words while he was saying that although she had become stronger, in order to move forward, she needed to be able to use her whole body, and although she was an excellent swordsman, she had problems with balance. The guy took her sword in his hands and said that now was not the time to practice, so she should watch more carefully. The monster with glowing red eyes said that Junwoo had fallen into his trap and he would tear him to pieces. A second later, Junwoo swung his weapon and the head flew off to the side. The severed head of the monster began to insult him. The enraged lizard used the forbidden skill again, exclaiming that now he would wash right in front of his subordinate. The brown-haired man stepped on the head with his foot and crushed it. Moving on, he began to tell the huntress with a gloomy face that people like him come to an end if you cut off your head, and later in Korea he would arrange a similar training for her. While Mark was approaching the basement, Junwoo and Minju destroyed the chimera on the 2nd floor, and Yaobin realized that they were on the 4th floor, where the hostages were. She was rapidly approaching the room. The operatives opened fire on the uninvited guests. Junwoo hid behind the wall and spoke into the phone, asking Minju if she had found Hyun and the others. The girl answered negatively, noting the dimensions of the building, but noting that she had almost reached the top floor. While the operatives were shooting at the wall, the brown-haired man said that he would free the cleaners and help, and also asked to be careful since there could be people like the lizard man there. One of the masked men cursed, and a male voice came from his radio on his chest, ordering them to get out. Mark, with a gloomy look, spoke into the radio that they should never leave anyone alive, and that they needed to get rid of everyone. Not noticing the brown-haired man next to him, the guy replied that he understood the order. He turned around in surprise. In a few hits, Junwoo scattered the operatives. The cleaners looked on with shocked eyes. With a wave of his hand, the guy cut the ropes and told them to hurry to the exit through the back door, and he would go save the other hostages in the meantime. The frightened guy began to remember the map of the floors and said that they were on the other side of the building. Looking at the cleaners, the brown-haired man covered his face with his hand and cursed, noting that they had deliberately spread them further apart, and then asked them to quickly save themselves. A moment later, a loud explosion was heard. The operatives looked at the hole in the wall, noting that the target had been found. The cleaners and the brown-haired man were standing under a yellow dome that appeared as a result of using his skill. After removing the dome, the guy frowned and said that they were further away than he thought. Yaobin put her hand forward, exclaiming that she finally found them. She stood alone in front of a crowd of armed men, indignantly declaring that she was very and asking why it was necessary to hide the hostages so far away. Hyun gritted his teeth, guessing from the voice that it was Yaobin. He thought that this was definitely not the place for the fragile leader of the cleaning team. Imagining the red-haired girl, he thought that the director of Junwoo had overestimated her if he really sent her here. The guy turned to the side of the voice and shouted, asking him to run since it was too dangerous here. The girl came up and pulled the bandage off his face. Stepping aside through several lying bodies, she told him that they needed to get out of here quickly. The hunter looked at her with shocked eyes, asking how she could do it if she was just the leader of the cleaning team. Yaobin replied that all questions later. She froze when an arrow flew past her stomach. A brown-haired man stood to the side with a bow in his hands, saying that he would finish her off if she continued to cause inconvenience. The angry girl grabbed the hilt of the sword, mentally noting that one arrow made it clear that this was an enemy of a different level. She shouted that she would take him on herself, and the rest should run. The brown-haired man raised an eyebrow in confusion and replied that they would see who would deal with whom. Using a forbidden skill, the operative dressed himself as a centaur and kicked the red-haired girl with his hooves. The floor under Yaobin's feet began to crack, and she mentally noted his incredible strength. Huan ran from the side towards the archer, exclaiming that he would cover him. The centaur shot at the guy. The girl and the hunters screamed with stunned faces. Huan was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Yaobin activated the berserk skill and struck with her sword, but the enemy jumped back. She glanced to the side and thought that his strength and agility no longer resembled that of a human. She wondered if the forbidden techniques really gave her such power. The brown-haired man grinned darkly, noting how annoying she was. He swung his back hoof, noting that the redhead was about to die. A moment later, Minju grabbed her and saved her from the blow. Holding their swords, the two girls took fighting stances. The brunette noted that these creatures were not at all like the hunters they had encountered. Her partner added that they did not look like ordinary cartels either. She asked if you were the international association that the boss had spoken of. The swordswoman looked at the enemy with gloomy faces, and Yaobin noted that she had never heard of such monsters, adding that he had found a way to work together because time was not on their side. Minju asked her to wait. The girl looked at her with angry eyes and shouted that she knew that her skill was limited in time. Watching Huan, whose comrades were giving him a heart massage, she loudly declared that he was on the verge of death, and if they didn't finish quickly, they would lose. The redhead's eyes widened in horror, and she said that there were two of them and only one hello, so they needed to attack from both sides. Minju frowned silently, pursing her lips. A centaur with a bow looked at them, asking with displeasure how much longer he needed to wait. The brunette replied that it was only a little while. She lowered her eyes and said that they needed to improve and analyze the enemy. The girl sat on her knees in front of her lost comrades and asked the teacher to tell her. Junwoo sat down next to her when she asked how to cause even more pain to the one who did this to her team. The guy asked her to listen carefully. He said that since she was the leader of the squad, she couldn't be led by emotions, otherwise she would endanger her people. The brown-haired guy looked at his friend and told her to calm down and soberly assess the enemy. The brunette closed her eyes. A blue light appeared around her as she told her partner that she would tie his legs and she would have to strike. The swordswoman rushed forward, ordering Yaobin to use his most powerful skill, which she said was the only one left. The centaur used the skill, and the weapon in his hand changed to a wooden spear. The girl jumped back, avoiding the attack. She stopped to the side, and the brown-haired man noted with a smirk that she did not have long to live. Minju lunged, approaching the enemy. When she swung her sword, the centaur leaned back, saying that this attack was too predictable. He asked if this was all that Korea's top hunter could do. Lightning pierced the horse's leg. The brown-haired man stood with a ring of glowing swords, realizing that she had not been attacking all this time, but was driving him into a trap. He pushed off the ground, exclaiming that it was time to finish. The centaur swung his spear in a jump, saying that now would be the end for everyone. The blade almost touched the brunette's face. A second later, it broke against Junwoo's magic shield, who said that a creature on four legs is most vulnerable when jumping, and then praised Minju. The huntress thanked him. After the command, Yaobin began to swing her sword. She screamed with an enraged face at the centaur so that he would not dare underestimate her, and the brown-haired man asked him to stop in fear. The redheads blow through the enemy up, and everything around was filled with red light. The brunette looked at her in surprise, and Junwoo noted that he thought so, that there was colossal power hidden in her. Yaobin sat in front of a pile of rubble, muttering that she was tired and could not get up. The guy said that Huan was in critical condition, so they needed to leave this place as soon as possible. After a while, Junwoo carried the hunter in his arms, leaving the building. He put the wounded man on the ground, and he began to say with a slight smile that he thought his time had come. The brown-haired woman asked him to stop talking like that and ordered him to hold him until the hospital. Huan smiled contentedly, saying that everything was swimming before his eyes. While his partners were crying, he looked at the sky and said that this sky, which he was seeing for the last time, was very clear, and he had not enjoyed the scenery for a long time. With delighted eyes, the guy called Junwoo. He was lying on the ground, surrounded by his comrades, and he said that it was thanks to the brown-haired man that he got rid of all sorts of shackles and fought for his country. He said that he was very happy and had nothing to regret. A tear rolled down Hyun's cheek as he thanked the director for accepting them as they were. Hunter lay there while the people around him mourned. A few days passed and everyone arrived at the airport. Jun-woo, Yaobin and Min-ju stood with puzzled faces. Hyun, on the contrary, smiled sweetly, scratching his head. Brown-haired noted that he had completely lost his fear and that he was immediately told that he would not die. The director sighed with displeasure when the guy asked him with a smile to visit them sometimes. Jun-woo asked where he would get the time for this. Hunter looked at him and grinned, asking in this case to come for work and check if they were working well. Brown-haired replied that this was even more useless than just coming to visit. The two of them smiled. Shaking his friend's hand, the director praised him for his excellent work, and Hyun replied that he should be the one telling him that. They said goodbye until the next meeting. Sitting at the table, Prasert clenched his fists, saying that the Korean Association had contacted them. The voice on the phone asked what they said. The man introduced a large Bayam, which was reaching out to them, and quoted that they would not get away with anything. And the association also asked for reimbursement of the funds spent on the supply of equipment and personnel provided to the departments in Southeast Asia. Flashing his round glasses, the director noted that they also stated that they would not receive any support from them in the future. Prasert recalled the meeting and said that now all responsibility for what happened lies with the association of their region, including the Taiwan. He added that several members of their association have already appeared in court. The voice replied that since they were incapable of anything, they should be held accountable for the failure of the mission, and they would not get involved in international conflicts, so they needed to resolve the issue themselves. Hearing this, the leader perked up in shock and asked how to do this. Mark put the phone to his ear and replied that they could not worry, since they would protect them, because their association was the only one in the region that maintained a direct contract with the PB Corporation. The brunette clenched his fists and jumped up, indignantly asking how he was supposed to deal with all this alone now. He exclaimed that it was on his orders that so many associations were drawn into this. The man slammed his hands on the table, shouting that in the end they signed this contract with the Vietnamese branch. Mark pressed the end call button, noting that the old man was making a lot of noise. He found himself in front of a large white door. Entering inside, the man told Wesley that he had already returned. The blonde replied that the response on the results of the operation had already been read to him. He stood by the window and looked at the night city, saying that the elite squad was defeated by 3 people, and they exposed all the hunters involved in the operation, and the negotiations regarding this branch failed. The Secretary General cast a dark look at Mark and said that he entrusted him with this operation, but he failed. Looking back at him, the brunette said that he had no excuses. Wesley, with a smile on his face, noted that there was nothing to worry about, but the main thing was that they received his message. He imagined Jun-woo's legs grabbing the paws of a monster and said that this cleaner should now understand how things are, and if he tries to resist them, then he will endanger everything around him, and no matter how strong he is, he will not be able to act willfully. The blonde came close to the leader and said that it was time to set an example, and then ordered to casually begin a plan to combine the rights of the operational departments. Bending over, he smiled slyly and said to get rid of everything unnecessary and build up what can be worked with. The man's yellow eyes flashed as he declared that there shouldn't be anything left that he didn't like. Wesley smirked as the monster's hand loomed over Mark's head. A suitcase rolled through the airport. Jun-woo walked with Min-ju, mentally noting that the Vietnam project had been completed in about a month and the next thing to do. The guy screamed as a sharp pain suddenly shot through him. He trembled all over, and 2 worried girls ran up to him, asking what was wrong. The brown-haired man replied that he was fine and that he just had a sudden headache. He grabbed his forehead, bared his teeth, and cursed. A red system sign appeared in front of his face about the change in the status of the goal's progress due to the fact that the hostility of the International Association had exceeded the permissible level. The screen showed his task, and that the current skill unlock process was 99.8%. And it also showed that due to the very bad relationship with the International Association, the current probability of achieving the goal was 1.068%. Jun-woo looked at the screen with a nervous smile on his face, mentally asking what the hell this was supposed to mean. With a loud roar, the big tiger jumped on Bayam. A moment later, the chairman was already petting the big cat, asking if he missed it. Jun-woo's foot stepped onto the roof, and he said that he was back, and then noted that he hadn't seen Puck for a long time. The old man asked what he had even done on that business trip. A second later, he and the tiger looked at him with puzzled eyes, and Bayam asked when he had seen Puck before. The guy realized that he had never met him before in this life. The 2 executives were sitting on the benches on the roof. The chairman noted that it turned out that the associations around the world had united to conquer dungeons. He asked the brown-haired man if he thought that the branches of the neighboring countries were involved in this too. Jun-woo said that it was just his guess and there was no proof, but he believed that they were acting on orders from the International Association headquarters. The 2 men looked at the yellow-orange sunset, and the boy asked if the headquarters did anything to them. Bayam replied that nothing had happened, and then noticed that something was bothering the brown-haired man. Jun-woo looked down and said that their opponents were getting stronger, and he was probably trying to warn them that their further actions could put them in danger. The chairman glanced at him and asked about his further actions. The boy replied that it would be nice if all this was directed only at him. He remembered how he almost lost his comrades when the old man asked if everyone around him was in danger, and he answered yes. Jun-woo remembered a hunter with noticeable skills and thought that judging from the kidnapping incident, these guys from the International Association were very powerful. Then he remembered the operatives and the hostages, thinking that he could pretend that he didn't expect it. Brown-haired remembered his death in his past life, thinking that they were the ones who killed him, an SSS-ranked hunter, and he wouldn't be able to resist if he became a target. The chairman stroked his tiger, saying that just when the guy dealt with one problem, another one appeared. The two of them turned with surprised eyes when Jun-woo started apologizing. He got up from the bench and said that he thought that if they absorbed the Vietnam branch, he would at least cut them off a little and didn't count on everyone turning out like this. Brown-haired smirked when Bayam asked him not to forget that although the idea was his, the final decision was his. He asked who was to blame then. Jun-woo thought that it was definitely not him. The old man looked at him sullenly and asked what he would do and if he was going to respond even more harshly. He wondered if they would be in danger if they acted like that. The guy turned his head and said that they would be if they acted on behalf of the association, and they needed to act in the shadows. Looking askance at the chairman, he began to tell them that in order to avoid the attention of the International Association and foreign branches, they exiled a subsidiary company that would operate underground. The old man looked at the brown-haired man and asked if he meant that they would follow their enemy's example. Jun-woo asked what example he was talking about. He smiled bloodthirstily and said that he planned to absorb them. Bayam and Puck looked at him with dumbfounded eyes, mentally noting his rich imagination. When the guy turned to the chairman, the latter asked if he thought that the company would never be discovered even if they worked covertly. The brown-haired man replied that they would register it as a company of a completely different specialty, and that he already had several ideas. The old man lowered his head, realizing that he was talking about a fictitious business. Jun-woo looked down at him, noting that the final decision was still up to the chairman, and if they started implementing this project, there would be no turning back. He imagined the confrontation between the two associations, saying that he was planning a confrontation with the internationalists, and it should be noted that it was quite possible that an armed conflict would begin at the level of a full-fledged war. Sitting opposite Jun-woo, Bayam asked if he was trying to intimidate. The brown-haired man replied that he was just voicing the facts. The tiger began to yawn loudly, while his owner asked if he understood correctly that he did not want others to know about this since he decided to discuss it in private. The guy answered in the affirmative, noting that he would like it to be kept a secret from the director of Dushik. The chairman began to pet Puck, agreeing to try because he was leaving anyway. He added that he was thinking of persuading him to stay with them. The old man closed his eyes and said with a smile that if he had known, he would have forced him to sign a lifetime contract. Jun-woo clenched his teeth tightly, mentally sending curses towards the old man. He bowed his head to him and thanked him for everything, noting that they were in the same boat, and this was only a temporary separation. Bayam replied that he should be thanking him because the association was lucky to have a person like him. He looked at the brown-haired man and said that he had a personal question, and then asked what he was going to do. Jun-woo looked at him with surprised eyes. The old man remembered their conversation in the cafe, reminding him that he refused the position of the next chairman and became the head of the operational headquarters only because he forced him. The chairman looked with a sly smile, saying that he did not think that he was interested in fame and money because despite the fact that he started working as a cleaner, he never sought to grab more. Looking down on the city from the roof, Jun-woo replied that he didn't know what he wanted to do, but he had a goal. Clenching his hands into fists, he said that he wanted to climb as high as possible. After a while, he looked at the red system screen, thinking that the dismissal issue was almost decided, but the probability was still 1%. The guy imagined himself in the hands of monsters, mentally noting that he had originally planned to unlock all the skills, become a hunter again and join the International Association, but now that they were targeting him, he wouldn't even be able to become a hunter. Looking at the progress of 1.068%, the brown-haired man thought that with such a percentage, he would hardly become a big shot. He waved his hand, dissolving the screen, and thought that in order to succeed, he would have to change the plan, but for now, he could only do one thing. Looking at his remaining time, Jun-woo thought that he could only create a new international association and lead it, but he didn't know if karma would allow him to do so. But he would try. Looking at the shining bald spot on the back of his head, the guy greeted Jun-T. The man turned around with a smile, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. There were cups of tea on the table when the boss spoke about the brown-haired man leaving. They were sitting at the table in the office, and Jun-T asked him what he was thinking about doing next. Jun-woo replied that since he had learned a lot, he was thinking of starting a cleaning company. Holding a white mug in his hands, he said that when he was in Vietnam, he learned that many foreign associations were in dire need of additional cleaning teams. The man exclaimed that they had the same problem, and the shortage of personnel was very noticeable in the provinces. He slammed his fist into his palm when the brown-haired man noted that he had asked for such services to be provided forever, and then asked if it would be better if additional people were sent to such regions. With a sad smile, Jun-T began to say that the guy took cleaning too seriously, and he remembered his first day on the job. Jun-Woo smiled nervously, recalling the skill misophobia, while the boss praised his efforts. The man remembered their first sorties and quarrels, saying that there were many times when they almost died, but there were many good moments. He remembered riding a drone. Looking at his former subordinate with a smile, Jun-T said that thanks to him, he was able to become a department head and a good father since he had free time. He added that he was very lucky to have Jun-Woo in his squad. The man patted him on the shoulder and named their mascots. The guy sadly looked away. He suddenly remembered how he beat up his boss in his previous life and said that he worked hard too. Seeing off the brown-haired man with a smile, Jun-T told him to call if he needed his help. The guy remembered the man's bloody face. He stopped. Turning his head, Jun-Woo called out to his former boss and asked him to forgive him for that incident. The man looked at him with surprised eyes, asking what incident he was talking about. The guy smiled softly and replied that he was alone once. The colleagues looked at Jun-Woo. Ah-young stood behind him discontentedly. Yaobin held a frame with a bandnote in her hands and shouted that he was great. Min-ju with pink flowers in her hands thanked him for everything. He worked so hard. Chang Hyan with yellow flowers said that he did a great job. Jun-Woo took the bouquets and heard Min-ju say that she knew he was going to leave but only now truly realized. Yaobin added that she gave him $2 because they bring good luck, as they say in the US. Ah-young did not listen to the younger one's further explanation, but turned to Ah-young and asked where her gift was. The girl closed her eyes and said that it would be fine. How did she know what he liked, and was it necessary to give something to a grown man? She exhaled, looking at Chang Hyan, who said that he only had happy days ahead. I wonder if the association will cope without such a leader. He said that he was going to open his own cleaning company. Why doesn't he announce the recruitment of a cleaning team? Jun-Woo looked at him and said that first he needs to lay the foundation, then it will come to that. He will have to start from scratch. Who wants to start under such conditions? Chang Hyan glanced sideways at the blushing blonde and said that if they needed a person for a management position, he knew one. Ah-young angrily began to strangle him. Jun-Woo watched this with a bouquet in her hands, while Yaobin, standing next to her, continued to explain something to him. The guy turned his gaze to the members of the cleaning squad who had approached. He heard people wishing him success. Someone said that thanks to him, working these past few months was really great and invited him to visit sometimes. Sang Hyuk, standing in front, said that for his sake they put everything aside and came to say goodbye. Soyeon, holding a bag in her hands, thanked him for his work. These were his favorite strawberry-flavored sweets. Jun-Woo said that they could have cleaned the dungeon in this time. Sang Hyuk replied that he did not appreciate such moments. The comrades looked at the guy crossed his arms and asked if they met on the street. They would not pretend that they did not know each other, would they? Jun-Woo picked up the bouquet and replied that he had done that before. The guy looked at the tall building of the association and thought that in this life he was parting with it in a completely different way. He spent so much time trying to achieve what he had in his past life. Throwing the bouquet over his shoulder, the guy turned away and said that he was going. They would see each other again. His comrades waved to him and told him to take care of himself. The guy walked away along the sidewalk. Du-shik stood on the balcony and, watching him, said that he was sorry, and Bam, standing next to him, said that of course it was a pity, but they did not have time to mourn the departed employee. Du-shik turned to the chairman and asked, does it bother him? Where should they look for another head of the operational headquarters? Does he have someone in mind who can replace him? The old man replied that no, and it bothered him. The chairman heard, what about Min-ju? He imagined the girl who was shaking her head with her hands and replied that maybe he should ask himself. She refused him like everyone else. The red-haired man looked at him and asked, couldn't it be? Shouldn't they want to go the same way as Jun-Woo? Bayam sat down in the chair and said that it was incredible that such a young janitor could change the association so much. Sitting in the chair, the old man said that there would be stagnation from now on, but he hoped that the guy would achieve his goal. Du-shik said that he sent him a gift, so he would be fine. The old man looked at the man and asked what kind of gift it was. The man closed his eyes and said that it was a secret. He heard that the two of them were discussing something in secret from him. He hoped that he would like the present. Bayam hissed in displeasure. Under the blue sky stood the tall glass building of the association. Jun-Woo, the head of the operational headquarters, left his post. Internet users were shocked by such a sudden departure of the leader. One commenter asked who will protect their country now. Another wrote that he wished he could stay in this position forever. A third wrote that he could not believe it. The headlines had a picture of a guy and said Jun-woo, the head of the task force, was leaving his position after 2 months, but why? Another headline said, from a janitor to the head of the task force, how did Mr. Kim manage to rise up the ladder so quickly? The next headline had a picture of Jun-woo and a quote, "Come join us, there is a so-called hiring war between guilds and companies across the country to hire the head of Jun-woo." The next headline quoted the chairman of Inbayam, who said that he respected his decision. Even the board of directors didn't know about the dismissal. Min Cheol held up one of the tape numbers and said that they didn't know. He put on a whole show. The next newspaper had a headline that the current guild leader Aries Seok-hyun expressed his position, that his decision was confusing, but he still supported Jun-woo. Seok-hyun looked at the girl with the newspaper in her hands, who said that guilds all over the country were trying to poach Jun-woo. He replied that of course. The next headline said that the youngest employee got the most achievements in the shortest time. What kind of future awaits the best former boss? Sang-chan held the phone in his hands and shouted that he should have told him if he had any problems. Mark laughed very loudly. There were 2 people standing next to the laughing man. The brunette said that he quit, so his warning got through to him. It immediately became easier when he stopped freezing his eyes. Mark, with a burning angry look, resolutely rushed at the brunette, covering his mouth with his hand. Throwing the blonde back, the man pressed him against the wall so hard that cracks appeared on it, and cursed. The blonde trembled with fear, hearing the man's question, why was some Asian cleaner an eyesore for RB Corporation? Mark gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes blazing, and said that they couldn't even kill him, and now they were relieved that he simply resigned from the association. The man headed for the exit, asking if they had found Minho. The blonde replied that they had found a trace, but that was all for now. The brunette turned to them angrily and told them to get to work, otherwise he would paint the walls of his office with their blood. The man was surrounded by a purple glow, telling his amazed subordinates that the main office was gradually moving forward with the merger with the leader of the raid control squad. This time, let them do everything perfectly so that they could get that stone. A black garbage bag was thrown on the floor. Jun-woo stood in the middle of the sparkling clean room next to the garbage bags, rubbing his hands, asking why no matter how much he cleaned, there was always a mess here. He listened to the sounds outside the door and wondered who had come to see him. He opened the door and was very surprised. Ah-young stood at the threshold and asked what he was staring at. Wasn't she even allowed to come over? Jun-woo went out into the hallway and asked why she had come. There was a suitcase next to the girl, and she said that he was probably working hard to open a company and couldn't spare even a minute. The girl looked behind the guy's back and exclaimed how a bachelor's apartment could be so clean. The guy told her not to get distracted and asked if something had happened at the association. Why wasn't she at work? Ah-young looked at the surprised guy with a smile and said that she had been fired. She had simply said that she wanted to quit and was immediately thrown out the door. And he had promised to take care of her if she remained unemployed. He thought, when had he promised that? Jun-woo imagined Do-shik and Ah-young smiling slyly and thought, even if she wanted to quit so much, how could she just fire the deputy head of the support department? What had happened between a father and daughter? The girl with the suitcase went inside, and the guy gloomily covered his face with his hand and told her to go back. He couldn't help her in any way, and added more quietly that she shouldn't go inside, otherwise he would call the police. Ah-young asked if he was offended that she didn't give him anything. He shouldn't be offended, she would fix everything now. Smiling, the blonde showed him 2 papers with tables, saying that this was all the information about the current cleaning teams in the country, including the number of workers, their budget, workload, and working hours. And here was data on independent associations abroad with exactly the same content as his. The girl slapped the sheets on the guy's chest, who asked if this was even legal, and she replied that he seemed to like the gift. Ah-young bit into a cracker. The guy glared at her. Cracker crumbs fell on the table. Jun-woo clenched his teeth in anger, thinking that he had just cleaned the apartment, while the blonde stared thoughtfully at her laptop. Sitting at the laptop, she wrote down on a sheet of paper and asked if he was going to cooperate with overseas associations should they improve their reputation in Korea. In the larger offices such as Suwon, Daejeon, Busan, there are about 10 cleaning squads, but since he became the head, their number has increased significantly. On the sheet was an image of a map and tables with notes from a girl. She asked if he was going to compete with them anyway, right? Here is a list of offices with fewer than 5 squads. She shook her head, imagining the lack of a building, and said that from what he could see, many were in financial trouble. In her mind, she imagined 2 little people plus 2 other little people, and said that due to the lack of hunters, they were relying on private organizations for help. Ah-young imagined the boss crying next to 2 embarrassed subordinates and said that due to the shortage of cleaners, the companies could only make a limited number of raids per day, but these branches did not have the funds to expand their staff. She imagined Jun-woo putting a white flag on the buildings and said that this was a great opportunity to fill this niche. Sitting down, she said that there would be a lot of work, hiring employees, negotiating with associations, signing contracts. In addition, they needed to establish contacts with equipment suppliers. The manager said that he had someone in mind and she could handle some of the paperwork. Jun-woo looked down tensely and wondered why she was so cheerful and energetic. Touching his chin with his finger, he remembered the image of the girl from the past and thought that he could not believe that this was the same Ah-young, who in his past life was more like a robot. If he knew she was like that, he would have treated her like a friend instead of a subordinate. It would have brought him much more. He flinched when the girl called out to him and asked if he was listening. He looked at her and asked what she said. Looking at the guy, Ah-young asked if he had already thought of a name for the company. He scratched his head and said that he had one option. The girl asked which one. Jun-woo looked at her and said that it was the Korea agency of Resetta Dungeon Management Association, or just Karma Corporation. The heroes looked at each other in silence. Jun-woo tried to change the subject, asking how the work with the time stone was going. He wondered to himself what kind of reaction she had. He thought it sounded cool. Ah-young looked to the side and said that the lab was not ready yet, and not all the equipment had arrived. The guy asked, did that mean she quit without achieving anything in the research? The girl showed him the gun, saying that she brought it, a prototype weapon with fragments of the time stone. Jun-woo stared at it in shock and screamed that she was crazy. Where did she even get it? Let her return it immediately. Ah-young looked at him and said that he didn't know. What if she could save his future life with this weapon? Jun-woo touched his forehead in sorrow and asked, how does she even know how to shoot a gun? He looked at her silently. The guy imagined the silhouette of the girl against the background of the monster's hands and a drop of blood. Jun-woo thought that he wasn't sure if the International Association would leave him alone even after dismissal, but if they decided to get to Ah-young. The guy stood up and exhaled, saying that he would teach her. The blonde held the gun embarrassedly while the guy adjusted her hands, telling her to straighten them, but not all the way so that the gun wouldn't swing too much. Jun-woo stood next to her and adjusted her posture, reminding her to focus and not breathe. When she was ready to shoot, she definitely exhaled, but not right away. The guy exhaled next to her, and Ah-young blushed even more. The girl screamed, leaning back, and accidentally hit the guy with her head. There was a cup of spilled tea on the floor. Ah-young sat next to the guy lying on the floor and said that he was bleeding. Apparently she touched him. Looking at him embarrassedly, she asked why he started breathing in her ear. The girl screamed when Jun-woo grabbed her in his arms and tried to cover herself up by screaming for him to stop. She was not ready. She was surprised when the guy, looking with shining blue eyes, said that they needed to clean up. He threw the surprised girl onto the bed and began to frantically clean everything in the room, tidying up. Ah-young asked in surprise why he suddenly started cleaning. An information window about the mysophobia skill was lit in front of the guy, which told him to clean up. A black boot stepped onto the ground. The heroes got out of the black car and Ah-young asked, it's not as bad as he thought, right? A week after starting their business, they registered the business and found an office building that wasn't the newest. The heroes stood in front of a gray multi-story building. Jun-woo smiled and thought that all that was left was to hire cleaners and visit the local association offices to sign a contract with them. Ah-young looked ahead and said that everything was just beginning. The guy looked at the office building, then he thought that everything would go smoothly now until they encountered reality. Jun-woo stared ahead in shock and gasped. He and his assistant were sitting at the table with their laptops. The assistant told him not to sigh, a resume wouldn't appear on its own. She said that at the beginning, it was hard for everyone. If it weren't like this, every person in the world would be successful. The vacancy for cleaners has been hanging for a week, but they still haven't received a single resume. The guy pressed the refresh button several times, but the screen showed a message that there were no responses to the ad yet. He thought that to some extent, it was logical. Who would go to clean the dungeons of some no-name company? The girl introduced a posing journalist and said that they would have already had a line of people willing if he had listened to her and called Sang-chan. She even wrote him a text. Jun-woo, the former head of the operational headquarters, is opening his own company providing services for cleaners. The guy replied that this would not work. Ah-young asked if he could ask for help from a representative of the association. Maybe he could throw them a couple of people. Jun-woo introduced an angry man with a tiger, who angrily asked, decided to take his last shirt, spent his entire budget, but it was not enough. The hero replied that Bam would be very angry. The girl exhaled, imagining her colleagues jumping out of the building and asked if he should start calling people personally. Wouldn't Soyeon Sang Hyuk and Yaobin come running here after one call from him? The guy answered with displeasure that they were all veterans in their teams. If they lured them over, they would have problems. The girl clenched her fist and said okay. She came to help, and he was rejecting any idea. Jun-woo blushed with anger and clenched his fist and thought that maybe he should beat her up and then kick her out. He imagined a clawed hand that was reaching out to the people standing on the target next to the building. The guy thought that he didn't know what to do in such a situation. He created this company to avoid the attention of the International Association, so he can't advertise that it belongs to him, and if his former colleagues suddenly move here, won't he become a target for an international company? Jun-woo looked at the huge stack of papers in surprise. He asked what it was. In front of him was a leaflet with two drawn cleaners who were showing their thumbs up. It was written that this was the Karma Company. They were looking for cleaners with whom they would clean up the dungeons together. Age, gender, education did not matter. They accept without work experience. Friendly team, career growth. An appeal to join as soon as possible, phone number and address. Ah Young asked, what do you mean? They will hand out these leaflets together. The girl pressed a stack of leaflets to herself and said that she saw that he had no entrepreneurial spirit. The guy sullenly thought that he would not deny it. It hurt him. Dejectedly, he slammed the laptop shut. Hearing that he was sitting, let him go faster. The guy thought maybe he shouldn't have quit. A huge glass building of the Korean Association for Work with Parallel Dimensions towered in the city. The man was standing at the table, on which there was a sign saying vacant position. He took the sign with his hand. The man in the suit threw the sign into the trash. The man with a neat beard put up a new sign with the inscription manager surname. It was the head of the operational headquarters, Choi Ho-sung, the former director of the association in Suncheon. The man remembered standing next to his colleagues, in front of whom was Min Cheol. He thought that he had been the director of the branch in Suncheon for several years. Thanks to his work, the main office in Seoul did not deny itself elite beef, river eel and other delicacies. Min Cheol, who was the head of the operational headquarters at that time, had a lot of influence. The man remembered the body of a man in a suit and tie and thought that this position was soon taken by an unknown person, who had previously been a cleaner. After that, his stomach ached so much that he even thought that he would die like that. But heaven took pity on him. Choi punched two stacks of papers lying on his desk. He thought that 2 months later, this cleaner resigned from his position as a manager and he was given a new chance. He remembered in Bayam telling him on the phone that he was recommended by a friend of his whom he trusted very much. Could he rely on him? Then the man pretended not to be very happy, but inside he was jubilant because he was able to get the position he had been striving for so long. Choi held the papers in his hands and said that his time had come. He looked at the report in shock and screamed, what did this man do? He spent the entire budget for this quarter, for the next one, and even for the next year. Standing in front of him, Young-soo's secretary said that the former manager wanted to support each team. That's where the money went, everything. The man looked at the assistant and asked what kind of support was this, on which the budget for the next year was spent, and did the management know? He received the answer that, and asked, did they know everything, but let him waste it all? The man looked at the report with concern, imagining the guild and the hunters from the Vietnamese branch, and thought that although the profit was guaranteed due to the agreement with private guilds and the Vietnamese association, such contracts only pay off after a few months. In the end, they would have to somehow put up with a budget deficit for these few months. He imagined a downward arrow that was destroying the building, and the face of the stupid Jun-woo, who asked, what is management? Choi thought that if this financial hole is not filled, the association will come to an end. Why was such a position entrusted to some cleaner? The man crushed his hair on his head in sorrow, saying that he was a fool. He created chaos here and ran away. Suddenly, he raised his head, struck by a guess, and the stupid face of the guy in his imagination changed to a sly one. He asked, what if this Jun-woo arranged everything on purpose? Young-soo looked at him emotionlessly and said that it was unlikely. He was not that kind of person. The man replied that he did not believe it. Let him go to the general department, ask them for a copy of the budget documents. Choi clenched his fist and pounded his finger on the table, recalling quotes that the one who stands his ground, protecting the interests of employees, the youngest worker received the greatest achievement in the shortest time. In general, the louder the product is advertised, the greater the chance that the product will be a dud. He looked at the message from the general department with a file with information on expenses for the year. The next contact congratulated and said that if suddenly workers were needed. The contact chairman wrote that he succeeded. There were 4 unread messages inside. No matter how much the public praised him, in reality, the man looked at the file with information on expenses for the year in amazement and thought, what did he do? The man screamed, surrounded by reports from stores, and thought that everything went to cleaning equipment, bonuses and bonuses. He is obsessed with cleaning. The man stared ahead, thinking, even if he was from the cleaning department, how could he have squandered the entire quarterly budget just on equipment? In fact, Jun-woo had squandered the entire budget to unlock his skills. The new manager had a spreadsheet with the report open in front of him. Not only had he invested a ton of money into his cleaners, he had also spent 50 billion won to expand the support department's research center and another 200 billion won on special uniforms for underwater dungeons. The cherry on top was investing the remaining budget into the Vietnamese association. The man rested his palm on the table and thought that he was glad that he hadn't just stolen the money, but had invested it. although he spent it as if he forgot the safe word. In this situation, he could only start with the task force's salary for this month. He imagined Minju and the other hunters and thought that since the association prioritized the hunters, they needed to be provided with the best support and equipment. Since when did the hunters' salaries get delayed because of the cleaners? If nothing was done, he, the current leader, would be held responsible for it. Choi clenched his fists, thinking that if something went wrong, he would be the one who had held this position for the shortest time. This could not be allowed. Young-soo was excited to hear that there was no choice. Choi was surrounded by a gloomy aura and said that they needed to reduce the number of cleaners and told the assistant to prepare for a restructuring. He thought that lizards shed their tails in extreme situations because they had no other choice. Inbayam sat at the head of the large table in the conference room and asked if he had decided to cut the number of cleaners. Choi, standing opposite, said that it was true. His colleagues looked at the man. The chairman said that the first proposal he made 4 days after taking the job was a restructuring. Did he know who held the job before him? The man stood up straight and said he did. The old man frowned and said that it was strange to hear him suggest such a thing. Let him explain his decision. Choi pointed to the graph behind him and said that as he could see, almost the entire budget had been spent. His predecessor had spent it for this and the next quarter, and they would most likely not be able to pay the salaries of the operations department this month. He imagined a sharply downward arrow against the background of the association building and said that the revenues barely covered the losses incurred by the association, and they did not know when exactly Vietnam would start making a profit. At this rate, they would be bankrupt in 6 months. The brunette sitting at the table turned to him and asked, then why not temporarily cut the hunters' pay? If they suddenly cut so many workers even for half a year, the association's reputation would suffer greatly. Young-soo, who was standing, looked at him and said that even if he managed to hold out for a month after cutting the salary, what next? Without tangible results, they would have to cut the board of directors' salaries. The man turned away and said no, that was too much. Choi clenched his fist and said that he hoped they would gather their strength and get through this difficult time together. He hoped they understood that in reality, it was almost impossible. The best solution would be to cut the cleaning staff, who are not that important in the association. Du-shik jumped up and shouted that nothing like that. Did he not agree that they were able to improve them by showing them, or precisely because of the cleaning business? The man leaned on the table and heard that they had invested too much money in it. Whatever the case, the operations department has always occupied the main place in the association. It is better to think rationally. Inbayam closed his eyes, touching his beard, and said that he said everything correctly. The name was indignant, but the old man said that now is not the time for emotions. Turning to Choi, the chairman said that if something goes wrong, he will be held responsible alone. Does he agree? The man looked at him and confidently said that of course. The chairman said that okay, then they will continue. Du-shik was shaking with anger, and the brunette exhaled, talking about his salary. Jun-T angrily looked ahead, shouting that this is a restructuring. He angrily shouted next to the calm man, that is not this too radical a decision. After all, he has only recently taken this position, and already he is taking such harsh measures. Choi looked gloomily at the interlocutor and asked, did they live well in the cleaning team? His idea was approved by the management, so if he wants to argue, let him go to them. Jun-T was amazed to hear the man's words to survey those of the workers who are ready to leave and make a list. As he said, the staff is being cut in half. The man introduced his employees and thought that no one would want to quit now, so he would have to fill out the list himself and then try to persuade people. But how could he fire any of them himself? The setting sun was shining through the panoramic window. The man looked at his phone, asking in surprise, the chairman. The news announcer, with a photo of the building in the background, reported that the cleaning department of the Korean Association was being restructured. The residents looked in surprise at the big screen on which the news was broadcast. The announcer said that the decision was inevitable due to the dire financial situation of the company. The chairman of the Inbayam Association will actively help the laid-off workers find a new job. Ah-young ran in different directions, sometimes holding papers in her hands, sometimes a cup, sometimes filling out some document. She gloomily turned her gaze to the guy who was sitting in a chair and drinking from a mug. The blonde grabbed his jacket and screamed, does he really think they have time to rest? Soon, those he had been waiting for so long would come here for an interview. In the modern world, the company's reputation is very important. The guy replied that he had seen these faces 100 times. The girl stopped shaking him and asked who he was talking about. The guy replied that she should see for herself. She turned her gaze to the man who entered the room and asked to call the CEO here. Their acquaintances were standing at the threshold. Sang Hayek crossed his arms over his chest and asked what kind of office this was. He thought it would be cooler here, considering how boldly he left the association. Soyeon in a suit said that they came for an interview, and Yaobin with a dissatisfied face extended her hand and told him to give her $2. Jun-woo looked at them with a smile. The fair-haired guy looked ahead and said that he sent his resume on the recommendation of the chairman of the association and received a response that he was accepted. Chang Hyun looked at the guy excitedly and said that after he went on vacation, his team was changed and then he was kicked out of it. And also because the former head of the task force became the CEO here. The guy replied that he hadn't seen him in action for a long time, but he was hired. The brunette scratched his cheek in embarrassment and said that after getting out of prison, his hunting license was revoked. Jun-woo replied that it was all in the past, so he would turn a blind eye to it. Ah-young turned her gaze to the guy, who replied that the man was hired as soon as he tried to introduce himself. Looking at the boss, the blonde said that, of course, they lacked workers, but should they hire everyone? He replied that he worked with them in the association and trusted them. The girl sitting at the table was amazed and asked why they were even holding an interview then. Jun-woo, holding a paper in his hands, replied that it was a formality. In front of them, there were many people sitting on chairs. Soyeon, holding a folder in her hands, said that everyone who was hired should go to another room. Sang Hyuk told the next candidate to sit here. Ah-young looked at the guy suspiciously and asked if he had planned this in advance too. Jun-woo looked at her slyly and said that they were very lucky that the association had undergone a restructuring. The assistant thought in amazement that it was true. Jun-woo thought that everything was right. He had planned from the very beginning to create a stir in the association so that the staff would leave. But it looked more like a gamble than a plan. A few days earlier, there were several plates with dishes on the table. A man was stirring soup in a bowl. In-beom was sitting at the table opposite the guy and said that he had done everything as he wanted. The guys would send him their resumes themselves, but he would also send a list separately. The brunette thanked him and said that he had helped him a lot. The chairman held a spoon in his hands and asked if it was hard to find workers since he had arranged such a multi-move. The guy with chopsticks in his hands replied that he knew that his departure would cause problems for the association, right? The old man said that it was all because he had squandered the entire budget, wasn't it, even though it was necessary. Jun-woo sighed with displeasure, crossing his arms, and said that in the end, everything had turned out well. The association had saved money, he had gotten employees, and they hadn't lost their jobs. In-beom looked at the guy pitifully and thought that he was crazy. The old man brought a spoon to his mouth, imagining the angry man, and asked him to never do anything like that again. Do-shik almost ate him alive. Jun-woo apologized for that and asked him to explain the circumstances to him later. The chairman looked at the guy and asked how he knew that Choi would suggest cutting down on the cleaning staff. The hero sitting opposite him said that he was the type who, in a crisis, decides to throw in the towel without thinking. He imagined a man standing in a suit. Choi, for him, this person is like a teacher. The man's gaze was serious. Before the regression, he took over the post of the head of the operational headquarters after Min Cheol. When he was the head of the first operational squad, he learned a lot from him. He remembered standing behind the man pointing his finger forward, like throwing tails, intimidating people and all that. Choi excelled at this job. He loved to fire entire teams whenever possible. Jun-woo imagined a giant finger crushing the employees and remembered that under him, the salaries of the cleaners were reduced every year and in the last year they fell by half. The guy was sure that if he saw the state of the budget, he would immediately think about restructuring. He imagined the man looking at the report in amazement and thought that, besides, Choi considered the cleaners the most useless workers. Jun-woo smiled slyly, which is why he recommended him to the CEO as the next head of the operational headquarters. He would be able to put the budget in order, and the workers who were laid off would join him. He knew that. In-beom sat at the table and said that if he treated his employees badly after this, he would not just let it go. The guy said that of course. The old man looked at him and asked what he thought Choi would do next. He already understood that he would do everything to stay in this position, but he didn't really want him to sit in this place for too long. Jun-woo replied with a sly smile that everything would be fine. He was the perfect candidate to be the scapegoat. The old man looked at the guy pitifully and thought that he was crazy and a scoundrel. There was a ventilation grid on the ceiling. The man's words were heard that it was time for him to go, that he shouldn't call him even if he really needed help. Ah-young, exhaling, held several sheets of paper and said that she would go crazy. One more interview and her head would start spinning. Jun-woo approached her and said that they were going to Suncheon. Let her take all the documentation and contracts with her. The girl asked why. She got up from the table, hearing that since Choi had transferred to the main office, they should take advantage of the fact that the branch manager's position was empty and sign a contract with them. She asked if that was even possible. The blonde asked gloomily, is he going there today? She needs to prepare so many documents. Jun-woo replied that there is a restaurant in Suncheon that makes great crabs in soy sauce. He will treat her. Ah-young was sitting behind the wheel of the car next to the guy. The dark car was driving along the road. There were delicious pieces of crab on the plate. Young-soo was rubbing his hands with a smile, saying that he was incredible. How did he manage to convince the association's CEO? The secretary said with a chuckle that he would soon surpass Jun-woo in terms of influence. Choi closed his eyes and said not to rush, they had a long way to go. Choi introduced an angry Chang Hyun and a dissatisfied Min Ju and said that besides, that girl from the first squad and the head of the work supervision department were on Jun-woo's side anyway. The secretary standing behind him objected that the association is not where you make friends. How can these people be on the side of the person who quit? If they are not fools, they will side with him. Choi said decisively that he was right. The man opened the door. He heard the secretary standing behind him ask, "What now?" With the cleaning staff cut in half, it will be difficult to do what Jun-woo did. What will he do with all this? The man answered, "Work, just like Suncheon." He took a step forward and asked, "How can work go well when the staff is full of cleaners?" He imagined himself squeezing the arms of the chair and said that the association should focus on hunters. The man leaned his hands on the table and frowned, said that a start has already been made, so they will continue in the same spirit. White clouds floated across the blue sky. Jun-woo stood next to the surprised girl and looked ahead. They looked at a two-story building. Ah-young said that it was smaller than she thought. The guy answered that he was not sure if this was the place. Maybe this was not the branch of the association. The blonde with a scar on his face scratched his head in confusion and said that he was Jun-woo, the former head of the task force. If he knew that he would personally visit them, he would have taken them to the best restaurant. The brunette standing behind them with a teapot in his hand said that they arrived earlier than they expected. The girl looked at him in surprise, thinking that he was in a hoodie and a t-shirt. Jun-woo said that it had been a month since he left. Now he was just the director of a small company specializing in cleaning, so they would do without formalities. The heroes sat at a white table. The brunette handed the guests cups of coffee. The blonde leaned on the table with a laugh asking how they could afford this. The guy told them to listen. Jun-woo with a paper in his hands turned to his interlocutors and said that they did a little research. It turns out that in recent years, the number of employees at the Suncheon branch has been steadily declining. He presented 8 figures against 3 figures with brooms and said that they thought that the low efficiency with 8 groups of hunters was due to the lack of cleaners. As far as he knew, there were currently only 3 cleaning teams with 3 people each in the branch. The staff heard that the number of raids that the hunters could do per day was directly related to the workload of the cleaners. The blonde rubbed his chin and said that the efficiency of the hunters was indeed falling. He exhaled, leaning on his knees, and said that yes, he was right, there were many dungeons to clear, but there were not enough people and their budget was modest. The brunette was surprised to hear the guy in the hoodie say that he did not know if the services of a dungeon cleaning company would help them. But if they were given enough funds, he was sure they could solve this issue. The head of the association's General Affairs Department in Suncheon Hyunwon heard the question. What did he think? The heroes looked at them in amazement. Jun-woo asked the blonde, if the man is the head of the department, then who is he? The blonde chuckled and said that he was late with the introduction. His name is Hyun-soo. He is the representative and leader of the Beach Guild under the Suncheon branch. Hyun-soo waved his hands in displeasure, telling the guy that he himself understands everything. The main office allocates insufficient budget to the branches, so all the work is actually done by mercenaries like them. The blonde frown shouted that in this situation, the staff of cleaners and the increase in guild fees. Jun-woo interrupted him and asked him to leave there. The guy was surrounded by a red angry aura and said that he came here to negotiate with the manager. He does not have time to negotiate with him. The men silently looked at him. Hyun-soo headed for the exit, smiling, saying that he will find out everything later anyway. He has already left, they will talk later. He slammed the door loudly. Ah-young looked at this and said that he is a bore. Hyunwon scratched his head, saying that it was embarrassing that they saw this. As Hyun-soo said, most of the work was assigned to the guild hunters, so they had such authority. He looked up and asked, they came to discuss the cleaning service contract, so they would sign it right away. The heroes were amazed at how accommodating they were here. Jun-woo stood in front of the man and told him that he was no longer in a position to explain the rules of the work, but this couldn't be done. He couldn't believe that they allowed the branch to be in debt to the mercenaries. Looking at the man, Jun-woo said decisively that no matter if it was the main office or the branch, the association had to protect the citizens. He had to be strict and confident so that the people in the positions below him could trust him. Hyunwon nodded awkwardly, saying that he understood that the guy was right, he was too soft, but their branch couldn't do without the help of the guild. The heroes looked at the man who was saying that, as already said, the efficiency of their hunters depends on the workload of the cleaners. They must separate from Peach, but the heroes left the building. Ah-young turned around and asked if everything will be okay. Jun-woo closed his eyes and said that from tomorrow, the Sang-hyuk and Soyeon squads will be working here. They are veterans, so they can quickly increase the productivity of the branch. The guy heard how he was called the former leader. Hyun-soo, along with the long-haired guy in a hat and the big guy in a white jacket, stood by their black car and asked if they were leaving already. He has a nice car. He thought they would invite them to a nice restaurant after the negotiations. Jun-woo came closer and said that, unfortunately, he does not have time. They are already on their way back. The blonde laughed with a smile and said that maybe they do not know about this in Seoul, but here the guilds have more influence than the branch. Their cleaners would encounter them more often than the official hunters. With a satisfied smile, Hyunsu asked if they had heard of the guild support fund. The heroes were surprised to hear the guy say that he lives off of donations from people in the same field, and if they were interested, even a small amount would be enough. Even if they were in a private company, wouldn't it be beneficial for them to maintain good relations with them? The guild members came closer. Junwoo put his arm around the girl, covering her, and said that they were a private company, so they weren't obligated to maintain good relations with them. The blonde said that he understood and couldn't force them to donate. As Hyunsu left, he turned around and said that he felt awkward talking about this, but he was well acquainted with the previous director Choi. Did they know him? He had recently taken up the position of the head of the operations headquarters at the Seoul office. The guy who was covering the girl turned around with her and heard that if he asked, he could help them with basically anything. If they changed their minds, they should definitely call. The sky above the building was painted in the colors of the sunset, and he heard words that it was very bold of them to talk to him like that. Junwoo stood in front of his comrades in black suits and thought that he could not stop working from these gangsters who protected the area. Immediately after returning to the company, he told Soyeon and Sang-hyuk about the guild, but judging by their faces, they did not care. He introduced Hyungwon, who was smiling in front of a graph with an arrow rising upward. As expected, thanks to the leadership of these two, the productivity of the Suncheon branch increased significantly. A blue gate shone in the city with lightning around it. The first cleanup was successful, but after a week, Soyeon looked ahead, a red mark from the blow on her cheek. There was a problem. The blonde smiled ominously when his partner asked him if they could do this. He asked him if Junwoo was the head of the task force. Hearing this, the leader suggested that they help the protagonist, who was the head of the task force, get rid of the money. The guy turned his head and said that Junwoo was kicked out of the association. The gray-haired young man noticed that the protagonist did not last long there. The blonde imagined Junwoo being caught when he said that no one knew that the former janitor would flee the association so quickly. He assumed that the head was fired because he squandered the entire budget. Meanwhile, the door to the office opened slightly. The man looked back and asked Shimhan-soo why he was doing this again. The leader informed the manager that they were raising their fees by 10% this month. Kang turned his head and reminded them that they were already in a very difficult situation. The blonde told him that he had found the money to sign a contract with the cleaners. Shimhan-soo smiled ominously and offered the man to deal with the dungeons himself if he refused. The guy put his hand in his pocket. He demanded that the manager send the company to the dungeon that they would be cleaning. A portal appeared in the city. A week after the contract was signed, Soyeon and Sang-hyuk were sent to clean the dungeon. Seeing the ogre open its mouth, Shimhan-soo demanded that the assistants hold it tighter. Someone jumped off the ground. Blood began to ooze from the monster's body. The blonde fell to the ground when his partner reported that they had defeated the last creature. At that moment, the leader realized that they needed more hunters. Shimhan-soo put his hand in his pocket and admitted that he almost died. The guy took a bite of the candy bar. He raised his hand and asked the assistants to hurry up because he wanted to rest quickly. Sang-hyuk made a displeased face. The muscles of his face tensed when he admitted that he was tired of Shimhan-soo's blatant impudence. Hearing this, the girl asked him not to get angry. The brunette frowned deeply and said that he was not a personal servant. He reminded his partner that all the trash from home was brought to the guys and thrown into the dungeon. Soyeon touched the guy and reminded him that it was even worse in the association. She believed that they should not let Junwoo down because otherwise the branch would terminate the contract. A moment when she felt bad appeared in her mind, and she said that the main character did a lot for them. The girl remembered how they got their uniforms. She thought they should repay Junwoo in kind. Sang-hyuk felt awkward. The heroine blushed and told him that normal guilds and branches could sign contracts with them in the future. She advised him to ignore these guys and continue working. Hearing this, the brunette said that no one smiles when they say such things. The guy squatted down and resigned himself to everything. He remembered that at least the association had a buffet. Someone stepped on a candy wrapper. Shimhan-soo smiled ominously and reminded the guys that they had been working together for a week. He thought it was time for them to contribute to their guild support fund. The brunette raised his head and asked about this fund. Hearing this, the leader asked them if their boss had told them this, after which he advised him to ask him about it. The blonde pointed his finger at the portal. He told the guys that they wouldn't be able to leave the dungeon unless their boss made a donation today. Soyeon pushed the guy. She grabbed her partner by the hand and suggested that he leave. At that moment, Shimhan-soo asked her if she pushed him. The girl turned her head and said that they were not obliged to pay them. She said that she would write a statement about them to the branch. The blonde guy slapped her on the cheek. The heroine's eyes widened when the leader insulted her. He said that she could send at least 100 complaints if she wanted to stay in the dungeon until her death. After that, he suggested that they look at whose side the branch would take. Shimhan-soo frowned deeply and asked the guys if they knew who was behind him. Sang-hyuk grabbed the guy. Soyeon hugged him and asked him not to do it. She pressed herself against his back and informed him that she was fine. The girl bowed her head and admitted that she did not want her partner to get hurt because of her. She asked him to wait for her outside while she sorted everything out. The brunette relaxed his hand. He exhaled heavily and asked Soyeon about what she could do to them alone. Sang-hyuk smiled slightly and wondered if she was naive or just stupid. He said that there was no point in talking to such people. Shimhan-soo punched the guy in the face and asked him about what he said. Meanwhile, the car sped along the bridge. The guys drove silently. The girl looked back at the guy and apologized. Sang-hyuk thinks that she is not to blame because he only got it for his words. The brunette exhaled heavily when he said that Jun-woo will notice everything if he returns to the office like that. Hearing this, Soyeon said that she knew what to do. At this point, her partner admitted that he was already scared. They arrived at the headquarters. Lee made a dissatisfied face and asked the guys why they were dressed like that. The girl touched the mask and said that the two of them had a cough because it was very cold in the dungeon. She asked if they could go home after the hospital. The main character turned his head when the director asked the guys why they had sunglasses. Sang-hyuk replied that he just looked cool in them. He unbuttoned his jacket when Soyeon asked if it really suited him. She admitted that she never thought she would see her partner dressed so cool. The heroine bowed her head and said that they would go because nothing unusual had happened during work. Hearing this, someone stopped them. The man took off the guy's glasses. Lee became very worried and asked what happened to Sang-hyuk. At this point, the protagonist asked if the guys from Beach did this. They pulled their masks off their faces when the manager asked them to take them off. He advised them to tell him what happened to them. Jun-woo frowned deeply and asked them if they endured the humiliation so that the company would not suffer. He asked them why they thought the workers should take the hits. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and promised to deal with them. He asked that the guys go to the hospital. Hearing this, Sang-hyuk asked if they would terminate the contract with them because of this. The manager looked at him with displeasure and said that in that case, they would sign a contract with others. He asked them to value themselves and their work and promised to personally take care of the company. The boys bowed their heads when the protagonist called the director. She said that she couldn't have a moment's peace. Meanwhile, a scream was heard from the building. The noise came from the office, where someone asked the boss if he had seen the faces of those boys. The door opened slightly when Shimhan-soo decided that it was worth hitting them a couple more times, because then they would definitely understand who the boss was. He thinks that they shouldn't have contradicted them. The protagonist knocked the guy over and asked him if he had hit his employee. The blonde looked menacingly forward and asked Jun-woo what he was doing. Shimhan-soo tried to get up when the protagonist said that from now on, the Beach Guild will not clear the dungeons. He said that Kang told them the rest. Hearing this, the guy assumed that the cleaners will now do their job. Weapons began to appear near him when he admitted that he tried to communicate nicely with the director. He said that in this case, he didn't care about politeness. The protagonist pinned the blonde to the ground. Shimhan-soo bared his teeth. Jun-woo admitted that he wanted to bury them alive when he heard what he did to his guys, but he got lazy. His eyes sparkled when he said that more worthy people would be cleaning the dungeons. He said that he wanted to send them to their forefathers. Meanwhile, there was a cup of tea on the table. The man turned his head and admitted that he understood the situation. He reminded them that they didn't have enough hunters at headquarters to clear all the dungeons. Hearing this, Lee said that he had to choose between them and Beach. She smiled and said that they would help solve the staff shortage problems if the man kept his contract with them. The manager asked her how they were going to do that. He stood up abruptly from his chair when he recognized the person who entered the office. She realized that this place was further than she thought. Min-ju was standing at the aisle and was asked if she was the sole branch commander. Hearing this, she asked Lee's deputy if he was currently the vice president. Standing in the room, Shimhan-soo asked someone how he was doing. The stranger asked him what happened. Hearing this, the boy said that he had news that he wanted to hear. The brunette tilted his head and asked Shimhan-soo what he wanted. At this point, his interlocutor laughed. The man frowned when the boy asked him if he had heard of the cleaning company Karma headed by Jun-woo. The boys were lying on the floor when the blonde admitted that he had a little argument with them. Shimhan-soo bared his teeth and told him that they were now forbidden from clearing dungeons. He asked if they deserved this treatment. At this point, he decided that Jun-woo was about to die. Choi tilted his head when he was told that the branch no longer assigned them to clear dungeons. Shimhan-soo believed that Jun-woo had spoken to them. The blonde man began to tremble when he assumed that the branch would eventually come to its senses and start begging them for help. He admitted that it still irritated him a little. Then he asked if he could fire the protagonist from his post. Choi frowned deeply and asked the guy how he could help him. He believed that he could not forbid the branch from cooperating with a private cleaning company. The blonde man smiled ominously and asked the man if it was difficult. He said that he just needed to tell the management that this company had not proven its competence. At that moment, he assumed that because of this, they would terminate the contract with him. A message appeared on his phone. Choi, agreeing with the proposal, said that he was currently busy creating a training center for hunters. Shimhyun-soo stood up and said goodbye to his brother. An ominous aura began to emanate from the blonde man. He decided to show the main character how to fight. Minju made a dissatisfied face. Jun-woo turned his head and asked the director if something happened during the conversations. He also asked her why the girl had such an expression on her face. Hearing this, Lee admitted that she did not expect a different reaction from him. She approached the guy and told him that Minju had no friends in the association. A moment came to his mind when the girl was standing apart from everyone. A drop of sweat ran down the main character's cheek. The brunette folded her hands in displeasure when Jun-woo apologized for suddenly calling her. The director added that they did not even think about it. At this moment, the heroine admitted that she was a little offended when she had not been called even once after leaving. She looked back at the gentleman. He realized that it was scary to leave a woman alone because she begins to think about all sorts of things. Minju smiled and asked them to stop joking. She decided to tell them what happened during the negotiations. The brunette remembered the angry monsters and told them that she reported a blue-tier dungeon located in Suncheon. She remembered that even the highest tier she had encountered did not cause any problems. A portal appeared in her head when she reported that about 150 rifts appear per month. She believed that they need to clear about 30 dungeons per week. She remembered the guys in uniform. At that moment, she told them that each of the 4 task forces had fewer hunters than the official office. She introduced the 2 boys when she realized that the main problem was the presence of many young hunters. Minju believed that this was why the raids had not been effective until now. She remembered the tired guy and told them that many newcomers were assigned there. The girl asked them if many of them would like to stay and work in the province, after which she said that, having gained experience, they are transferred to large branches, which is why the locals work with completely inexperienced hunters. The brunette frowned deeply. She said that their team should work in this branch for a week and deal with emergency cases. Jun-woo made a displeased face when the girl told him that they would need his help. At that moment, he realized that she was now openly asking him for it. She bowed her head and admitted that the situation was worse than she thought. The heroine believes that everything will return to its previous state, even after they help them. The guy put his hands in his pockets and promised to deal with it. He thinks that the problem with inexperienced workers and lack of personnel can be solved in one way. He turned his head and said that they would have to expand the board. They turned around when the leader told them about the construction of a new training center for the association's operational headquarters. He decided that newbies would undergo 3 months of training and that they would be able to upgrade their skills in 1 month. Then he said that this place was perfect for a training center because the nearby dungeons were low level. Lee tilted her head and called it a good idea. She thought that the profits from the training center and the clearings were the same. The brunette stared ahead when the director asked him if they would be allowed to do this. He said that the project to open a training center had been under consideration by the higher-ups for several years. At that moment, he decided that everything would be fine unless the association suddenly wanted to open it in a different location. They turned to the girl who thought that it would be difficult to implement this plan. A drop of sweat ran down her cheek. She told him that Choi was trying to implement this project in Seongnam. Then she said that this man wanted to be fully responsible for training hunters. The protagonist tilted his head and realized that this was bound to happen. He thought that the lobbyist's activities had an effect on Choi. The guy put his hands in his pockets and promised to try to convince him. He asked Lee to give him his business plan. He also asked Minju to continue helping the branch because he wanted to adjust their future actions. The girl smiled widely and asked if she should ask Pyeon for help. The gentleman asked her to contact the control department because he had not seen them for a long time. Meanwhile, Choi bared his teeth and asked what this meant. The man slammed his hands on the table and told him that he had chosen the perfect location for the center, which he wanted to open in Seongnam. The chairman told him that they wanted to open it next to the Suncheon branch. He raised his finger and said that there was a shortage of personnel there. The man also knew that the local management in Suncheon was having problems, after which he reminded that the association branches also have their own pride. Choi's face fell when the chairman asked him if he was unhappy with something. The brunette frowned deeply when he realized that he had gotten too emotional. He knew that he had to control himself. The man raised his head and asked if he was the one who was supposed to decide on the establishment of the training center for hunters. The chairman closed his eyes and said that there was nothing stopping them from opening the center in Seongnam. He admitted that there was another place where the center was really needed. At that moment, he reminded him that the contract with the construction company had not yet been signed. The older man frowned deeply. He sternly asked Choi if he should have received anything in return for making this decision. The brunette felt uneasy when he answered in the negative. The men sat down on their chairs when the chairman suggested opening the center in Suncheon. Someone punched the wall. Choi trembled when he realized that the jokes were over. He remembered that he had already promised the head of the Seongnam branch to open this center there. The brunette's facial muscles tensed when he realized that construction work had already begun. He remembered that he had signed a contract with the construction company in advance for the discount. The moment of the conversation with the chairman appeared in his mind. He realized that the head of the branch had argued his decision too confidently. Choi moved forward when he realized that he could only agree with him. He believed that he would have been caught red-handed if he had acted unreasonably. The brunette looked back. He realized that he would not only have to return the money from the difference from the discount he had received, but also pay a fine. After which he realized that he could also be fired from his position. The man picked up the phone. Shim Hyun-soo smiled ominously when Choi called him. He admitted that he wanted to call him. The blonde threw a dart when the manager told him about the aggravation of his problem, because the training center will be built in Suncheon. The man said that he himself had just found out about it. The guy bared his teeth when the brunette told him that the chairman personally wanted to build the center there. Choi admitted that the old man did not make this decision. The blonde sweated when the manager said that someone had already warned the chairman. Choi said that he had said this at a very strange moment. The table was filled with darts. The man said that the chairman came before there was one step left before the official approval of the contract with the builders. He asked the guy about who he could have interfered with. The blonde aimed at the protagonist's company brochure. He leaned on his leg when Choi decided that he needed to somehow prevent the Suncheon Center from opening. Shim Hyun-soo thought that he couldn't do it himself. At that moment, the man reminded them that the main problem was the lack of hunters at the Suncheon branch. The brunette bared his teeth when he said that with the opening of the training center, there would be 100 hunters. He asked the guy if he would get at least one dungeon. Hearing this, Shim Hyun-soo realized that this would not happen. The man's eyes blazed when he noticed that the other man was talking as if he himself had no reason to stop them. He demanded that the guy at least go on strike or lie down in front of the branch entrance and prevent them from opening the center. The blonde bowed his head when Choi said that he would fulfill his request if he did so. The man got very angry and asked Shim Hyun-soo threateningly if he was asking him to do it himself. He reminded him that they both wanted to live and demanded that he follow his orders. The blonde bared his teeth. He told the leader that he understood him. In the meantime, he went on strike. Someone loudly announced that the training center would kill everyone, after which one of the strikers said that they could not risk the lives of civilians for the sake of training. Shim Hyun-soo picked up a loudspeaker when someone announced that they did not trust their lives to rookie hunters. The guy told them that he was cooperating with the branch to keep civilians safe. People gathered near the building. The blonde admitted that they remained loyal to the branch and continued clearing the dungeons, after which he said that Jun-woo used his money and reputation to manipulate the director and extort funds from the guild. At that moment, he said that the association, which exists for the safety of civilians, decided to destroy them. The man watched what was happening. Shim Hyun-soo demanded that the directors immediately cancel the decision to build a training center in Suncheon. Kang felt awkward when the blonde realized that he was ready to risk the lives of innocent people for his own ambitions. Lee exhaled heavily. Minju said that the Beach Guild, using its influence, brought other activist groups with them. Hearing this, the director assumed that everyone would now think that their company was rich. The girl grabbed the phone tightly and told Jun-woo about the rally and violent protests. She said that it was organized by the guild. At that moment, the protagonist decided to come right away. A black car drove up to the building. The brunette walked out of it when someone asked him if he could have come even later. He admitted that he had to pick up someone. The director made a displeased face. Seok Hyun smiled widely when he reminded Minju that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And Do-shik said that his daughter hadn't even called him. Hearing this, Jun-woo suggested that they move on to the meeting right away. The brunette bowed his head. He put his hands on the table when someone reminded him that the head office would not interfere. The man said that Jun-woo was no longer related to the association. Do-shik frowned deeply when someone noticed that even the CEO had come to the meeting. The brunette watched the proceedings intently. The stranger reported that Seok Hyun, who was the leader of the best guild in the country, had arrived at the meeting. The blonde bared his teeth and realized that they were in trouble. He remembered that Choi hadn't warned him about this. Behind Shim Hyun-soo stood Sang-woo. He explained that they couldn't trust rookie hunters to clear the dungeons because it would put civilians in danger. The protagonist bowed his head and asked him to be honest to the end. He told everyone that they were simply afraid that the training center would deprive them of their earnings. The blonde became even more angry. Jun-woo announced that the Suncheon branch would no longer outsource dungeon clearing to private guilds. Shim Hyun-soo bowed his head when the leader said that he knew the reason better than her. Sweat broke out on Yeonju's face. She said that this sudden decision should have been discussed with everyone. Do-shik, clenching his fists, reminded them that branches were of utmost importance, unlike guilds. He explained that they were also going to open a training center to support the Suncheon branch. The girl suddenly stood up and said that they would all die. She asked if the association was still cooperating with the Soul Guilds. Seok Hyun put his hands on his hips and said that this was the reason he came here. He promised that he could help them build a bridge between the guilds all over the country and in Suncheon. A plan came to mind when he said that the training center would open due to a shortage of hunters. Then he said that this was also happening because the Beach Guild was trying to get the exclusive right to clear dungeons. At that moment, he suggested that they would continue to cooperate with private guilds if they made official contracts with the branches that were short of personnel. Shimhan Su's mouth began to drool. He asked Seok Hyun about his guild. The man bowed his head. He asked the boy if they forced people to donate to their support fund. The blonde slammed his hands on the table and declared that it was a lie. He frowned deeply when he realized that everyone had heard of this fund. A video was projected on the wall where Shimhan Su explained that their guild had more influence than the branch. He said that they lived off donations from people who were in the same field. The guy felt awkward when he asked if a private company would maintain good relations with them. The protagonist folded his arms and said that collecting funds to support guilds was prohibited by law. He recalled that their representatives had treated his company's employees rudely, after which he said that they extorted money from them for leaving the dungeon. Junwoo smiled ominously and said that this was a criminal offense. He asked him about how they could now be trusted and assigned to clean up. Shimhan Su was very surprised when Du Shik suggested that this was not an isolated incident. The blonde guy turned black when the man announced that the Beach Guild would be blacklisted nationwide. The guy bared his teeth as he sternly asked the men who they thought they were. He frowned deeply and asked why they were forbidding them from doing their jobs. Shimhan Su reminded him that only the department head could decide this and decided to contact Choi. Du Shik, looking at the other man intently, said that Choi knew nothing about this. He said that only he had the authority to make such decisions. Then he admitted that the man supported them in building a training center and solving the problem of clearing dungeons. Shimhan Su was dumbfounded. He fell to his knees and admitted that he had made a mistake. Bowing his head, he promised to do everything to ensure that this never happened again. He begged for one chance. The room was lit up with bright light. Junwoo approached the guy and addressed him by name. He touched his face. After that, he asked him if it was necessary to do this to his employees. The brunette gave off an ominous aura. He promised that he would pay a month's compensation for refusing their services. At that moment, he advised him to consider it a donation to their fund, which they could not provide them with before. The protagonist walked away from the blonde and said that they could return to their business. He promised that later they would notify them about which branches they could sign contracts with. Meanwhile, it was a sunny day. A training center and dormitory for inexperienced operatives had opened in Suncheon, and veteran hunters from all branches took turns working there as instructors. The students trained hard because the center had become a mandatory training stage for newcomers. The protagonist believes that it is thanks to this that the effectiveness of dungeon raids has increased significantly, and under the supervision of experienced instructors, the newcomers did not create new problems. A boy sat on the guy's neck. Junwoo believes that they were able to calm down the particularly disgruntled groups of citizens. Minju was happy because she was appointed senior instructor of the training center. The protagonist believes that he is indebted to her for all the help she provided. That is why he decided to offer her to go on a mission together. The guys went somewhere because the leader decided to show the leaders new equipment. He did not expect to ever wear this uniform again. The dungeon was covered in fog. The workers approached the blonde when one of them asked him about what they would do because their guild was on the verge of collapse. The gray-haired guy said that the others, having heard the news, wrote a letter of resignation. Hearing this, Shimhan Su realized that for them the guild was just a part-time job. The leader bared his teeth and said that he would not do nothing after what happened. He decided to finish off Choi for betraying them. The guy went to someone and asked the assistants to find out Choi's schedule and address. Someone tripped the blonde. The partner asked him if he was okay. He looked back angrily and asked who did it. He even opened his mouth. A gray-haired guy was sitting in front of him when he found out that it was Minho. He touched his forehead. The guy pressed his finger to his mouth and asked the blonde to be quiet. Meanwhile, a snake was lying on the floor. Someone asked the partner how he was working lately. Yaobin, sitting on the killed monster, said that they were not so bad in the Gangnam branch. She said that they cleared the dungeons quite well because they were not difficult. Hearing this, the guy admitted that they even received part of their salary in advance. The main character bowed his head and said that at the Jeonju branch, they asked to dismember monsters into smaller parts. He promised the guys that they would soon receive more modern equipment. The brunette turned his head and asked his partners if they had any complaints or suggestions. He said that they could freely talk about everything. The girl raised her hand. Junwoo looked back and asked Soyeon to say what she wanted. The heroine leaned over and asked if it was possible to add snacks in the kitchen and office. Hearing this, the guy realized that she did not need much. Soyeon even started dancing. Yaobin asked for ice cream to be brought as well, and her partner admitted that he wanted a gaming console. HWI Jang thought that it would be nice to change the chairs. Hearing this, the manager demanded that they know when to stop. He looked back at the girl who told him that the workers were happy. Menju appeared at the entrance and turned to the teacher and said that he should see something. She said that she had never seen a corpse of such a monster. The guy looked back. Blood was flowing from the creature's jaw. The girl told him that she found him dead, after which she admitted that she did not risk approaching him because she had never seen such a thing. Yaobin stretched out her hand and said that this was also the first time she saw such a monster. She offered to take a sample of the mucus flowing from the creature. The monster's pupil appeared. Something burst out of its body. The protagonist grabbed Yaobin and told everyone to run away. A tree grew from the monster. Someone, not realizing what was in front of them, realized that they were finished. Minju looked back at the teacher and asked him about what happened. He said that they would not be able to defeat the demonic monster by ordinary means, after which he said that this is what is dangerous because everything he touches oxidizes. A black aura emanated from the tree. The guy realized that someone had already appeared. He found himself in the past. The protagonist remembered that earlier, not far from Xiacho Station, he saw how all his colleagues died. At that moment, he realized that the regeneration dungeon disaster had happened then. Meanwhile, Shimhan Su fell to the ground. He looked back and asked who did this. A cat with bright eyes was sitting next to the guy. The gray-haired young man put his finger to his mouth. He asked him to be quieter. The blonde frowned deeply when he recognized him. His partners approached them. The guy in the hat asked him if they knew this guy. At that moment, the brunette asked if he needed to be taught a lesson. Shimhan Su walked away from them and asked them to forget about the strange man. The guy in the hat said that he was lucky. They approached the leader when the partner decided that they couldn't just leave him like that. The blonde demanded that he shut up and listen to him. He looked back and said that it was Minho, who was offered 2 million won for his capture. At that moment, he suggested that the guy catch him and rise with the reward. The gray-haired young man frowned deeply and reminded him that Minho was a first-class hunter. Hearing this, the leader said that he couldn't even stand up straight. A weapon appeared in his hand as he decided to cut off his arm and leg. The blonde turned around abruptly when the guy in the hat suggested catching Minho, whom he compared to a goose that lays golden eggs. The guy believes that the reward will not be less if they return him not completely intact. Minho was petting a cat when he was called a beggar. Shimhan Su smiled ominously and admitted that he felt ashamed of what happened earlier, and he also apologized to him. The blonde man started to emit an aura. The partners became very worried and called out to the leader. Minho extended his hand forward. The first-class hunter stepped back and said that he needed to watch what he said. The gray-haired guy was surprised. Someone jumped on his back. The cat's eyes sparkled when he was glad that he finally met him. He noticed that Minho really couldn't control himself. Someone activated the puppet's skill. He admitted that because of him, he was forced to work overtime at the association every day. After which he said that he once had to clean up a whole bunch of problems. The guy's eyes narrowed when he was told that Mark was looking for him. The cat was sitting on the hand of an unknown man when he decided to give Minho one last chance. The protagonist remembered his first mission as a young commander of the 2nd Task Force. Someone offered to start briefing him. He said that there was a crack in the dungeon's interdimensional passage, causing monsters to keep coming. He also said that there was no boss. Junwoo believes that this is why the dungeon did not close, as it usually does after the boss is destroyed. He understands that it was impossible to clear it, because they repelled endless waves of new monsters. The guy believes that the dungeon's dimension leads straight to hell. Hearing this, someone said that it was hard work. He announced the end of the briefing, finally saying that monsters are vulnerable to sacred relics. The girl turned her head and begged for someone to end her suffering. The protagonist's mouth fell open. He remembered how he was kneeling on the first day of being in the regeneration dungeon. That was when the guy lost his most valuable subordinate. The bloody monster he met on the 2nd day appeared in his head. He thought it was already a disaster. A terrifying creature stood before his team. He knew their strategy and planning were useless. The brunette, frowning deeply, suggested that the guys retreat and wait for reinforcements. Seeing how Su Yang began to tremble, the guy called out his name. The gray-haired man said that they were retreating. The guys ran when the commander told them that they needed to get to the gate as quickly as possible in order to stop the monsters. He reminded them that reinforcements were waiting for them. The girl opened her mouth wide when the leader asked her to protect the priests and Su Hyan to help the magicians. The protagonist approached the monster. He squeezed his hand and said that he would take the creature upon himself. The guy's eye sparkled. A monster stood before him, opening its mouth. He remembered that it was then that his classmates died, with whom he was preparing for the exam to obtain a hunter's license. A system window appeared, informing that the skill priest was used. He remembered how his eyes Junwoo glowed. The guy realized that he had almost no memories of that day. The moment he attacked, the monster appeared in his head. He understands that while fighting, he was ready to die at any second. The brunette remembered how, having grabbed a weapon, he hit all the creatures. Then he was surrounded from all sides. He remembered how the creatures attacked him at the same time. The main character hit everything he could reach. His partners were injured by monsters, which is why they quickly died next to him. At that time, his eyes glowed ominously. Chaos was happening in the dungeon because it took them 3 days to stop all the monsters. He remembered how the sky turned red because they were never able to reach the gates of the dungeon. Jun-woo understands that then the destruction of Seoul was only a matter of time. Min-cheol then turned blue with anger when he realized how serious the situation was. He requested support from branches and guilds throughout the country. The protagonist also remembers that back then, they slowly but surely reclaimed the territories occupied by monsters. The portal sparkled strongly. Jun-woo remembered that the dungeon disappeared when they were able to reach the gate. The guy remembered his depressed partners and realized that back then, no one could rejoice or breathe a sigh of relief. He believes that they did not win, but barely survived. The protagonist remembered standing among the corpses. Eyes appeared on the bodies of his partners. Someone came up to him and apologized. He looked back when a man from the cleaning team asked where they should start. The brunette extended his hand. Jun-woo looked to the side. Looking at the workers, he asked them if they came from the association. The man answered that they did. The protagonist raised his head and asked them where they had been all this time. The bald man reminded them that they were not hunters. The brunette turned away from them and told them that they were useless. The guy's face was covered in blood. He understands that there was no point in being angry then, but his emotions took over his mind. The protagonist remembered that he did not know any of these cleaners, but rage clouded his eyes. Jun-woo abruptly opened his eyes when someone started calling his name. He felt awkward because Lee told him that he was constantly muttering something under his breath. He admitted to her that he was just remembering something. The manager grabbed his head when the girl noticed that he was personally gloomier than usual. The guy said that he was fine. At that moment, he realized that his head was spinning from the thought that there was only a month left until such a catastrophe. The gentleman opened his eyes. He remembers that this was the only dungeon that he failed to clear in all his years of work. The protagonist believes that it is impossible to clear it. An image of a monster with horns appeared in his head. He remembered how the Omega level dungeon was impossible to clear, even though they had only appeared a few times in history. The guy imagined that portal from the past. He knew that something similar had appeared 40 years ago in South America, but it could not be closed due to an underdeveloped clearing system. Not only civilians died then, but also almost half of all the hunters, because the disaster was truly unprecedented. He remembered talking to the man on the phone and asking him to convene all the task forces in Seoul in a month. The old man told him that in case of an unforeseen situation, it was forbidden by law to gather more than 15 task forces in one place. The brunette looked to the side and decided that he would have to do it himself. He asked the girl if she was busy next month. Lee tilted her head and admitted that she had some work accumulated. She assumed that she could find the time. The heroine frowned deeply when the gentleman asked her to get him a weapon. He said that he needed 5 and 6 types of sacred relics like sabers, tridents, swords. The main character's hair stood on end when the girl asked him why he needed a weapon. She didn't understand where he could get such a weapon in a month. Jun-woo bowed his head and asked the director if there were any interviews scheduled for today. She replied that there was nothing on the schedule. Someone entered the office and apologized. Dongbin opened the door slightly and asked the gentleman if they had any vacancies. A moment from the past appeared in the guy's head. He didn't expect to see Dongbin again. Dongbin and Soyeon sat near the corpse of the monster. The girl explained that in dungeon cleaning, monsters are divided into 3 large groups, with armored skin of varying strength, with normal skin and without skin. With the first type everything is clear, the second has soft skin, like any humanoid, but the last one is a sample. The man asked if she meant skeletons and ghosts. The girl confirmed his guess. The corpse lay with an open mouth. The girl added that for each type of monster, a new method of cutting is used, and since their monster is a humanoid, they must start from the head. Soyeon asked if he could cut off the head in one go. She watched his movements with delight. The man cut off the head, asking if he was doing it right. The girl answered affirmatively. She looked suspiciously at the severed limb, wondering if he was really going to become a cleaner. Jun-woo and Ah-yeon watched the scene. The young man thought of the saying that an old horse will not spoil the furrow, and then thought that since the man was a former task force leader, he was knowledgeable about dungeons and monsters, so he just needed to get used to the new position, and then he would be able to reach Yaobin's level. The man looked at the butchered corpse, saying that he never thought that there was such a clear algorithm of actions for cleaning dungeons. The girl told him that initially there was no such thing, but when the company was founded, the CEO personally conducted research, created a classification, and released a printed manual. The man looked up, thinking about this. Jun-woo and Dongbin exchanged glances. The man suddenly turned away from him. The guy watched him with a calm expression, thinking that when the man came to the office to join their company, he thought it was some kind of joke. The young man recalled the moment of the conversation with the man, thinking that, in principle, it could not be otherwise, because he was fired a few months ago for trying to do harm to the cleaner, and now he decided to become one of them. The young man noted that this was very strange, but be that as it may, he could not just drive away the man who came for an interview, so they exchanged a few words. The image in his head changed to the moment when he interviewed the man. The guy thought that Dongbin was in a more difficult situation than he thought. The young man looked at the interlocutor. Holding sheets of paper in his hands, he thought that due to the loss of rank he could no longer work as a hunter, so he was forced to develop a strategy in the first guild he came across. He introduced the man with his huge palms outstretched, adding that of course there were rumors that he was fired due to a disciplinary violation, so he could only dream of joining a big guild, and although he was sorry that the man had to move from one small guild to another. Dongbin awkwardly folded his hands on his lap. The young man finished the question by asking if he had created such karma for himself, noting that he did not want to sympathize with him. However, Dongbin placed his hands on the table, calmly saying that it did not matter to him what kind of work to do. After all, they all only do what they have to. The young man put the paper on the table, thinking that after these words, he still decided to hire the man. He came out of his memories and, exchanging glances with the man, asked if he was doing well. Dongbin replied that he was just doing what he was told. The two men walked forward. The young man said that he would complete the training in a week and then start working straight away, and he would probably put him in the first group led by Soyeon, and then asked if he agreed, and the man said yes. Soyeon walked forward a little, and the young man added that the man was probably not used to being a newbie, but he was planning on expanding the staff, and if he worked hard, he would be trusted to lead the team one day, so he should be patient, and Dongbin asked if the young man was sure that he should say something like that to him. The man looked at the young man in surprise after he said that he was saying this because he believed in him. Junwoo looked straight ahead calmly. The man looked at his face. Soyeon looked at the young man with a smile, and the man turned forward, thanked the young man, and said that it was time for him to go since his next training was coming up soon. The man watched them go, telling the man to keep up the good work. Junwoo and Ah-young were sitting at a table on the balcony. The girl put her head on her hand, asking the guy what he thought about it. The boy took the drink in his hands, saying that he thought the man was trying very hard. The girl added with a smile that his past experience as an operative leader could be of great help to them, because they just needed to train the kid well. The boy looked at her, saying that it was time for them to stop joking, and then asked about the person who tried to make him an insider. The boy imagined the moment from the interview, thinking about Choi's words about how he could do whatever he wanted without worrying about anything. The image in his head changed to a surprised man. The boy added that it was not about the importance of any activity in this field, because the whole point was that there was no need to be afraid of dirty work if it was useful. Junwoo imagined a giant finger touching Dongbin's head and thought that if the man had not said those words, he would have doubted for a long time whether his assumptions were correct. The guy remembered how Dongbin and Choi sat in front of him at the interview, thinking that the very fact that the man came to him and said this phrase so calmly indicated that these two were clearly connected to each other. Choi looked at the boy ominously. The boy added that unfortunately, he knew almost nothing about the relationship between them. Coming out of the memories, he looked in front of him, asking the girl if she found out what he asked. The girl answered in the affirmative, saying that the two of them went to the same university, and one was a year ahead of the other. She imagined Dongbin bowing to Choi and explained that they first met at the alumni meeting after Choi joined the inspection department, and when Dongbin registered as a hunter and did not become part of the task force, the man helped him in one way or another. The boy frowned, thinking that this was how he was able to achieve such great results even as a rookie. The girl added that Choi did nothing when Dongbin was kicked out due to association. The boy tiredly lowered his eyelids, saying that as he had said before, if Choi smelled something hot, he would throw his tail away without thinking. The girl asked if it was possible that Dongbin came to them because he really wanted to work for them, and no one sent him. The girl imagined the sinister man and looked at the boy in surprise after he asked if she really thought he was happy to be a cleaner. The boy looked at her face, saying that they probably agreed on something, and Choi could promise him a return to the association for obtaining some information. The girl asked if they had anything he needed. The boy looked away, thinking that in fact, it was impossible to say that he was not worried about it. He schematically imagined the movement of money and thought that if it turned out that, among other things, he was embezzling the association's money, he would not be pleased. The young man introduced his arrest, adding that it would probably cause a real stir, and no matter what the intentions were, in the end it was theft of the budget. The young man remembered how he worked with papers and how surprised he was by the message that came, thinking that he had worked as a manager for only 4 months, and before that he worked as a janitor for a meager salary. Someone might wonder where he got the money from based on his own company, and that no one around him would be able to understand this. And the guy frowned, noting that this is why he did not say anything to Ah-young. The girl approached him. The young man spat out the drink in surprise. She asked what the guy thought about this information, explaining that they received funding from the association's budget. She got angry. There were drops of his drink on her head and clothes. The young man wiped his chin in surprise. She irritably asked what he was doing. The guy asked her how she found out about this. The girl stood up from her seat, wiping her jacket with a napkin, and said that she was in charge of all the HR work and accounting and a bunch of other paperwork, and then asked if he really thought she wouldn't find out anything. The guy lowered his head. The girl added that he shouldn't worry because she knew he wouldn't do it just for the sake of a tidy sum in his pocket, and he probably had a good reason that he couldn't voice. The guy looked suspiciously at Ayum, who was beaming with joy, and said that she sometimes scared him. The girl took it as a compliment. He looked away. The girl asked if Choi was suspicious of their finances. The young man said that apparently he was. He imagined Dongbin and Choi standing back to back, and thought that the man most likely sent Dongbin to provide irrefutable evidence. If he succeeded, he would either tell the media everything or start blackmailing. The girl frowned, saying that it was not worth hiring the man then, and then asked if it was necessary to take the risk, knowing that he was an insider. He calmly looked ahead and said that it was necessary. The guy remembered his operation in the regeneration dungeon, thinking that since the dimension in it was unstable, it would naturally close in 5 days. But they suffered too many losses trying to close it earlier, and the association head office alone lost 40% of the hunters, and civilians were also affected. He imagined the looming eyes over the association, thinking that due to this incident, the Korean Association was in a difficult situation, and they had to work so hard that there was no time to even catch their breath. The youth imagined Woo Hyuk casting some kind of spell, and thought that the International Association had taken advantage of this and started interfering with their association. And although there was no official takeover, they had essentially become their puppets. The youth stood amidst the corpses and ruins. He thought about the collapse of the association system, the hostile influence of the International Association, and the deaths of key personnel, and then decided that because of this, it was necessary to prevent the disaster that the regeneration dungeon would cause, and it was necessary to do so no matter what it took. The image in his mind changed to Soo-young and Min-cheol, and he also thought that the reason why the association suffered such a large loss was simple. It was the arrogant leadership that thought they could handle it completely, and the inability to soberly assess the situation, because this was a clear sign of incompetence. The boy imagined a group of adult men, thinking that on top of all this, at least 30 task forces were needed to close the regeneration dungeon. And in order to gather so many hunters in one place without breaking the law, an official declaration of a state of emergency by the authorities themselves would be necessary. He imagined himself standing among the people he knew, thinking that there was only a month left until the disaster. And with their current strength, the association would suffer great losses, and just like before the regression, many people would die. He looked down anxiously, thinking that if he couldn't prevent the disaster, he should at least try to avoid so many deaths. The boy imagined a battle with the monsters from the dungeon, and thought that it consisted of disabling the association and preventing the dungeon from being cleared. Then the boy imagined how the monsters were confusedly searching for the missing people, and thought that the regeneration dungeon would disappear on its own in 5 days, and before it opened, Seoul would need to be evacuated. He smiled evilly, thinking that in order to neutralize the head office, some kind of incident was needed that would prevent the collapse of the entire association. Jun-woo hovered over the images of men in his mind, deciding that Dongbin had come at just the right time. Night fell over the buildings. The man was indignant at why it was so difficult to work as a cleaner. He held his shoulder, asking who was waiting for him. When would the real work begin if this was only a training course, then said that he needed to be patient for a little while longer because he could not miss such an opportunity. He looked at his phone in surprise. The man answered the call. The voice from the phone asked if his training was over. The man answered in the affirmative, saying that he was now going home. He was asked if he had been found out. Choi held the phone to his ear. The man replied that they had no reason to suspect him of anything. Choi agreed with this, saying that although it was difficult, he had to try, and once Dongbin obtained proof of funding from the association, he would immediately begin preparing a place for him in the main office. Dongbin walked down the street. He said that they should assume that no one was actually stealing the budget. He looked ahead with a calm expression. Choi exclaimed that this could not be true. The man stopped, asking what they would do if this really turned out to be the case, and what if they were wrong. Choi gritted his teeth, saying that they were not wrong, and the man had too many doubts. Dongbin stood in the middle of the street. The man ordered him to stop worrying and focus on the task. Dongbin obeyed the order. He lowered the phone. The man looked at the screen with a frustrated face. He sat down on a bench, exhaling heavily. Imagining the image of the director, he thought that Choi was even worse than Min-cheol, and then wondered if he should even trust the man and do his bidding. Choi looked out the window, saying that if they contacted each other, they would increase suspicion. He squeezed the phone, thinking that he had no other choice. He looked at his reflection, thinking that if Dongbin did not do as he was told, he would be a janitor for the rest of his life. Someone knocked on the door, the man turned around. Minju entered the office, the director asked what was wrong. She looked at him, saying that they had too much work, 30% more than before, and she wanted to know if it was too much. He was surprised by her words, asking if they couldn't handle it, considering that there were more of them now and the guilds were helping. He exhaled heavily, thinking that he couldn't believe that the task force commander was whining about such a thing. The man put his hand on his face after the girl told him that they could, but the cleaners couldn't handle such a load. He looked at her and asked if it was because he preferred hunters and what had happened since there had been no problems so far. The girl looked at him, frowned slightly, and replied that it was not that there had been no problems, they had been gradually accumulating all this time. The man looked at her irritably. The girl added that at this rate it would be harder and harder to work. She looked at him in surprise after he said why she was getting involved in this, since it was none of her business whether it was easy to work as a cleaner or not. The man added that they needed to figure it out themselves. The girl raised her hand and confidently said that they were not the only ones in the association. The man calmly answered her that she was right, repeating her words. He looked at her ominously, calmly saying that, however, the others treated them like errand boys and girls, and that the cleaners were not their equals, but simply support. The girl looked him in the face, saying that these people work all day long, but still do not have time, and at this rate, a disaster may happen. She asked him to expand the reading of cleaners, said that if it is difficult to do, he should hire a private cleaning company. The man looked at her, saying that now she brought up this company. He looked at her with displeasure in the eyes, asking if Junwoo talked her into it. The girl replied that this was her personal request. He grinned nervously, thinking that no matter what, if Dongbin can find evidence of embezzlement of the budget, the management will quickly find out about it, so now it is time to retreat. The girl confidently looked into his eyes. Choi added that as long as there are supporters of the young man in the head office, he will only suffer from attempts to outplay him. The man put his hands in his pockets, saying that he will consider her proposal so she can go. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the roof of the skyscraper. Junwoo and Ah Young entered the lobby of the building. The young man thought that this was the first time in a long time since he left that he had stepped into the main office again, but he still felt at a loss. He smirked, adding that he didn't expect them to be the first to propose a contract, but this was just a great opportunity. The young man sat opposite the director, who said that he was surprised. The man calmly looked at the boy's face, saying that he had heard that private cleaning companies were popular among branches, but it was hard to believe that the CEO of one of them was his predecessor, so it was a great honor for him to meet him in person. The young man calmly replied that he didn't work for the association, so he didn't need such honors, and then suggested that they move on to the main point, asking what pace of cleaning the dungeons they wanted to achieve. The man touched his chin, saying that he didn't know, since he wasn't very familiar with how cleaners worked. The young man introduced the tired cleaners, saying that their quality of work is maintained if they clean a maximum of 3 dungeons a day, and now one team gets 5, so they should sign a contract for 10 exits per team per month. The young man handed him the contract. The man asked how much it cost. Choi looked at the sheet in shock. He calmed down, turned his gaze to the young man and agreed to the terms, offering to continue on them. The men looked at each other. The director thought that not only had he squandered the entire budget, but he was also asking for such money for his services. The young man thought that he was bad at hiding his emotions, after which he said that perhaps he would prefer a certain team. The director replied that it made no difference to him. The guy put his hand to his chest, saying that in that case he just had a team with a newbie, and he would send them. The man looked at him in confusion, asking what this meant, to which the guy asked him not to worry. Choi was surprised to imagine Dongbin's image after the young man said that this man was a former operations chief, so he was a veteran in the industry. The man smirked slightly. He looked ahead maniacally, thinking that he didn't expect the guy to actually hire him, which meant that he could easily contact him without raising any suspicions. After calming down, he crossed his arms and said that this was still about the head office's activities, so even though he was a former operations chief, he was still a rookie. The young man began to pack his things after the director said that since a former association employee who had become a local legend recommended this team to him, he would not argue and would take it. The guy thanked him for his trust and said that he would contact him as soon as the team was ready. He headed towards the exit, looking at the man with a maniacal smile. The director said that they were quickly handling their affairs, and lately his head was just splitting from constantly having to think about a lot of things. The young man said that in his position there was indeed a lot to think about, but this contract would help him throw off some of his problems. The men laughed, mentally gloating at each other. The guy asked if the director wanted to specify the last day of the month as the date for payment of services. The man agreed to any date. Ah Young looked at the guy's face, asking if they would benefit from sending a rookie team to the main office since Choi would be easier to contact him. The young man asked if she heard everything, to which the girl replied that she would have heard it even if she did not want to listen to them. She boiled with anger after he said that he had to do exactly that. The girl shouted, saying that he should at least try to explain. She hit him on the leg after he said that she wouldn't believe it anyway. He dropped to one knee, his leg trembled with pain. The girl crossed her arms in displeasure, asking if they were in the same boat, then said that he always decides everything himself, and she needs to have at least a general idea of the situation to be prepared for anything. She turned away in displeasure. The young man was angry, felt sorry for Lack. The girl asked what she should do if he didn't trust her. The young man thought that if she hit him again, he would throw her out of the company. He closed his eyes, thinking that he couldn't do it, and she wasn't the kind of woman who would sit silently with her hands folded, and he couldn't kick her out since he was already used to it. He stood up, saying that in 3 weeks a dungeon would appear in Seoul, and it would be so dangerous that the association would simply collapse because of it. He looked down, saying that it was because of this disaster that the International Association would be able to absorb Korea. The girl was horrified to imagine the battles in the dungeon. The young man added that this was far from the worst thing, because many people would die. They stood silently next to the window. The warm rays of the sun penetrated the building. The girl asked if it means that they cannot stop the breakthrough to the regeneration dungeons, and therefore all that remains is to minimize losses. She looked at him in surprise, asking if this is why he wants to let Choi get to the evidence in order to remove the chairman of the association from his post. The young man replied that if you take the head of something, then the rest will be even easier to destroy. He looked at her face that he was going to remove not only the chairman, but also everyone in key positions. The girl raised her hands. The chairman watched them. The girl said that this was treason, asking how he could do this. The young man replied that it was better than dying. The old man asked him what he just said. The boys looked at the chairman. The man frowned angrily, asking if his hearing was failing him, after which he said that the young man had decided to set him up. The girl threw her hands up in fear, exclaiming that he had misunderstood them. The man shouted in rage, asking how he was supposed to understand this, because all this time he had been kind to the young man, and he decided to repay him like this. The man activated the summoning skill. A powerful energy appeared above him, in which 2 shining eyes were visible. He called the boys ungrateful. The girl shrugged her shoulders in fear, saying that he had misunderstood everything. Suddenly, the tiger affectionately licked her cheek. She looked at the beast in confusion. The old man laughed, coming closer to the young man. The girl looked at him in confusion. The guy said that it was time to stop joking, otherwise the person next to him would soon lose consciousness. The chairman said that his hands were itching to do so. The girl clenched her fist in anger, wondering if she should kill them. The old man smiled and said that she shouldn't worry, because they had already discussed everything beforehand. The young man asked her if she really thought he could do it all by himself. The guy extended his hand to her. The old man said that it was all quite ironic, because he had returned him to the chairman's position and he would also remove him. The guys looked at the old man's face. The young man asked if he really didn't mind, because there was a chance that after all this it would be difficult for him to get this position back. The old man smiled broadly, saying that he couldn't work there forever anyway, and that he had been heading the association for several decades, and that was a hell of a long time. The young man looked at the chairman's face. The old man added that he was most worried about him, because when he left, there would be no one to look after the guy. The young man replied that the chairman himself knew that there was no need to worry about him, and then asked how the case was progressing. The old man presented a certain table, saying that he had brought in one person he trusted, and that he had forged all the data well so that it would be quite possible to find evidence. The young man looked him in the eyes, saying that now all that remained was to act according to the plan, and for sure, while he and the girl were not in the office. Dongbin was holding a flash drive in his hand. The young man finished the sentence by saying that the man was rummaging through his work computer. Dongbin looked up in surprise. He noticed Soyeon entering the office. The girl asked what he was doing there. The man put his hands behind his back, his eyes blurred in different directions. The girl asked what he was doing at Ah Young's workplace. The man smiled gently and began to speak hesitantly. He remembered the conversation with the director, thinking about Choi saying that there would be no one in the office now. The girl put her hands on the table, saying that they would drop this topic because the man should get ready quickly. Dongbin asked in surprise where they were going. The girl clenched her fists, imagined the association skyscraper, and said that in 2 hours they would go to the main office, and they could not appear there like this because they had to show how carefully they did their job. The man looked at her in fear, exclaiming loudly. A blue gate opened in the middle of the city. The cleaning team was doing their tasks. The girl pointed her finger to the side, commanding her subordinates. Dongbin looked ahead, thinking about the flash drive in his pocket. He was thinking in his head that first of all he made a backup copy of all the documents on the computer, and as soon as he got out of this trash he would immediately send them to the director. He imagined the man taking the flash drive from him with a smile, holding the sword behind his back, and thought about how he shouldn't trust Choi and give him all the evidence. He picked up the knife with a maniacal smile. The girl leaned towards him. He thought it would be right to keep them for himself and give them only when he was sure that the director would return him back to the main office. Soyeon asked if he was doing well with the cutting. The man turned around in surprise, saying that he was doing well. The girl said that he was very focused because she called him and he didn't respond at all. The man smiled nervously. The girl smiled and told him to cut up the bodies and collect everything, adding that he should not forget to take all the parts with him later. Dongbin said that she shouldn't worry. The girl looked back at him over her shoulder, saying that she would go to the boss's hall and would be back soon. He watched his ally walk away, the girl telling the guy next to him that the boss's mucus could emit poisonous pores, so they should wear gas masks. The man frowned, thinking about how when he was the boss, the girl was on the cleaning staff, and that he was the manager back then. And now it was the other way around, and he felt helpless and humiliated, and then noted that he was sure no one else had ever felt the same way before. He imagined the girl smiling sarcastically and thought that despite how hard the work was, she continued to smile, clearly mocking him, and she was probably very pleased that the former boss was now under her command. He squeezed the handle of the knife, adding that the laws of the strong eating the weak apply there, and now the weak is him, and the strong is this girl, so he is sure she understands this too. As he watched her go, he smiled evilly and remarked that he would soon climb to the top again, and then take revenge for how she had laughed at him. The box had collected the green slime. The man began to cut up the carcass with quick movements of his hands, thinking that he should finish the job, and that all the movements came naturally as he had been taught. He blushed slightly, wondering why he was so good at cleaning up the dirt, and then thought that it was funny because even extraneous thoughts disappeared from his head. Their group came out of the gate. The girl said that they had worked hard, and all that remained was to report the end of the cleaning. She looked at the man, asking where the remains were. He looked at the cart, looking for the box with his eyes, and said that he had them. Suddenly, he exclaimed in shock. The girl rushed forward, saying that they needed to quickly go back and get them. Suddenly, she stopped, looking ahead in confusion. The gate closed in front of her. The cleaners looked ahead, confused. Minkayan put her hands on her waist, angrily saying that they couldn't collect what was left of the monsters, and that she thought that their company could be trusted. She straightened up, standing in front of the embarrassed Soyeon and Dongbin, and then asked if the man made this mistake, and then guessed why they came together. Soyeon looked at her ally with embarrassment. Minkayan asked if they were making fun of her, and how could the former manager screw up so badly. She approached him closely, looked him in the eyes with fury, and said that no matter what, he was always like this, and that he only pursued efficiency. But he himself was incapable of anything. The girl added that he was happy to scold the workers in his position as a manager without doing anything. Soyeon bowed deeply to her. The girl exclaimed furiously, asking how they would be responsible for this, and that if the dungeon appeared again, they would clear it themselves. Soyeon apologized and said that it was her mistake. She looked at the floor, saying that this was the man's first task, and she, as a commander, was careless and did not double-check the newbie's work, and if Minkayan wanted to scold someone, then she should scold her. The girl looked at her confusedly. Soyeon added that they would reimburse the costs. This was due to the cleaning, and if necessary, they would provide support if the dungeon appeared again. Standing in front of the cleaners, the girl was surprised that they could do this. Soyeon said that they recently made a contract with several very capable guilds. The girl calmly looked at the confident Soyeon and the sad Dongbin, thinking that she probably lost her temper without realizing it, because a man came with her, but in any case, they managed to clean the dungeon. They just forgot to take the remains. Soyeon frowned slightly, apologized again and said that this would not happen again, because she would make a detailed count for the CEO, and then asked that if Minkayan reported this to the management, let him say that the responsibility lies with her. The woman grabbed her face, saying that if Soyeon said so, then she would turn a blind eye to this incident, but next time she would report this to the management, and the contract will be terminated. Soyeon smiled happily, agreeing with this. The woman turned around, saying that they could go. The cleaners walked down the corridor. The girl sighed sadly. The man looked at her in surprise. The girl turned to him, which made him think that he was about to be scolded. Soyeon looked at him worriedly, telling him not to be upset and not to take what was said to heart, because the past is in the past, and anyone can make a mistake at work. She remembered her first task, saying that she got completely lost that time, and then just stood there and cried. The man stood rooted to the spot, thinking that he could not understand, because it was his mistake, but she was asking for forgiveness. He was upset but lowered his head, wondering if Soyeon was specifically standing up for her subordinates, and why she was comforting him. Night fell over the city. A voice from the phone asked Choi if everything was ready. The man said tensely that they needed to wait a little longer and a large company would collapse, and then the other person would not only get the fine paid but also the training center. The voice on the phone exclaimed, saying that he had been asking him to wait for weeks, then asked if he was doing anything about it. Sweat broke out on the man's face. He said that he was doing it, but if the other person would wait a little longer. The voice on the phone said that if they didn't pay the fine for laying the foundation, he would tell the journalists everything. The man looked tensely at the phone. The voice from there said that they had nothing to lose and this was the last time. The man lowered the phone, which had a message saying that the call with the president of the construction company lasted 2 minutes 32 seconds. The man said that he was in a very difficult situation. He nervously grabbed his head, brought the phone to his ear and began to beg for Dongbin to pick up. The man slammed the table in rage when he heard the voice of the answering machine, then cursed it. He imagined Dongbin at a certain table, thinking that the man had not been in touch for several days, and that he heard that Dongbin was at work every day but did not answer his calls, and then wondered if he could have turned his back on him. He looked at the ceiling in confusion, thinking that he had no choice since the knife in Dongbin's hands was not answering his calls, and then decided that his short stint at the main office was over. Suddenly, a man burst into the office, calling out to the manager. The director said that he could pack his bags because they were in a very difficult situation. Suddenly, he looked at the guy in surprise, who said that they did not need to pack anything. The man gave him the documents, saying that these were the accounts of the Karma Company. Choi mentally thanked the Lord. He smiled nervously, looked at the subordinate and asked who sent this. The day before, Ah Young looked at the young man humming to himself, confused. The guy put his hands behind his head and looked at the ceiling with a smile. The girl asked if something good happened, to which the young man replied that it was rather wonderful, because judging by the CCTV footage, Dongbin had solved their crimes. The young man smiled slyly, imagining the image of the man with the flash drive, and thought that now that he had the information about their accounts, they would not stop this guy, so all that remained was to wait for their opponents to implement their plans and everything would come to an end. The girl looked at him worriedly, asking if he was serious and hadn't he seen how the man worked lately. About her, he asked what was wrong with him, to which she replied that he was a little strange. The girl remembered how she met the man. She asked why he came to work so early. Dongbin was standing by the window with a book. He looked at the girl with a smile, greeted her and said that today was a beautiful day for cleaning. He waved his hand at her, saying that he would go and work hard, after which he wished her a dust-free day. She came out of the memories, touched his chin and said that it could be said that he worked very hard, and after that incident a week ago, everything was going well. He did not make any more mistakes, and he seemed to get along well with his colleagues, after which she asked if it was possible that the man had reformed. The guy clenched his teeth in anger, thinking about the spy who had been sent to him suddenly becoming a diligent cleaner, after which he wondered why he had decided to become a cleaner and refused to return to the association. It was a pity for his fists, saying that this would not work. After all, he should not get along with his colleagues and should not like cleaning. After all, this guy should not take the path of correction. The young man clenched his jaw fiercely, looking madly in front of him, and thought that now there was no time left at all, and at this rate, the regeneration dungeons would turn into a real disaster. The young man lowered his head. The girl asked what they would do, and whether they should wait a little longer. The guy replied that they could not just sit. He introduced the chairman, the manager, and Dongbin and said that they would send their bills and set the chairman up themselves, thinking that he himself would feed these parasites. Choi was standing in front of the chairman with some papers. He said that he had asked for some information and found this. The man showed him the document and said that it was about transferring money to the Karma Company on behalf of the association, and the administration had told him that they knew nothing about it. The old man crossed his arms as he listened to the words about how the director understood that he was close to Junwoo, but this was going too far. When Choi placed the paper on the table, Bam told him to take it straight to the police and then asked why he brought it to him. The man replied that he wanted to talk to him in person in case it was a misunderstanding. The chairman laughed loudly. The director looked at him in surprise when he asked him to be honest about using the document to blackmail him. Choi looked puzzled, mentally noting that the old man had gotten to the point quickly, which was to his advantage. He said that he wanted to promote the dungeon exhibition in Bundon. Bam watched with his arms crossed, asking what was in it for him if he could frame him right at the exhibition and do the promotion. The man grinned slyly and asked why make things so complicated when they could both get what they wanted. He said that if he agreed to the terms, the evidence would be dealt with and no one would know about it. The chairman chuckled, saying that he was not only petty, but also stupid. Choi's eyes widened in surprise. The old man stroked his beard, asking if he really came here to blackmail him over such a trifle. He added that he did not believe it. The director stood there in confusion, listening to Bam say that if he wanted to make the information public, he could do whatever he wanted. The man rested his palms on the table, noting that he did not seem to fully understand the situation. He added that if the public found out, not only the old man himself, but the entire association would be in danger. He was shocked when the chairman merely sighed. Choi frowned, noting that he worked there too and did not want the association to get caught in the crossfire. He suggested that they not make the problem worse and settle it among themselves. His eyes widened in shock when Bam rudely ordered him to listen. The chairman, with a furious face, loomed over him and asked, did he look like a weakling? He told him to stop being so hesitant. The old man bared his teeth with a crazy look, exclaiming that he had such a powerful weapon in his hands, but he did not want to use it. He was just threatening, and if he decided to bite, then he should bite into the throat until the victim stops breathing. Choi froze in horror. He gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows, mentally noting that he had underestimated the chairman and had originally wanted to use this information to negotiate with him and had not counted on this. Beads of sweat were streaming down his face as the director thought about how if this information were to leak to the media, the association would collapse. He wondered why he would do this himself. Looking at Bam standing on the table, the man asked what he was thinking. He asked him to just agree to his terms and then they would forget about the problem. The chairman jumped off the table and replied that maybe he thought so now, however. He caught up with Choi and noted that now it was like a fire that needed to be put out as soon as possible. He asked, however, where was the guarantee that he wouldn't come to him again after destroying everything. Bam, looking at him sideways, said that he was ready to swear that he would use this information to blackmail him later because only a fool would throw away such a good knife after using it only once. Heading to the exit of the office, the old man said that it was all over when the brunette received the document. He added that he was finished if he agreed to such conditions. The director said that he would regret it. He froze in shock when the chairman noted that he did not have the courage to give all this to the journalists. Remaining in place, the man replied that he understood him. He clenched his fists with all his might, muttering that in that case, a photo of the chairman was shown. The host said that the whole country was shocked that Bam, the chairman of the Korean Association for Work with Parallel Changes, had squandered $1 billion from the company's budget. The male news anchor said that an anonymous insider had reported that Karma received funds from the Golden Donation Fund and the Young Hunters Education Fund, and it was confirmed that the funds came from funds financed by the association. A photo of Jun-woo was shown on the screen, and the anchor added that the shock was further intensified when it was revealed that the CEO of the company he had mentioned was Jun-woo, the former head of the association's operations department. He added that the prosecution was investigating whether there was a deal between Jun-woo and the association's chairman, Bam. This caused a huge stir online, with people trying to figure out if it was true. People were sitting in their homes writing that Jun-woo had changed a lot after he took power, but some were saying that he had done nothing wrong himself, and that receiving money was not a crime. People were sitting at their computers, saying that the chairman had embezzled the budget, but things were not so clear-cut with the guy. Netizens wrote different messages, starting from the fact that it is pointless to send money somewhere if it was not asked to, and ending with the fact that thieves do not need to be protected. People also wrote that someone else was clearly involved, and in general, Jun-woo used to work together with Min-ju, but he still needs to answer for his thefts. Ah-young stood with the brown-haired man, noting that now everyone around them will become their enemies. The guy replied that he was already used to this, and besides, it is unlikely that everyone will become enemies. When he looked at the sword in his hand, the girl asked if they could somehow deal with this. Jun-woo replied that everything is going according to plan, so there is no need to worry about it too much. The blonde noted that these words frightened her the most. The brown-haired man turned to her and asked how the production of the remaining weapons is going. Ah-young replied that thanks to the subsidies and funds of the association, everything will be ready this week. The guy stroked the scar on his nose and said that the regeneration dungeon appeared next week, and they needed to hurry. The girl stared at him. Jun-woo glanced at her when he asked again how he knew about this at all. She noted that he knew about it a month in advance, and it didn't look like a simple guess or assumption, but rather that he had some kind of gift of foresight. The brown-haired guy looked askance at his colleague while she noted that she hadn't said anything about it until now, but it had been like that during her time at the association, and she constantly wondered how he knew everything in advance. The guy looked down at the floor. He pursed his lips. Turning to Ah-young, he said that it was all because of his karma. The girl stared back. She smiled and sighed, noting that he wouldn't tell her more. And then she asked if a person like him really had karma. Jun-woo replied that he had said so. He looked down, recalling the conditions of the karma skill, and mentally noted that he was killed in his past life and returned 10 years ago. He wondered if she would believe that he needed to fulfill the conditions to return back. The brown-haired man looked away when Lit called him, and he simultaneously thought that it was dangerous for her to know. The girl threw him a mocking look and asked if he would tell if she saved his life. The guy chuckled and said that it was unlikely to happen, and the blonde asked him not to say never. The silver-haired guy screamed in pain. Minho was kneeling, and his hands were tied with electric handcuffs. The man opposite said that the first rule of the PB Corporation is safety, and among those who broke it, no one survived. He walked closer to the seated hunter and said that unstable supernatural activity had been detected in Seoul, which supposedly could appear in the form of a red-level regeneration dungeon. He added that a disaster had happened in Seoul a week later. Minho's eyes widened when the man said that this Junwoo guy was ready to chain himself if his subordinates were in danger, so he would definitely show himself yet. Mark crouched down and asked if the guy understood now. The guy, why the hell did he let him live? He pointed out that if he refused to do the job or screwed up, he would die, and the only way to survive was to slit the guy's throat. The brunette's face darkened when he noted that Chloe told him that he did whatever he wanted on the last mission. He remembered the dark-haired guy with the overseer behind him and said that the command of this operation was entrusted to a person from the Korean Association, and there would be other workers, so there should be no stupidity. Minho started laughing, noting that he thought he was just unlucky and that Chloe had blabbed. Mark stepped on his back and ordered him to be placed in the capsule. The blonde guy looked at him and noted that the hunter had already unlocked the forbidden skill with the dimensional stone, and if they put him in the capsule in this state, there would be side effects and death might occur. Mark remembered the subordinates with chimera skills and noted that Junwoo had killed 2 PB Corporation team leaders, and in his current state, Minho could resist him, but if he failed the task, he would be finished anyway. The hunter slammed his fists on the floor and laughed. With a wide smile on his face, he began to ask, why are they disposing of his life like this and at the same time wanting to put him back in the capsule? He smiled madly and spread his arms out to the sides, loudly thanking them for this. The delighted brown-haired guy had drool running down his chin as he shouted that he would survive, become stronger and finish off that guy, because he had thought about it so much. Mark glanced at him, thinking that he was crazy, leaving the dark visit, and told the assistant to prepare titanium and a bullet made of ability-suppressing stone just in case. The guy accepted the order while Minho laughed creepily. The hunter frowned and began to smirk, saying that he could not wait to kill Junwoo. 2 employees dragged him into the capsule, and he thought about how much he wanted to rip the brown-haired man's head off. A week later, a bright pink lightning sparkled above the city. A substance flew out of the portal in the center. The red liquid quickly flew down. The 2 hunters looked at it in surprise when it fell to the ground. Looking at the red spot on the asphalt, the guy asked what it was. His partner replied that it seemed to have fallen from the sky. A yellow eye opened in a puddle. It began to stretch in size. Then it took the shape of a target. Many monsters began to appear in the city, and thus the regeneration dungeon opened. While pink lightning raged in the background of the city, it was said that soon after the news of the embezzlement of the chairman's budget was revealed, the media was going crazy like never before. Inbayam stood with his back to the bright light, and since the association had maintained a good image until now, this news could not help but shock people. It was said that the chairman took full responsibility and resigned, but even after that, the association made a major personnel change to cut off all ties. Most of the task forces, including the Minju squad, were transferred to the provincial branches. The group leaders and managers were also redistributed. Choi smiled wickedly. Because now only he, the CEO, and a few others were working in the main office, it took several days to restore order. Monsters were rampaging in Seoul. A huge glowing portal towered over the city. A monster's face appeared from it. A huge bone head came out. A monster with a large body and horns began to crawl out of the portal. The regeneration dungeon had indeed appeared. Chu, holding a knuckle duster with a blade, swung it. She cut the huge wolf with it. Its flesh was torn apart and then began to grow back together. The girl's head was almost in the monster's mouth. She quickly jumped back, avoiding the attack. The commander landed on the ground, and her partner reported that the 5th group had evacuated all civilians within a 5-kilometer radius. Chu noted that it was time to do their job. She gritted her teeth in anger, thinking about how she heard that the association had detected an unstable parallel change, but she never imagined that it would be such a dungeon. Looking at the approaching monsters, she thought that for some reason none of the cancers worked on these creatures, and every single one of them was at the level of the yellow dungeon bosses and above. The girl squeezed the knuckles with the blade when her partner noted that they couldn't handle it with such a team and they needed to request reinforcements. The commander indignantly asked if he had forgotten what state the association was in now. She exclaimed that there would be no reinforcements since the operations department had been cut to pieces. The brunette rose to her feet, thinking about the guy's question about how to clear the dungeon then. She mentally noted that the last group of hunters had already left the headquarters, and all this had happened at such an inopportune time. A monster jumped on them, and her partner warned the girl. She jumped to the side, causing the monster to pounce on the guy. Chu sat on the floor, looking at the body of her comrade, who was begging her to run with all his might. Her eyes turned white with shock when she realized that this was no longer a raid. She brought the radio to her trembling face, thinking that the most important thing now was not clearing the dungeon, but simply surviving. The commander sent a message to all task forces. The other hunters listened to her words that they needed to immediately stop the mission and retreat. While the monsters continued to kill her colleagues, she continued to repeat this. A large monster stood behind the brunette while she asked everyone to run away. At this time, while in the association, a man was saying that now the area within a radius of 10 kilometers, namely Bango-dong, Xiacho-dong, Yorksum-dong, is cordoned off. A man stood at a large oval table, saying that fortunately, thanks to a quick response, it was possible to minimize the damage. The man opposite asked again. The manager in a dark green suit named Ha-seung slammed the table. He indignantly asked how it was possible to say this so easily when the monsters captured the center of Seoul. He asked if the hunters who are paid for this can't handle the dungeon. Across the table, Choi stood, saying that all the monsters were boss-level yellow dungeons, and it would be dangerous to act hastily. The manager exclaimed that this was no excuse, and they were paid to take risks. The man looked at him with shocked eyes. Seung, sitting at the head of the table, asked what measures they would take. The brunette replied that since it was impossible to complete this mission with only the head office, they had sent a request to all task forces and hoped to receive approval by tomorrow morning. The manager frowned and asked what they would do until tomorrow, and if the monsters suddenly broke out of their stupor. Choi, with an angry face, began to shout loudly, asking if he really thought he was doing this out of fear. He asked in response, what would they do if all their hunters died in this battle? The room fell silent. The brunette adjusted his tie and added that there were also several soul guilds participating in the raid, and although there weren't many people, they would try to recruit more until permission to convene the groups came. Seung clenched his fists and asked who would lead them. He said that they needed to involve C and D rank hunters in guarding the cordoned-off area, and if that didn't work, most of them would die. He began to look at the cheering crowd, asking if there was anyone among them who could lead this operation. All the men averted their eyes. The manager sighed and called them cowards. He frowned, noting that it seemed like there was only one person who could handle this. Hearing this, Choi, with an angry face, began to shout that the guy was no longer an employee of the association and was involved in embezzlement. He added that if they trusted him with command, it would affect the reputation of the association. Seung slammed his fist on the table, saying that reputation was more important than survival right now, and they were in no position to choose. He asked the brunette if he wanted to lead this operation himself. Choi froze, his mouth slightly open. He mentally noted that he had just gotten rid of the guy, and now they were going to call him back, and all the risks he had taken were for nothing. Everyone turned to him with shocked faces when he exclaimed that he could not agree to this. The man with a grim face clenched his fists, saying that he would lead the operation himself since he was the head of the task force, and then noted that today would be an attack on the dungeon in conjunction with the guilds. Choi looked at the men and told the task force leaders to come to the director's office to discuss strategy. The brunette with glasses, named Hwang Dong-hui, looked away when the man turned to him and ordered him to report on the number of monsters and their location. Dong-hui replied that he understood. His face darkened as he thought that they were useless to begin with and he would just leave at this rate. There was a black car parked not far from the cordoned-off area. The girl said that if there were more than 200 monsters in this area, the area would be overcrowded, and according to her calculations, they needed to catch the rest of the monsters before the hunter groups arrived. Jun-woo noted that this was quite a lot. He frowned his dark brows. Imagining the map of the cordoned-off area, he mentally noted that at the moment, one monster was respawning every 5 minutes, and since the dungeon had appeared 12 hours ago, he needed to defeat about 144 monsters. He thought that no matter how experienced he was, he needed to use his skills and distribute his forces rationally. Ah Young looked at him and asked if he really wanted to go there alone, and then suggested calling Yaobin. The guy remained silent, remembering the loss of his comrade. Looking at the city through the windshield, asking why wait and noting that he would just go and come back. The blonde noted his self-confidence. The brown-haired man told her to get what he asked to bring. The girl's eyes widened when Jun-woo took off his sweater. She covered her face with her hand and embarrassedly asked what he was doing. The guy replied that he was in a hurry and then asked if she was really suggesting that he find a locker room and change there. Ah Young turned away to the window. Jun-woo said that it was too dangerous outside, so she should stay here and report if the situation changed. The blushing blonde looked away and asked him to be careful. Some time ago, Chu saw near the building and was breathing heavily. A huge monster approached her, roaring loudly. Grabbing her wounded shoulder, the girl noted that her end had come. A moment later, the monster's head exploded. One by one, Jun-woo cut the heads of the monsters. He began to spin the chain in his hand. The guy threw it at the largest monster with a bone head. The rest of the monsters ran at him. The brown-haired man rested his feet on the floor, simultaneously activating sword mastery and improving all characteristics. He began to jump up the chain to the monster's head. Junwoo jumped into the air. Looking at the boss, he spoke the activation of the skill. His right hand began to glow yellow. A second later, the huge monster roared loudly. At that moment, a huge yellow sword pierced his head. The brown-haired man landed on the ground next to the corpse. He pulled out a sword from behind his back, noting that he hadn't seen the other monsters for a long time. The guy smiled bloodthirstily and noted that it was time to clean up here. A group of monsters were running at Junwoo from all sides. He swung his sword and destroyed each of them. The brown-haired man touched his earphone with his finger and asked Ah Young if she was on the line, asking to check if this area was cleared. The girl was sadly on the computer at that moment. She said that about 30 monsters were 2 kilometers away from him, and according to her dawns, taking into account the time of the operative team's arrival, the body needed to put them all down in half an hour to stabilize the situation. They both grinned when the guy asked if the defense of the Northern Department of Management was really that bad, noting that they were even better. The blonde asked if it was her fault. Junwoo was examining the area with a sword, asking to name the shortest route to the next area. Ah Young replied that she would deliver him with the wind. Pink lightning struck near the association. A drop of sweat was running down Choi's face. He, who did not want to call Junwoo for help, but was forced to do so, was extremely unsure of himself. A gloomy man sat at his desk. He had never led such a large-scale operation before, but it was time to sacrifice his pride. The brunette gritted his teeth and grabbed his hair. All the guilds that the association had contacted had already sent their people, and now there were about 250 hunters, but given the area of the affected area and the number of monsters, this would not be enough, and there was simply no other choice. Choi represented the boss of the dungeon. He could only go down into this hell and close the dungeon. A man entered his office and called him. The brunette asked if there were any changes. Dong Hui spread his arms out to the sides, exclaiming that the number of monsters began to decrease. The man stood up from the table, asking why there were fewer of them, and whether some serious freelancers began to clear the territory. The brunette stood in front of the boss and said that the thing was that the monsters began to attack each other. The guy waved his finger and reported that apparently, due to the enemy not appearing for a long time and the number of creatures increasing, they began to fight for territory. Choi asked him with surprised eyes if he was absolutely sure. Dong Hui smiled nervously and said that they went to the site and personally verified it. The man happily rejoiced when his subordinate added that he thought there was no need to send hunters there. On the outside, his face was unperturbed, and he replied that he was glad to hear it. The brunette clenched his hands into fists and exclaimed that they could hold out until the hunters from all over the country were summoned without periodic cleansing from them. Choi crossed his arms over his chest and said that the task force should remain on standby, and he needed to continue to monitor the situation and immediately report if anything unusual happened. The guy accepted the order. He went outside and said that the dispatch of hunters from the main office was suspended. Dong Hui put the phone to his ear, saying that since he would be alone in the affected area, there could be no mistakes, and that he had also sent the coordinates of Junwoo's controller, so Team A could head out already. The brunette added with a grim face that Team B should still remain on standby. In response, they said that they understood. The guy froze in silent question. Not far away, in a horde of corpses, a man was sitting and Minho was holding his head. Dong Hui asked if they had Minho under control. When the man replied that everything was fine, the guy added that he was unpredictable, so they couldn't take his eyes off him. The man smiled grimly when the guy asked him to wait for further instructions. Minho squeezed the man's head and praised him. Smiling madly, he turned his head into a skull and asked him not to be offended, noting that he simply had to kill him himself. Junwoo ran towards the crowd of monsters. He jumped on one of them, pointing his blades. The brown-haired man spoke the activation of the skill with a gloomy face. The surrounding area began to glow yellow as he began to chop down the monsters. Looking at the corpses around him, the boy thought that this was what caused the association the most trouble in his past life. Because these monsters were demons, attacks would not be effective unless he used sacred relics. Junwoo sat on one knee and breathed heavily. He thought that doing this alone would be exhausting. Gritting his teeth, the boy looked at the purple screen. On it, he read about the locked skill Demon King and thought that if he had it now, it would be easier. The brown-haired man stood in the light of the blood moon, mentally noting that this was his strongest skill before reincarnation. Holding his knees, Junwoo trembled, muttering that he had destroyed 24 monsters. Ah Young asked if he was okay, and he answered positively. The girl sat tensely in the car, exclaiming that it had been 2 hours and he had to retreat immediately or she would call for reinforcements. The boy looked away, asking for some time. An injured Chu approached him. The girl stood in front of him, saying that she only survived thanks to him. She asked if he was the only one cleaning up here. The brown-haired man was asking her to leave here. It was too dangerous here. She screamed when a man's hand fell on her shoulder, exclaiming that she would fight too because those monsters had killed her deputy. The hunter's body went limp, and Minho stepped forward, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The blonde boy smiled. Junwoo looked at him with shocked eyes. He smiled nervously, noting that since he was here, then a man was watching their conversation from above. The brown-haired man said that he was expecting someone else to come here, and it turned out to be the International Association. He added that his return was to be expected since he failed last time. A man with a gun was hiding around the corner. The guy asked if he really thought he could kill him this time. The silver gun glowed in the sun. Minho grabbed his stomach and started laughing when Junwoo noted that he had prepared himself and even dyed his hair. With a wide smile, the hunter replied that in order to meet him, he had endured pain that penetrated to the very bones. The blonde spread his arms out to the sides, saying that on every mission, he took the head of the one he killed because there was something romantic about it. He added that being much weaker, they continued to fight for him even after they fell by his hand. The brown-haired man looked at the guy smiling madly, exclaiming that he had never failed a mission, and since there was only one opponent, his head would definitely be his. Minho laughed with a mad face, asking if his head was different from the others and what did the skull look like. He noted that he wanted to know so much. Many skulls appeared behind him, and the hunter exclaimed that he really wanted Junwoo's head. The shocked guy put up a shield, asking how many he had killed. Minho stepped into its blue rays. The rays sent debris flying in different directions. The blonde man stood with his hand outstretched. He was surprised when one of his skulls cracked. The brown-haired man began to chop the skulls one by one. He found himself behind his opponent. Minho, feeling the approach, noted that he still looked like a monster, however. Junwoo froze when the hunter grabbed Chu by the head. The guy with shocked eyes froze with a fist, listening to the blonde man's words about knowing that he often keeps everything to himself. A smile played on Minho's lips when he noted that his opponent always sacrifices himself for the weak. A second later, the brown-haired man was pierced through and through by a bullet. His eyes widened in horror. He realized that this was no ordinary bullet. The man on the side was holding a gun. Junwoo fell to his knees. Frightened, Ah-young covered her mouth with her hand and asked if he was okay. The girl called his name. At this time, the guy was lying on the ground. Minho laughed bloodthirstily. He held Chu by the hair, noting that he had been chasing Junwoo for so long and did not expect such an opportunity. He noted that he was ready to risk his life if his colleagues were in danger. Looking at the guy sitting on his knees, he added that despite his incredible strength, he fell like this. The hunter with a crazy smile on his face exclaimed that he was just pathetic. When the brown-haired fell to the ground, the blonde noted through laughter that he had lost. Ah-young covered her mouth with her hands, trying to call Junwoo and find out if he was okay. She touched the earphone with her hand, demanding an answer. Through the opinion, the connection was interrupted. Tears rolled down the blonde's cheeks. While the guy was lying surrounded by men, she wondered if he really died there. The girl with a confident face brushed away a tear, thinking that it was impossible to kill him so easily. Ah-young slammed her laptop shut. She looked at the trunk of the car. Then she opened it. The blonde contacted Minju, asking for her help since Junwoo had gone to the infected area and the connection with him had just been cut off. The brunette looked at the dungeon boss from afar, answering that she knew the teacher would go there alone. Ah-young asked if this was the right place. The hunter frowned, noting that she came as soon as she heard the news from Seoul. She added that they needed to find the teacher. Yaobin struck the monster with her sword when the girl contacted her, telling her that Junwoo had gone alone to clear the dungeon and had stopped communicating. The redhead smiled predatorily, exclaiming that she couldn't stop him from hunting, so she was already there. Then the blonde called Xiao Kaiyan, who was walking with Jaiwoo, and the man asked her not to worry since the guild Ares and Artemis were already there. The brunette turned to the girl next to him and noted that if the association failed, the guilds would save Seoul. Ah-young lowered her eyes, thinking that permission to call hunters from all over the country had not yet arrived, and if they did everything arbitrarily, they would have to forever sever ties with the hunters. She ran to the center of the city, mentally noting that despite this, everyone had gathered here for Junwoo. The girl ran quickly, remembering the moments they had shared with the guy. She thought that he helped each of them without asking for anything in return, so it was their turn to help him. At that moment, the bloody brown-haired man was lying on the ground. Minho was hanging over him with several hunters. One of them said into the phone that the irregularity was under the influence of a stone that suppressed the ability. The H-Wang standing on the roof noted that they did a good job, and he would now report to the authorities. The brunette frowned, hearing a scream from the phone. The guy's hand was cut off, and he screamed loudly. Junwoo, sitting on his knees, waved his hand. The guy with the gun and Minho looked surprised. H-Wang asked if it was said that he was under the influence of the stone. The man exclaimed in response that he was sure that the roll had this stone. He pointed the gun at the brown-haired man again, loudly saying that he had stopped moving, and they were going to shoot him again. The brunette was puzzled when a scream came from the phone again. He indignantly ordered the leader of Tima to answer. The guy clenched his teeth, thinking that this stone should temporarily block his abilities. He wondered why the weapon that always turned out to be fatal for hunters did not work on Junwoo. Minho waved his hand, cutting off his partner's head. While H-Wang was demanding an answer from the team, the blonde-haired man was indignantly shouting, asking if he really decided to aim for his head. He waved his leg with an angry face, asking if he knew how much time he spent to get it, and he wanted to make a hole in it. The hunter shouted that he would do the same to anyone who decided to ruin his trophy. Minho froze with crazy eyes. Chu hit him in the back, saying that although she did not know who he was. The girl, looking at him with a cruel look, noted that Junwoo was her former boss, so she returned that blow to the back. The blonde man, using a skill, swung, noting that she apparently wanted to keep up. A second later, the brown-haired man kicked him, receiving the skill hyper boost. The hunter flew to the side. His eyes widened in shock. He watched as the brown-haired man ran away with Chu in his arms. People with guns appeared behind him and started asking what it meant. Minho's lips stretched into a smile, and he asked if it meant that he decided to do this to him. The guy smiled widely, noting that it was great, because several of his precious stones were broken. The brown-haired man was sitting by the wall of the building. The girl said that the association was a couple of kilometers away, and they could ask them for support. Junwoo replied that it was not necessary and asked her to leave, since there were still monsters. He held his bloody side, while the brown-haired woman indignantly said that she could not leave him after what he did. The guy thought that he heard what those idiots were talking about, and so it was still a stone, a block publicist ability. He pursed his lips, remembering the armed men, and mentally noted that he felt the same when he was shot before rebirth. Then he looked with shocked eyes, feeling numb and loss of strength, from a distance, which did not have time to use a shield, much less counterattack. The armed men started shooting at him. Junwoo realized that the bullets back then also contained this stone. Junwoo frowned when a sign appeared above his head with information about the ability cancellation. He thought that now everything was different. The guy touched the wound on his stomach, thinking that because of the skill karma the effect of the stone was not as it should be, and he did not know that such a lousy skill had such an effect. Shatton began to heal himself using the ability Perfect Medicine. After all, he had a hole in his stomach. The information on the blue sign said that he would be completely healed, but he would not be able to move for 10 minutes, and the guy hoped that nothing would happen during this time. H-Wang, looking furious, shouted into the phone, asking Minho what all this means. He noted that he was sure that Teams A and B were ordered to wait until the Irregulator's physical strength was exhausted, and if he couldn't contact Team B because of him. The brunette looked at him with wild eyes, saying that he would report everything to Mark and he would break his neck. Minho sat near the corpses, asking if their goal was to eliminate the Irregulator. He noted that all these guys were just a resource for the operation. H-Wang asked if he eliminated him. The guy looked at the item in his hand with a smile, answering that even more since he found something curious in the pocket of Team A's leader. In the blonde's hand was an object similar to a remote control device. He asked if this was the very same substitute that brunette spoke of. H-Wang froze with a puzzled look, wondering how this thing ended up in the hands of this madman. He pressed the end call button while the hunter was saying that it was a remote control in case the association. The man on the roof called Team C, telling them that plans had to be changed. He mentally noted that he didn't think Team C would have to be called so early. The man with the scars on his face picked up the phone and listened to the brunette's words about how after they got rid of the Irregulator, they needed to eliminate Minho. The man accepted the order. He and his partner looked at Junwoo and Chu, saying that the Irregulator's location had been determined, and then asked what he should do. H-Wang said to get rid of it before Minho showed up. The two men listened to the boss's words about how the hunter had killed the entire B team, and now this skull lover was only getting in their way. The brown-haired man frowned and cursed. When the two men appeared in front of him, he noted the incredible timing. The girl ran towards the opponents, and the guy indignantly asked what she was doing. Shu replied that she wasn't going to run away when they were going to kill her colleague. The man slammed her head into the ground. Using his special skill, the other warrior rushed towards the immobilized Junwoo. His dream was right in front of his face, and he could not move. A moment later, a bright light flashed. Minju and Yaobin appeared in front of Nathan, asking if he was okay. Fleeting movements were visible between the two lights. The ground was cracking at the seams. The red-haired girl swung her huge weapon at the man. Holding on with all his might, the guy did not understand where such a fragile girl got so much strength from. Yaobin, hearing the insults, became even more angry. A notification informed that the skill, gap breaking, was activated. That is, her strength was increased to the maximum. The girl struck again, but the man deflected it with his blade. Looking at the strong blow, he could not believe how a young girl could have such strength. Minju entered the battle with the man in the camp. From the swings of their swords, only bright sparks were visible. With a serious face, the girl dealt blow after blow. The guy in the cap was also not at a loss. He continued to swing his sword. The man with a scar on his face suddenly stopped. He thought that he had hit his enemy. But in front of him stood Minju, who did not have a sword in her hands. Junwoo attacked him from behind. The brunette delivered a crushing blow to the back of his opponent's head. Standing in front of the two girls, Junwoo thanked them for helping him survive. Turning his head, the brunette mentally noted that the monsters were still arriving even now. All three of them looked at the horned creature that had arrived from the gate. The girls understood that it would take a whole day to exterminate all the creatures and there would be no time to rest. Junwoo told them to leave because he himself could deal with the monsters and the association. Minju approached the brunette and was furious with such a decision. She could not imagine how he could deal with everyone alone in such a state. Without taking his eyes off, the man affirmatively said that this was an order and they needed to leave immediately. After waiting a couple of seconds, the teacher once again addressed the girl. Minju put her sword to the man's neck. With tears in her eyes, she promised to do everything possible to stop the brunette from fighting alone. Junwoo listened in silence as he explained how he had no right to order her around because he no longer worked for the association. Yaobin came up to them and supported the girl with the sword, because no matter how strong a person was, he alone could not pull everything out at once. Minju, without removing the weapon from her shoulder, continued, because even though they were former colleagues, they should be nearby, and if the brunette tried to stop her, she was not going to go anywhere. With a sigh, Junwoo removed the weapon from his shoulder. He made concessions to the girls and ordered the clearing of the regeneration dungeon, but in return he asked them not to die. Looking at the satisfied girls, the man began to talk about how only sacred relics could damage the monsters, but if you hit them in the direction of the head, you can slow down the spread of the creatures. Clenching his fist, Junwoo was confident that he could fight the creatures at full strength. The brunette ordered the two girls to move out. A moment later, only a whirlwind of dust remained. Passing by the man lying on the ground, the brunette remembered the unfinished business. Threatening with a blade, Junwoo grabbed the guy by the head and began to interrogate, but he thought that the brunette was bluffing. For talking, the teacher stuck a dagger into the shoulder of the man blind in one eye. Junwoo, smiling maniacally, continued to intimidate with the sharp blade of the weapon. The man with a robotic hand attacked Minho, but the warlock held the blow with his palm, thereby receiving the skill, Delamination. Seok Hyan was surprised by the strength of the enemy. With both hands, he wanted to slam the cleaner, but he managed to avoid the blow. Minho, not hiding his smile, told the enemy that he was blinded by revenge, and this is what happens when, like an idiot, you pounce on someone, not understanding the difference in strength. Standing in front of him, the warlock extended his hand and promised the man that he would be able to meet Yul soon. Seok Hyan lowered his head, realizing that his end had come. The cleaner looked at his opponent with a hungry gaze and talked about wanting to add him to his collection. Suddenly, his gaze changed to strong surprise. Behind Seok Hyan, Junwoo was walking towards them, sweeping away skulls in his path. Minho smiled at the sight of the brunette, not understanding how he did not stop, even after that bullet. A fist flew into the warlock's face. From the brunette's blow, the cleaner flew in the other direction. Looking at the enemy, Junwoo did not want to chat, but wanted to start the second round. He was surrounded by a bunch of armed people, but the man was sure that he was ready to fight at full strength. Notification after notification appeared above the man's head. His eyes turned white and he said that now everyone would die. Clenching his fist, Junwoo received a skill, full immersion, that is, the ability increased the degree of immersion in the skill used. Seeing this, Minho shouted at his men to stop the man immediately. Junwoo rushed towards the warlock at the speed of light. A large and bright blue spark appeared in front of them. With the abilities of Full Dive and Thunder Fist, Junwoo blew away the crowd of men. Minho, his mouth opened in surprise because the brunette killed the elite team of soldiers of the association squad leaders, and his power wiped everyone into dust. In the eyes of the cleaner, Junwoo's image was visible. The blonde could not believe that he would never be able to catch him. Looking at the brunette, who was killing the men of the squad one by one, Minho admitted that he could not defeat him by force. The warlock raised his hand with a detonator and decided to use another method to win. He said that the association building and the operations department were mined. Junwoo did not believe what he had said before, when suddenly his pupils shrank from what he saw. Behind Minho's maniacal face, an explosion of a tall building thundered. Junwoo couldn't believe what he saw. The cleaner spread his arms and said that he had blown up the control department and doubted that he had blown up the operational department. The blonde asked him to be a good boy to his enemy so that there would be no more explosions. Junwoo silently looked at the warlock and thought about the fact that there had been no one in the control department since the regeneration dungeon appeared. But since there was an emergency now, all the staff of the operational headquarters were sitting there and waiting for an order. A plan matured in his head on how to stop the blonde through the control panel. Junwoo imagined how Minho would only aim at this panel, but he would be able to win if he managed to deliver a fatal blow. The cleaner waved his hand with the detonator and mocked the brunette. As if in an instant, a blue beam pierced his hand. Minho squealed in pain. His hand fell to the ground, a lot of blood flowed. Turning around, the brunette saw Yom, who was holding a gun in her hand. Without letting go of the weapon, she shouted for Junwoo to take the remote. The two guys looked at the severed arm lying on the asphalt. The detonator was in the middle between the two enemies. Both of them rushed towards the arm with all their might. Junwoo was still a little bit away from his target. Suddenly, he was stopped by a scream. Ah-young grabbed by men and threatened with a knife. The brunette looked only at the girl. He understood that if they activated the explosives, there would be many victims in the association and this would ruin all his plans. But on the other side stood Ah-young, towards whom he ran. Breaking free from the hands of the leaders, she screamed for Junwoo not to run to her, but to take the detonator. Enraged, the girl hit the offender on the knee with the tip of her heel. Junwoo flew at the crowd of men. In a moment, a beam pierced his leg. He fell, and behind him stood the warlock with a gun in his hand. With a bloody face, he said that despite his strength, a bullet with a stone that suppresses abilities could still kill him. Throwing down his weapon, Minho admitted that he wanted to take the brunette's head, but it would not work in the usual way. Ah-young looked at the wounded man, cried and asked him to get up. Junwoo climbed to the girl, holding out his hand. The blue glow blinded everything around, the brunette promised to get to. Without finishing, a direct beam of lightning hit the ground. The cleaner began to gloat and thank the girl, because thanks to her, the guy died in the fire. Ah-young fell on the asphalt and could not believe what happened. Her eyes were filled with bitter tears. She reached out and was able to touch something invisible. Moving her hand further on the other side of the portal, a man's hand held it. Junwoo stood in front of her in a black mask. He asked why she was crying like a child. A purple notification appeared above the man's head, which said that a special skill had been unlocked. That is, all the spellcaster's abilities were unlocked. Junwoo thanked the girl, because the ability was obtained with her help. The brunette's special skill was Demon King. At first, Junwoo thought that he would no longer be able to open this skill. Saving a colleague he could trust was a difficult condition. But they spent so much time together with Ah-young that it seemed she began to trust him. Black eyes looked straight at their opponent. Junwoo admitted that no one had ever irritated him as much as the warlock. Minho froze and could not move from seeing the resurrected guy. In the eyes of the cleaner, terrible fear was visible. Black eyes were visible in the sky, from which the blonde could not move a finger. Opening his mouth wider, the guy could not even breathe. With his last strength, he shouted about activating a critical attack. The men in black gathered in a crowd and began to attack the target. Junwoo asked the girl to leave, since it was too dangerous to be nearby. The brunette's eyes began to sparkle even brighter. The Demon King skill was activated. That is, if the enemy's strength is lower than the user's strength, using the skill incapacitates the target. Fingers were visible in the sky. They were followed by many hands. With the index finger, giant hands began to press on the heads of all opponents. The finger touched the head of Minho. The cleaner activated his skill and promised to turn the useless warriors into fertilizer. Junwoo stood and watched everything that was happening. The warlock began to kill his teammates one by one. Minho was able to summon the demon of decay Nurgle, who corrodes everything he reaches with his breath. Looking at the bony demon, the cleaner laughed and was sure that the end had come for the brunette. Putting out his finger, Junwoo activated the skill. The brunette was able to create his own one-time use skill. The man drew a line above his head with his finger. A bright purple beam meant quartering. Minho was cut into two parts. He began to wheeze in pain. The warlock managed to say with a smile on his face that he dreamed of receiving such an ability. Junwoo fell to his knees. Next to him, the girl was worried about his condition. Their attention was distracted by laughter. Steam was coming from Minho, but he managed to say that the corporate RV will not leave the brunette alone. From tomorrow, all of its members will kill all of the guy's loved ones one by one. The sound recording on the phone repeated the warlock's speech. The girl managed to record it on a dictaphone, and tomorrow the whole world will be able to find out the truth. The blonde's eyes were filled with terrifying fear again, but he started laughing again because he had the same detonator in his hand. A man with gears on his palm approached him from behind. He said that even if he pressed the button, nothing would happen. Seok Hyan managed to activate the skill that allowed him to deactivate electrical appliances with an impulse. Looking around, Minho was in a panic and great confusion. Junwoo approached him, who wanted to say goodbye to the cleaner. The blonde started screaming as loud as he could, but a huge column of fire enveloped the city street. The voice on the phone asked for help from Dongbin. He was asked to fulfill the request, and in return the voice from the phone would pretend that the man did not steal the information. Dongbin was very worried and began to justify the fact that he had not handed over the documentation to anyone. Junwoo reminded him that the man had decided to cancel the agreement. Dongbin looked through the window at the monsters and asked what he needed to do. The voice from the phone said that the main office was mined and that the explosives needed to be removed from there. Junwoo asked the man to think about where the explosives could be. The detonator was disabled, but it was necessary to remove the explosives as quickly as possible. Dongbin said into the phone that it was time for him to go. There were tears on his face. He thought that he was being sent to certain death. Dong Hui was holding the phone in his hand. He looked out the window, wondering what was going on there because he could not contact anyone. He remembered the images of the commander of the third team and thought that he trusted him, but the guy had not answered for 2 hours. Then he introduced Minho, adding that they had the same goal, so he had no choice but to entrust the command to him, but he couldn't contact him either. He looked at the phone screen tensely. He brought it to his ear, turned to the commander of the third team and said that he was starting to worry, then asked how the situation was. He looked in shock in front of him, hearing Junwoo's voice, who recognized him. Seok Hyan frowned. The youth smirked slightly and said that the contact was recorded as the boss and he decided to call. Then added that he was looking for copper, but found gold, and called the interlocutor the assistant manager of the management department. Dong Hui widened his eyes, saying that the youth was making a mistake. The guy's face appeared vain. He asked what he was talking about. After all, they were the ones who started it, and they were the ones who decided to blow up the operative's headquarters in order to kill him alone. Dong Hui said that the end justifies the means. The men imagined themselves standing opposite each other. Junwoo said that they could blow things up if they wanted, but the guy should wait a bit because he would deal with him. Dong Hui asked if he was going to send the news to the media that the International Association wanted to kill him, and if he thought anyone would believe it. The young man frowned in anger, asking what he was talking about, because I would deal with it, which meant that the young man would smash his face. Dong Hui looked ahead in surprise. The young man added that even such an office plan. Who is he? How did he become someone's boss? Then asked who would be next, some other manager, or maybe a deputy. Ah Young held his arm. The young man with an angry expression said that the other man could try to hide somewhere, because he would kill him if he saw him. Dong Hui lowered his hands. He picked up his switched-off phone. He called Mark, saying that the operation had failed. The man asked if that meant that he had been exposed. He folded his hands in front of him. The boy said that it looked like that. The man asked who else it concerned. He tapped the table with his finger, listening to the boy say that besides him, other people from the main office had been exposed. The man continued to tap the table, saying that he would not live long. The boy looked in front of him in shock. The man frowned and said that he should immediately return to the office and cover his tracks. Dong Hui stood in the middle of the office. The man added that from that day on, the Korean Association would be disbanded. The boy said that he understood him. Dark particles fell to the ground. The boy looked at the phone, thinking that by covering his tracks, the leaders meant blowing up the operational headquarters and destroying all the evidence. He placed his finger over the button, saying that now he was not sure either. He frowned, pressing the button. The boy looked at the association building. After a while, nothing happened. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking why nothing exploded. Dong Bin fell down tiredly, breathing heavily. Tears streamed down his face. He mentally insulted Junwoo. Seok Hyan, Ah Young, and Junwoo were walking along the road. The boy leaned on the girl, thinking that he would never have thought that there was a spy in the management department, and for some reason he felt like he knew these guys well. He looked at the girl, asking why she didn't aim at Minho's head, because if she had, everything would have ended much faster. Ah Young frowned angrily, yelling at the boy. She said that he expected too much from someone who picked up a gun, and that she was very scared and her hands were shaking. And again he remembered the moments when she hit others on the legs, and with a surprised face he realized that she was a civilian, they were a hunter. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard in the area. The boys looked ahead in fear. A giant monster appeared from behind the buildings. The young man looked at it in confusion, thinking that it was Baba Yaga, a giant red-level monster similar to a witch, and that before reincarnation, he had many difficulties with her due to her ability to neutralize magic skills. The monster opened its mouth and roared loudly. The young man put his hand in front of him, creating a magic shield. He looked ahead in confusion. The shield shattered into small pieces. The system notified him of a lack of strength. The young man looked tensely at the monster, thinking that the battle had exhausted him too much. A magic projectile cut through the air. The fiery yellow projectile hit the monster's appendages. The young man looked around in surprise, recognizing the attack as the skill of a sacred relic shooter. He noticed 3 people on the roof, one of whom turned to him. Jong Hoon frowned and looked at the boy. Jinho and Jiyeon were standing behind him. The boy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and that his group came immediately after hearing the news. Junwoo knelt down. The boy said that he heard about what happened and that it was too reckless. The leader of the Big Dipper Guild jumped down to him, said that he saved his wife, so now they are even. The boy recognized him. Jiwoo loaded her rifle, saying that she thought that the boy moved horses, and if they were a little late, that would have happened. Jong Hyan added that he said the same thing. The boy looked ahead in surprise. The girls stood with their backs to him. Minju said that everyone came just in time. Yaobin asked why they weren't called from the beginning. The girls turned to look at the guy. The young man asked if they had already given permission for the hunters to gather. Minju said that they had not yet. After which she asked if he had forgotten how fast the association worked. Yaobin added that everyone came of their own free will because they were worried about him. The young man grinned slightly. Did it mean that no one had received official permission? And did they decide to end up behind bars as a whole squad? The young man rose to his feet with difficulty. The girl said that if they were not able to decide on such a thing, they would not have worked with him. The guy said that he did not even know who should worry about whom now because their license could be revoked. He frowned slightly. Seok Hyan closed her eyes with a smile. The young man said that he was very glad that they came, after which he explained that only attacks with sacred relics work on these monsters. The man said that he did not have to worry about it. The man frowned, shouting to the Ares Guild, and then ordered the J-14 operation to begin. The hunters held out their shining hands in front of them, activating the Divine Light skill. The young man looked at them in surprise, thinking that this was a holy relic buff for the support class. The beast bared its teeth, saying that this was an incredible power. The Jong-hoon group prepared to attack, and a golden aura enveloped them. The girls also looked ahead with confidence. Yaobin suggested finishing them off quickly. The young man looked at the man who came forward in confusion, asking how they were able to prepare for this so quickly, since it was necessary to master the skills under the buff for them to be effective. The man replied that one could never be prepared for things like the regeneration dungeon. Seok Hyan introduced the image of the guild master, saying that this was the legacy of the previous leader. The young man lowered his eyebrows in annoyance, remembering the man's name. The monsters came out from behind the skyscrapers. The boys prepared for battle. Minju said that now it was their turn, and the teacher could rest for now. The young man said that he was just thinking about it. The girls rose into the air, drawing their blades. A squally wind blew against the walls of the association. Choi exclaimed, asking about the operational headquarters and whether it was mined. The guy standing in front of his desk said that he had more news than that, as hunters from all over the country were gathering in the affected areas. The man exclaimed, saying that they hadn't received permission yet. The guy replied that they had gathered of their own free will to save Junwoo. Choi grabbed his head, wondering if the hunters thought that was a good excuse and why this was happening when he was in charge. He frowned in annoyance, thinking that this couldn't go on, as he would be the one to take the rap for everyone. He slammed his fist on the table, deciding that he had no other choice. He imagined the past, frowned, and told the guy to pass on the order that command would be given to Junwoo. Young Soo recoiled in surprise, asking if that was okay. The man asked him in return what the guy was doing in the affected area. Choi recalled the image of Dong Hui and said that the boy claimed that there was no one there, and let the one who gave him a false report be held responsible. He smiled evilly, saying that the command should be immediately transferred to the youth, and Young Soo should call Dong Hui because he wanted to shift all the blame onto the two of them. The monster opened its mouth wide, letting out a loud scream. Scarlet liquid fell to the ground, activating the monster's instinct. The wolf-like creatures rushed into battle. The hunters fought with the opponents. Jong-hoon said that he would direct the buff at them again. Jong Hyan and Yaobin opened their mouths, growling loudly. Seok Hyan and Jiwoo fired powerful shots. A golden aura cut through the space around. The youth looked at everything from the side, thinking that it had been 3 days since Choi handed over the command to him, and then contacted the task force, asking if they could hear him. He slightly frowned, saying that they should not let the monsters go to other areas of the station, but overall the situation is good, so they should hold out for a little while longer. Nin Kayan took the phone in her hands, agreeing with the youth's order. The boy imagined the image of the leader, thinking that although the man said that no one else could lead this operation, but he understood why he was doing this, because he really wanted to put all the blame on himself if the situation got out of control. Ah Young was fiddling with her laptop. The youth continued to think that even in this situation, he was only worried about his own trough, just like his mentor in his past life. Junwoo added that he would have to intervene anyway to deal with this situation. The city street was completely covered with powerful explosions. The guy thought that it was already the 5th day since the regeneration dungeon appeared, so there was not much time left before it closed. The girl continued to work on the laptop, saying that everyone was already very tired. But at this rate, what the guy was so worried about would not happen. The young man agreed with her, calling it a good result. He looked at her incomprehensibly after the girl turned to him. The guy continued to look at her. The girl said about the people who attacked him, after which she began to list such organizations as the International Association, the RV Corporation, the secret project of the association president, foreign branches of the association. The young man turned his gaze to the laptop. The girl asked if he founded his own company because of this. The guy confirmed her guess. The girl asked what he was thinking of doing next, to which the guy replied that he would continue to work with foreign branches. He frowned slightly. It seemed the girl did not tear her eyes away from the screen, saying that the International Association has long been trying to monopolize the right to clear dungeons, and that they create the appearance of legality of their actions, so few people care, perhaps, to which the girl replied that when they start working with international branches again, they will have to directly face internationalists. Junwoo looked ahead. The girl added that then he would be even more dangerous than before. The young man replied that they had already faced enough before. He glanced at the girl out of the corner of his eye, After she said that this is why she was saying this, she looked at the guy excitedly, asking if it was necessary to become the Secretary General of the Second International Association. The girl blushed slightly, asking if it was not enough for him to do small things, but in their close circle, because then he would not have to get involved in such dangerous situations. The young man silently lowered her gaze. He looked her in the face, asking if he hadn't told her from the beginning that this was his personal goal, then adding that if she didn't like it, she could stop, since she had already helped him enough. The girl lowered her head silently. She hit him hard on the shoulder, saying that it was just a question, then asked if he thought she would leave so easily because of this, since she had come to him not because she liked his company, but because of him. The young man picked up the cartridge, saying that he also had a request, since those people had said that this bullet was made of a stone that suppressed abilities, then asked him to examine it more closely. The girl looked him in the face, saying that such things are under special control, and then asked if the guy knew that she was no longer an employee of the association. If she was caught studying this stone, she would be sent to prison. She had to be told that then she should try not to get caught. Ah Young said that it was easy for him to say that. The young man picked up the phone. The girl looked ahead in surprise. Minju's voice was heard from the phone, who turned to the teacher. The young man asked what was the matter. The guys looked ahead with wide smiles. The girl said that the regeneration dungeon was closed. The young man looked at the raging mana, while the girl explained that the clearing of monsters in Zone C1 was complete, and in Zone A3 everything was also clean, and as it seemed to her, the entire territory was cleared. The guys stood on the road. The girl summed up that the operation was complete. The boy looked ahead with a smile. Ah Young grabbed her face. The boy thanked Minju, asking if anyone had any questions, advice, or just comments. Ah Young looked at the boy with a scared look, turning to him, and then said that something serious had happened. The boy looked at her with confusion. The girl told him that the head of the operations department had been attacked. Choya was lying lifelessly on the floor with a hole in his chest. The hunters below were happy. Yaobin exclaimed that it was finally over. The guys from the cleaning department looked at each other. Sang Hayek asked if it would be better to burn everything in one go. Soyen replied that they do not know all the abilities of these monsters, so it is better to cut them up first and then throw them in the carriage. The youth watched them from the window, thinking about how they had successfully completed the operation to stop the dungeon a few days ago, and even though they had succeeded, it still left a bad taste in his mouth. He stared sternly ahead, thinking about how an unbelievable event called an attack on the head of the task force had happened, and the suspect was Dong Hui's assistant manager. Junwoo wondered if he should call him a manager. He imagined the sinister image of the guy, thinking that he never thought Dong Hui would be that crazy. He imagined the image of the man who had been killed, wondering if he had decided to show off his skills since the threat hadn't worked, and then decided that the guy wouldn't do something like that after he had caught him red-handed. The image in his mind changed back to the sinister youth. Junwoo wondered if he had found out something he shouldn't have, and then thought that they had already crossed the line. People were looking at their phones in shock. The guy mentally told how the association, the civil society, and the media were as shocked as ever by what had happened. He recalled the comments of people discussing what their future was, who could have done this, who would be the next head of the task force, and whether it was worthwhile for government organizations to do this. The boy imagined the monsters of the dungeon, thinking that the association was facing an unprecedented crisis after the regeneration dungeon appeared in the center of Seoul. The boy remembered the news report about the car explosion on the bridge where 2 hunters died, finishing the thought by saying that all over the country, hunters, regardless of whether they were members of the guild, regional branch, or working as freelancers, began to die under mysterious circumstances or disappear. The report showed 2 portraits of hunters while rescuers rushed to the fire. The boy thought that at first it might have seemed like an accident, but when the number of such incidents exceeded 3 dozen, he was convinced that the RVI Corporation decided to get rid of its workers who were hiding in different parts of the country. The young man imagined many portraits and a person, thinking that he could not even imagine that they would take such drastic measures to cover their tracks. And be that as it may, the corporation has finally abandoned Korea, although it is not yet clear how to feel about it. His thoughts were interrupted by an old man. Her hours turned to him, hearing from him a question about what happened. Bayam looked at him, saying that not only did a terrorist attack occur in the management department, but also the manager was attacked. And now hunters are dying one after another all over the country, so he is even grateful that he was fired from the association. The cardboard box stood by the window. The man added that, as it seemed to him, both the main office and the regional branches will not just function normally. The guy answered that this is not the right word, because they are on the verge of death. The old man introduced Ushik, saying that this is exactly what he meant, and then added that this was the situation in which the man had agreed to take over as chairman of the association, because someone had to take responsibility and become the scapegoat. The men sat opposite each other. The young man said that Du-shik could not help but understand this. The old man replied that this could be true, but he accepted the position knowing this. In-beom called the man a child. The young man asked if the old man would trust the man if he took over the position. In-beom replied that there was a difference between an act that inspires trust and doing the right thing. The young man introduced the arguing cleaners, saying that as an old man, he already knew that when the association was at stake, both the state and the private sector would act, thinking that this was their chance. The cleaning crew looked back at the arguing men. The young man added that now they had to be especially vigilant because they could lose everything. The old man looked at him in surprise after the boy said that Du-shik had recently contacted him and asked for help. In-beom asked if the boy was returning to the association. The old man sighed heavily when he heard the boy say that he had a lot of things to do and had other things to do, and then asked if he was talking about the overseas branches. The boy looked at him seriously, confirming his guess, and then said that the RVI Corporation had left Korea and completely severed all ties with them, so there was no point in putting it off any longer, but there was a small problem. He touched his thumb and index finger, saying that their capital was 0. The old man frowned, wondering why the boy kept asking him for money every time they met. The boy turned away, thinking that the main office was in a deplorable state, and the regional branches with which they had signed contracts were in a difficult situation. He grabbed his head, looking at the table with unsatisfactory results, and added that, therefore, many of them stopped cooperating with the Karma Company. As a result, the level of sales has been rapidly falling and falling all this time, even to the point that this month they had to delay the salaries of employees. The guy clenched his jaw in rage, thinking about the costs of maintenance and repair of equipment, overtime bonuses, special payments for efficient work, noting that after all these payments, they had no money left. The young man sat alone and thought about the fact that the payments from the association stopped, so the situation is very difficult. The man put his hand on the table, asking why he did not attract investors, because his name gives value to the company. The guy replied who in their time invests only because of the name, because they are a company that only does cleaning, and this is a completely new type of business. The boy crossed his arms, saying that he would have to cut back on his labor costs first, and the old man asked him with a smile if he understood that the discontent would be greater if he took back what he had given before than if he had not given anything in the first place. In-beom raised his eyebrows, looking calmly at the boy after he addressed him. The boy smiled evilly from ear to ear, saying that he had previously had to squeeze water out of dried mosquitoes, so he didn't want to do that anymore. The boy imagined the squabbling cleaners between his palms, thinking that if the company was in a difficult situation, then all the workers would suffer from it, and he was the only one who had worked without any special salary increases until now. Mentally clasping his hands, he added that no matter what, they needed to look to the future with confidence. The young man stretched his subordinates on the fishing line between his arms with a maniacal smile, thinking that it was time to bring back Jun-woo from the past, monstrous and ruthless. Night fell on the main office of RV Corporation in France. The people inside were shouting that they should not leave even kilobytes of internal data, and that they should delete even expense reports and cafeteria menus. One of them asked what to do with the list of Hunter's balance, to which he was told that at the moment, work with it was completely stopped, so they needed to delete everything. The guys rushed along the corridor with boxes. The blonde asked what was going on. Kane was quietly drinking under his breath. He folded his hands behind his back, saying that everything had changed abruptly. Mark held the man above the ground. Looking back at Kane, Kane said that he was still not finished, and it seemed like he still had a lot to do. Mark told him that if he came to bother, then let him go. The man touched his mustache, saying that he was shifting the blame from a sick head to a healthy one, and that it was because of his team that the corporation collapsed, so he has no right to make claims against him. Kane smiled evilly, saying that the CEO was also very angry, and he had told him from the beginning not to pay attention to Jun-woo because he had a bad feeling. The men looked at each other. Kane added that he thought he was lucky, otherwise his entire squad would have been replaced. Mark asked what the CEO said. A bead of sweat appeared on his face. He looked tensely ahead after hearing that the CEO ordered the inspection to be ready. He let the guy go to the ground, putting his hand in his pocket. Kane said that he did not think that the Korean unit would be disbanded right away after he spent so much effort to get it back on its feet. Mark replied that it happened that way because first of all, they get rid of easily replaceable parts. Kane imagined Dong Hui and asked why the team leader wasn't eliminated. The man frowned, saying that there should be at least one person who knew Jun-woo well. He clenched his fist as hard as he could. Kane walked closer to him, asking where he wanted to move to since it was soon. He paused, saying that they were called away. The man glared at him, asking if there was anywhere he could go in this situation. Kane frowned, saying that he would be sent to Zambia. Mark was shocked by what he heard. He imagined Jun-woo, thinking that if he left for Zambia at this time, The man realized that the director had decided to carry out the operation because of the guy. Soyeon looked at the guy with concern. Yaobin and Sang Hyuk stood behind her. The girl asked, "Is it really like this now?" The boy put his hand on the table, confirmed her guess, and said that the company was in a difficult situation and nothing could be done about it. The girl wanted to object. The boy looked at her face, thinking that he assumed that the guys would protest, although not every hunter would express dissatisfaction, and then wondered how upset they were. He closed his eyes, adding that he was not going to give in to them, no matter how much they complained, because he would not even blink an eye. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking if the ban on overtime would harm the company. The boy looked around in confusion, asking how saving on overtime would harm the company. The girl shrugged her shoulders, saying that they don't get paid for it often anyway. The boy said that it was illegal, to which the girl replied that it was, but usually. Yaobin raised one eyebrow, asking, "Is the guy really such a good person or just an idiot?" The boy said tensely that he was still her boss, and she called him an idiot. The girl presented a photo about the ban on overtime work, saying that he already knew how upset all the employees were. The young man remembered the workers, saying that he couldn't do anything about it, otherwise they wouldn't even have a regular salary, and even in such a difficult situation they needed to pull themselves together. Yaobin angrily bumped into him head-on, yelling at the young man. She said that this was the problem, because if the company was having a hard time, they needed to work even harder, and he was banning night shifts, overtime, and other overtime, and then asked who would work and earn money in that case. The guys pulled her away by the shoulders. The girl asked if he wanted to destroy the company, and then said that she wouldn't be upset if she didn't get paid, but he himself knew that people were lining up to work night shifts. Junwoo frowned, saying that he didn't understand her now, and then asked why they wanted to work for nothing, and why the employees cared about the potential bankruptcy of the company. The girl lowered her head, saying that they also cared about who was in charge of the company. The boys looked at the boy with slight grins. Junwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise as he looked at them. He closed his mouth, wondering if they had hit their heads, and since when did it matter who was in charge of the company? Sang Hyuk and Yaobin turned around. The girl said that since everything had already been decided, they couldn't do anything about it. Ah-young crossed her arms over her chest. The boy grabbed his head. The girl said that she had already told him that there would be complaints, to which the boy replied that he thought they would ask for more money, but he certainly didn't expect them to refuse it. The girl grinned, asking if he expected the boys to do the same as the hunters. Apparently their overtime pay was in the billions. The boy asked in response if not everyone equally wanted to get more money, even if they did different jobs. As the guys were leaving for the exit, the girl said with a smile that it was more important to these company workers than an extra 101 because they had to work not out of fear, but out of conscience. The guy frowned, saying that he still didn't understand them, after which he asked if people adhered to such ideals because the 80s were long gone. Ah-young presented the difference between the cleaners in the association and in her company, saying that their basic salary was already incomparable to the salary in the association, and besides, they covered all the costs of transportation as well as maintenance of any equipment. The girl smiled softly, adding that their boss was running around like a stunned cat for his employees, and even she would agree to die of old age in the workplace of this company. She leaned closer to him and teased him with words about how he might be an ideal leader, but he was not a businessman. The girl stood up again, crossed her arms, and said that, as Yaobin said, it would be difficult to manage the company at this rate because ultimately the main problem was saving money, and that she knew that the guy didn't like to receive help from others, but he wouldn't achieve success in business through stubbornness. The young man frowned, closed his eyes, and thought that to begin with, he didn't mean to be stubborn at all, because he didn't need pride when it came to money, but there were circumstances in which it was difficult to actively take action. He clenched his fists, lowered his head, and wondered why a mountain of money couldn't just fall from the sky on him, and then said that it was difficult for him to develop the business on his own. The phone suddenly rang, and Du-shik's name appeared on its screen. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the skyscrapers. The young man thought that after the explosion of the management department building, he was temporarily transferred to the operations department building, and the situation both within the association itself and in it became very confusing. Chang Hyun looked at the boy with confusion. Du-shik frowned sternly. The boy thought that he had told the man about what had happened during this time. The boy frowned slightly as he looked at them. Chang Hyun and Minju looked at the boy as he thought about what he had told about the attack on the department head and the terrorist attack on the department management building, as well as Dong Hui's true identity. The men were sitting at the same table. The girl was standing next to Du-shik. The boy thought that on top of everything, he had told that the International Association had its own secret organization, and that it was getting rid of those who were interfering with the main office. In short, he had given away everything about the RV Corporation. Du-shik looked at the boy with shock. The boy with a calm expression continued to talk about his plan to destroy the current international association and make the Korean association the second international association, and even that his karma company was part of this plan. The man clenched his fist, saying he couldn't believe it, and then asked why he came and told him everything. The man looked at the boy. Jun-woo asked if he was going to become the chairman of the association anytime soon, since being in that position meant he should know everything. The man closed his eyes, saying that now he understood why he quit when things were going so well, since that meant he had his own secrets while being the chairman. Du-shik added that he was already worried about the association, and after his words, his heart began to ache. The boy frowned slightly, asking about what was going on with the association now, since without the management department, everything from weapons supplies to support for hunters and equipment repairs, without these raids, was impossible. The man calmly replied that the truth was that the association was on the verge of collapse, and he, frankly, wasn't sure that it would be able to recover, however. The boy looked at him carefully. The man placed his hands on his knees, saying that many people heard about this situation and expressed their desire to return to the association, and with such talented people, they could do anything. The young man crossed his arms over his chest, remembering his conversation with the cleaning team and the words of the assistant. The man handed him his business card, saying that he heard from his daughter about his company, and that he did not know if it would help him. The guy looked at the business card. The man said that these were the contacts of the advisor who gave them the most help when the association was in a difficult situation, because he was a knowledgeable person with great enthusiasm, so the guy should contact him. The sun shone on the tall buildings. Eop bowed, introduced himself and said that he would be happy to work with the young man, because it was a great honor for him to meet him in person. The guy looked at him, greeted him and introduced himself as the head of Karma, after which he introduced his employees. Sang Hyuk put his hand on his shoulder and said that they would definitely survive now, and he thought that the company was finished since he went to an interview at the association. The man smiled softly. Suddenly, he exploded furiously, shouting at Sang Hyuk. He ordered him to shut up. The man looked him in the eyes furiously, saying that no matter how close he was to the head of the company, he needed to speak to him respectfully, especially in front of other people. The young man said confusedly that he understood him. He looked at the man with fear. Jun-woo was shocked by what he saw, thinking that this could not be true, because he could not believe that he managed to rein in the young man, whom even he had forgotten. The man quickly turned around, telling everyone to listen carefully, and then said that for the company to grow, it is important that everyone fulfill their responsibilities, because there is no place for any personal relationships. He suddenly changed his mood, smiled softly and said that the strength of the company is in the hierarchy. If it collapses, then the organization loses its strength. After which he noted that friendly relations and equality are good, but in the end it will only lead to the destruction of the entire structure and management core. The guys looked at him in shock while the man said that from now on, employees should politely address the director. He approached Ah-young, asking if she could show him the office. The girl confusedly agreed. The young man smiled broadly, thinking that this was amazing and that now it looked like a real company. He sipped some hot drink. Sitting in the chair, he turned to the girl, asking if she remembered what she said when he founded the company, after which he himself reminded her of the words that he was a bad businessman. Ah-young frowned. The young man admitted that being an office worker and owning a business are two different things. He looked ahead maniacally, adding that he realized one thing just now. He said with an ominous smile that he realized how to do business. Eop walked down the hallway, saying that it had been 2 minutes and 12 seconds since the end of lunch. The guys were scared when they heard him. The man asked why no one was at their workstations. An old man's silhouette appeared at the door. He said that he saw that they had already finished lunch and started chatting, and did not even notice that work time had started. He looked inside ominously, saying that they were working at a company, then added with a smirk that he had already told them that it was not a playground. Jun-woo with a distraught expression said that the man was on a completely different level. Eop quickly chased after Sang Hyuk and Dongbin, yelling at them that they need to stop and chat at work. The young man stood up from his chair, spread his arms wide and thought that the man had changed the system by psychologically influencing the employees, cutting unnecessary expenses and making a more efficient schedule, which ultimately led to a 30% increase in sales. Eop snatched the candy bar from Soyeon's hand, asking if she knew that she was eating enough snacks for 3 people on her own. The young man looked up at the ceiling in bliss, thinking that he could even breathe easier. Eop quickly ran around Yaobin, who was working on her computer, telling her that she had to fill out reports without mistakes because this was the foundation of the company. The girl was seething with anger while the old man was pointing out her mistakes. She slammed her fist on the keyboard, saying that she couldn't do this anymore and that she wouldn't do it. She jumped up from her seat, yelled at the old man, and said that she was not an office worker, and that she came there as a dungeon cleaner, so she did not have to do all this because the boss just needed to know the contents of the report. The man loomed over her ominously, saying that damaging the company's property, swearing and insulting, violating the company's charter, this was unacceptable. The girl recoiled in shock after the old man said that she was fired. Jun-woo put his hand on his shoulder, saying that it was a bit too much. The old man said with a smile that he was joking. The young man held his head, imagining the complex tables, and thought that the increase in sales was temporary, and although they tried their best to cut costs, it was extremely important for them to find investors, and although he expected that they would have financial problems because of the regeneration dungeon, he did not think that it would be this bad. The boy picked up the mouse, thinking that the situation had become really critical, and the Second International Association had been destroyed before it even existed. The boy grabbed his head, fixated on the fact that he needed to find something that would bring in money. The guys at the table were laughing happily. They had a tea party. Soyeon said that she really liked the aroma of coffee. Yeop told her that he bought it with his own money, so they can drink as much as they want. Yaobin called him an expert in making coffee, and Sang Hyuk said that this is a real company. Jun-woo angrily shook his fist, imagined the image of Dongbin, and thought that he would break someone's bones, and then wondered how everyone managed to become friends so quickly. He put the papers together, saying that now everything is like a real company. Ah-young looked at him excitedly, saying that each of them gave their best, so they should look at the investment report. The young man looked sternly ahead, thinking that there was no point in arguing with her, because she was right, and the chairman of the association had said the same thing. The boy imagined their conversation with the old man when the man said that he should attract investors. The image in his head changed to the company building. The boy thought that he had created karma to resist the International Association. If the organization began to live on investments, many people would find out about it. The young man imagined a future in which many media wrote about the company, and people offered big money, after which he thought that in this case the company would lose its reason for existence. He raised his hands, thinking that even the association, faced with financial problems, went bankrupt, after which he wondered how a company like his could attract the attention of investors, because he wanted no one to know about him and for him to have a lot of money. Jun-woo imagined himself shooting a gun with money and thought that before reincarnation, he only planned to eat and have fun with the salary of the best hunter in the country, and now he was thinking about accounting, investments, and stocks. He again imagined himself from the past throwing money around and thought that he didn't need to know what it was, so raising investment should be the least when karma was about to go down the drain. He slammed his hands on the table, deciding that he didn't want to resort to such a method, but he had no choice. The girl looked at his face. The guy thought that he would use a method in which he could raise investment without putting the company at risk. He looked at her with a smirk, saying that they would hand over the company. The girl looked at him blankly, asking what that meant. The sun was shining on the roof of the skyscraper. Du-shik scratched the back of his head, saying that his whole body ached. There was a huge amount of paperwork in his office. The man wondered why he agreed to become the chairman of the association. Chang Hyun smiled awkwardly, saying that the chairman had things to take care of by the end of the day. The man said that it seemed like he had a lot of work too, then asked what he needed to take care of. The guy introduced the large building of the Hano company and said that they had received a response to an investment proposal from them and that they had asked for a meeting this week, then asked what day they should schedule it. The man looked at him in surprise. They looked at each other. The chairman asked if they had sent an investment proposal to this company. The young man confirmed this. The chairman asked if he had done so. Chang Hyun replied in the negative. He was puzzled but looked at the chairman, asking if he had personally contacted them. The man suddenly realized something. He looked ahead in confusion, saying that they needed to fix this immediately. How many days earlier Jun-woo and Ah-young Lisa work as the chairman's computer? The young man with a maniacal smile told the girl to write that they expect a profit of 200% from the guild contract, and the income from closing the legendary rank regeneration dungeon will be 300%. He approached the girl, telling her to write that thanks to the experience gained from opening the Vietnamese branch, they are ready to expand overseas. The girl asked if they can even do such a thing. Her fingers quickly ran across the keyboard. The young man said that this is how resumes are written. The girl replied that this is not just a resume. He smiled ominously, thinking that the reason why Karma has financial problems is because the association, their source of funds, lost money due to the regeneration dungeon and the terrorist attack on the management department. He imagined the building of the Hano company, thinking that the association needs to attract investment, including from large companies in Korea. The young man imagined how various men were running into the association, and then thought that they had less work now and private cleanups were still happening. And taking advantage of the situation, even more companies began to appear in this field, and in such a situation, large firms have no reason not to get involved with the association. The young man remembered the moment when he signed the contract with the association, and thought that since their cooperation contract was still valid, the company would be able to recover together with the association. The guy smiled ominously, thinking that the chairman should thank him, although he would have to deal with investment risks. Tall buildings blocked the sun's rays. The chairman raised his palm up. He hit Jun-woo and Ah-young with their assholes. The guy used the barrier skill. They turned to look at the man. The young man asked what was wrong with this, and was this not a great chance for the association? The boys looked up. The guy asked why they insisted on accompanying him. The chairman said that the director Hana wanted to meet him in person. The guy called it an awkward situation. They walked to the door. The man said that he felt awkward in this situation. Jun-woo said that they should go. They can't keep investors waiting. He grinned slyly, wondering where they would go to celebrate. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the company building. The director and his assistant were sitting in his office. Not far from each other were multi-story buildings. Deoksu was sitting at the table, holding papers in his hands, and chuckled. In front of him, in the chairs, the heroes were sitting and looking at him. The man smiled a little and said that they sent a very interesting investment proposal. The sales manager of the Han Ho-sung Il Trading Company stood next to the head and chairman of Deoksu, who was sitting at the table, saying that given all the prospects of the Korean Association for Parallel Dimensions, it would bring in a profit of 10 times the investment. Do-shik leaned forward gloomily. Hearing the man's words, the expected profit from the Vietnamese branch was 200% of the investment. From the cooperation of the country's top guilds and the Karma Corporation to improve the dungeon clearing system, as well as considering the international expansion plan, we expect a profit of 200%. The profit from selling the SSS class byproducts from clearing the regeneration dungeon will be more than 300%. The red-haired man frowned and laughed falsely, saying that he would not say it was impossible, but it would take a long time. This was slightly, no, greatly exaggerated. Du Junwoo looked at the head of Han Ho and said that with his investment, they would achieve these figures within a year. Du Shik looked at the guy with a fake smile, wondering if this wasn't his doing. Junwoo was saying that if they invested even more, they would achieve these figures faster, and he was thinking to himself that his colleague should hold on. Deoksu stood up from his chair and said that this was indeed very interesting. According to the analysis of the association's prospects conducted by Han Ho's company, they thought that it would be difficult to return the investment, let alone make a profit. The foot in the black shoe took a step. The man said that he could not believe that the association sent them such a ridiculous proposal. The heroes were amazed to hear the words, did they really want to joke like that, and remained silent. Du Shik began to stutter, saying that they did not mean this at all. Junwoo looked at him and said that he was also very interested. The company representatives listened attentively to the guy's words, that if they had known from the very beginning that this proposal was ridiculous, they would not have invited them here in the first place. The man replied that, as he thought, they were birds of a different feather. Sitting in a chair next to his assistant, Deoksu said that he had long wanted to meet Junwoo. A former cleaner, 4 months after getting a job, becomes the head of the operational headquarters, and 2 months later quits and starts his own business. He started a business in much the same way, which is why the guy interested him. Junwoo looked at him attentively, hearing that although the profit margin in their proposal was clearly exaggerated, there were some things that only they and the association could do. Insidiously looking at the guests, the man said that, if we get to the heart of the matter, would they like to cooperate with them? The heroes presented the map in surprise upon hearing that they wanted to conclude an exclusive import contract with the United African Branch. Junwoo looked at the man and asked for more details. The heroes sat on the sofas and armchairs around the white table. Deoksu said that, as they knew, private dungeon clearing companies had become much more efficient, and in just 1 week, 100 task forces had been created. Business can be different. Junwoo was amazed to imagine people running from the building and other people laughing and pointing at the sad association building. Now task forces were really appearing everywhere, but the supply of weapons, equipment, and other goods could not keep up with demand. The guy imagined Deoksu holding bags of gold and jewelry in his hands. He thought that in this situation, if the Han Ho company monopolized the supply of goods, they would make a huge profit. Junwoo asked what kind of contract they wanted to sign. The man looked at him, and then asked, he had heard of fractal, right? The guy imagined a purple mineral, fractal. It was an indispensable element for creating weapons of a rank and above. He imagined swords, guns, and shields, and thought that since its deposits were few, it was sold at a very high price. Deoksu looked at the interlocutors and said that he heard that the Democratic Republic of Congo had the largest fractal deposit, and their goal was an exclusive contract to import the mineral mined there. Junwoo crossed his arms and thought that now it was clear why he made such a proposal. The United African Branch was in a very bad situation. He imagined the silhouettes of people with weapons, thought that due to the civil war, there was real chaos there. They had an acute shortage of hunters. In addition, the government interfered heavily with their activities. He imagined the hunters standing in front of a huge monster. The mysterious man adjusted his hood. In addition, smuggling of important products was thriving in the conflict zone. The guy thought that, in order to ensure continuous supplies, the branch must constantly mine products. Jun-woo thoughtfully imagined his colleagues standing next to the work table and the defeated monster. He thought that to do this, they needed to maintain constant clearing of the dungeons. First of all, they needed to stabilize the situation in the branch, which is what they were doing in Vietnam. A win-win deal. Jun-woo looked at the excited Ah Young sitting next to the calm Du Shik and thought that Han-ho needed their influence and experience, and they needed their investment. Jun-woo thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking that it was dangerous to go to another country right now. Even if the International Association left Korea tomorrow, you can't predict their next moves. Deoksu looked at the heroes with a sly smile and said that if they signed a contract with them, they would guarantee investment and 10% of domestic sales. Du Shik said that it was great, and Jun-woo stared at him in amazement. The red-haired man looked at the guy with a sly grin and thought that this was his revenge. The man looked at the heroes and said that they should consider it a deal then. And one more thing, let them take his son with them. Sung-il frowned at them while the man said that he would help them in many ways. Jun-woo silently looked at the dark-haired guy. Clouds were visible through the high-rise window. Words were heard that they needed to start acting in 4 days. There was no need to delay. Han-ho would cover all the expenses. Jun-woo walked along the corridor next to the guy and said that it was okay. He would contact them once everything was ready. Sung-il said that if someone was going with him, let him know in advance. Jun-woo introduced the name and the name standing there and thought that he wanted to take these two with him, like back in Vietnam. But now is not the right time. He should take one with him. Jun-woo turned to the guy and said that he wanted to know something. The dark-haired guy said to ask. The guy put his hands in his pockets and said that Africa was dangerous now because of the civil war and underground breakthroughs. Why was the chairman sending him, his son along with him? Sung-il sighed awkwardly. He looked down and imagined the man standing behind him when he was little, protecting him from evil looks. He said that his father had been worried about his soft nature since he was a child, and since so many people would try to take his place, he probably decided to help him gain experience. Jun-woo looked at the brunette and thought that the one who would become the successor of a large company was telling him, the one he saw for the first time, about his shortcomings. The chairman of Deoksu was worried about him for a reason. Sung-il looked out the window, saying that they were being sent to Africa after all. The brunette's face was reflected in the tall glass, and he said that it was stressful. Jun-woo turned to him and asked if something had happened there. The guy looked at him and said that it was very hot in Africa. The brunette calmly looked at the guy with his gray eyes. The heroes stared at him in amazement, as if they had been hit in the head with a bolt. They imagined a man sitting in his office and thought that the chairman of Deoksu really had a lot to worry about. Yaobin hummed a song. Sang Hayek called out to her with displeasure. Sitting at his desk, he said that he was bragging about going on vacation starting tomorrow. How can she go on vacation at such a difficult time for everyone, not thinking about the company at all? Yaobin threw her hands behind her head and said, "What can you do? This vacation was approved a long time ago. If you were in her place, would he have done differently?" Yeop appeared from behind, raising his finger up, saying that it was true, every employee has the right to vacation. The girl waved her hand and told the dissatisfied brunette that maybe he would miss her this week, but he would have to endure it. Sang Hayek displeasedly told her never to come back here again. Ah Young entered the office, waving her hand, saying that they came from a meeting, and Jun-woo, who asked Yaobin if she was here too. "Will there be time next week?" The girl displeasedly said that she was on vacation. The guy handed her a paper envelope, saying that it was a gift. The redhead clenched her fists happily and asked what was this, a bonus, she really deserved it. Yaobin took out a paper from the envelope, on which it was written that it was a temporary hunter's license, and looked at it questioningly. The girl trembled, and the guy told her to replace Minju in the association next week. She would go with him for a few days. The redhead imagined how she angrily slammed her fist on Jun-woo's head, saying that she was on vacation. In reality, she was just shaking angrily, looking at the guy who said that while he was gone, they should follow the instructions of his deputy. Minju was shaking discontentedly, holding a piece of paper in her hands and mentally cursing her boss. Minju was standing at the airport next to her suitcase on the day of leaving for Africa. She imagined Yaobin, who angrily shouted that she would kill everyone. She was replacing a girl in the association. Then the brunette imagined Ah Young, who was sitting at the table and thought that she was in charge of karma for now. Minju embarrassedly leaned her back against the pillar, thinking that she was leaving on a business trip with only the two of her teacher. The girl's cheeks turned a little red. She thought that this was very exciting. The brunette heard the guy ask how long she had been waiting, and happily exclaimed that he had arrived. Jun-woo approached her and said that the association was also busy right now, so he was grateful that she came with him. This time everything would be more difficult than in Vietnam. Minju bowed and said that there was no need to thank her. The brunette adjusted her hair behind her ear, blushing embarrassedly, and said that she was a little embarrassed that this time it was just the two of them. Jun-woo turned his gaze to the shining brunette standing next to him and said that, by the way, this was the head of the sales department Han-ho, he would go with them. The girl discontentedly heard Sung-il call her and say that he was glad to meet her. He was her fan. The brunette blushed embarrassedly and extended his palm, asking if he could shake her hand. The guy's eyes were shining. He was a real fan. Min-ju felt as if her soul was leaving her body, and with 2 fingers she shook the happy guy's finger, saying that she was glad to meet him. The guy offered to help her carry the suitcase. She refused. The heroes walked. Sung-il held a bottle in his hands and offered it to the girl, saying that he had not opened it yet, but the brunette refused, looking away, and mentally calmed herself down. Jun-woo walked ahead, decisively saying that it was time to go. The heroes put on sunglasses. The guy thought that this was his second, albeit unexpected, business trip. We remind you that this work is fiction. All the mentioned characters, companies, government organizations, etc. have no relation to reality. All coincidences are accidental. People walked along the square of the picturesque city of Kinshasa, the capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Beads of sweat flowed down the girl's face. She said that it was even hotter here than she thought. Jun-woo looked ahead and replied that therefore their activities would be more limited than in Vietnam. The heroes turned their gaze to Sung-il standing behind him, who was holding hand fans with cute ears in his hands. Min-ju said that he didn't have to do that. The brunette replied with a smile that they were both legends of the industry. The heroes awkwardly heard Sung-il scratch his head and say that he also works in the dungeon industry and he should do everything to make them feel comfortable. You could even say that they are colleagues. Jun-woo thought that this is how they socialize. You need to be impudent and diplomatic. He looked at Sung-il and said that after all, he has more experience in this matter, so they can do without all this. Hasn't he already been to Congo several times? The guy replied that yes, he went here several times on business trips, but he only concluded a few small contracts here. Can eggs teach a chicken? Sung-il turned around, hearing the question, is he from Han-ho by any chance, and replied that he is. The dark-haired man wiped his face with a handkerchief and apologized for being a little late. His name was Bruce. He was the head of the United African branch. He pointed with his palm at a black car, next to which a dog was breathing heavily from the heat, and said that there was a car waiting for them in that direction, and invited them to come through. Sung-il looked questioningly at his disgruntled colleagues. Jun-woo thought that the head of the branch had personally come to meet them. He had a bad feeling. The brunette looked at the guy and asked if something was wrong. He answered that no, everything was fine. Jun-woo remembered how they were taken hostage last time and said that, if anything, this time they would not fall asleep. The girl answered that they did. Hyun, sitting at the table, sneezed loudly and asked if someone was remembering him with an unkind word. The colleague standing next to him said that he apologized. He was just thinking a little to himself. Among the palm trees, a triangular glass building of the temporary head office of the United African branch stood tall. Bruce held the papers in his hands and said that first he studied the materials they sent him. They wanted to conclude an exclusive contract for the export of the fractal. The heroes heard that it was also beneficial for them, but now they were in an unpleasant situation. Bruce closed his eyes and said that they were even going to request the support of the task forces of third-party companies. It had been a year since the International Association promised to help them, but in the end they simply did not do so. Jun-woo was shocked to hear this, thinking, what did the International Association abandon them? He smiled slyly, thinking that if everything went well. The man was surprised to hear the question. Could he tell him more about the situation with their task force? Jun-woo touched his chest with his palm and said that he was something of an expert in this. The black man raised his fist to his face and said okay. He pulled out the desk drawer that contained the documents and said that they had already found out what kind of person he was. The man pulled the papers to Jun-woo and said that here was the current situation report. Let him study it. The heroes sat in the chairs, studying the many papers with the report. Min-ju turned to the teacher in surprise, saying what was this? Jun-woo grimly replied that even for him it seemed completely meaningless. Jun-woo frowned and looked at the head, saying that if he wanted them to help him, he should be honest with them. The guy looked at the excited Bruce, who lowered his head, saying that they have 43 task forces, but on average they carry out 300 cleanups per month. This means that one squad does not even carry out 10 cleanups per month. Is the number of squads and cleanups really correct? Bruce was silent, looking down in excitement. He introduced the hunters who fought with the masked men and said that there was a border conflict in this area and civil wars often took place here. Many hunters were recruited to participate in these conflicts. They were called to the front. Jun-woo frowned at the man and asked, so the hunters were used as regular soldiers and the International Association knew about it? Bruce, without looking up, replied that of course not. If he knew, he would not be sitting in this chair. Jun-woo looked at the man with displeasure, thinking that he did not understand how serious this situation was. Looking at him, the guy said that it seemed like it was not his decision. Who gave the order? Bruce, sitting at his table opposite the guests, answered that the Congo government. The heroes looked at him, and Junwoo asked, "But this is a branch of the International Association. He does not understand why the government is interfering in his activities." Bruce looked at him and replied that they were not a branch of one country. They were uniting all of Central Africa under themselves. If they refused the summons, the government would forbid them from leaving the country. He pictured the country marked in red on the map and the military in black masks and said that the Congo government, of course, refused to understand their situation. This only made the conflict worse. Junwoo crossed his arms over his chest, thinking that this was already getting on his nerves. Did he come here to sign a contract or to resolve international conflicts? He had no idea where to even begin to solve this problem. The guy sitting in the chair chuckled. Looking away, he thought that this was too difficult. It would be better to just give up on the African branch and try to find other partners. He looked at the smiling Sung-il in amazement, who clenched his fist and said that he thought they could manage somehow and offered to take the job. Bruce happily stood up, asking, "Really?" He thanked them and said that he heard that they were very capable people, but they could handle even such a problem. The heroes looked at the smiling brunette. Sung-il looked at them with a slight smile, saying that it was business after all. Discouraged, Minju and Junwoo thought, why did they come then? Sung-il looked down guiltily, asking that he probably made a mistake. Minju, who was standing in front, snorted in displeasure, and Minju, putting his hands in his pockets, replied that such an important decision should at least be discussed with them. Since the government of other countries was also involved in this situation, they would not be able to solve this issue on their own. The brunette apologized guiltily and said that he thought that if they asked the Congo government not to send hunters to the front, the problem would be solved. Junwoo looked at him displeasedly and asked, did he think that they would do this at all if their request alone was enough to stop all this? He thought he was naive or just stupid. The guy exhaled and said that he hadn't thought about it. The heroes looked at Sung-il scratching his head and saying that he actually had some acquaintances in the Congo government, so he thought that they could somehow come to an agreement with them. The girl was surprised, and the guy asked what he said. The brunette looked at them and reminded them that he said that he came here several times on business trips. During the signing of a contract with the Congo government for the supply of equipment for clearing dungeons, he met several high-ranking officials. Minju looked in surprise as Junwoo decisively patted the guy on the shoulder and called out to him. The guy with a sly smile told him to say such things in advance from now on. He thought that this is why Deoksu said that he could be useful. He really likes it. The next day in Congo, Sung-il stood by a tall, sunlit glass building and exhaled. The brunette looked at the building with excitement and thought that the Hanho Company, the Korean Association for Work with Parallel Dimensions, and Karma, the success of the business of all these organizations depended on him. The guy's look was excited. He thought that he could not let them down. In the cafe there were round tables with bright yellow umbrellas. At one of the tables sat the heroes. Minju asked the teacher if it was worth sending Sung-il alone. Junwoo, with a mug in his hands, answered that since they were his acquaintances, it was better for him to go there alone. They would not have helped him anyway. The brunette sitting at the table said that she was worried about him. He always had such a pitiful expression on his face. The guy replied that he was worried about him too, but now they could only trust and wait. Minju drank a cocktail from a plastic cup with a straw, and Junwoo thought that Africa and the International Association. He did not have many memories of them from his past life. He was not connected with Africa in any way, because it was not interesting to him. The guy's gaze was serious. He thought that, however, in his past life, the United African Branch definitely existed, but he had never heard of sending hunters to the front. He heard someone apologize, drawing attention. A blonde in a white suit approached them and said that there were no more empty seats. They did not mind if she sat down. The guy indifferently agreed. He turned his gaze to the completely empty chairs next to him and thought, wait. Turning his gaze to the stranger, he thought that there were plenty of empty seats. Red eyes were burning furiously. The heroes looked at the blonde questioningly. Minju stood up and materialized her sword. Junwoo was amazed and thought, who is she? The woman in a white suit was surrounded by a gloomy blue aura. With a slight smile, she said that she was glad to see Junwoo and introduced herself as Emma from RB Corporation. The woman smiled slightly and asked, will he allow her to sit down? She thinks they all want to ask each other questions. Minju stood with a sword in her hand next to the guy standing among the chairs, who said that this was the first time that such a thing had happened. A representative of RB Corporation personally showed up to him. Looking at the woman, he said, isn't her specialty surprise attacks and contract killings? What is she planning to do now? Emma sat down on the chair. Crossing her legs, she calmly said that it was already hot in this country, so let her calm down. People have the ability to talk, right? Junwoo towered over her and said that if she wanted to negotiate, she should bring her boss. He was not interested in pawns. The heroes were amazed to hear that in that case. The woman with red eyes looked at them with a smile, saying that they had found the one they needed. She had heard so much about him all this time and finally they met. Junwoo looked at the woman in amazement. The sun shone on the tall glass building in Congo. Sung-il excitedly knocked on the door, thinking that he could do it. This business was in his hands. His fingers touched the door. The door opened and a foot in a black boot stepped into the room. Sung-il waved his hands and, calling out to Cedric, asked how he was doing. The man in the suit standing in front waved his hands and called Sung-il his friend. The men shook hands. Cedric said that thanks to that contract, he had achieved great success in his career and was very grateful to him. The brunette replied with a smile that he was more grateful for the good terms of the contract. Senator of the Republic of Congo, Cedric looked at the guy and asked what issue he had come to see him about today. Sung-il shyly scratched his cheek and said that the matter was not that important. After all, he had come to see his friend. Resolutely looking at the man, he said that okay, in fact, the Korean Association and Manhwa have a common project. Cedric glared at him, putting his finger to his lips, surprising the guy. Behind him, a brunette stood by the window with his hands behind his back, saying that he wasted too much of his time. Kane turned to them with a smile and said that it was already time for his friend to visit. Wow, he didn't even notice how time flew by. Kane bowed dramatically and thanked them for this conversation, saying that he had to go. Cedric glared at him and said that yes. The brunette headed for the door inside, stopping at the exit. He turned his gaze and, pointing a finger at Cedric, said that he would be looking forward to a positive answer regarding their conversation. The door slammed shut. The heroes looked at them silently. Sung-il frowned, thinking that this was some kind of creepy guy. Cedric put a hand on his shoulder and called him to a more suitable place. Purple and white flowers were blooming in the greenhouse. Sung-il followed the man and told him that they had signed an exclusive contract with the United Branch for import. Everything was ready on their side, but in order to start work, it was necessary to stabilize the situation with clearing the dungeons in Africa. So at least for a while, Cedric stopped and, without turning around, told the brunette that he considered him a very good friend, but now they were in the middle of a war. Without turning around, he continued that one government could not stop a civil war. Sung-il looked at him and said that the operational units of all of Central Africa were now being led from Congo, and besides, there were not many hunters to send to war. If the International Association found out about it, they would have problems. Cedric gloomily approached the surprised brunette and said that now was not the time to discuss business. He introduced the warring people and said that when the International Association united its branches, it liquidated the independent associations of Africa, and that was when the Civil War began. He pictured men with bags looking at children and said, Uganda, Rwanda, Angola, Zambia, even though there were small associations there, they could support themselves with the income from clearing the dungeons. The picture he pictured turned black and white as if it was covered with a filter. He said that now the International Association was destroying them. Sung-il looked at the man in surprise and asked him that he did not understand why the International Association needed this. Cedric put his hand on the brunette's shoulder and said that he himself did not understand, however. The man frowned and said that the plan to unite the association of all countries in Africa into one, about it he understood only one thing. He pictured the symbol of the building standing on the bloody map and said that by causing civil wars with an uneven distribution of task forces, they decided to push them to complete collapse. He pictured a man in a suit standing by the window and looking at the Eiffel Tower. The man's smile was reflected in the glass. Cedric said that then the internationalists with minimal effort will unite and absorb Africa. Sung-il's eyes widened in surprise. He said that if they stopped sending soldiers to war. The man interrupted him, saying that he said so. He squeezed the guy's hand until his hands trembled, saying that one government cannot stop this war. The top brass blindly follow the International Association in order to get a better place in the future government. Cedric let go of the guy's hand, closed his eyes, and told him to leave Africa. This is not just a civil war, Sung-il asked in surprise. What is it? He imagined a man with a mustache and heard that the man he saw was from a secret organization under the wing of the International Association. Cedric went further and said that for the first time they acted openly. They wanted a deal to buy weapons for use in a civil war. Sung-il looked at the man and asked, will he be fine? Can he talk to him about this? The man stopped silently. Then he turned around and said that he was his friend after all. People were walking down the street, smiling. Junwoo was silently looking forward. Minju was silently worried. Emma was holding a glass of iced drink in her hand. She put the glass on the table and said that because of them, their corporation suffered great losses, but she didn't think that she would be able to meet them in Africa. The woman looked at the guy with a smile and asked, she still can't figure out who he is. I mean, why does he hate them so much? Minju frowned and said that anyone would think that he is some kind of villain. Wasn't she picking on someone who just cleans dungeons? What did she really want? The guy cursed sullenly when the blonde said with a smile that they are also cleaners in a sense. They clean up people who are dangerous to them. The guy stood next to the woman sitting on the chair and asking her about his negotiations, and now he says that he wants to kill him. The blonde laughed. Touching her chin with her finger, she said that she would get straight to the point. Looking at the guy resolutely, she told him to leave Africa right now. If he fulfilled this condition, neither he nor his friends would be harmed. Junwoo looked forward excitedly. Emma's eyes were burning red. She asked, "Does he understand what this means?" Minju looked at the guy, turning to him. Junwoo looked at the woman, saying that, apparently, he made them worry a lot. The organization that was hiding so successfully, throwing off tails, sent its representative to intimidate him. The guy's figure was surrounded by a bright blue glow. He asked, "Their reports did not write about this, right?" Something like, "This guy is willing to take risks." The guy's eyes were burning with blue fire. He said that if he killed her here himself, the problem would disappear. So why wouldn't he do it? It would take them 10 years to intimidate him. The woman's eyes widened in shock. Minju looked at the guy and asked if they were going to fight right in the center of the capital. Junwoo replied that they would rebuild everything later anyway. Emma smiled and said that he was more hot-tempered than she thought, but unfortunately, she was not going to fight now. Junwoo looked surprised. He threw himself on the floor, knocking over Minju. A bright beam of light flew next to them. The heroes looked at the man in surprise, hearing that instead, the barrel of a gun was pointed at them. The man pointed the gun at the guy. Emma turned away and said that she invited a person to take care of them. Junwoo's gaze was shocked. He thought it was the same. He was shot with it before reincarnation, a firearm against monsters for clearing dungeons. Junwoo imagined the memories of his death in his past life and thought it was a titan. He remembered how a stranger in a bulletproof vest pointed a glowing barrel at him. The stranger's face changed its outline, becoming clearer. Mark frowned, pointing a glowing barrel of a gun at the guy. Junwoo's gaze became a little crazy. He smiled with a smile and said that he finally found him. Enraged, Mark shouted that his dictionary did not have the words failure and mistake. Looking at his opponent, he angrily asked who he was to humiliate him. Junwoo was kneeling and laughing. He smiled madly, calling the man an avenger. Evening began to rise around the guy. A second later, he was no longer there. He jumped on the brunette, clenching his fist, and exclaimed that since he decided to attack, he should have done it stealthily like last time. Mark looked up in surprise. At that very moment, the brown-haired man punched him. The man flew to the side. He rushed along the ground, knocking down everything around him. People gathered around his lying body and began to ask what was going on and whether he had time. The brunette stood up with burning eyes. Junwoo was running towards him again, ordering him to shut up. Mark put out his weapon, using his skill, and said that he should not dare to be impudent to him. The guy was flying at him with a fist. There was a bullet near his nose. He waved his hand, and everything turned purple due to the activation of the Demon King skill. The man with horror in his eyes clenched his teeth. The brown-haired man approached him and asked him not to worry, noting that it would be fatal to hit him. Junwoo dealt his opponent many blows. Mark was lying behind him, howling in pain. He looked up with shocked eyes, wondering if he had just been knocked down by some Asian cleaner. The brunette started spitting blood and screaming that he knew perfectly well who he was. The guy stepped on his face, answering that he didn't know, and then told him to introduce himself. At that moment, Minju ran up to them. Her eyes widened in shock. The girl watched as Junwoo trampled the man. She thought that the teacher didn't look like himself now, and it seemed as if he had a grudge against this man. The brown-haired man asked who he was. Gritting his teeth, he continued to dig at Mark's head, asking if he was really going to keep his mouth shut. He said that in that case, he would press his boot on him until he started begging her to kill him. Looking at the trembling body, Junwoo asked if he knew how many of the same PB Corporation he had killed. He offered to check if the guy could hold out. The brunette held the guy's shoe by the sole, telling him not to get cocky. Pushing the brown-haired man away, he rose to his feet, exclaiming that now everything would be for real. Junwoo did a backflip. He stared at his opponent. Looking at how a turquoise aura appeared around Mark, he asked if he really decided to use a forbidden move. The man growled. With a mad smile on his face, he said that he overestimated Dong Hui and Minho, noting that as he thought, he was not mistaken. The brunette's teeth acquired a sharp shape. He said that the guy had become a big obstacle to their plans, and they needed to kill him right away. His hands began to become bestial, and Mark declared that as the head of the PB Corporation, he would destroy him. Kane appeared between them and said that it was enough for today, as his friend's appearance in such a place was causing trouble. Junwoo curled his lips and asked if he was also from PB Corporation. He said that if he didn't want to lose his mustache, then he should leave, as he hadn't dealt with this idiot yet. The man stroked his mustache and noted the boy's lack of manners. His face darkened as he noted that on the contrary, they hadn't dealt with him yet, otherwise why else would he have come in person? A blade flew towards the brown-haired man. He put up a shield, blocking the blow. Kane said that it was awkward for both of them to see each other face to face for so long. He asked if he was interested in knowing how exactly they knew where he was. The clone from the side hit the shield, noting that this place was in their hands, so it was only a matter of time before they discovered him and his allies. The brunette swung his sword, saying that therefore, as long as Junwoo was here, he had nowhere to hide. Minju appeared in front of him, blocking the blow. Junwoo asked if he didn't see what he did to his friend and thought that these threats would work. One of the clones stood next to Mark, the other replied that he was not a priority for them right now. Kane approached the brunette and exclaimed that he had received a call from the Wesley General Secretary, so that's enough for today. The man looked at the brown-haired man with a smirk and said that they had an appointment and they should leave. He added that he hoped that the guy would learn some manners by the next meeting. A second later, they disappeared. Junwoo and Minju stood silently. The locals looked at them, noting that now even the city had hunters and it was becoming unsafe. The brown-haired man turned his head and said that there were too many extra eyes here and they needed to leave. Sung-il was standing next to a taxi. The driver asked if he was coming or not. The guy raised his head and asked what happened at the square, noting that the Junwoo representative and the hunter Minju were there. He jumped into the car and asked to be taken to the square. The man asked if he was crazy and even knew what happened there. The brunette frowned and said that he was paying 10 times the rate. The car quickly drove towards the square. Sung-il apologized with a nervous smile for assuring them in advance. The brown-haired man stood in front of him, asking him to apologize, and since it didn't work, there was nothing to be done. The guy said that he had learned something unexpected. The brunette said with a serious look that the International Association had something to do with the Civil War, and they were secretly supplying weapons to the front without the knowledge of the government and other organizations. Junwoo and Minju froze in surprise. The sunset was falling on the city. The brown-haired man touched his chin, thinking that if Sung-il's words were true, then the internationalists were going to unite Africa in order to use this to obtain the exclusive right to clear the dungeons. The people from the International Association appeared in his mind, and he wondered if this was the plan they were talking about back then. He thought that since the representative herself came to him, they had been preparing this plan for a long time. The guy remembered how the association took Vietnamese hostages and thought that they probably decided to warn him because of this, what happened in Vietnam, because from their point of view, he was a hindrance everywhere they went. Junwoo frowned and mentally noted that if the Congo government did not refuse to send hunters to the front due to pressure from the International Association, the Civil War would not end until all of Africa was in their hands. The brown-haired man grinned, thinking that this was, on the contrary, a good opportunity because if he succeeded, the association's plans would be ruined and they would leave Africa. Minju confidently looked at the guy when he turned to her and said that they would enter this war and destroy the International Association. Sung-il looked at him in surprise when Junwoo noted that he should prepare himself as well. Everyone agreed. The brown-haired man turned around, suggesting that they leave. As Emma walked along with the two brunettes, the guy mentally noted that the PB Corporation should not waste time. Mark and Junwoo clenched their teeth in anger. Each thought that they would kill the other the next time they met. The border of Zambia. A group of people were searching the guests. One of them noted that they confirmed the identity of the member of the Congo government, Cedric, and then asked if there was anyone besides him. The man replied that he had a couple of lookouts with him. Junwoo and Minju stood behind him in capes. He said that he had already discussed everything with their leader, so they should show him everything. The dark-haired guy with a pistol in his hand said that he needed a few formalities, but now was a completely different situation, and then said that there were 100 firearms and 100 swords with fractal content. He added that this weapon is used by the International Association, so there is no doubt about its effectiveness. Cedric turned to the brown-haired man and offered to check. The guy took the gun, and Minju took the sword, noting that it was not bad. The brunette smiled and said that they had also checked the weapons, so there was no need to worry. He noted that he had heard that Zambia was preparing for a civil war, so they should hurry. A moment later, Junwoo hit him with the handle of the gun. He picked up the weapon and noted that it was definitely made in the USA, so it would not last long. The people indignantly began to ask what he was doing. The guy grinned bloodthirstily, answering that he was checking the weapons for durability, and the other 199 units also needed to be checked. The people looked at him with shocked faces. Cedric began to bite his nails, and Minju thought that the teacher had become very cruel lately. The man wondered what he was going to do with these people. After a while, Junwoo suffered for the guy's head, saying that they had dealt with everyone and only he was left. He asked if he would prefer to obediently show where they were from, or if he wanted to experience the quality of the swords on himself. The dark-skinned man started laughing, saying that it was an interesting request. He smiled happily and said that he had dreamed of becoming a tour guide since he was a child, so he was very grateful that his dream would come true. A second later, Junwoo threw him aside, noting that he had wasted his time. He looked at Cedric when he said that he trusted Sung-il and was ready to cooperate, but he asked if it would really work since their opponents were the International Association. The man frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that he had heard that in Korea, the brown-haired man solved problems with his fists, but the Civil War was a little different. He looked down and added that, besides, they would probably take retaliatory measures. The guy asked him not to worry. Jun-woo, with a grim face, noted that he was an expert in how to slap the International Association. He stood with his back to his comrades, saying that the operation would be impossible to cancel, and once the leader of Sungil contacted them, they would invade their headquarters. Turning his head, the brown-haired man looked at the military and said that they did not have time, so his team needed to hurry and do what he said. The military looked at him as he asked them to remember that the future of Africa was in their hands. Jun-woo turned back and asked Min-ju not to forget about the operation. He mentally noted that for these annoying bugs, everything would end today. Emma looked at the secretary, saying that the preparations were complete. The man picked up a playing card, saying that if Zambia won, they would be able to proceed with Congo, which had been acting very naughty lately, and if Congo won, they could demand compensation from Zambia in the form of a fractal. The blonde was building a house of cards, saying that in any case, they would be able to dispose of the divided Africa at their own discretion. Wesley smiled and placed the card down, saying that was their plan until Jun-woo showed up. Emma stood nearby, noting that according to Kane's answer, a member of the Congolese government had made a deal to supply weapons, which was what they were expecting. The secretary at the desk crossed his arms, asking if that meant that this stubborn old man had just decided to make a deal. The man smiled slyly, saying that according to their plan, Jun-woo would be at the scene himself. He remembered the situation in Cedric's office, saying that it was the old man with connections in Hano who had led them to Jun-woo, and it was good that they had let him live. The secretary then remembered the situation with Emma, saying that the guy had been interfering with their work all this time, and it was unlikely that he would decide not to interfere this time. The blonde smiled, noting that he would be very upset if Jun-woo didn't show up, since he was the reason they had to change their plan in the first place. Cedric sat in the car, rubbing his chin. Wesley said that he was no longer useful and that they needed to call people to get rid of him, because the longer he lived, the more he got on his nerves. Emma looked at him through the screen, saying that she didn't quite understand. She noted that this was the second time this janitor had ruined everything for them, and then asked why they were intentionally dragging him into this civil war. The brunette thought about it. Her eyes widened as she began to ask, "Really?" Wesley, with a crazy smile on his face, answered that everything was correct and he was going to carry out the project. The girl frowned, saying that in that case, he didn't tell Mark and Kane about the plan because. The man looked at her darkly and replied that it was because he had to fulfill his duty. He narrowed his eyes and asked if Emma understood why he didn't send her there. The blonde said that she had a separate mission. He told her to find Noah. There were armed men standing near the camp. The girl looked at the two brunettes through the screen, asking for a report on the operation. Kane said that the arms deal was done, and their employees were on their way back, and they had also sent mercenaries to Congo. He stood next to Mark with a smirk, saying that when the civil war starts, they will attack civilians on orders, and even if Zambia is defeated, Congo will take responsibility. Then a bald man with a tattoo walked down the hallway, and the brunette delivered that they sent one reliable person to Cedric. The girl on the screen began to say that the Secretary General assigned her a separate mission, so she entrusted this matter to them, and they are obliged to see it through to the end. A guy in uniform ran into the room and called for the leader. At this time, Min-ju was fighting the military, and the guy reported that a famous rank hunter had invaded the headquarters, and the person they should be wary of, according to reports, is also here. Jun-woo appeared behind the guy with glowing eyes when he said that they didn't know where he was. He said that he was here. The brown-haired man threw the military man away and apologized loudly for having to fight him off every time. A sword appeared in Kane's hand when he noted that the guy entered without knocking and reminded him that he told him to work on his manners. Emma froze. The brunette began to call the guy by name with a crazy smile. A purple light began to shine around Jun-woo and he noted that the brunette's team would be disbanded today and he had better start looking for a new job. He began to swing his fist, adding that if, of course, he managed to return alive. A large explosion was heard. The girl watched this through the screen. Then the connection was cut off, and she thought about Jun-woo appearing there as Wesley planned, and in that case, she turned her head, thinking that it was high time to perform and a disaster would happen there soon. The brown-haired man attacked his opponent over and over again. The guy smiled widely, exclaiming that the last time would be boring, and hoped that this time the man would last longer, because he really wanted to see how long he could last. Mark clenched his teeth in anger, mentally noting that a little more and his defense would swell. Kane jumped on them from above, asking Jun-woo if he himself had chickened out last time. He thrust his sword forward, asking if he really thought he could handle two now. His blade crossed with the other man's blade. Min-ju parried the blow in midair. The brown-haired man grabbed Mark by the face, asking where he was going and noting that today's opponent was him. He pressed him into the ground, and the man and the huntress landed nearby. The guy asked Min-ju to sort it out. The girl raised and swung her sword, asking to attack. Kane thrust his blade forward, noting that he had been looking forward to this fight. He said that this is a fight where sword meets sword with due respect. The brunette frowned when the man asked if the famous Min-ju, the ranked hunter ranked 3rd in Korea, would disappoint him. The girl looked at him with a gloomy face. Earlier, Jun-woo stood in front of her, saying that she was the key to this operation and that this ethical old man would be the strongest opponent in her life. He added that it was time to test her ability. The brunette smiled confidently and said that she could handle it. The brown-haired man smiled and then said that he was counting on her. Kane created 2 clones, asking the huntress to prove that she was worthy of crossing swords with him. Minju thought that she would prove it to her teacher. She thrust her weapon forward, thinking that she would prove how much stronger she had become. Dust rose from the impact. Mark screamed loudly. He lay alone on the ground, exclaiming that he would not let Jun-woo die in peace. He sat down and looked around, asking why this sandstorm was so. The brown-haired man's eyes were shining in the rising sands. He asked if he liked it, and then noted that he thought they had something to talk about face to face, so he brought him to a place where they would not be disturbed. The man looked around, listening to the guy's words about wanting to play a game first to find a common language, and suggested calling it Battle with the Sandstorm. He added that he was already impatient. Mark clenched his teeth in anger. He put 2 pistols out to the sides, using the sniper skill. The man indignantly asked Jun-woo if he came up with such nonsense. The brown-haired man with a crazy smile noted that he saw that it was time to begin. He jumped on the enemy with a fist. Kane smiled maliciously and told the girl to prove that she was worthy of crossing her blade with his. The girl jumped back from the swing of the sword. The man stroked his mustache and asked if she was going to just avoid his attacks. His clone turned around and said that then. 2 copies jumped into the air behind the hunters. They pointed their swords at her, suggesting that she try to escape from this. The girl gritted her teeth, mentally noting their speed. Dust rose from the blow. Kane touched his mustache and exclaimed in surprise. Minju was protected from the attack by 2 glowing blades of the skill. The brunette noted the fact that she used the skill in the air to reflect the attack, thus exceeding his expectations. The huntress gripped the sword tighter. With one swing, she cut 2 clones. The man opposite her clapped her, saying that he was satisfied and she was someone he could fight with dignity. He smiled slightly, noting that he was in great anticipation because he had long been waiting for a person who wielded a sword at such a level. Kane's aura glowed turquoise when he tried the skill, and then said that now he will show what he is capable of. The girl looked at him with frightened eyes, mentally noting the change in the atmosphere and the fact that even her body reacted. She thought it was too dangerous. The soldiers ran onto the battlefield, exclaiming that they would fight too. The brunette was unhappy that there were still soldiers left. One of the guys clenched his teeth and told the others that even though there was only one target, they couldn't let their guard down. He put his hand forward and ordered to shoot. A second later, his hand fell to the ground. With one swing of his sword, Kane destroyed all the soldiers. Minju looked at the corpses when the man said that they were Mark's pawns, who didn't even know how to greet. He asked who said that they could join the fight. The girl frowned when the brunette noted that no one was stopping them now. Kane, his eyes glowing, held his weapon, offering to begin. He noted that this was a fight for the honor of a swordsman. Blood flowed down his blade, and he announced the beginning. The huntress put her sword in front of her. A second later, the man disappeared. The brunette froze in shock. Her eyes widened and she thought it was impossible. Kane stood behind her while Minju realized that she couldn't follow his movements at all. The dark-skinned man with tattoos held a pistol with a silencer. He said that their target, Mr. Cedric, had been achieved. He and his partner were standing by the door to the office. He started to go inside. A man was sitting by the window with his back to them and asked if the International Association had sent them. The killer pointed a gun at him and said that he should have behaved. Then a bullet flew out of his gun. Cedric's body fell to the floor. The killer put the phone to his ear and asked his partner to check while he reported the end of the mission. A masked soldier was hiding on the ceiling above his head. He jumped down and killed the second man with one blow. The killer froze with shock on his face, realizing that it was a trap. He gritted his teeth, turning his head. On the floor next to Cedric was a doll made to record voices. When the man entered the office, he saw 2 people in uniform. Several more appeared behind Cedric, and one of them asked if he knew that this would happen. The female voice noted that these cockroaches from the International Association always did this. A gloomy Ah-young recalled Choi's death and said that they were victims of the same method, because they committed crimes behind the scenes without thinking to achieve their goal. The girl with a smile handed over a document, saying that it was a merger agreement with the Korean Association for the work with parallel changes. She added that if he signed it, they would protect him from the International Association. The men took off their helmets, and Ah-young turned to the representatives of Angola and Zambia, noting that they saw everything with their own eyes, and if they did not take the International Association seriously, the same thing could happen to them as to Congo. The girl turned around when one of the representatives noted that they were doing everything on a large scale. Ah-young replied that they had come a long way towards that. Chu and her partner took off their masks, and the girl said that this was how she was paying their representative for what he did for her in the regeneration dungeon. The black man noted that hunters died in civil wars because of the International Association. The man with a mustache furrowed his brows and exclaimed that they couldn't turn their backs on her so thoughtlessly. He asked what people like them could do. Everyone looked at Bruce when he said to ban the mobilization of hunters first, because they had to save at least one hunter who sacrificed himself to go to war. The man furrowed his brows, saying that starting with them, step by step, maybe they could protect Africa from the International Association. Menju was breathing heavily, beaten. She fell to the ground when Kane struck again. The brunette asked with shining eyes if this was all she could do, noting that he probably expected too much. The girl lay on the ground, shaking. As she reached for her sword, the man said that he thought the show would be fun, but in the end, his opponent couldn't even lift his sword. The huntress continued to reach, while Kane said that he would still send her to the next world with dignity. Menju buried her face in the ground, wondering if this was really the end, and she would die here. The brunette swung his blade and asked her to show politeness before dying. The girl lay motionless. Disappointed, she remembered Junwoo and mentally apologized, noting that she wanted to be with her teacher longer. The brunette remembered how she put the sword to his neck, saying that she would not let him fight alone and would stop him herself. She thought that in reality she was too weak and was strong only in words. The huntress thought that if she were stronger, she wouldn't have died here. The brown-haired man grabbed her in her memories, glad that he had time. Menju wondered if the teacher wouldn't come and save her, like he did every time. She tried to understand what she was even thinking about. The guy stood in front of her, saying that someone like her would definitely cope. Then the brunette answered him in the affirmative, and now she was thinking about how she couldn't do it from the very beginning, guided only by her own strength. The girl continued to lie on the ground, thinking that this was not so. She remembered Junwoo's smiling face and thought that the teacher always believed in her. Tears were streaming down her cheeks when she suddenly understood. Kane struck with his sword, loudly telling her to train more in hell. Turning around, the huntress threw sand in his face. The man began to rub his red eyes, indignantly asking what kind of bad manners was this in the sacred duel of two swordsmen. Menju bit his hand sharply. The brunette looked at her with shocked eyes, saying that you need to treat your opponent politely. While she continued to bite, he drank her head with the hilt, breaking into a scream, asking if she really has no dignity as a swordsman. Kane exclaimed that you need to be polite and not commit rude acts. He swung his sword again and declared that he was going to cut the rude woman into pieces. A blue skill blade appeared above the huntress's head and blocked the attack. The man clenched his teeth tightly. Tearing his hand out of the girl's mouth, he screamed loudly. Menju spat out someone else's blood and asked again about the rude woman. The brunette looked at her with surprised eyes when she said that she was fine with being rude, because if she could not lift the sword, she would use her teeth to stop it. The crying huntress clenched her teeth in anger, exclaiming that this was better than being a burden. Blood flew off the man's body. A drop splashed onto the ground when the girl admitted that she was fine with it. Kane looked at her opponent with concern. Menju told him that she would use her teeth to stop him since she couldn't lift her sword. Tears flowed from her eyes. She thought that it was much better to do so than to be a burden to someone. The mustachioed man frowned. He suggested that his opponent try to stop him. The brunette's eyes sparkled. She parried her opponent's attack. The warring parties jumped away from each other. One of them's entire body trembled. Menju began to spit blood. A system warning about insufficient strength and endurance appeared. After that, a notification appeared informing that the use of skills was limited until recovery. The girl grabbed the handle of the weapon. She realized that she would fall dead if she was not collected enough. At that moment, she realized that this was the last skill she could activate. Menju looked at her hand. She realized that she only had enough stamina to swing her sword for one swing. The brunette frowned deeply. She decided that she had to defeat the opponent with one swing, relying only on her skill. The man, looking at the opponent intently, reminded her of the serious injury to her shoulder, which would make it difficult for her to lift her sword. He noticed that she didn't even have the strength to use the skill now. He then asked her what she was hoping for. Kane, frowning deeply, remembered how he had tensed up when he first saw her poisonous gaze. He remembered how the heroine had an ominous aura. At that moment, Kane realized that he was only getting angry when he looked into her eyes. The man remembered how hard he had fought against his opponents. He remembers how he fought countless swordsmen with all the decorum before he took his position. His entire back was covered in bruises. He considers the wounds he received back then to be his pride. Kane imagined his hand that was bitten off. He believes that a wound not from a sword but from teeth would disgrace him. His body was covered in a strong aura as he asked the miss how she could disregard his favor. He said that he would never let her die with dignity. A system window appeared using the forbidden skill Dandelion. The opponents stood opposite each other. They bared their teeth viciously. The rivals pounced on each other. Their swords crossed. The brunette's weapon sparkled. It cracked into two pieces. Kane smiled ominously. He lowered his head. The man confessed that he was very sorry because such talent was wasted in the Korean Association. His chin was covered in blood. He thinks that now the girl can't even use the skill. Kane suddenly fell to his knees. The brunette's body was covered in fog. She told him that she realized the greatest strength of the enemy, having crossed swords with him. The man's eyes widened. Minju realized that he relied only on physical strength and an ideal fighting stance. Kane looked at his bitten off hand. The heroine told him that he slightly bent over during the last attack, after which she assumed that it was the first time he held a sword with such a wound. The man bowed his head and asked her if she had a shoulder injury. The girl confessed that this was the first word her teacher said. She remembered the image of the main character, who advised her to train her left hand as well. The girl said that having two equally developed hands, it is possible to hit with greater force. After which she said that it was necessary to start with a basic stance in order not to strain the shoulder. Minju touched her fist and admitted that she had already gotten used to fighting with such pain in her shoulder. She said that this was how she managed to maintain her balance. The man turned his head and laughed at the fact that he lost because of his strength. He looked back at the heroine and called her a rude woman with no manners. Kane admitted that she was a good swordswoman. At that moment, he asked her to work even harder. A bright light covered the dungeon. A drop of sweat ran down the brunette's cheek. She raised her head and assumed that they wanted to attack her from above. A statue appeared above her. She wondered what it was. A strong aura emanated from the stone angel. Her eyes sparkled. The statue fired a laser. The guys began to scream loudly. An unknown creature attacked everyone. Minju covered herself from the light with her hand. Everything fell into pieces when she remembered the teacher. The monster attacked the opponents. Dust rose from its blows. The protagonist covered himself from the attacks with a shield. Mark armed himself with two firearms. He asked Junwoo how much longer he would run from them. The guy turned away from the enemy's attacks. He abruptly approached the man. The brunette kicked him in the chin. He informed him that he had come as he wanted. Mark began to spit blood. The protagonist swung hard and said that their game was over. He hit him on the head. The man fell face down on the ground. His body began to tremble. Junwoo offered to talk to him and asked him to answer his question. The brunette approached the enemy. He asked why the Secretary General was trying to monopolize the rights to clear dungeons around the world. Mark raised his head and admitted that he knew nothing. He asked him how he could know his global plans. The guy's face turned blue. He realized that the man never answered questions the first time and decided to help him. Junwoo frowned deeply. Mark stared ahead. The entire dungeon was covered in bright light. Drops of blood flew everywhere. The protagonist, covering himself with a shield, realized the power of the attacker. A statue flew up to them. He realized that he would have died long ago if he had not used the S-rank defense skill. An unknown creature was hovering in the sky. The guy realized that even before reincarnation he had never seen such a monster. The man stood up and said that Re would get rid of everyone who remained. He said that thanks to this, the PB Corporation would be able to start over. The crystal sparkled in Mark's hands. He admitted that, according to the code, the squad leader must use any means necessary to complete the mission. Tears flowed from his eyes. He said that this would cost his life. The man remembered how he frowned when someone addressed him. The stranger realized that she had made a huge contribution to the successful work of the Balance Squad. The guy was standing in front of a panoramic window. He admitted that Mark was very much needed by the PB Corporation. The creature grabbed the man by the head. The blonde reminded him that he had failed the mission. A drop of sweat ran down Mark's cheek. He turned to Wesley and said that he and the organization really needed him, after which he promised to fix everything. At that moment, he remembered how he looked at the gray-haired guy and threatened him with death if he refused the mission. He said that he was not one of those pawns that Wesley had thrown out. The man imagined how he grabbed the brunette by the face. Then he told him that they got rid of low-skilled workers first. That is why he believed that he could not be replaced. His eye narrowed. He asked the guy to tell him to come back to survive after Re. The blonde man, with his back to the Mark boss, turned to him. He smiled slightly and demanded that he do what he had to. The man absorbed the crystal. He raised his hand and called out to Junwoo, after which he told him that he would get rid of it. The protagonist bowed his head. He frowned deeply. The entire dungeon was covered in dust. The ferocious creature grabbed the guy. Meanwhile, the statue bowed. Its eyes sparkled ominously. The girl's body began to heat up. She raised her head and realized that she could not move her legs. The creature had many eyes. The brunette stretched out her hand and realized what would happen if she did not get out of here quickly. Someone grabbed her wrist. She and Sung-il rushed off on a motorcycle. The brunette, staring ahead, noticed that he had arrived on time. The girl thanked him for saving her life, after which she asked him if the others were okay. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's cheek. He admitted that all the members of the association were fine, including its representative. The brunette raised her head when her partner spoke about the creature. The monster flapped its wings above them. Sparks emanated from it. It demanded that they not interfere with it. The creature attacked the opponents and told them to get out. A beam of light was directed at the statue. The heroine looked back and realized that the unknown creature had incredible strength. Sung-il asked her to hold on tightly because he decided to go at full speed. The monster looked back at the guys leaving. The girl grabbed the guy tightly and remembered the teacher. She dreams of him returning safe and sound as soon as possible. Meanwhile, everything was covered in fire. A monster appeared from the black fog. Someone realized that he had taken out Ri with a 1th blow. His eyes sparkled when the protagonist assumed that he had an ability stone. He realized that he had never seen a power that could not be controlled before. The man's body was covered in an aura. He used his forbidden skill Valokten Dragon. Mark smiled ominously when he realized that this power was beyond all limits. The creature's eye narrowed sharply. Its heart sank hard. It opened its mouth and growled. The protagonist smiled slightly and called this sight pathetic. The monster tightly squeezed the guy, who admitted that he heard a secret from his friends. It told him about using forbidden skills that make you go beyond your capabilities. The brunette raised his head. He wondered if the man was stupid, not only using the ability, but also absorbing the stone. The creature looked to the side. Junwoo advised him to try harder because he did not have much time left. The monster brought the guy closer to its mouth. It told him that it would quickly chew him up. A notification about the activation of the skill Uriel appeared. The brunette freed himself from the hands of the creature. Blood started to spurt out from his mouth. He attacked the enemy. The monster fell to the ground with a crash. Everything was covered in fog. He noticed that the dragon was quite fast for its size. The protagonist frowned deeply when the creature admitted that it wanted to ask him something. The guy stared at the enemy, who reminded him of the theft of the Time Stone and the Vietnam Association. He also said that now he was coming to Africa to disrupt their plans. A system notification appeared about the use of the forbidden skill Heavenly Punishment. The dragon's body sparkled when it asked Junwoo about who he was. The protagonist smiled slightly and turned to the dragon. He asked him if he was using skills. The monster's mouth was covered with a bright light. It reported the activation of the skill. A notification appeared, informing that the spell usage status had reached 100%. A spark appeared in the dark sky. The enemy attacked the guy. The brunette raised his leg when the creature activated the sniper skill. The protagonist covered himself with a shield and realized how much power the enemy had. His pupils narrowed greatly. The dragon released an ability stone from its mouth. It attacked the enemy. The guy's body was covered with a bright light. Dust rose from the creature's attack. Junwoo jumped up. The monster approached him and demanded that he not try to escape from it. It grabbed the brunette by the head. The creature reminded him of how he manipulated it. The dragon landed on the ground. Saliva flowed from its mouth. It accused the guy of ruining their plan because of him. The monster hit the ground with its paw. It admitted that it had lost its power and mission. His eye flashed purple. He mentioned his sense of belonging. The creature swung its paw. It spoke of its existence. It opened its mouth wide and admitted that it would never let Junwoo die with dignity. The boy fell to the ground. He quickly stood up. The protagonist attacked the dragon's wings, after which he noticed that he was only listening to it. The brunette bared his teeth and said that he was tired of the creature's whining from the beginning. The dragon smiled ominously when the opponent called him a parody. Junwoo asked him if he knew how much anger and self-hatred a person feels when falling from a mountain peak. The monster's eyes widened. The protagonist's body sparkled when he admitted that it was more offensive than being abandoned due to weakness. He said that an SSS-Rank hunter with 94% of skills unlocked was shot in the back of the head and lost the ability to use at least one of them. The guy moved forward and asked the enemy if he was in charge of the balance squad. He thought that his opponent was familiar with the hunter rank system. The monster's paw trembled as he asked him what he was talking about. The dragon bowed its head. Junwoo told him that the biggest indicator in the rank distributions was the number of dungeons cleared, in other words, the number of monsters killed. The brunette clenched his hands and said that he was an SSS rank hunter in front of whom the monster was now standing. He smiled ominously. The guy admitted that he had been holding back all the time because he didn't like fighting people. The creature opened its mouth and asked him who he was. The protagonist hit the dragon. It flew back. Wings appeared on the guy's back. He used the Demon King skill. His eye turned black. He decided to start clearing the monsters. A system ring appeared when the skill creation process began. A magic ball appeared in Junwoo's hand. A notification about the completion of skill creation appeared. The guy tightly clenched his fist. The dragon spread its legs wide. It raised its head sharply. A system notification about the creation of a new skill appeared. The main character's body was covered with a strong aura. The brunette attacked the enemy. Mark realized that he should have stayed in the human body. The dragon's eyes turned white. The guy frowned deeply. A bright beam stretched from the sky to the ground. Everything began to darken in the creature's eyes. Junwoo smiled ominously when he realized that killing monsters felt completely different. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.